Chapter 1955. Hairy Foot Mountain Battlefield. There was very little of the five-colored smoke remaining. Di Zongxing roared continuously, his power surged endlessly as he tore the formation apart, his mountain-like body was still charging forward. We can't stop it. Another child formation has been torn apart by it. How many subformations do we have left? Only the last one. Quickly set up the subformation. No, the enemy is too destructive, we don't have enough time. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was in chaos. Many Central Continent Gu immortals were guarding this place, but they were restricted by the five-colored smoke, be it controlling the formation or setting up the subformations, they would suffer backlash at any time. The stronger the person, the more effort they put in, the stronger the backlash. Di Zongxing was extremely powerful, he could break the subformations with just his own battle strength. He was constantly getting stronger. The 5 regional walls were getting weaker, the 5 earth veins were starting to unify, the earth trench that extended to Emperor City was a huge proof. The earth trench had already extended to the center of Central Continent, it meant that the fusion of the earth veins had reached its peak. Be it the 4 regions or Central Continent, because of the rapid spread of the new earth trench, countless tragedies occurred, lives were lost, human will was surging. Di Zongxing was different from most legendary immemorial beasts. He was created from the fusion of the earth veins' power and the negative emotions of humans. Right now, Central Continent's earth veins had expanded into the 5 regions' earth veins. Di Zongxing's strength had increased by 5 times. And the negative emotions of humans were also increasing rapidly, from Central Continent's humans to the 5 regions' humans. Di Zongxing's strength would soar again because of this. Duke Long was getting stronger because of Heavenly Dragon's last stand. And Di Zongxing's speed of growth was even more terrifying than Duke Long's. Thus, even with the main forces of the Celestial Court here, they could not stop Di Zongxing's advancement even with all their strength. The main forces of the Celestial Court were furious. We can't let it advance anymore. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we have to stop it. Damned evil dragon. Get out of the way. Let me block it. Zhang Fei Xiong suddenly roared and transformed into a giant with a bear's head and a human's body. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as he was directly crushed into bloody mush and he perished. This 8th transformation Dao transformation mighty figure was only able to stop Di Zongxing for a moment at most. Zhang Fei Xiong. The immortals of the Celestial Court could not help but tear up. At such a crucial moment, the members of the Celestial Court were willing to sacrifice themselves. Let me do it. The next moment, the Flesh Whip Fairy went up and transformed into the primordial walking meat tree. This was her strongest form. Bang! With another muffled sound, Flesh Whip Fairy was crushed into a piece of broken limbs, and blood splashed everywhere. Flesh Whip Immortal. The immortals whispered. When she was needed, she disregarded her own safety, a grand rank 8, a genius of her generation just to fight for a breath of time. Even the southern border immortals were moved. What drives them? It seemed that it had been like this since ancient times. The Gu immortals of the Celestial Court were all like this. The spirit they upheld had never declined and had instead flourished. The Celestial Court never lacked martyrs. Although primordial origin was gone, his spirit did not die. Unfortunately, all your efforts are in vain. Wu Shui willed and countless clones flew out of Dragon Palace. They were pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. These dream path clones turned into a large vanguard, flying in front of Di Zongxing and attacking the final subformation. Watch me. Under the expectant gazes of the immortals, Feng Kim Hong stepped forward, her youthful face full of seriousness. She used the power of the immortal formation to activate the immortal killer move, Shatter Dream. Bang bang bang. The pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, turning into lumps of dream realms that slowly circulated and spread. Immortal killer move, pure dream reality seeker transformation. Feng Kim Hong activated another method. These dream realms that self-detonated turned into human shapes again, but this time they were used by Feng Kim Hong. With Feng Kim Hong around, Dream Path was no longer the weakness of the Celestial Court. Then what about this? Before the Celestial Court could let out a sigh of relief, at the crucial moment, a formation was thrown out of Dragon Palace. 5 regional limit formation. 5-colored smoke burst out again, spreading rapidly and covering the whole area. The eyes of the Celestial Court's main force were bloodshot. Zhu Ke screamed, "Quickly destroy it!" Whirling Boy and Jun Xinguang had already pounced over. It's too late. Zhan Budu cheered loudly inside the formation. He did not disappoint them. At the crucial moment, he repaired the entire formation and could fight again. The 5-colored smoke surged and covered the subformation. Puff puff puff. The Central Continent Gu immortals who were still setting up the formation were caught off guard. They coughed out blood. Many fainted on the spot, some even died from the backlash. At this point, they were at the end of their rope. The 5 regional limit formation had become the final nail in the coffin for their deaths. As for the Gu immortals controlling the formation, they could not help but slow down, resisting the backlash with difficulty. Roar. Di Zongxing took the chance to exert strength again, directly breaking the final subformation. 9 consecutive unceasing was finally broken. The formation shattered, the light faded. Hairy Foot Mountain, which had been concealed by the formation all along, was revealed. This mountain was very small and inconspicuous. It was ordinary, but it contained infallible blessed land. A large number of the main formation Gu immortals were lying on Hairy Foot Mountain. The formation's destruction caused these Gu immortals to suffer heavy injuries again. Almost no one was conscious. Most of the Gu immortals had already lost their life force, only a small portion were in a daze. Feng Kim Hong, who had received the most attention, had a pale expression. She fell to the ground without any strength to escape. At this moment she could only watch as Di Zongxing charged towards her. She could do nothing but wait for death. As death approached, the intense feeling of threat made Feng Kim Hong feel suffocated. Am I going to die? At once, this young female Gu master was at a loss. Protect Feng Kim Hong. Quickly save her. Forget about infallible blessed land. The final success Dao marks have already been sent to Celestial Court. Celestial Court's main force desperately returned to rescue Feng Kim Hong. Wishful thinking. Southern Borders Gu immortals laughed sinisterly. They also exerted strength to restrain the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Wu Yong manipulated unlimited wind to attack. This huge tornado wind pillar held up the sky and ground. The intense winds held up a large number of Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Jun Xinguang and Whirling Boy charged at the front again. One of them cultivated light path while the other cultivated space path. They were the fastest when using killer moves. Immortal killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Dragon Palace endured all sorts of attacks while forcefully attacking Jun Xinguang and Whirling Boy. Jun Xinguang and Whirling Boy could not dodge in time. They were struck almost at the same time, being swept away by Dreamy Light Smoke. But after imprisoning these two, Dragon Palace had reached its limit. It could not imprison any more people, unless they entered the Dream Realm and killed these two. Destroy Hairy Foot Mountain and infallible blessed land. Wu Yong shouted as he took the lead and rushed to the front. He was not on Celestial Court's side. He naturally did not know that Celestial Court had already completed their mission. Even if he destroyed infallible blessed land now, it would not affect the overall situation. Don't even think about it. A lump of fire blocked Wu Yong as Prince's impatience flew out. With just you. Wu Yong's eyes were filled with sharp killing intent. His figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Prince's impatience. Immortal killer move, farewell friend Wind. We felt like old friends at first sight, but you want to leave. We are about to part, good friend, let me send you off. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Hearing this, even Prince's impatience, who had gone to Northern Plains alone and worked as a spy for many years, turned pale with fright. Next, Prince's impatience lost control of his body. He slowly floated forward. In the process of flying, his hair, his clothes, his hands and feet all began to scatter in the wind. Damn it. Farewell friend Wind is actually in Wu Yong's hands. Chen Yi screamed in his heart, but he could not shout. He could not move, he could not use any methods. Without the final obstruction, Wu Yong dove down like a falcon hunting its prey, attacking Hairy Foot Mountain. The rest of the Celestial Court's main force wanted to go back to help, but they were restrained by others. Wu Yong exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Even before he actually pounced on Feng Jin Huang, the wind pressure he created was as heavy as a mountain. Feng Jin Huang was pressed so hard that she couldn't move. She closed her eyes in despair. But the intense pain she imagined did not appear. Feng Kim Hong opened her eyes in confusion. She then saw a figure blocking in front of her like a heavenly moat, firmly blocking Wu Yong. She was very familiar with this figure. She cried tears of joy, calling out, "Father!" The rank 8 Gu immortal who appeared at the crucial moment was Feng Jioge. He wore a red and white robe. His posture was tall and straight, like a spear or a sword. Hearing Feng Kim Huang's call, Feng Jioge slightly turned his body, looking back at Feng Kim Hong. His eyes under his sword-like brows revealed gentle concern. He was confident and calm. Feng Jioge did not say anything, he only nodded at Feng Kim Hong, then turned to look at Wu Yong. But Feng Kim Hong felt a huge sense of security, she was completely relaxed. This sense of security was completely baffling and had no basis, but Feng Kim Hong she believed in her father Feng Jioge. Wu Yong's eyes shined with a dangerous light. Feng Jioge, Wu Yong muttered this name, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Last time you stopped me from chasing after Fang Yuan, this time we will settle the score. Saying so, he prepared a killer move, trying to use Farewell Friend Wind again. Feng Jioge did not dodge. He hovered in the air, a smile on his face as he slowly opened his mouth and sang a song. The song was ethereal and heavy, it seemed to be filled with contradictions, it was very strange. Wu Yong was unconsciously attracted by the song, his attacks stopped. The song was like a small stream in the mountains, gurgling and flowing. Next, the stream seemed to turn into lava, expanding into a long river, it was like a giant dragon swimming in the mountains. Damn it, what song is this? Wu Yong's expression changed, he started to struggle because he was the closest, he was the first to be hit. The song gave Wu Yong a bad feeling, it made him feel like he had returned to the past. When he was young, he was shrouded in the shadow of his mother, Wu Duxiu's strict teachings and restrictions, he could only listen to her obediently. At the next moment, Wu Yong stared with wide eyes. He saw that the Farewell Friend Wind killer move that was used on Prince's impatience had stopped. What song is this? It can directly counter Farewell Friend Wind? Wu Yong was shocked. At this moment, Prince's impatience felt something different. He felt like he had returned to the past, when he disguised his identity and cultivated to rank 8 in Northern Plains. He controlled the Grotto Heaven, he could finally hold his head high, he no longer had to worry about the attitude of Northern Plains Superforce, Gong Clan. Due to Destiny's song, Southern Border's immortals were weakened, they were dispirited, in contrast, Celestial Court's side was filled with pride, they recovered and recovered from their injuries. Destiny's song's power was very comprehensive. What was even more amazing was that it could differentiate between friend and foe. This was something that the previous life could not compare to. At once, even Wu Shuai and the rest were restrained by the song. Only Di Zongxing roared, as expected of the number 1 legendary immemorial beast, he resisted the song and charged forward. Feng Jioge looked at Di Zongxing with rapt attention. Di Zongxing's body was so huge that it covered heaven and earth, just his dragon head was like a mountain. Feng Jioge stood in front of the mountain, he was as tiny as an ant. But at the next moment the song was focused on Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing felt like he had returned to the time when he was suppressed in Hidden Dragon Cave, he was trapped in a dark cage, he could not obtain freedom no matter how much he wished or how much power he had, he could not free himself. Helpless. Di Zongxing gradually stopped. It wanted to roar, it wanted to cry out, but it could only whimper in the end. The immortals were shocked. The scene in front of them was truly shocking. Feng Jioge defeated Di Zongxing in one move. This was the legendary immemorial desolate beast with the strongest battle strength in the current world. In the previous life, it was able to fight against Duke Long at the end of his life. If the latter had not attacked Dragon Palace, it would not have been able to defeat Di Zongxing so easily. This is Destiny's song that I created, I have just completed it, everyone please take a look. Feng Jioge transmitted while singing. Destiny's song. Be it friend or foe, the immortals deeply engraved the name of this killer move in their hearts. The moment this move appeared, it became famous. From today onwards, everyone in the world would know of it. Destiny drifted from place to place, rising and falling. Who would not have a low point? Even Fang Yuan and the previous venerables had times when they were humble and weak. The Song of Destiny could bring the highs and lows of the fate of all living beings to themselves. When the time comes, heaven and earth will help, but when the time comes, the hero will not be free. Feng Jioge's 9th song, Sound Path Immortal Rank 8 Killer Move, Song of Destiny. This is troublesome. Wu Shuai's expression was extremely solemn. He actually managed to create the complete Song of Destiny. As expected of Feng Jioge. Jean Budu also let out a long sigh. When the news of the battle reached the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle was naturally overjoyed. Feng Jioge had always been in a state of enlightenment, so he volunteered to explore the River of Time. Qin Dingling was observing his fate, and when she saw his opportunity, she strongly recommended him. Fairy Myrtle thus secretly arranged for a time path Immortal Gu House to send Feng Jioge into the River of Time. Fairy Myrtle believed Qin Dingling's words, and also thought highly of Feng Jioge's potential. But she did not expect Feng Jioge to give her such a huge surprise. Rank 8 Immortal Killer Move, Destiny Song. Just with this move, Feng Jioge's battle strength soared, he became one of the strongest people in the world. Celestial Court wanted to repair rank 9 Fake Goo and snatch Fortune Completion Goo to refine rank 10 Destiny Goo. Longevity Heaven had the same plan, but their target was slightly lower. They wanted to use the incomplete Fake Goo to refine rank 9 Destiny Goo. But neither side expected that before them, a Goo Immortal had already created the incomplete Immortal Goo recipe of Destiny Goo. An Immortal Killer move condensed into an Immortal Goo recipe. The best example was Fang Yuan's Myriad Self Immortal Goo. The Immortal Goo recipe to refine Myriad Self was derived from the killer move Myriad Self. It was not an exaggeration to say that with just this move, Feng Jiuge's name would go down in history. As expected of a Dao Guardian. With such overwhelming talent, even Fairy Zi Wei felt that it was dazzling. She admitted her inferiority. "Father, you are amazing." Feng Kim Huang's eyes were wide open as she looked at Feng Jiuge's back. Admiration and love were overflowing. The young girl's heart was filled with pride and joy. "Yes, Father has never disappointed me." Chapter 1956. Celestial Court Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Immortal Killer Move, Body Flicker. In the intense battle, Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared on the starboard side of Myriad Year Flying Warship. He was too close. Almost at the same time he appeared, the daybreak swords flying around Myriad Year Flying Warship swarmed up and instantly engulfed Duke Long. Countless dragon tattoos appeared on Duke Long's body, blocking the fierce attacks of the swords. This was Duke Long's main defensive killer move, 9 Dragons Protection. 9 was just an imaginary number, it meant countless tattoos. This was a rare passive defensive method that usually lurked on Duke Long's skin. Once he was attacked, it would activate automatically and did not require any thoughts from Duke Long. It was extremely convenient. Duke Long relied on this move to forcibly resist the attacks of the daybreak swords, then he clasped his hands into a fist. Immortal Killer Move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. Boom. The Dragon Hammer's heavy strike directly sent Myriad Year Flying Warship flying. Myriad Year Flying Warship was repelled and suddenly stopped. The surrounding space suddenly collapsed like countless broken glass shards. Each of these glass shards was incomparably sharp. Whenever they collided with Myriad Year Flying Warship, deep marks would be left on it and a large number of goo worms would be destroyed. And Fang Yuan, who was standing at the bow of the ship, had a bloody wound on his cheek because of this. This was Zhang Xianzi's work. He used space path killer moves to set up formless traps all over the battlefield. They were extremely powerful. But this scene only flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, it had not happened yet. This was Time Path Killer Move, 3 Breaths Future Vision. 3 Breaths Future Vision was an investigative killer move from He Fan's True Inheritance. It could allow Goo Immortals to see their own future within 3 breaths of time. With the amplification of the Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body, its power had increased by 1,500 times, thus it could be used in battles with experts on the level of Duke Long. However, because this move was essentially only rank 7, it was not effective every time. Sometimes it was effective, sometimes it was ineffective. At the next moment. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Immortal Killer Move, Body Flicker. Duke Long suddenly appeared on the starboard side of Myriad Year Flying Warship, just like the investigative killer move 3 breaths later. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship to move away, brushing past the invisible space path trap. What a pity. Zhang Xianzi saw this and felt extremely regretful. Fang Yuan was so close to activating the space path trap. She floated in the air without making any obvious movements, but in the dark, space path traps were being formed and laid out. After fighting with Fang Yuan for such a long time, the battle experience that had been slumbering in the depths of her memory came back to life, and Zhang Xianzi's methods started to become more and more experienced. Over 300,000 years ago, after Zhang Xianzi and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable made a secret agreement, she moved to Celestial Court and lived a peaceful life, almost never taking action. But before that, Zhang Xianzi's name and status as a primordial legend were all fought for by her own hands. Fang Yuan rode on Myriad Year Flying Warship and dodged while looking at Zhang Xianzi from afar. Although Zhang Xianzi's battle strength was recovering, her fighting style was very clear. She retained the habits of an immemorial desolate plant. She tended to stay in one place and attack from afar, using space path methods to pull apart the distance between herself and the enemy before setting up space path traps. From this fighting style, one could see her temperament. She liked to wait patiently until the end. But at the same time, this also meant that she was not aggressive and would not take risks. Even though Zhang Xianzi's methods were still very mysterious, Fang Yuan had already started to understand Zhang Xianzi's foundation. On the contrary, Duke Long was still unfathomable and unfathomable. Even though Fang Yuan had fought with Duke Long in the previous life, and Duke Long's methods were mostly understood by Fang Yuan, Duke Long's fighting style was ever-changing, sometimes conservative, sometimes aggressive, sometimes attacking, sometimes dodging. It was hard to figure out what he was doing. This level of fighting was not just because of his battle experience, but also because of Duke Long's innate talent. For Fang Yuan, even though it was difficult to defeat Zhang Xianzi, there was hope. But to defeat Duke Long, he could not see any possibility of doing so. Unless I can directly break Duke Long's defensive killer move. Fang Yuan analyzed in his mind. Duke Long's main defensive killer move was Nine Dragons Protection. Fang Yuan had been searching for clues and analyzing it during the battle. But there was little effect. It was very difficult to break a strong enemy's killer move in the middle of a battle. Compared to Nine Dragons Protection, Fang Yuan wanted to break Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand more. But this killer move was even more untraceable. Fang Yuan did not even have a way to search for clues. According to his original plan, Steel Life was the best method to deal with Duke Long, but after testing it, Steel Life did not work. Wait, I seem to have overlooked something? Suddenly, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. However, just as he was about to delve deeper into the matter, he was interrupted by an incoming attack. Fang Yuan did not need to look to know that this was the Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board's attack. This rank 8 Immortal Gu House was indeed troublesome. It had no weaknesses, it was extremely fast, not inferior to Myriad Year Flying Warship, and its defense was also very solid. Fang Yuan could break through it by force. In a one-on-one battle, Demon Judgment Board was not Fang Yuan's match. It would take a lot of effort. Theft path methods were the best way to deal with Immortal Gu houses, but it was not easy to use them in front of Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi. Fang Yuan was currently in the Immemorial Year Monkey form. It was very compatible with Myriad Year Flying Warship. Once he turned into Theft Path Dao marks, his battle strength would fall by a lot. Duke Long and Zhang Xianzi would have a chance. What made Fang Yuan even more worried was that even if he transformed into the Theft Path Immemorial Desolate Beast and used Great Thief Ghost Hand, he might not be able to hit Demon Judgment Board. Even if he hit it, he might not be able to steal the Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's luck path advantage had already been compensated by Qin Ding Ling, and Demon Judgment Board had Guiyue Fangjing, who countered Fang Yuan in terms of luck. Thus, theft path methods were not the correct way to change the situation. Fang Yuan. At this moment, Guiyue Fangjing, who was in charge of Demon Judgment Board, had a complex feeling. To him, was Fang Yuan his blood brother? Not really. Fang Yuan's body had changed, his soul was also that of an otherworldly demon. Was he a stranger? Also not. Childhood and youth memories could not be erased. The two of them had been companions in the past. Was he angry? Yes. Fang Yuan toyed with him, disregarding his life and arranging for him to stay in Langya Blessed Land. He definitely had a sinister scheme. Was it hatred? Of course. Fang Yuan slaughtered his own clansmen. It was the shadow and nightmare of Fangjing's childhood. Then what else? After experiencing so many things, Fangjing started to understand Fang Yuan. Sometimes he even admired Fang Yuan. In the world, one had no choice. Fangjing gradually understood his own incompetence. He had self-awareness. The so-called A-grade aptitude was just a form of narcissism. Fangjing was already maturing. Other than understanding and admiration, Fangjing even felt a trace of gratitude towards Fang Yuan. He was thankful to Fang Yuan for the setbacks, the pain, and the hardships he had gone through. These were all wealth. They helped Fangjing grow until now. If not for the chaos of war in Langya Blessed Land, how could Fangjing have fused the cultivation experiences of Demon Judgment Board Lord and created the killer move Blood Kin Vengeance? In the past, Fangjing had dreamed of this day. He would be able to fight Fang Yuan and take revenge personally. But now that the moment had truly arrived, Fangjing's emotions were very different from what he had expected. He did not feel the joy of revenge, but he felt gratification. His emotions were very complex, very complex. Duke Long, Zhang Xianzi, Fangjing and Qin Ding Ling. Besides them, there is also Fairy Myrtle. Fang Yuan's expression became increasingly solemn as he fell into the encirclement. As Duke Long grew stronger, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals cooperated better and better. Fang Yuan's thoughts were all used to maintain the battle. His judgment of the entire situation was slipping. Be it activating killer moves or controlling Myriad Year Flying Warship, they were extremely taxing on his mind. Fang Yuan had to take care of the overall situation. He had to look after all the battles and secretly influence the Gu Immortals of the other regions. In fact, Duke Long and the rest were the same. As the battle became more intense, they activated their killer moves more frequently. The stronger the killer move, the more steps it would take and the more goo worms it would involve, the more thoughts and concentration they would have to expend. If Fairy Myrtle recovers, be it joining the battle or taking care of the overall situation, it would be disadvantageous to me. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. Ah! Duke Long laughed loudly. He had already learned of the latest battle situation on Hairy Foot Mountain. Fang Yuan, no matter how many times you rebirth, it is useless. Use all your methods, it will be too late if you don't. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He had also learned of the latest battle situation. In Emperor City battlefield, he lost his clone Fang Di Chang. Divine Bean Palace defected to the enemy. In Hairy Foot Mountain battlefield, Feng Jioga appeared and used Destiny Song with unparalleled power. Even Di Zongxing fell into a disadvantage. Celestial Court's foundation was truly too deep. Fang Yuan was not just fighting with Duke Long and the rest, he was fighting with the millions of years of accumulation of Celestial Court. The outside world was not worth relying on. All the pressure was shifted onto Fang Yuan's shoulders. Fang Yuan's gaze turned sharp like lightning. I can't hold back anymore. Since the start of the battle, he had not found a flaw in Duke Long's defense. But now that he was forced by the situation, even if there was no flaw, Fang Yuan had to use his full strength. Myriad-year flying warship rapidly rose into the air and pulled apart the distance. Fang Yuan started to prepare his killer move. Duke Long did not chase, he hovered in the air and looked up. His expression was like he was facing a great enemy. He did not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan anymore. Zhang Xianzi breathed in deeply. He was extremely vigilant. Qin Ding Ling, Fang Jing and Fairy Myrtle, who was recuperating at the edge of the battlefield, were also focused. They stared at Fang Yuan without blinking. Even Bing Sai Chuan, who was crazily destroying the refinement path formation and attacking Heaven Overseeing Tower, diverted a portion of his attention to observe Fang Yuan's every move. Everyone knew that the outcome of the following battle was likely to determine the outcome of the entire battle. Immortal Killer Move, 12 Zodiac Battle Formation. Fang Yuan first summoned 12 immemorial year beasts and used this already exposed method. But different from before, the 12 Zodiac Battle Formation did not condense into a giant monster. It turned into a shining golden ship rudder. The ship rudder was like a wheel. It had 6 axles and 12 handles on the surface of the ship rudder. Each handle had 12-year beast carvings with different expressions. The 12 Zodiac Battle Formation flew into Myriad-year flying warship and rapidly fused into one. The surface of Myriad-year flying warship, which was originally shining with silver light, suddenly shone with a golden silhouette that was like sand. It was ever-changing. The golden silhouette turned into a coiling golden dragon at times, a giant tiger at times, a rooster that was singing loudly at times, and a charging bull at times. The 12 immemorial year beasts and Myriad-year flying warship had perfectly fused together. Fang Yuan's previous concept was displayed in front of everyone at this moment. He actually perfectly fused the ancient battle formation and the immortal goo house together. Qin Dingling's eyes opened wide. Fang Jing watched in a daze. Amazing talent. Even Duke Long could not help but praise. He had never seen such a scene. This was the first time in history. Although ancient battle formations and immortal goo houses were both immortal killer moves in essence, no one had succeeded in fusing these two killer moves before Fang Yuan. Be careful, it is attacking. Zhang Xianzi shouted with a trace of panic on her face. Myriad-year flying warship's aura was so terrifying that even she was shocked. Immortal killer move, Daybreak Torrent. Myriad-year flying warship charged down, piercing through layers of air along the way and emitting shrill sonic booms. It was an outstanding rank 8 immortal goo house to begin with, and after fusing with the ancient 12 Zodiac battle formation, it even had the strength to fight against Duke Long. After the two fused together, their battle strength overlapped and became even more fearsome. Duke Long growled as he activated a chi wall. Myriad-year flying warship's momentum paused for a moment before it directly broke through Duke Long's chi wall. Duke Long's brows furrowed as he activated the chi wall again. Myriad-year flying warship broke another chi wall without a doubt. Duke Long rebuilt again. Myriad-year flying warship broke again. After breaking 5 chi walls in a row, Myriad-year flying warship's momentum was greatly reduced. Fang Yuan sneered. Immortal killer move, Myriad-year hunting. At the next moment, the phantom river of time below Myriad-year flying warship suddenly expanded. Countless year beasts surged out like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth. The year beast army that filled the sky charged towards the immortal graveyard like a tsunami that was about to devour everything. There were countless year beasts in the army, including a large number of ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts were not rare either. More terrifyingly, these year beasts obeyed Fang Yuan's commands like they were his own arms. Terrifying. With just this move, Fang Yuan can deal with any super force in the world by himself. Is he trying to summon all the year beasts in the River of Time? This is almost a copy of Call of the Ancient. It is just that Red Lotus method is to summon past Gu immortal experts, while Fang Yuan is summoning the year beasts in the River of Time. But isn't myriad year hunting only used to lure year beasts? I can't control them. This is the qualitative change after the fusion of 12 zodiac battle formation. Celestial Court's side was shaken. Fang Yuan's trump cards were indeed peerlessly powerful. Just the first one was already able to display such overwhelming might. Duke Long, Zhang Xianzi and the rest felt troubled. This year beast army was too huge and Fang Yuan was still summoning them endlessly. Where was his limit? The year beast army spread out and attacked every corner of Celestial Court. Celestial Court's side, which lacked manpower, found it even harder to defend. Zhang Xianzi gritted his teeth as he activated Space Path killer moves, trying to kill as many year beasts as possible to relieve the pressure. Be careful. Suddenly Duke Long shouted. Zhang Xianzi seemed to have seen the phantom of a small blade, her pupils shrunk to pin size, she had just reacted when she was hit. How can this be, so fast? I had already set it up. Zhang Xianzi looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief, her body froze as a bloody hole appeared on her forehead. The wound was filled with dense time path Dao marks, even a legendary immemorial beast's self-healing ability could not heal it. Immortal killer move, time cutting edge. This was a super method that originated from Central Continent's Bo clan. Once this blade was used, it would never miss, it would hit its target and kill all who got hit. It had once caused the whole of Central Continent to tremble in fear. The killer move's content was extremely complex and varied. Among the methods that Fang Yuan had, it was undoubtedly the most complex. What was even more ridiculous was that it had a strict activation condition. The activation time could not be more than 3 breaths. Thus, every time Fang Yuan used it, he would need to use the supplementary killer move shrink time. Its aftereffects were also terrifying. Every time it was used, a portion of its information would disappear. It was like an eraser. While erasing a strong enemy, it also expended itself. After hitting Zhang Xianzi, Fang Yuan's mind went blank. Most of his memories regarding time cutting edge had become blurry. At this rate, after I hit Duke Long again, I will lose this move completely. Fang Yuan's mind was as calm as ice. He glanced at Duke Long subconsciously. Duke Long took a few steps back. Boom. With a loud sound, Zhang Xianzi fell to the ground. She returned to her original form in the air, turning into a huge green vine. This green vine had once supported heaven and earth. It was extremely eye-catching like a heavenly pillar, but now, it was lying on the immortal graveyard, motionless and without any aura. The immortal graveyard suffered from this attack. The damage was far greater than all the previous attacks, but Duke Long could not care about this. His gaze was like lightning. He stared at Fang Yuan without blinking. Time cutting edge was amplified by at least 1,500 times. He needed to be fully focused to defend against it. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fang Jing's mouth was wide open as he looked at the vast heaven vine on the ground. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Behind him, Qin Dingling's body was stiff like a stone statue. If that move hit Demon Judgment Board, could we have blocked it? The two had similar questions in their minds. They did not have the confidence to say, we could. This move was too powerful. After one move, Zhang Xianzi's life and death were unknown. Her aura was almost non-existent. Don't be intimidated by him. When he used this move, he was using the aura of myriad year hunting as a concealment. Just by using this move, the aura will be huge, it cannot be concealed. At the crucial moment, Fairy Myrtle's words echoed in the battlefield. As expected of a wisdom path great expert. Fang Yuan snorted, his weakness was exposed. Duke Long's expression eased up a little. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan left myriad year flying warship and flew down alone. He is going all out. Instantly Duke Long's heart shook. Immortal killer move, myriad beings assimilation transformation. Immortal killer move, immemorial sword dragon. Roar. Fang Yuan instantly turned into a giant dragon. Rank 6 and 7 were dragons, while rank 8 were dragons. Immemorial sword dragon. The dragon body was over 100 meters long. The dragon horns on its head were like 2 sharp spears. Its eyes were silver white. Its dragon scales were pure white and emitted dense sword intent. Fang Yuan's Dao marks had all turned into sword path Dao marks. And sword path, everyone knew that this path's advantage was offense. Chapter 1957. Roar. The ancient giant dragon that dominated the sky let out a long roar, swung its tail and swam its body. Its speed was so fast that it left a faint white afterimage where it stood. Boom! With a loud sound, Demon Judgment Board was hit by a huge impact. It fell down like a meteor. Duke Long quickly came to reinforce it. Fang Yuan snickered as his dragon body flew into the sky, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot again. In the sky he went from extreme movement to extreme stillness, his aura burst out. Immortal killer move, triple sword wave. An offensive killer move that was amplified by at least 1,500 times, its power was completely different from before. Huge waves surged, toppling the world. Every drop of silvery white spray was the power of the sword Dao, dazzling and sharp to the extreme. The sword wave did not charge at Demon Judgment Board, nor did it target Duke Long, it charged at the Immortal Graveyard. From start to finish, Fang Yuan's main target was still the Immortal Graveyard. Duke Long gritted his teeth, he had no choice but to use self-moving Dragon Chi Wall again. The Chi Wall blocked the sword wave, but it only lasted for 8 breaths of time before collapsing. Duke Long grunted, blood flowed out of his nose. He wanted to continue using Chi Wall, but the overwhelming sword wave had already reached the Immortal Graveyard. Earlier, Celestial Court could defend with ease because of Zhang Xianzi's space path methods. He could widen the distance between them. This gave Duke Long ample time to continue using Chi Wall to defend. But now, Zhang Xianzi had no aura, he was lying on the ground like a corpse. Without the protection of space path methods, Duke Long could not activate Chi Wall in time. Duke Long was not rank 9, he had the same cultivation level as Fang Yuan, they were both rank 8. But Fang Yuan's Dao marks far surpassed him. Duke Long could only rely on Heavenly Dragon's last stand. But regretfully, even though Duke Long was getting stronger, there was still a gap between him and Fang Yuan. Especially when Fang Yuan truly unleashed his full strength and displayed his strongest attack. No dash. Duke Long let out a sorrowful roar as he watched the sword wave sweep across the tomb and wash away everything. Any Gu immortals sleeping in the Immortal Graveyard had no way to resist, they were turned into dregs by the sword wave. Even the massive body of the firmament vine, which was lying on the ground, was being melted by the extremely sharp sword wave, shrinking rapidly. During the entire process, Zhang Xianzi did not wake up at all. It seemed like he was really in danger. The Demon Judgment Board quickly rose into the air, but Fang Jing was already stunned. He really did it, he's destroying the Immortal Tomb. Immortal Tomb. Compared to Fang Jing, people like Fairy Myrtle and Qin Dingling had a bigger reaction. They were veteran rank 8s, true members of the Celestial Court. The Immortal Graveyard was not just an important place of the Celestial Court, it was also their spiritual sacred ground. But now, it was desecrated by Fang Yuan. Countless predecessors of the Celestial Court who were sleeping inside were killed like chickens without any resistance. Fang Yuan, I want you to die. Qin Dingling screamed in agony. We have let down our seniors. With a loud sound, old man Jing Yuan knelt on the ground in Central Great Hall, sobbing uncontrollably. Fairy Myrtle felt her entire body was empty, the Immortal Graveyard was heavily damaged. As the leader of the Celestial Court, she had an undeniable responsibility. It's me, I did not do it well. 2 lines of regretful tears flowed down from Fairy Myrtle's eyes. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, light shook intensely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette wanted to make a move, but she was obstructed by Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette. She could only watch as Fang Yuan massacred the members of the Celestial Court and destroyed the Immortal Graveyard. Shock and anger filled Star Constellation's silhouette's face. Her gaze was cold as ice as she stared at her opponent. Good, very good. Limitless Silhouette smiled. Very good indeed. Back then, when I attacked the Celestial Court, I also wanted to destroy the Immortal Graveyard. But because the variant humans were too huge back then for the sake of humanity, I did not make a move. Even if you destroy the Immortal Graveyard and the whole of the Celestial Court. As long as you do not destroy Fate Gu, Providence favors us. Central Continent can still establish a second Celestial Court, a third, or even a fourth Immortal Graveyard. Star Constellation's silhouette retorted. That's right. Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette sighed. Fate Gu is the root of your Celestial Court. If you cannot destroy it, no matter how many members of your Celestial Court are sacrificed, it will not matter. In fact, the more you suffer, the more valiant you become, you will get rid of the old and send in new blood, you will get closer to the tides of the new era. Eras were constantly changing, Gu immortal cultivation was also constantly developing. The prosperity and weakness of Chi Path and Strength Path was proof of this. Limitless Demon Venerable had left behind the immortal graveyard because of this consideration. Leaving behind the eliminated Chi Path and Strength Path Gu Immortals was better than destroying the Celestial Court and allowing the Celestial Court to rebound, allowing a large number of Rule Path, Wisdom Path, and other Gu Immortals to emerge and be absorbed by the Celestial Court. Now I am very curious, after the immortal graveyard is destroyed by Fang Yuan, how long can your side last? Limitless Silhouette smiled. Star Constellation Silhouette could no longer remain calm. You are ignoring the big picture. You are abandoning the great cause of humanity. You are unworthy of being the venerable of humanity. Limitless Silhouette sneered. Back then my main body was restrained by this reason, but now, hasn't humanity's great cause been realized? It was time for the human race to pursue greater things. You should know what I mean. Star Constellation Silhouette narrowed her eyes, falling into a rare silence. Fang Yuan, I will pull out your tendons, flay your skin, grind your bones and scatter your ashes. Duke Long roared at the sky. The anger and hatred in his heart had accumulated to the limit. He charged at Fang Yuan without any regard for his own safety. Fang Yuan directly dodged. He did not compete with Duke Long, activating 3 layers of sword wave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The immortal graveyard was completely covered. The sword wave even dug 3 feet into the ground, not letting a single slumbering immortal escape. The millions of years of accumulation of the Celestial Court was destroyed in an instant. Duke Long's hair was disheveled, his face was distorted, his eyes were bloodshot, he was about to spew fire. Every time Fang Yuan attacked the immortal graveyard, it cleansed his heart. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Descendants. At the moment of danger, Duke Long roared in anger. The purple dragon scales on his body moved and mixed with Duke Long's blood, turning into Dragon Man Gu Immortals. They had their own names, they had their own appearances and methods. There were rank 6, rank 7 and even rank 8 Dragon Men. Even though Duke Long was not an enslavement path Gu Immortal, he had a similar killer move. This is a transformation path killer move. It contains the profundity of human path. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He mocked. Duke Long, back then you slaughtered the Dragon Man race to refine them into a killer move. Aha, what difference is there between your actions and demonic path Gu Immortals? You disregarded human relations, you trampled on your bloodline and kinship. Not only did you kill your descendants, you even refined them into puppets to fight for you. Facing Fang Yuan's accusation, Duke Long did not retort. His eyes flashed with deep sorrow as he attacked Fang Yuan again. At the same time, the Dragon Man Gu Immortals that he created were like flowers blooming. They spread out and defended against the sword wave and the countless year beasts. At Duke Long's level, he truly had no shortcomings. A huge chaotic battle unfolded in Celestial Court. Demon Judgment Board rampaged around, creating a path of blood in the Year Beast army. But the atmosphere inside Demon Judgment Board was stifling. Qin Dingling and Fang Jing were both silent. The dragon descendants that Duke Long summoned were indeed Dragon Man. Fang Yuan's accusation was not wrong. It was no wonder that Duke Long rarely used this move. He had no choice but to use it now. He was forced into a corner by Fang Yuan. Many Dragon Man Gu Immortals surrounded the immemorial Sword Dragon. Fang Yuan snickered in his mind. Sword Wave Triple Layered had already been activated. He activated another immortal killer move, Golden Thread Sword. At once, the Sword Dragon's body turned hazy. Each of its scales emitted a warm yellow light. Suddenly, a golden thread shot out from the dragon's scales. The number of dragon scales on the immemorial Sword Dragon's body corresponded to the number of golden threads that shot out at an incredible speed. The golden threads pierced through the air, destroying all obstructions along the way. The surrounding Dragon Man Gu Immortals were riddled with holes by the countless golden threads. Bam bam bam. These Dragon Man Gu Immortals suffered such heavy injuries, they could no longer maintain their bodies. They self-detonated and turned back into scales and blood pearls. Fang Yuan got rid of all the enemies around him. The sword wave that he had just activated was still spreading. He moved his body and rode the wave. The immortal graveyard was already cleared. The biggest variable was eliminated. Now Fang Yuan was targeting Duke Long. Tsang Shenzi was already lifeless. His vine body was in a terrible state. Demon Judgment Board could not resist Fang Yuan alone. As long as Duke Long fell, who could stop Fang Yuan? Immortal killer move, Five-Finger Heart Sword. The dragon claw clenched. Fang Yuan's aura fell to rock bottom. He was no longer a threat. Duke Long's mind was ringing with alarm. His body flew out as the purple gold dragon-shaped chi flickered. His body flickered left and right, up and down. He dodged crazily. First sword. Fang Yuan's dragon eyes shined with a strange light. A sword light flew out of his dragon claw. Fast, fast, fast. The speed of the sword light was simply unimaginable. Duke Long had just seen Fang Yuan's dragon claw shoot out a bright light when he found that the sword light had already arrived in front of him. In an almost impossible situation, he forcibly turned his body and twisted his body. The sword light brushed past him. Blood splattered, a huge wound extended from his left shoulder to his left chest. The wound was empty, be it his bones, dragon scales, or even a portion of his left lung, they were all gone. Five-finger heart sword was so terrifying. If this had struck Duke Long's head, he would have been sent flying. Since the battle started, Duke Long felt the threat of death for the first time. This was a feeling that he had not felt for many years. Duke Long roared loudly, his body moved like lightning as he charged towards Fang Yuan like a raging gale. Fang Yuan could not help but praise in his heart. Five-finger heart sword's every slash was the process of accumulating strength. Duke Long saw through this weakness with one glance. He took the chance to attack fearlessly. Fang Yuan's dragon body turned and retreated, trying to pull some distance away from Duke Long. Chapter 1958. Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial sword dragon and also had the advantage of speed. Duke Long chased for a while but found that he could not shorten the distance between them. Immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate suddenly appeared. Two giant red pillars had giant dragons coiling around them. The giant dragons wriggled as their upper bodies left the pillars and converged at the center, forming a gate. The giant dragons opened their mouths and a pearl shone brightly in the middle, forming a pattern of two dragons playing with a pearl. Two dragon gates appeared at the same time, one in front of Duke Long and the other behind Fang Yuan. Duke Long stepped into the dragon gate in front of him and disappeared. At the next moment he appeared in the dragon gate behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling and quickly dodged. But Duke Long used chi engulfing mountains and rivers to delay him. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. At the next moment, Duke Long punched the immemorial sword dragon's head and punched wildly, sending Fang Yuan crashing into the immortal graveyard from the sky. Bam! The immemorial sword dragon fiercely smashed into the ground, causing dust to rise and rocks to fly. The immemorial sword dragon raised its head with difficulty, but its claw that was clenched into a fist did not fall apart. Instead, it shot out a second sword light. Five-finger fist heart sword, second sword strike. Duke Long was already on guard. The moment Fang Yuan moved, he immediately dodged and jumped onto Fang Yuan's dragon back. The second sword strike missed and brushed past the dragon's body, piercing through the sky and forming a hole. Five-finger fist heart sword light was extremely fast, but it could not make any turns. Duke Long might not be able to block the sword light, but he could dodge it. Dodging the sword light might be difficult, but he could judge the timing of Fang Yuan's sword light based on Fang Yuan's movements and dodge in advance. Without a doubt, the five-finger fist heart sword was an extremely powerful killing technique. Its power was peerless and compared to the time cutter, it had a huge advantage, it would not forget itself. However, under Duke Long's clear strategy, the five-finger fist heart sword was unable to achieve any results. It even caused the primordial sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into to suffer from Duke Long's close combat. In the short span of a dozen breaths, Fang Yuan had already suffered countless heavy blows from the dragon fist. The strongest was never any immortal gu or killer move, but the gu immortal. The most ideal time to use the five-finger fist heart sword was when the first sword was released. Fang Yuan and Duke Long were quite a distance away from each other, so he could attack from a distance. He was in an invincible position. Even if Duke Long's reflexes were extremely sharp, it would still be difficult for him to parry. Every sword strike could put him in the grave threat of death. However, when Duke Long engaged in close combat, Fang Yuan's dragon body instead became the obstruction of the sword light and Duke Long's protective umbrella. Looking back at the battle, in a way, it could be said that Duke Long had used Dragon Gate to break Fang Yuan's five-finger fist heart sword. Without distance, there was no space to use the five-finger fist heart sword. Thus, after the second sword, Fang Yuan immediately stopped using the five-finger fist heart sword and switched to the golden thread sword killer move. Duke Long saw Fang Yuan's dragon scales start to flicker with yellow light and immediately retreated, using Dragon Gate again to retreat far away. Countless golden threads covered every inch of space around Fang Yuan, but Duke Long had already retreated. But it did not matter, Fang Yuan had once again pulled away from Duke Long, and he could continue using the five-finger fist heart sword. Duke Long was in a dangerous situation. He had no choice but to approach Fang Yuan again in an attempt to engage him in close combat. When he engaged Fang Yuan in close combat, Fang Yuan would have to stop using the five-finger fist heart sword killer move and use other methods to fight Duke Long. This demon has actually modified the five-finger fist heart sword to such an extent. Casually canceling the killer move does not cause any backlash. Perhaps I should say that he has separated each sword into individual parts, Duke Long thought quickly. Five-finger fist heart sword was Bo Qing's trump card. How could the Celestial Court not know about it? Duke Long naturally knew a lot. If Fang Yuan did not modify it, he would definitely be targeted. Duke Long's Dao marks were inferior to Fang Yuan's, so it was difficult for him to use a defensive killer move to resist Fang Yuan's various sword Dao methods. His best choice was to dodge. Thankfully, in terms of battle experience, he was far more experienced than Fang Yuan. And most importantly, as long as he did not die as his lifespan decreased, he would continue to grow stronger. Five-finger fist heart sword has been modified by me and can be cancelled at will. But the thoughts involved have increased greatly, causing me to be unable to use other offensive methods when fighting with Duke Long. Also, Duke Long is getting stronger. Fang Yuan was anxious. Earlier he could suppress Duke Long and Sang Xianzi because of his tactical advantage. When Fang Yuan attacked the Immortal Graveyard, the Celestial Court had no choice but to defend and take a beating. But now that the Immortal Graveyard was destroyed by Fang Yuan, there might still be some slumbering Gu Immortals left, but Duke Long no longer had any burdens or restraints. Thus, Duke Long could advance and retreat at will. He immediately displayed his original battle strength and style. Fang Yuan fought Duke Long. The two inevitably fell into a deadlock. Duke Long was happy to see the situation, but it was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Thus, with a turn of his dragon head, Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a waterfall. Immortal killer move, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall. The sword waterfall rumbled with a grand aura. Every drop of water was a sword thought. Immortal killer move, Swordsman. Sword thoughts surged and collided, forming human-shaped warriors that looked like Fang Yuan. They were all wielding swords. Countless swordsmen charged forward. This move was created by Fang Yuan after he advanced to Human Path Grandmaster. It contained the profundities of Sword Path and Human Path. This was the first time Duke Long had encountered this killer move. He quickly retreated. Fang Yuan took the chance to escape, crashing towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Calamity Luck Altar was destroying the Refinement Path formation with ease. Inside the tower, Qi Xi Lang was struggling with all his might against the faint green light on his body. Duke Long was pale with fright when he saw Fang Yuan's movement. Demon Judgment Board did its best to block him. In the end, Fang Yuan's dragon claw sent it flying. At this crucial moment, a song descended on the battlefield, coiling around the immemorial sword dragon's body. Fang Yuan immediately felt his condition deteriorating, as if he had returned to the lowest point of his life, being controlled by others, unable to express his talents and ambitions. Without freedom, his future was bleak. The immemorial sword dragon's speed fell sharply. Duke Long quickly arrived and blocked Fang Yuan. Good job, Feng Jioge. Fairy Myrtle. At the crucial moment, Feng Jioge's destiny song successfully interfered with Fang Yuan. And the one who guided him in was Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle opened Central Heaven Gate. This immortal Gu house was the entrance of Celestial Court. It had the ability to differentiate and teleport, but it was not as large and convenient as a teleportation formation. Destiny song continued to play. Fang Yuan's battle strength fell sharply, while Duke Long's battle strength continued to rise. Boom boom boom. The immemorial sword dragon was forced back by Duke Long, unable to get close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time Fang Yuan had fallen into such a disadvantage. Without a choice, he stopped all his sword path killer moves and started to prepare Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Duke Long saw that he was retreating and his aura was rising. He immediately knew that he was preparing another killer move. How could he give him a chance? Duke Long roared repeatedly. Purple gold dragon-shaped chi surrounded his body as he chased after Fang Yuan and attacked fiercely, creating a storm of attacks. The immemorial sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into had its skin and flesh torn, dragon scales flew and blood splattered. More terrifyingly, Duke Long's chaotic dragon fist could disrupt his thoughts, causing his killer move activation to fail. At this difficult moment, Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that he had stored. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies flew towards Duke Long and self-detonated. Duke Long was very wary. He quickly dodged and restrained his attacks. Fang Yuan finally had a chance to breathe and activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Duke Long could not help but sigh when he saw this seal. The opportunity earlier was very good, but he did not make use of it. He had fought with Fang Yuan for so many rounds, he had already seen through Fang Yuan's fighting style. Fang Yuan used a transformation path killer move to transform into an immemorial beast or plant while also transforming his Dao marks into the same path. With such a foundation, any killer move would have a much stronger power. Even a rank 7 killer move could threaten a rank 8. Fang Yuan had many methods. It was hard to imagine that he had cultivated and accumulated to such an extent in less than 100 years. Even with a venerable inheritance, it was shocking. Duke Long believed, as long as Fang Yuan was given enough time, he would definitely reach an unprecedented height. Fortunately, Fate Gu's recovery had created a huge momentum. Fang Yuan had no choice but to attack Celestial Court in advance. Fang Yuan might be able to use some exquisite and terrifying methods to defeat most enemies in the world. But against an existence like Duke Long, these methods were far from enough. He needed a strong and stable combat system with trump cards. Just like Duke Long's transformation path and chi path methods, they formed two different combat systems. 9 Dragon Protection was a strong defense, Clear Dragon Vision was used for scouting, Dragon Claw Strike, Chaotic Dragon Fist, Spiraling Dragon Fangs, and World-Shaking Dragon Hammer were used for offense. These 4 methods covered close combat, mid-range and long-range combat. Among them, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer had the power to break through all obstacles with a single strike. Dragon Roaring Wave and Body Flicker were normal movement methods, while long-range teleportation had the outstanding killer move Dragon Gate. There were also Dragon Descendants to make up for the lack of group attack methods. And the strongest method of this combat system was Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As for Chi Path, there were Chi Wall and Self-Moving Dragon Chi Wall as defensive methods, Chi Breath Mountain, Hidden Dragon Chi Explosion, Chi Engulfing Mountains and Rivers, Giant Chi Hand Explosion, and Chi Current Scissors as offensive killer moves. Compared to Transformation Path, these offensive methods were much more effective at long range. The Purple Gold Dragon Form Chi was a jack of all trades. This killer move was so outstanding that it helped Duke Long in all aspects. Of course, the most important thing was movement. Reverse Insect Dragon was almost specially prepared to deal with battlefield killer moves. And this Chi Path trump card killer move was Triple Chi Retraction. Duke Long's 2 combat systems took into account offense, defense, movement and many other aspects. They had no weaknesses or gaps. What was even more precious was that these 2 combat systems could complement each other. For example, Transformation Path offensive methods were stronger in close combat and mid-range combat, but weaker in long-range combat. Chi Path offensive methods were the exact opposite. In comparison, trump cards were not needed. 1 or 2 of each set of these methods were enough. In a real battle, the most practical methods were still those normal killer moves. For example, even though Duke Long had Triple Chi Retraction, he had not used it since the start of the fight with Fang Yuan. The entire battle was intense. Fang Yuan was not an idiot. Duke Long did not have the chance to use it. Chapter 1959. How many combat systems did Fang Yuan have? From Duke Long's current observations, Fang Yuan only had 2 mature combat systems. One was Time Path, the other was Sword Path. Time Path was the most comprehensive system. It had 3 breaths of future vision, Year Beast Summoning, Myriad Year Flying Warship, Spring Scissors, Summer Fan, Autumn Hair Coat, as well as Spring Plowing, Summer Mowing, Autumn Harvesting, Winter Storage and other killer moves. It covered both combat and management. It had 2 trump cards. One was Time Cutting Edge paired with Shrink Time, the other was Spring and Autumn Success with Spring Autumn Cicada. As for Sword Path, it had Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Sword Wave Triple Layered, Golden Thread Sword, Dark Assassination, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall, Swordsman, and the trump card was 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. This system was strong in terms of offense. It was superior to Time Path, especially when Fang Yuan modified 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword. But it was lacking in other aspects. Movement and healing were overshadowed by Duke Long's system. This became a shortcoming. In front of a strong enemy like Duke Long with extremely rich battle experience, these shortcomings became weaknesses. They dragged down the offensive power of the entire Sword Path system. Other than these 2 systems, Fang Yuan had many Chi Path methods, but in Duke Long's view, they were not comprehensive. Unlimited Chi Si was clearly a trump card. It was powerful enough to break the primordial Chi Wall, but it had not been used again after being used once. It seemed that the chances of using it again were low. In terms of Soul Path, Duke Long knew that Fang Yuan had many methods. His trump card was undoubtedly Luo Pasil. But Celestial Court and Duke Long were already prepared in this aspect. Fang Yuan had not used any Soul Path method since the start of the battle. It was a wise move. Other than these, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was Rule Path, Myriad Self was Human Path, Strength Path Giant Hand was Strength Path, Familiar Face was Transformation Path, Lead Soul into Dream, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation, and Swap Soul and Dream were Dream Path Killer moves. These methods were powerful, but they were all independent and one-sided like large pearls. A mature combat system was like a pearl necklace. The methods complemented each other, linked together like small pearls. In terms of overall value, the latter was superior. Against most Gu immortals in the world, Fang Yuan could use the pearls to change the situation and obtain victory. But against Duke Long, Fang Yuan's overall disadvantage would be exposed. Fang Yuan, what you lack is time. I believe you have noticed it already. Unfortunately, a mature system requires hundreds of years of accumulation. Duke Long looked at Fang Yuan with a sharp gaze. Even if you use all sorts of predecessors' inheritances to mature it, it is not perfect. He activated Spiraling Dragon Fang Killer move to attack Fang Yuan from afar, but he was blocked by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But Duke Long was not dejected. Even though Reverse Flow Protection Seal was very powerful, it lacked a mature system to support it and make up for its weakness. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's greatest weakness was that it expended reverse flow river water. Even though Fang Yuan tried to save it after rebirth, how could he endure such an intense expenditure? Reverse Flow Protection Seal was an immortal killer move that used Reverse Flow River as the main body. It had shocking defensive strength and could reflect almost all external attacks. This move was created by Fang Yuan. It showed his immense talent. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan lacked a stable combat system that could use this trump card. For example, a supplementary defensive killer move that could reduce external attacks, a killer move that could increase the power of the reflected attacks, or a method to heal Reverse Flow River itself. To make an inappropriate analogy, the Reverse Current Protection Seal was like a delicious fish. Even though it was delicious when eaten raw, if it was combined with salt, it could be turned into dried salted fish that could be stored for a long time. If it was combined with sugar, ginger, onion, garlic, or other supplementary ingredients, it could be used to make all sorts of delicacies that were even more delicious. Compared to the Celestial Court, compared to Duke Long, Fang Yuan's accumulation was still not enough. He fell into a predicament unavoidably. Duke Long attacked again and again, resisting the backlash of Reverse Flow Protection Seal as he forcefully weakened Reverse Flow River's reserves. His healing methods were also very impressive. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge's Destiny Song continued to shroud Fang Yuan. Destiny Song fluctuated between strong and weak, activating Reverse Flow Protection Seal's counterattack. The profundity of the song was even greater than Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Even with the seal, Fang Yuan was still weakened by Destiny Song, just to a lesser extent. To make matters worse, Destiny Song was not only weakening Fang Yuan, but it was also helping Duke Long. Duke Long's battle prowess soared, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. He whistled through the air and he had the upper hand. His attacks were like raging waves, extremely ferocious. Fang Yuan cancelled his primordial sword dragon transformation and returned to his human form. The saber dragon's body was huge. If the Reverse Current Protection Seal covered it, it would suffer more attacks and consume more energy. It was not as stable as a human body. Using the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, Fang Yuan continued to counterattack. But very quickly, these Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were also targeted. They exploded one by one and turned into dream realms. His realm had transformed into a new Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique and fought for the Celestial Court. It was Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Myrtle had not only brought Feng Jioge back through the Central Heavenly Gate, but also Feng Kim Hong. With her around, Fang Yuan's Dream Path methods would be greatly restrained. As expected, all of Fang Yuan's Dream Path methods were being countered. Feng Kim Hong. Fang Yuan frowned inwardly. In the previous life, she used the Immortal Formation's help to unleash an Immortal-level Dream Path killer move and spoiled my plans. Now that she is in the Celestial Court, is she using an Immortal Formation or an Immortal Gu House to target me? Fang Yuan really wanted to find the exact location to attack Feng Kim Hong, but he had no choice now. He could not even get close to Heaven Overseeing Tower, and the distance between them was getting further and further. Because the ones dealing with him were Duke Long and Feng Jioge. The old and new Dao Guardians worked together at this moment. As for Fang Jing and Qin Dingling who were on Demon Judgment Board, they could not interfere anymore. They started to deal with the rampaging year beasts and swordsmen. Celestial Court's main forces also returned to Celestial Court from the battlefield of Hairy Foot Mountain through Central Heavenly Gate, participating in the cleanup. The year beasts and swordsmen were not their match, they lost one after another. Calamity Luck Altar was the main target of Celestial Court's main forces. Some even flew back to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Chi Ci Lang could not move freely, he was in a dangerous situation. Oh no. Celestial Court's main forces have retreated, doesn't that mean Infallible Blessed Land has lost its use? Celestial Court has enough success Dao marks, they will be able to repair fate in an instant. Fang Yuan's expression was grim, bad news came one after another, the situation was getting worse and more dangerous. Fairy Myrtle, quickly use the killer move Impartial Treatment, his reverse flow protection seal is about to shatter. Duke Long transmitted, urging. Yes. At this moment, Fairy Myrtle's injuries had already stabilized, she could fight again. She activated the Immortal Gu House and flew into the sky. Her vision included Duke Long, Fang Yuan, and Feng Jioge. Immortal Killer Move, Impartial Treatment. Impartial Treatment has succeeded, Fang Yuan cannot escape this calamity. Fairy Myrtle transmitted. Well done Ziwei. Duke Long laughed loudly, his attacks became even more berserk. Fang Yuan had no choice but to retreat. It is useless Fang Yuan, no matter how much you persevere you will lose in the end. Fairy Myrtle smiled. But at the next moment she heard a female voice. Is that so? Who is that? Fairy Myrtle was shocked. This voice was both familiar and strange, she was very surprised, she had never sensed the presence of other Gu immortals around her. What are you looking for? I am you. Fairy Myrtle was extremely shocked, she found that she was actually answering her own question. What is going on? I'm not being controlled anymore. My soul, there is a problem with my soul. Suddenly eerie light shined in her eyes, it spread rapidly and covered the whites of her eyes, turning them dark and eerie. Even though Fairy Myrtle resisted and struggled with all her might, she could not do anything. In her final moment of clarity she suddenly realized, she was being controlled by Spectral Soul, every soul search was actually modifying her soul. Spectral Soul's methods were too profound, she could not detect it at all. She had already been corroded and infiltrated by Spectral Soul's strength. All of the decisions that she made before the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention were secretly influenced by Spectral Soul. But initially, Spectral Soul's interference was very little. Towards the middle stage this kind of influence increased. Right now he could even create some sort of illusion in Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle did not use impartial treatment earlier, but she thought she succeeded, she even informed Duke Long. Maybe in the previous life I was also corroded by Spectral Soul like this. Even though I used impartial treatment, I did not truly activate it. This was Fairy Myrtle's final conscious thought. At the next moment she slowly raised her head, her eyes were filled with black light as she looked at the battlefield quietly, her lips curled up into an eerie smile. While maintaining the central heavenly gate and keeping it open, she concealed herself and quietly arrived at the Soul Suppression Hall. She was the clearest about the arrangements here. She quickly made her move, removing all the restraints and freeing Spectral Soul. Ziwei welcomes the Lord. She knelt down on both knees, there was no trace of the pride of a Celestial Court member, her face was filled with reverence towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was extremely weak, he turned into a translucent soul ball as he floated in front of Fairy Myrtle. Let's go, let us go out and watch a good show. Fairy Myrtle held the soul ball with both hands as she walked out of Soul Suppression Hall. At this moment Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, and the rest also appeared in Celestial Court's battlefield. What's going on? Where is Fairy Myrtle? Duke Long was furious. Central Heaven Gate was still activated, it actually transported these enemies here. Duke Long could not contact Fairy Myrtle, his heart sank, he wanted to destroy Central Heaven Gate. But at this time Fang Yuan charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Duke Long was seething with anger, he could only block Fang Yuan and give up on his original plan. Gu Immortals walked out of Central Heaven Gate. Follow Lord Wu Yong. To think that Celestial Court would be like this. Kill, kill, kill. Heaven Overseeing Tower is there, follow me. Chapter 1960. Come, come take a look, this is high-quality silk. Tonghulu, Tonghulu, 3 skewers for 1 skewer. Sir, what do you need? In a shop that sold Gu worms, a waiter welcomed Hong Yi with a warm expression. Hong Yi first looked at this waiter before carefully looking at the layout and decorations of the shop, he frowned inwardly. Everything is so lifelike, what is going on? I heard you sell Scholar Gu here? Hong Yi asked. Oh yes. But Lord, this Scholar Gu is a rank 5 Gu worm. The waiter was hesitant. Hong Yi smiled lightly, no longer concealing it, he released his rank 5 Gu master aura, causing a commotion in the shop. The waiter was shocked, the shop manager was also attracted over, he cupped his fists and welcomed Hong Yi. personally taking out Scholar Gu for him to take a look. It is indeed Scholar Gu. Hong Yi looked at it carefully, his suspicions deepened. Can I test it? Sir, go ahead. The shop manager immediately lent Scholar Gu to Hong Yi. Hong Yi activated his primeval essence, injecting it into Scholar Gu. This Scholar Gu immediately broke free from Hong Yi's fingers, flying out and turning into a pale-faced scholar on the ground. The young scholar bowed to Hong Yi, saying respectfully, "Student pays respects to master." Hong Yi nodded, feeling great interest. This Scholar Gu was very rare. It was a human path Gu worm. Hong Yi had only heard of it in rumors. Hong Yi took out a wisdom path mortal Gu and an information path mortal Gu from his aperture, throwing them to the scholar. Try using them. The scholar received these two Gu worms. He did not need to familiarize himself with them. He immediately used them and was very familiar with them. Especially when it came to some small activation habits, it was as if Hong Yi was the one using them. Sir, what do you think? The shop manager smiled and asked. Hong Yi nodded repeatedly. Very good, I want this Gu. The shop manager was overjoyed. Thank you, 600,000 yuan stone. Hong Yi could not help but raise his brows. This price was not expensive, it was simply too cheap. The price of a rank 5 mortal Gu was between 100,000 and a million yuan stone, but this kind of scholar Gu was a very rare top-tier rank 5 Gu. Its price had to be above a million yuan stone, and there was no market for it. But here it was only sold for 600,000 yuan stone. Hong Yi had many fortuitous encounters. He was wealthy. He immediately paid for this scholar Gu. Walking out of the shop, Hong Yi's heart was in turmoil. This place is like Emperor City, but isn't there a great battle between immortals around Emperor City? Here people lived and worked in peace and contentment. It was peaceful and peaceful. What's going on? Also, on the surface this place looks no different from reality, but if you look closely, you will find a large number of human path Gu worms here. Scholar Gu was only one of them. Furthermore, these human path Gu worms were gathered in such a large amount, but to these people it was very normal. As for fire path, water path and other paths Gu worms, they were instead rare. It is like human path is the mainstream of Gu master cultivation here. It's really strange. I don't know what Brother Yi has found out about this time. Let's quickly meet up with him. After Yi Fan and Hong Yi were chased into the painting by Genesis Lotus Will, they discussed and split up to explore this place. Yi Fan also discovered what Hong Yi discovered. But at this moment, in an alley by the side of the street, Yi Fan saw an unexpected person. Master. Yi Fan was shocked. He had also bought a human path rank 5 Gu worm from the shop. It was called Hero Gu. After leaving the shop, he went to a corner and secretly used it. It was different from when he used it in the shop. Hero Gu actually turned into his master's appearance. Don't be surprised, my disciple, it is fate that brought us together here. Lu Weiyin smiled. Yi Fan immediately understood his meaning. He was overjoyed. Master, you know about the peculiarity of this place? What is this place? Why did we suddenly fall into this place? Lu Weiyin replied leisurely, I have to start from the beginning. 300,000 years ago, during the medieval antiquity era, Central Continent gave birth to an immortal venerable called Genesis Lotus. He created the killer move Karma Divine Tree. When he was traveling in Western Desert, he rejected a child's request to revive his family, thus he saw a certain scene in the future. Emperor City would be destroyed by an earth trench, all living beings would be wiped out. Thus he buried Divine Bean Palace on the spot. After returning to Central Continent, he used the painting path killer move Contented Abode in Emperor City, creating a painting world. Because the two of you are connected by luck to Fang Yuan, your relationship is extremely close. Genesis Lotus Will is wary of you, thus he sent you here. It is equivalent to being sealed. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He could not react to this series of information. He was extremely shocked. This matter is actually related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? And Master, when did I connect luck to Fang Yuan? That was Fang Yuan's doing. He wanted to use your luck to succeed. The upper extreme heavenly eagle is also his immemorial desolate beast. Lu Weiyin replied calmly. Fang Yuan connected luck to me. He wants to use my luck? Yi Fan was even more shocked. Yi Fan became Lu Weiyin's disciple. He had 1 foot in the world of Gu immortals. He knew far more secrets than Hong Yi. He was very clear what kind of person Fang Yuan was. He was an unparalleled demon. Even the celestial court was helpless against him. He actually had a relationship with him. This was simply a fantasy. Lu Weiyin shook his head. Disciple, don't look down on yourself. You are a person favored by the heavenly Tao. You have strong luck from birth. Even though you are insignificant, you will definitely have great accomplishments in the future. There are less than 10 people with luck like yours in the entire 5 regions. It is not strange that Fang Yuan wants to use your luck. However, the Heavenly Tao is very strict. He had once used your luck and obtained benefits from you, now you want to use him to obtain a huge immortal opportunity. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is only a part of it. What is in front of you now is Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. Yi Fan exclaimed again. He suddenly understood and his gaze towards Lu Weiyin changed. Master, you know all of this very well. That means you were the one who planned all of this? Ah, disciple, you think too highly of me. All of this is Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement. I am only his inheritor. Lu Weiyin said. Yi Fan heard of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's great name. He realized that he had also become a disciple of Paradise Earth's faction. But he did not feel joy, he was already numb from shock. Lu Weiyin waved at Yi Fan. Time is limited, let's talk while walking. Yi Fan quickly followed, the two followed the flow of people on the street and moved forward. Lu Weiyin explained in detail. This Genesis Lotus True Inheritance is extremely valuable. It is split into 3 parts. The first part is this Contented Lifestyle Killer move, the second is the Luck of the Son of Human Path, the third is the Rank 8 Immortal Goo House created by Divine Bean Palace in Emperor City, Divine Emperor Palace. Lu Weiyin paused before continuing. Of these 3 parts, we will take the second part first to make you the Son of Human Path. Yi Fan asked, Master, what is the Son of Human Path? What should I do? Lu Weiyin answered, Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions, it uses a sect system, Human Path is the most prosperous and has the greatest accumulation. Emperor City has always been the greatest gathering point of Central Continent's human vein. Why are there so many talents here? It is because of human relations. As long as you absorb the strength of the human relations, it will greatly boost your luck, you will gain the favor of Human Path and become the Son of Human Path. To do this you will need Hong Yi's help. Hong Yi? He is my sworn brother, how is this related to him? Yi Fan was shocked. Lu Weiyin said, Fang Yuan is also connected to his luck, but his luck is different from yours. You are someone favored by the Heavenly Tao, while he is one of the Sons of Human Path in Central Continent, he is favored by Human Path. You can use his relationship to take advantage of the situation. Under Xinshang's manipulation, you will gain the recognition of the human relations. With the identity of the Son of Human Path, we can use Fang Yuan's strength to plot for the first part of the True Inheritance, or even the third part. Divine Bean Palace Painting. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. A voice entered Fang Di Chang's ears intermittently. Fang Di Chang had already stopped using Karma Divine Tree. He was activating Wisdom Path Killer moves while thinking about how to escape when he heard this voice. It is Xinshang's voice. He learned of my identity from my main body? Fang Di Chang hesitated. He had some guesses but he did not answer immediately. Sure enough, Xinshang's voice continued, Fang Di Chang, I have already learned of your true identity from your main body. I did not expect Fang Yuan to have such a method, he could plant a clone in a Western Desert Superforce. I will help you escape now. How are you going to help me? Fang Di Chang was puzzled. Xinshang smiled, you should know that I have been trying to unravel the Venerable's human path methods. I have already grasped the key. That's right. Fang Di Chang nodded. Xinshang continued, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City have fused into one. I have been hiding and have not been discovered by Genesis Lotus Will, so I am still unraveling human path killer moves. Fang Di Chang asked directly, so what? Xinshang explained patiently, this is a great opportunity. I have already gathered the human will of the 4 regions and infused them here. Originally, I could not interfere with Emperor City, I could not interfere with the venerable methods from the inside, I had to infiltrate silently. But now, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City have fused into one, you have refined Divine Bean Palace before, your authority is just lower than Genesis Lotus Will. Right now you have Karma Divine Tree Killer move, you can use it to shake the entire Immortal Goo House and cooperate with me to spread the venerable methods to amplify everyone's power. This means you want me to cooperate with you to unravel the Venerable's human path methods. Fang Di Chang hit the nail on the head. Xinshang smiled, we are helping each other. Chapter 1961. Celestial Court's Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Finger Wind Dragon. Wu Yong activated his killer move, but was attacked by the 3 main forces of Celestial Court. Wu Yong died. Prince's Impatience activated Endless Flames, pushing forward layer by layer while he hid at the back. also surrounded by a sea of flames, he defended while attacking. He was very steady. Zhou Xiong XN attacked from the back. 3 men forming Tiger Killer move was activated, tiger groups roared and pounced. Meanwhile Yi Qiaozi used his killer move from afar. Green vines grew out of thin air and spread towards Wu Yong, trying to bind him. Wu Yong sighed to himself. He retreated back into clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Using the immortal goo house, he resisted the attacks of the 3 immortals. But this also made his plan to approach heaven overseeing tower go up in smoke. The human path killer move's amplification on celestial court is too huge. Wait, this is? Just as Wu Yong was having a headache, specks of white light gathered on clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and even entered his body. Human path killer move, hope of the people. Human path killer move, heroes among people. Awe. Inside the immortal goo house, the southern border goo immortals around Wu Yong screamed. The strength, the strength. Old Treeman Bada, who was fighting outside, looked at his hands and gasped in shock. Transformation path great expert Hao Fang was also bewildered. Why is Celestial Court's human path killer move helping us? This doubt was as heavy as a mountain. It pressed down on the Celestial Court's goo immortals. Xinshang, you did not disappoint us, you did well. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had also received the amplification. His condition was rising rapidly. Duke Long's expression was ashen. He was a dragon man, a variant human. He did not receive the amplification of heroes among people. But Fang Yuan was different. When he returned to his human form, even if he was formed from sovereign immortal fetus goo, he had a pure human identity. Boom. Duke Long was sent flying by Fang Yuan. What exactly is going on? Qin Dingling transmitted her voice and questioned old man Jing Yuan. Elder Jing Yuan did not die. He had moved out of the central basilica a long time ago and had been in charge of activating the method of humanity left behind by the venerable of the middle continent. At this moment, the old man hurriedly reported to Duke Long, Qin Dingling and the others. There's a problem with Imperial Emperor City. Someone was playing tricks. He had infused the will of the other 4 regions into this place. Popular support and heroes among people were based on the will of the people. Originally, it was only the will of the central continent, but now, it is the will of the 5 regions. Thus, everyone has received a blessing. As Duke Long parried Fang Yuan's fierce attacks, he asked, how do we solve this problem? Elder Jing Yuan replied in a deep voice, I'm doing my best, but I'm not confident that I'll succeed. Duke Long's heart sank further. Who could have done this to the Venerable One's human path? He had not expected the human path killer moves of the Venerables to undergo such a transformation. Even though the other party did not directly break these 2 killer moves, they expanded the range of the killer moves to everyone. This was no different from breaking them. Is it Xinshang? The soul ball in Fairy Myrtle's hands shook lightly. It seemed to be laughing. The information that Fairy Myrtle had given to Duke Long back then was regarding Xinshang's location. She had made this decision because of Spectral Soul's influence. Duke Long trusted Fairy Myrtle deeply. He did not suspect anything. Furthermore, Fangjing was held captive by Shen Songxing back then. He needed to be redeemed. Thus the following events happened. Eventually, Xinshang left Dragon Whale Paradise and infiltrated Emperor City, achieving this result. Or perhaps I should say, as expected of a paradise. The soul ball shook again. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were pitch black as she held the soul ball with both hands, using wisdom path methods to simulate the effect of soul path to heal the soul ball. Under her healing, the soul ball's form continued to solidify. On the other side, Central Heaven Gate was still open. Goo immortals were continuously being brought into Celestial Court. Haha, bring these people in, let them kill, let them die. The more they kill, the better, the more deaths the better, haha. The soul ball laughed wildly. The first batch was the deities of Southern Frontier from Hairy Foot Mountain Battlefield, as well as Wu Shuai, Zhan Budu, and the rest. Right now, the second batch of Goo immortals were reinforcements from Northern Plains. They had allied with Southern Border in the previous life. The leader was an old man with a walking stick. It was Yao Huang. There was also Heavenly Lord Baizu, who was walking with his head held high. Behind the 2 rank 8 Goo immortals were Domination Immortal Chu Du, who was famous in the 5 regions, Profound Extremes descendant Ming Lu, who had harmed old ancestor Shui Hu, as well as other Goo immortal experts. Rank 7 Goo immortals, enter the immortal Goo houses. Yao Huang looked around the battlefield as he spoke. Even Chu Du had to listen to him. The intense battle in front of him shocked him. The intensity of the battle was not something rank 7s could interfere in. Even though Northern Plains had few immortal Goo houses, they brought 3 this time. Follow me, let us reinforce Calamity Luck Altar. Heavenly Lord Baizu took the lead and charged out. Yao Huang and the 3 immortal Gu houses followed closely behind. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan cheered loudly. Earlier, when he attacked the Refinement Path formation, he was obstructed by Golden Pearl Immortal Monarch's Golden Pearl. Now he was besieged by Celestial Court's main force. Bing Sichuan attacked the Refinement Path formation while also repairing Calamity Luck Altar. He needed help. This batch of reinforcements came at the perfect time. Kill? Heavenly Lord Baizu shouted. His body flickered as he split into countless clones that fought against the soldiers formed from the Golden Pearl. Yao Huang was not to be outdone. He waved his walking stick as a pungent medicinal fragrance spread throughout the battlefield. Next, the 3 immortal Gu houses arrived and guarded Calamity Luck Altar. Celestial Court's main force sensed this and immediately split up. Don't even think about leaving. Wu Yong used killer moves one after another: Free Will Wind Whip, Soft Vajra Wind Chief, Dark Wind Rope, and others were used interchangeably to tie down the enemy. Bada Yi Hao Fang and the rest followed suit. Damn it. Many of Celestial Court's main force members were tied down by them. They cursed in their hearts. If it were before, the southern border immortals would not have caused such trouble, but now with heroes among people, Wu Yong and the rest's battle strength rose sharply. Even though they were still inferior to Celestial Court's members, the latter were elites among rank 8s, they were enough to pose a threat. Let's go. Dragon Palace charged forward. Wu Shuai and Zhan Budu were controlling it. Feng Jioge had no choice but to dodge. Destiny Song slowed down. Fang Yuan felt the pressure on him decrease. With the support of heroes among people, he sent Duke Long flying again. Dragon marks coiled around Duke Long. Dragon fangs flew around, attacking instead of defending. Suddenly, a gigantic figure appeared out of nowhere. This is... Looking at the huge figure in front of him, Duke Long's pupils shrunk. Evil Dragon, Di Zongxing had appeared again. Duke Long? Di Zongxing spoke in human language. His roar stirred up a huge storm. He swung his dragon claws with a loud sound. Duke Long was sent flying like a ball. Di Zongxing's dragon claws were bleeding. They were cut by the dragon fangs. Meanwhile, Duke Long crashed into the ground, creating a huge pit that was over 30 meters deep. Di Zongxing's huge body crashed down. Rumble. The entire heavenly court shook violently, and a huge cloud of dust engulfed the entire battlefield. Di Zongxing flew up slowly. The land of the Celestial Court under his belly had formed a shallow trench, connecting the east and the west. All the buildings and mountains along the way were destroyed, turning into ruins. He's up there. Zhan Budu suddenly pointed. Duke Long hovered in the sky, looking down at Di Zongxing, the dragon gate behind him slowly disappearing. At the crucial moment, he used the dragon gate to get out of his predicament, dodging Di Zongxing's fierce attack. This evil dragon. Duke Long clenched his teeth. The fangjing in his chest quickly puffed up, returning to its original appearance. Clearly, Di Zongxing's claw attack was not easy to deal with. On the other side, Myriad Year Flying Warship flew back and caught Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan looked at Duke Long in the sky and sneered, ignoring him as he charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long's eyelids twitched when he saw this. Heaven Overseeing Tower was already barely resisting Calamity Luck Altar. It was on the verge of collapse. If Fang Yuan and Myriad Year Flying Warship joined in, they would definitely not be able to hold on. Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. Everyone gather, protect Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long roared. He moved out first, using Dragon Gate to block Myriad Year Flying Warship. Get lost. Dragon Palace rushed over to reinforce. Wu Shuai, who was in charge, decided to release Jun Xinguang and Whirling Boy. This way he could use Dreamy Light Smoke again. Dreamy light smoke swept towards Duke Long. Duke Long's heart was pounding. He had to dodge and open up a path for Fang Yuan to enter. Oh no, this is a dream path killer move. My methods are useless. At an extremely far corner, Feng Kim Hong was hiding inside an inconspicuous immortal Gu house. He was jumping around anxiously. Right at this time, Destiny Song resounded in the battlefield again. Thus, Celestial Court side's condition rose sharply. Duke Long also benefited immensely. Fang Yuan's group's offense immediately weakened. They were no longer as powerful as before. It is hard to imagine that we have entered Celestial Court. The Eastern Sea 8 immortals entered the battlefield from Central Heaven Gate. Celestial Court, Fangjing is under siege. The 8 immortals' eyes brightened, especially when they saw Fang Yuan and Di Zongxing working together with Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace. They forced Duke Long and Feng Jioge to retreat. Good, let's charge and deal a fatal blow to them. The 8 immortals' morale soared as they joined the chaotic battle. Why are they here? Fang Yuan was also slightly surprised. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong and the 4 dragon generals should join the battle, but Qin Yuan and the rest were very conservative. Why would they take the risk and join the battle? This is the side effect of heroes among people. While they are buffed, they are also strengthened by the 4 regions' human will, their decisions are affected and they hate Celestial Court even more. Xin Shang transmitted, "It is a pity that Western Desert side is still in a deadlock with Central Continent's immortal goo houses, they cannot join the battle." Xin Shang, you did well. Fang Yuan praised generously. Xin Shang laughed loudly, of course. But speaking of which, it is truly unexpected that you can control Central Heaven Gate. This move is truly spectacular. I can also feel the guiding force of the Central Heavenly Gate. Later we will be able to meet up and turn the Heavenly Court upside down, ha ha ha. Fang Yuan only smiled, then why aren't you coming? Central Heaven Gate's change was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations, but at this time, how could he expose his own weakness? Even if someone was plotting in the dark, Fang Yuan could only go with the flow and prioritize defeating Celestial Court and destroying Fate Gu. Oh no, why at this time? Just as Xin Shang was about to accept the connection, black flames seeped out of his body again. His internal injury erupted again. I used my full strength earlier to break the venerable killer move, so my injuries were not suppressed. This was Xin Shang's final conscious thought before he fell into madness and chaos again. Once Xin Shang went crazy, old man Jing Yuan, who was hiding in Celestial Court, sensed it. The old man was excited, the enemy's power suddenly disappeared. Regardless of the reason, I can use this time to take over and reverse the situation. Who is it? Old man Jing Yuan suddenly shouted. In front of him, Fairy Myrtle appeared with empty hands and a smile. Ziwei. No, you are not in the right state. The old man's eyes shined with cold light as he quickly retreated. But at the next moment, a condensed pitch-black soul ball appeared behind him and entered the old man's body. Oh. Old man Jing Yuan fell to the ground as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His eyes rolled over and he foamed at the mouth, trembling intensely. After trembling for a while, old man Jing Yuan suddenly stopped moving, his eyes turned completely black like fairy myrtles. He stood up silently and wiped the foam off the corner of his mouth, his hands drooped down as he said respectfully to the floating soul ball, "Old slave greets master." Spectral soul softly acknowledged he did not have any immortal goo now, but that did not mean he did not have any methods. The soul beast modification killer move that he had once created had already turned into a type of innate ability in his soul. This kind of innate ability could transform any soul, causing the target to offer their complete loyalty and vow unwavering loyalty. Next is to subdue Feng Kim Hong. I know her location and can cut off the teleportation ability of that immortal goo house. Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to speak. No rush. Spectral Soul said, Feng Kim Hong is not only favored by the heavenly Tao, she is also favored by human path, her luck is only inferior to Red Lotus Demon Venerable in history. Even though she is alone now, if we have any intentions towards her, we will be obstructed. Forget about the others, just Feng Joga alone is a huge problem. This person is not inferior to Duke Long right now. Let's observe the changes in the battlefield first, let these people fight with all their strength. When their luck runs out, we will see if there is a chance to make a move against Feng Kim Hong. Spectral Soul and his servant left the immortal goo house and looked at the battlefield. At this moment, Celestial Court side had no choice but to hide around Heaven Overseeing Tower, defending with all their might. The situation was extremely dangerous. The other immortals attacked fiercely, they were amplified by heroes among people while being weakened by Destiny Song. Especially with Fang Yuan and Di Zongxing at the lead, every small action made Celestial Court's side extremely nervous. Duke Long and Feng Jioge were like pillars of support, one resisted Fang Yuan while the other suppressed Di Zongxing, but they were both at a disadvantage. After all, they still had to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. Demon Judgment Board could not resist the alliance of Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace. The Golden Pearl soldiers were all expended, Celestial Court's main force continued to retreat, their defensive line was forced to shrink. Celestial Court's defeat is imminent. Fairy Myrtle commented, her eyes shining with eerie light. Only Yuan Qiongdu was standing at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Song Yin and Che Wei were lying on the ground, they were unconscious and had no one to heal them. Celestial Court could not spare any manpower. Qi Ci Lang was resisting the jade green light when Celestial Court's main force arrived and easily dealt with him. Qi Ci Lang was still restrained and could not resist, he was beheaded and died in a sullen manner. The refinement path formation was destroyed. Yuan Qiongdu could only continue to repair fake goo by himself. Soon. Yuan Qiongdu muttered, flames burning in his palm. Boom. With a loud explosion, heaven overseeing tower suffered a heavy blow. It shook intensely. Yuan Qiongdu was disrupted, he coughed out blood and fell to the ground, fainting. Chapter 1962. Immortal Killer Move, 5-Ring Killing Rotation. 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted angrily. He raised his palms and pushing out a 5-colored ring. The ring flew into the sky, a strong suction force burst out from the center. All sorts of killer moves and desolate beasts that were attracted to it were directly killed. Celestial Court's defense line fell into chaos. Let's charge in. Southern Borders Goo Immortals grabbed this chance, activating Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Great Space Temple to charge into the defense line. Celestial Court's member Yu Zhu gritted his teeth, pointing at Great Space Temple as he shouted, "Go!" Most of the jade beads floating around him flew out and self-detonated when they hit Great Space Temple. Bam bam bam, the jade beads self-detonated, creating a thunderous sound. Jade powder scattered and stuck to Great Space Temple, causing this Rank 8 Immortal Goo House to move several times slower. Obtaining this chance, Celestial Court's members quickly returned. They expended a lot of effort and finally forced Great Space Temple out. However, even though Great Space Temple was forced out, Wu Yong attacked again. Immortal Killer Move, Finger Wind Dragon. Immortal Killer Move, Random Shooting Blades. Wu Yong flicked his fingers and several dark jade insects flew out of his fingers. The worms flew in the air, their bodies expanding rapidly, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, they turned into 220 feet long wind dragons, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced at Celestial Court's defense line. Next, a green light flashed in Wu Yong's eyes. The wind dragons roared at the sky and exploded, turning into countless jade wind blades that shot out in all directions. The wind blades were sharp, cutting everything in their path. Celestial Court's main force could only grit their teeth and endure the killer moves. While they were busy, Wu Yong took the opportunity to turn his body. Like a breeze, he was about to infiltrate the defensive line. Don't even think about it. With a shout, flower petals flew as Wan Zihong blocked Wu Yong. She had been paying close attention to the powerful Wu Yong. She did not dare to be careless. As soon as Wu Yong made a move, she would immediately defend him. Wu Yong sighed and could only give up. The Southern Border Goo Immortals and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building shouted at the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal Hua Kai Yun, "Quickly charge in." It turned out that Wan Zihong had been fighting with Hua Kai Yun and Qin Yuan earlier. Now that Wan Zihong had gone to reinforce the defense, there was a gap, allowing Hua Kai Yun and Qin Yuan to enter the defensive line. However, Hua Kai Yun and Qin Yuan quickly exchanged glances. When they realized that the other had no intention of breaking through, they both chose to fight on the spot and showed no signs of attacking. Although the will of the people affected the decisions of the Eastern Sea Immortals, there was a limit to how much it could affect them. At this moment, Hua Kai Yun and Qin Yuan were already regretting their decision. Why did they rush to the Celestial Court to fight? Wasn't it good and satisfying to plunder immortal materials in the Central Continent? Why did they have to come here and fight to the death? They were not fools. Whoever broke through the defensive line first would definitely face the fierce counterattack of the Celestial Court. If they were careless, they would die. Because she saw through this, Wan Zihong boldly reinforced the defense and blocked Wu Yong. Eastern Sea Goo Immortals have such temperament. Wan Zihong's eyes shined with bright light. She had a deep understanding of Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, she could rest assured and reinforce the defense. But at the next moment, Shi Miao suddenly charged diagonally into the Celestial Court's defensive line. He was also an Eastern Sea Goo Immortal. The Celestial Court's main force was struggling to maintain the defensive line. They had no choice but to expose the weakness of the defensive line to the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals. But the Celestial Court's main force could not imagine that Shi Miao was already controlled by Dragon Palace. He had become a dragon general and did not fear death in battle. The Celestial Court's main force was stunned. Shi Miao successfully broke through the defensive line and approached Heaven Overseeing Tower. Just as he was about to charge in, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Shi Miao. "Don't even think about it." Duke Long's voice resounded in Shi Miao's ears. Shi Miao had already raised his defense, his skin was like rock, it was indestructible. But at the next moment he was stabbed by Duke Long's right hand, his neck was tightly grabbed by Duke Long. Shi Miao immediately felt suffocated. A strong force came from Duke Long's right hand, causing the rock skin on his neck to crack. What kind of strength is this? Shi Miao was shocked. He struggled with all his might but to no avail. Just as he was about to be crushed by Duke Long, a sword light suddenly attacked. Duke Long dodged with all his might, but the sword light had predicted this. It still hit his abdomen, passing through his body like a ray of light. Duke Long was almost cut into two by the sword light. The wound on his abdomen was huge, blood was spurting out like a waterfall. It could not be stopped for a while. The sword light did not lose momentum. It hit Heaven Overseeing Tower again. Fortunately, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already activated its defensive measures. It was not caught off guard like before when it was cut by Bo Qing's sword light. The tower flashed with white light. It finally managed to block the sword light with difficulty. Fang Yuan. Duke Long's gaze was like lightning. He looked in the direction of the attack. It was the immemorial sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into again. The sword dragon's claws were clenched into a fist. The move just now was five-finger fist heart sword. This killing move was terrifying. Duke Long would not sit and watch as Fang Yuan attacked as he pleased. He was about to throw Shi Miao away and use Dragon Gate to get close to Fang Yuan. But at this moment, Shi Miao suddenly revealed a strange smile. His entire body suddenly melted, quickly covering Duke Long's body. This change caught Duke Long off guard. Fang Yuan had already activated five-finger fist heart sword again. Second sword strike, third sword strike, fourth sword strike. Every sword light hit Duke Long, passing through his body. The remaining momentum did not diminish, causing Heaven Overseeing Tower to shake violently. Lord Duke Long. This sudden change caused the immortals of the Celestial Court to turn pale with fright. Duke Long had never expected that Shi Miao would be willing to sacrifice his life to restrain him. When Fang Yuan's five-finger fist heart sword hit him, Shi Miao also suffered. Right now, Duke Long had 3 large sword wounds on his body. It was terrifying, but he still had one breath left. Shi Miao could not be more dead. He returned to his tattered body. He fell to the ground with a smile on his face. Duke Long, your path ends here, Fang Yuan said softly. Then he loosened his fingers, five-finger fist heart sword's fifth sword strike. The sword light seemed to pierce through the universe. It was so fast that no one could stop it. The immortals of the Celestial Court could only watch in shock as the sword light shot towards Duke Long. At the moment of death, Duke Long's eyes were dazed. He suddenly fell into a whirlpool of memories. Childhood, Duke Long sprawled by the bed crying, "Father, mother, don't die, don't leave Long, child." Duke Long's father stroked his head, smiling. Even in the face of death, he still had a carefree smile. "Don't cry, don't be sad. We were fatally wounded in order to resist Di Zongxing's rebellion. This is our responsibility as members of the Celestial Court. It is also something we are willing to do. Death is the end of every life. The key is to die a worthy death. When you grow up, you will understand this logic, my child. My son." Duke Long's mother also said, "You will understand what our sacrifice means. Although it means separation, it is more about glory and the responsibility to protect humanity. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Protecting the race is the great undertaking of us, as well as countless predecessors and sages, who have advanced wave after wave. When you grow up, you will continue to walk on our path. We will look forward to your growth in another world. You need to work hard and persevere." Young man, Duke Long breathed roughly. He was knocked down by a puppet and fell to the ground. The Gu master at the side laughed and clapped, praising, "Little Long, you have done well enough. Get up, rest for a while." "No, I can still fight." Young man Duke Long used all his strength to stand up shakily. "I need to work harder, I need to cultivate hard and continue to advance. What can these puppets do? One day I will become someone like father and mother, a Gu immortal of the Celestial Court. I will follow their path." "Haha, such ambition. I am really looking forward to your future." The Gu master praised sincerely. "Young man, this is the attainment level of a Gu immortal?" Duke Long passed the tribulation and became a rank 6 Gu immortal. "Amazing kid, you have already become an immortal at this age. To think that I was still jealous at your age, ha." The Celestial Court Gu immortal laughed. "Thank you for protecting me." Young man Duke Long bowed to the Gu immortal with a sincere attitude. The Celestial Court Gu immortal waved his hand. "You probably understand now, your identity is very special. You are the Tao guardian of a future immortal venerable. Your cultivation journey has always been smooth. Even if there are setbacks, it means that you have greater gains. The Celestial Court needs you, the future immortal venerable needs you, humanity needs you. Kid, becoming an immortal is not your end point, it is your starting point. You cannot be careless and stop moving forward. We all need you." The Gu immortal winked at him. Yes, I will persevere until the moment I die of old age. For the celestial court, for humanity, for the future, I will dedicate every bit of my strength, every drop of blood and sweat. Duke Long swore. At the prime of his life, rank 8 cultivation, it is hard to imagine that you have such accomplishments at such an age. Duke Tong sighed. Or rather, as expected of a Tao guardian? Aha, with you the celestial court has become even more prosperous. Duke Mei laughed heartily. Seniors, you are too kind. The robust Duke Long said modestly. Duke Mei and Duke Tong looked at each other. The former said, Then have you considered our proposal? Become one of us, lead the celestial court, and guide the unborn immortal venerable to become a talent. Duke Long nodded without hesitation. Yes, I have already prepared it. Haha, then from today onwards you are Duke Long, one of the 3 dukes of the celestial court and also the most important one. The heavy burden of the celestial court will mainly depend on you. Duke Long nodded slowly with a solemn expression. This is the path that I have been pursuing. It is the expectation of my parents, the outcome that countless seniors on my path of growth have, and the needs of the celestial court and the human race. As for this responsibility, I, Duke Long, will not shirk it. Later years, turn back, Hong Ting, turn back. Duke Long looked at Red Lotus and called out. Master, I have failed to live up to your teachings and expectations. I'm sorry, but I must resurrect them. Red Lotus did not turn back, and her figure disappeared into the night. Duke Long closed his eyes in pain, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. The disciple that he had carefully taught for so many years would actually walk on such a path. I have taught an immortal venerable to become a demon venerable. I am guilty. Duke Long knelt in front of Duke Tong and Duke Mei. Get up, quickly get up. Both Duke Tong and Duke Mei pulled Duke Long's arms and comforted him. Have confidence, Duke Long, we still have hope. It is not your fault, Duke Long. We have seen your efforts and contributions for so many years. It is Hong Ting who has disappointed us, not you. No. Duke Long broke free from their support, and his expression was extremely solemn. He is the disciple that I have taught. Now that he has walked on the wrong path, it is my fault. It is also my fault. I will definitely pay it back, and I will use all my strength to make up for this mistake. For the celestial court, for the human race, even if I have to give up everything, I will pull Red Lotus back onto the right path. Later years, Duke Long lowered his head and sat cross-legged in the hall, his hair disheveled. 2 streaks of tears rolled down his cheeks silently. In front of him, on the cold floor tiles of the hall, there were familiar corpses. These were the corpses of Dragonians. The grief in his heart was overwhelming, and it howled like the sea, almost drowning Duke Long. He was originally enjoying the happiness of his family, but he did not expect to receive such a blow in his later years. What was even more tragic was that the culprit that caused the death of his descendants was himself. He was the cause of this tragedy. It is my fault, I should not have. Duke Long choked with sobs and slowly raised his head. His gaze seemed to carry a great weight as he slowly scanned every corpse in the hall. What followed were sounds of laughter and heartwarming memories of Sun Yi Lu. All of you, my children, are not at fault. I am the one who is at fault. Duke Long's back was hunched, and he used his fists to beat his chest weakly, the thumping sounds echoing in the empty hall. It is my negligence in taking care of you. I did not guide you well and led you on the wrong path. I am wrong, I am not a good teacher, and I am not a good ancestor. But for the great cause of the human race, for the celestial court, I can only sacrifice you. Believe me, this is not the ending I want. But I have no choice. Although I am a dragon man, my heart has always been the heart of the human race. I cannot allow you to disturb the great cause of the human race. That is the fruit of many generations of sacrifices. Most importantly, your roots are also in the human race. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I cannot beg for your forgiveness, and I do not dare to beg for it. Then let me bear all the sins, let me pay for them all. My children, I cannot bear to be separated from you. You will become one with me, and we will never be separated. As your ancestor, I have let you down. I did not give you a good life and a stable environment. But this is all I can do. I, Duke Long, am just an old man with one foot in the grave. Now, the 5th sword flew towards Duke Long, so fast that it was already in front of Duke Long. With a soft sound, time seemed to slow down countless times. Duke Long's head flew gently from his neck. Blood slowly spurted out from his neck. Chapter 1963. Lord Duke Long. The panicked cries of the immortals of the celestial court rang in his ears, but to Duke Long, the cries were getting weaker and weaker. At first it sounded like a tsunami, but in the next instant, it became an echo in the horizon. Was this the taste of death? Was I, Duke Long, finally going to die? Die here? Thoughts flickered in Duke Long's mind. Die here? He asked himself again. Tired, he was really too tired. All the way until now, he had shouldered a mountain of burden and expectations, as well as a sea of sins and responsibilities. Sometimes he really wanted to die. When he first stepped into the immortal graveyard and fell asleep for the first time, his imagination ran wild. If he died like this, it would not be a bad thing. But could he? Could he? He asked himself. No. He, Duke Long, had been carrying a heavy burden all his life. He shouldered the expectations of his parents, his master, his companions, the burden of the celestial court and the human race, the betrayal of his disciple, the responsibility of bringing disaster to the world, the sin of slaughtering his own bloodline. He would be injured, he would grow old. His figure would become stooped, his eyes would gradually dim. He would fall into the graveyard, but when the time came, he would have to climb back up and continue to shoulder his heavy responsibility and mission. That's right, I can't die. I still have powerful enemies to take care of, sins to repay, mistakes to correct. The immortal graveyard is already destroyed. If I fall, Feng Jioge will not be able to do anything alone, and the celestial court will be destroyed by Fang Yuan and the others. How can I fall? I can't fall. My companions need me, the celestial court needs me, the human race needs me. They need me, Duke Long. So, even if I am tired, even if I am exhausted, even if I sleep in the graveyard, even if I die, my head will be cut off. I, Duke Long, cannot fall. I want to stand up, I want, again. In an instant, it was as if the entire universe was responding to his indomitable will. A miracle had happened. Duke Long's dim eyes suddenly shone with a bright light that soared to the sky. The blood that gushed out from his neck quickly flowed back, and the countless auras in the surroundings quickly condensed, wrapping around his head and bringing it back to his neck. An extremely profound aura that carried a true inheritance descended upon his body, causing his injuries to rapidly heal. Within a breath's time he was completely healed. This is Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. And this chi path true inheritance, so triple chi retraction has such an effect. Duke Long instantly understood, joy appeared on his face. Lord Duke Long, he's resurrected. A miracle happened right in front of their eyes. The celestial court was filled with cheers, and their morale rebounded. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. This is Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. As expected, he still has a backup plan. This is the foundation of the celestial court? Wu Yong muttered to himself, his expression was grim as he felt waves of helplessness. Duke Long raised his head, floating in the air. He stretched his arms and legs, forming a large character. I, Duke Long, will not fall at this moment. Fang Yuan, I will let you see what is the true, triple chi retraction. Triple chi retraction? This move was too famous. Once Duke Long said this, the three regions immortals were shocked and uncertain. Their attacks slowed down. Fang Yuan also had a solemn expression. He had personally witnessed the terrifying power of triple chi retraction. Back then, Duke Long had used this move to obtain victory and defeat Zishan Makoto. Triple chi retraction has a total of 3 styles. The first is human chi retraction, the second is earth chi retraction, and the third is heaven chi retraction. Human chi retraction can cause a Gu immortal's human chi to fall, causing their condition to worsen. Earth chi retraction extracts earth chi and causes severe damage to the immortal aperture. It is extremely dangerous. Heaven chi retraction extracts heaven chi and accumulates the damage of the first 2 styles, causing the immortal aperture to directly collapse. After being hit by the first style, the second and third styles cannot be blocked. Thus, the crucial point is the first style. Instantly, all sorts of information flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. He moved his dragon body and retreated cautiously. Even though he had transformed into an immemorial sword dragon and seemed to have gotten rid of his human identity, he was not sure if human chi retraction could extract his human chi. Since this move was created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, even if he did not have transformation path back then with such a loophole, Duke Long would have definitely modified it. Whoosh. At the next moment, chi surged from all directions. Wind surged like a tsunami, gathering on Duke Long's body. A vast amount of human chi, earth chi and heaven chi gathered in Duke Long's body, turning into countless chi path Dao marks. At the same time, his condition in all aspects doubled. Instantly, Fang Yuan squinted. What's going on? Triple chi retraction's 3 styles were activated at the same time, A vast amount of qi was used on Duke Long's body. Was this caused by Primordial Origins method earlier? Triple Qi Retraction's performance was already out of the norm. Powerful, powerful, unprecedentedly powerful. The feeling of power filled Duke Long's body and mind. He stepped lightly. Boom. The air below his feet exploded as his body shot out like a purple meteor, instantly arriving in front of Fang Yuan. Fast, he was simply too fast. But Fang Yuan was not afraid, because reverse flow protection seal was still on him. Boom. Duke Long's fist landed on his face. Fang Yuan was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the ground at lightning speed, creating a huge pit and sinking deep into the bottom. Reverse flow protection seal instantly became thin and illusory after suffering this blow. Fang Yuan shook his huge dragon head. Just as he got rid of the dizziness, Duke Long appeared in front of him again. The two were less than 100 steps apart. Duke Long charged over. His whole body was emitting a blazing grand aura, making him look extremely majestic and mighty. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as he snorted in his heart. Whoosh. It turned out that myriad-year flying warship was already lying in ambush, and when it saw Duke Long chasing over, it immediately pierced through the atmosphere like a huge guillotine, bringing along a dense shadow of death as it ruthlessly slashed at Duke Long. Hit. Myriad-year flying warship was like a huge machete, slashing Duke Long to the ground. Boom. Smoke and dust rose into the air, but was immediately dispersed by Duke Long's surging aura once again. Duke Long was hit by myriad-year flying warship. He was half squatting on the ground, one arm supporting the ground while the other arm exerted a powerful force to block the attack in front of his forehead. His dragon claw grabbed the bottom of myriad-year flying warship's front end. He was actually resisting the weight of the entire myriad-year flying warship with just one hand. Creak creak, a series of screeching sounds could be heard. Duke Long's arm muscles bulged as he forcefully pushed myriad-year flying warship inch by inch. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. After all, myriad-year flying warship was not simple. It was fused with the 12 Zodiac battle formation. It could be ranked among the top 5 super immortal goo houses in the world. Duke Long actually resisted its full-strength attack with just one arm. Duke Long used triple qi retraction once. The increase in strength was far beyond Fang Yuan's estimation. Duke Long breathed out and exerted strength as he stood up straight. At the same time, he placed his other arm on top of myriad-year flying warship and threw it far away with a shake of both arms. Fang Yuan watched the entire process coldly, his dragon pupils reflecting Duke Long's clear face. Fang Yuan swung his tail and quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield with Heaven Overseeing Tower as the center. Duke Long's speed was already above Fang Yuan's, but he could only watch as Fang Yuan left. Because right now Dragon Palace and the other 2 immortal goo houses were attacking Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge was distracted. Destiny Song had no choice but to weaken, while Di Zongxing broke free from the restraints and moved again, threatening Heaven Overseeing Tower. Evil Dragon. Stop. Almost instantly, Duke Long appeared above Di Zongxing. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Breath Mountain. A huge translucent Qi mountain formed in the blink of an eye and pressed down fiercely. With a loud explosion, heaven and earth shook. Di Zongxing's entire head was pressed into the ground by the Qi Breath Mountain. Triple Qi retraction caused Duke Long's Qi Path methods to become much more powerful. It was simply at a shocking level. However, after using this move, Duke Long's aura fell by about 30%. Chance. Seeing this, 5 Elements Grandmaster Wu Yong and Zhang Yin attacked almost at the same time. 3 killer moves attacked Duke Long from afar. Duke Long did not dodge, nor did he create a self-moving dragon Qi wall. He allowed the killer moves to land on him. At once, fireworks and thunder rumbled. As the dazzling light faded, Duke Long stood in the sky. His body was like a mountain. He did not move at all. 3 small tricks. Are you trying to tickle me? Duke Long mocked loudly. Wu Yong, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Zhang Yin's faces turned red. They were furious and shocked. Triple Qi retraction. Duke Long shouted again. At once, Qi rumbled and roared. It surged out from every corner of the celestial court. Within a few breaths of time, it gathered into Duke Long's body. Rumble. Duke Long's aura surged again. Not only did it sweep away his previous weakness, it even rose to a new height, from 10 feet to 6 feet. The aura enveloped his whole body. It was like a translucent flame burning fiercely. Duke Long's long purple hair fluttered wildly. His dragon scales were shining brightly. Because of the dragon's last stand, Duke Long's current body was much taller than a normal person. His physique was many times more robust. It gave people a strong sense of pressure. Di Zongxing roared in unwillingness. he pulled out the mountain-like dragon head from the deep pit. Duke Long suddenly appeared beside Di Zongxing's dragon head. He punched out and sent Di Zongxing's head flying. The huge force even caused Di Zongxing's huge body to twist and roll, crushing countless buildings in the celestial court. But Duke Long could not care so much. His priority was to protect Heaven Overseeing Tower. In his previous life, Di Zongxing's battle strength could fight against Duke Long, but in this life he was completely crushed. If Feng Jioge defeated Di Zongxing with the help of Destiny Song, then Duke Long completely crushed Di Zongxing with his overall strength. I understand now. Even though I destroyed the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, the Celestial Court is still here. Every Gu immortal who joins the Celestial Court will contribute their immortal aperture. Countless grotto heaven worlds will fuse together to form the current Celestial Court. Every immortal aperture has 3 chi in balance. They contain heaven chi, earth chi and human chi. Right now, Duke Long is not using triple chi retraction against us. He is releasing it against the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. He had already deduced the general situation. The 3 chi of the Celestial Court was naturally developed for Duke Long. It could even be said to be an unlimited supply. With such help, Duke Long's battle strength soared. He suppressed Di Zongxing with just his fists and legs. But outside of the Celestial Court, triple chi retraction would lose its power. There was no abundant heaven, earth and human chi outside for Duke Long to use for free. That was to say, there was a limit to Duke Long's strength. He had to be inside the Celestial Court. However, even though Fang Yuan saw through this weakness, he could not use it. Chapter 1964. No matter how strong Duke Long is, he is just a single person. Charge. Let's attack together. Celestial Court's defense line is so wide, let's see how he can resist it. Wu Yong shouted, his sharp gaze containing a trace of impatience. Duke Long's shocking performance had already caused a subtle change in people's hearts. He could not be allowed to continue being so unbridled. Wu Yong controlled clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and took the lead. This immediately caused the immortal Gu houses around him to attack again. Duke Long snorted coldly and suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already blocking Wu Yong's path. His expression was like iron. He was about to attack clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building when Dragon Palace also attacked him. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Duke Long's pupils widened. He had to dodge. One move to dominate the world. Facing a dream path killer move, no matter how strong Duke Long was, he did not dare to test it. His dodging made Wu Shuai, Wu Yong and the rest let out sighs of relief. The mighty image that Duke Long had just built up, even the psychological hint of invincibility was shattered by this move. The 3 regions' immortals' scattered hearts vaguely became focused again. Fortunately, he dodged. Wu Shuai's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. Dreamy light smoke might be a dream path killer move, but its power was limited. Facing the powerful Duke Long, it was like using a small fishing net to catch a large shark. Duke Long could not resist a dream path killer move. The large shark would definitely be caught, but what about after that? The shark would struggle and break the small fishing net. In reality, even if Wu Shuai captured Duke Long, it would exceed the limits of Dragon Palace itself. It would not be able to keep this huge monster inside, let alone suppress him. The final result would likely be Dragon Palace collapsing, while Duke Long would be trapped in a dream realm, unable to escape. But don't forget that Feng Kim Hong could target the dream realm and quickly save Duke Long. Therefore Wu Shuai's move was also a bluff. Duke Long was at a disadvantage because he did not know the details of this dream path killer move. This was also why Gu immortals always kept their killer moves in their hands and did not use them easily. As for killer moves that had been displayed too many times, he was actively modifying them. With Duke Long's retreat, the immortals of the 3 realms, led by Wu Yong, once again launched an all-out attack. Like a raging wave, they took the opportunity to surge forward. Apart from Lord Duke Long, the Celestial Court still has us. How dare you look down on us? We will definitely make you pay the price. With us here, don't even think about succeeding. At the crucial moment, Zhu Ke Bai Tsang Shui, Zhao Shanhe and the rest of the main forces of the Celestial Court stepped forward, unafraid of death as they faced the waves of attacks. A bunch of old fools. How much longer do you think you can live? Hua Kaiyun sneered. Countless thunderclouds shot out from her body. Boom boom boom. The thunderclouds exploded in advance, but they were all accurately intercepted by the jade bead. How long? We don't care. As long as we have a breath left in us, we will crawl out of our graves. Yu Zhuzi shouted and pushed with his hand. A large area of jade powder flew out like a fog. Retreat. Facing the mysterious killer move, Yuan did not dare to test it. For safety's sake, she immediately retreated and was easily forced back by Yu Zhuzi. We will not lose this battle. Do you know why? Zhou Xiongxen wore a white robe, he had thick eyebrows and a square face, he used information path methods to shoot out countless dazzling white arrows. Because since 3 million years ago, we have always been the vanguard of this era, the backbone of humanity, Central Continent's heroes. We will never forget the humiliation of being slaves of variant humans, we will never forget that peace is a battle that requires us to pay with our lives, and we will never forget that the happiness of our people needs to be protected generation after generation. And all of you are just despicable people who do not care about humanity because of your own selfishness. Short-sighted fools who cannot even see the future. Come, no matter how many methods you have, no matter how many times you attack, you will only end up in failure. Zhou Xiongxen roared, the countless arrows he shot out became even more powerful as he spoke. Using offense as defense, 5 Elements Grandmaster Yi Hao Fang, and the other rank 8s were unable to raise their heads, they could only focus on defense. The morale and offense that they had just started were rapidly dissipating. Look, this is the insistence of us, the Celestial Court. Zhu Ke Heir and Prince's impatience worked together, flames rose and formed a brand new defensive line, firmly blocking the charge of several rank 7 immortal goo houses. A bunch of old geezers who can't stop talking. Now that the immortal graveyard is destroyed, if we kill all of you, I want to see who in the Celestial Court will stand up for us. A famous expert in Northern Plains history, Lu Hui, had just said this when he felt his vision turning dark. Duke Long suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom. Immortal killer move, Dragon Claw Strike. Lu Hui's body shined with green light, he activated his defensive killer move with all his might. But he only lasted for a breath of time before the green light shattered, his entire body was torn to shreds. Lu Hui could not block Duke Long's attack, he died on the spot. Seeing this, 5 Elements Grandmaster and the rest were so frightened that they quickly retreated and entered their respective immortal goo houses. Duke Long looked around the battlefield, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. You allied with the heavenly demons and tried to overthrow the Celestial Court, you are all traitors of humanity. You won't understand, even if we all die in battle, our auras will still remain. This is the grand chi of humanity, it exists with the mountains, it exists forever with the earth. Triple chi retraction. Boom. With a loud explosion, the entire sky turned dark, the triple chi of the Celestial Court gathered again, gathering on Duke Long's body. Duke Long's translucent chi flames surged again, it was an incomparably terrifying sight. Immortal killer move, giant chi hand explosion. Duke Long stretched out his left arm and spread his fingers, his palm facing a rank 7 immortal goo house. At the next moment, his left hand clenched into a fist. Bam! The atmosphere exploded, the rank 7 immortal goo house shattered into countless fragments. The immortal goo were destroyed, the goo immortals inside were also slaughtered, none survived, only a large amount of flesh and blood was left. The 3 regions goo immortals were shocked, they were tongue-tied. The Celestial Court's main force cheered. This is the greatness of our Celestial Court. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Qin Dingling's eyes were shining brightly, while Fangjing was silent, he felt a deep shock in his heart. Not only was he shocked by Duke Long's strength, he also felt a wave in his heart. At this moment, Fangjing started to understand the spirit of Celestial Court's goo immortals. That's right. Fangjing thought, if there was no Celestial Court in history, would there still be humanity today? Generation after generation of Celestial Court's goo immortals continued to overcome obstacles. They shed blood and made countless sacrifices to create the current human world. In comparison, Fang Yuan and the others did not care about the big picture. Destroying fake goo is giving variant humans a chance to rise up, they are indeed human spies, they are truly ungrateful. Swoosh. Right at this time, sword light flashed, rampaging through the battlefield, creating a soft sound and a flower of blood. Zhu Ke Heir slowly fell, her body was directly cut into 2, she was like a swallow with broken wings. Immortal killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. It was Fang Yuan's move. He had transformed into an immemorial sword dragon, treacherously roaming around the periphery of the battlefield. Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court's immortals were extremely furious. Fang Yuan sneered, I am doing this for my own selfish reasons. I don't care what you are, whether you are great or insignificant. Today I will destroy fake goo, I will kill any god or demon that obstructs me. Celestial Court? Same. Who asked you to obstruct my path? Demon. Everyone has the right to kill you. Kill him. Murderer, I will tear you to pieces. The Celestial Court's immortals scolded. Roar. Di Zongxing recovered and charged towards the defensive line again. Dragon Palace cooperated and used Dreamy Light Smoke Killer move again. Wherever the Dream Path Killer move went, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals avoided it. Feng Jioge saw this and sighed lightly, activating his killer move and turning into Song Warrior. The Song Warrior threw itself at him, but was captured by Dreamy Light Smoke. Dreamy Light Smoke could no longer attack. It was like a python that had eaten too much. It had to return to its nest to digest. Even though Feng Jioge could not directly break the Dream Path Killer move, he used this method to block it ingeniously. Destiny Song resounded again. Di Zongxing roared in indignation, but there was nothing he could do. He was suppressed by Feng Jioge again. Far away, Spectral Soul and his servants had already arrived in front of an immortal treasury. Looking back at the battlefield, Fairy Myrtle sighed. To think that triple chi retraction could be used like this. Duke Long's battle strength has risen to such an extent, it is simply unheard of. With Feng Jioge's help, Celestial Court's defensive line looks like it is in danger, but it can still hold on. In terms of overall strength, Celestial Court was naturally superior. But now, they had to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. They were in a passive situation. Even Duke Long was restricted because of this. Duke Long could easily kill rank 8 Gu Immortals or rank 7 Immortal Gu houses, while Fang Yuan could also use 5-finger fist heart sword to easily kill Celestial Court's members. Duke Long had no choice but to leave the defensive line. He chose to fight Fang Yuan from afar. If these two attacked the enemy Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan would not feel any heartache, but Celestial Court needed enough people to defend. Duke Long was not willing to let Fang Yuan continue his massacre. On the other hand, if Fang Yuan endured Duke Long's attacks and focused on killing Celestial Court's main force, that was also a choice. But if he chose to do that, he would definitely suffer heavy injuries from Duke Long. Fang Yuan was not willing to do that. After all, he and the other 3 regions Gu Immortals were only fighting together because they had no other choice. Sacrificing himself for them was too stupid, the risk was too high. Thus, Fang Yuan and Duke Long were fighting each other. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge was the core of Heaven Overseeing Tower's defensive line, resisting Dragon Palace and Di Zongxing. The battle strength he displayed time and time again surpassed the expectations of both sides. Old man Jing Yuan narrowed his eyes. Now, it depends on who can break this stalemate. The crucial point lies in Fate Gu. Celestial Court has already obtained the Success Dao marks, but the Refinement Path formation has been destroyed. Can Yuan Xiongdu repair Fate Gu alone? Master, if we interfere now, maybe we can snatch Fate Gu? Spectral Soul smiled. Snatch it for what? Don't think that the two sides are fighting intensely, they are actually still holding back. This is a very deep matter. Past venerables have been aiming for this battle. Let's plunder this immortal treasury and take back the door of life and death. Chapter 1965. In the back mountain of the sect, the mountains were green, the water was green, and birds were chirping. Little Du, what are you doing lying on the ground? A gentle female voice entered his ears. It's senior sister. When the young Yuan Xiongdu opened his eyes, he saw a young girl leaning over and staring at him with a pair of watery eyes. There was a smile in her eyes. The young girl's gaze moved to Little Du's hand and exclaimed, Wow, Little Du, you refined another rank 3 Gu. You are really amazing. But I am not happy at all. You know I don't like refinement path cultivation. Yuan Xiongdu mumbled as he crawled up. Don't be so listless, others can only be envious of your talent. The young girl patted his shoulder and consoled. But Yuan Xiongdu was still listless. He lowered his head and shrugged. How about this? I will share a secret with you. A few days ago, I found a clue to a Gu master inheritance in Father's study room. It is hidden in a corner of the back mountain of the sect. Do you want to search for it? The senior sister's gaze turned as she said to Yuan Xiongdu as expected. The young Yuan Xiongdu could not bear the loneliness. His eyes immediately brightened. There is such a fun thing? Amazing, the back mountain of the sect indeed has inheritances left behind by generations of seniors. Gu immortal inheritances are extremely rare, but Gu master inheritances are many. Quickly tell me the clue, senior sister. The clue is a poem. I have been pondering over it these few days. I will read it to you. The senior sister did not hide anything. This was only a Gu master inheritance. And her father, who was Yuan Xiongdu's master, was a Gu immortal existence. Yuan Xiongdu listened to it once and didn't think much about it. He clapped his hands and said, I got it. This clue is solved like this. Match the first and last words together, then match the second and last words together again. This way it will be a direction. The senior sister pondered for a moment before jumping excitedly. So it is there. Little Du, you are really smart, you guessed it immediately. Then let's go find it. Yuan Xiongdu took the lead. Wait for me. The senior sister stomped her feet and quickly chased after him. Don't worry, senior sister. I will leave this legacy to you. I won't snatch it from you. Yuan Qiongdu's figure quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. In the end, the two of them found the inheritance in a cave. This is a fire path inheritance. Yuan Qiongdu and his senior sister examined it carefully. Will fire? It was a flame that burned with willpower as fuel. This method was truly ingenious and amazing. How did the Gu master who created this flame think of it? How interesting. At this signature, why is it master? Yuan Qiongdu was very surprised. The senior sister was also quite surprised and said uncertainly, maybe it's the same name and surname. Yuan Qiongdu, on the other hand, began to ponder, his eyes shining. I'm afraid not. Senior sister, I remember that you said at the beginning that this clue was obtained from master's study. Yes, I'm sorting out my father's books. You know that my father likes to collect antiques. Then, by chance, I discovered that a bamboo stick had fallen from an old book. On it was the clue to the inheritance, senior sister recalled. This inheritance was indeed set up by me when I was young. At this time, Yuan Qiongdu's master slowly walked into the cave and appeared in front of Yuan Qiongdu. Together with him was Yuan Qiongdu's martial uncle. He was short and fat, had a round face and was amiable. Yuan Qiongdu and his senior sister immediately bowed and said, Greetings to master, father, martial uncle. Yuan Qiongdu curled his lips. Master, are you purposely making fun of your disciple? Of course not. His master shook his head, looking at the inheritance in Yuan Qiongdu's hands. His gaze contained a trace of reminiscence and emotion. Aha, you mischievous fellow. The fat martial uncle pointed at Yuan Qiongdu. Your master and I have just returned from Spirit Echo Peak, and while chatting, we found traces of you too. I can testify that this inheritance was indeed left behind by your master when he was young. Back then he really liked Fire Path. He painstakingly saved up 5 years of Yuan Stone just to buy a rank 3 Fire Path Gu. But master clearly cultivates Water Path. Yuan Qiongdu stared with wide eyes. He did not expect his master to like Fire Path like him when he was young. There is no other way. The fat martial uncle sighed. The sex Water Path inheritance needs an inheritor. How can one's personal preferences be compared to the sex grand plan? After all, every Gu immortal inheritance needs to be passed down from generation to generation. Every generation has to continuously improve on the foundation of their predecessors, so that every inheritance does not deviate from the development of the times, and will not be eliminated by the times. This is the responsibility that we have to bear. This inheritance was personally set up by your master when he bid farewell to Fire Path. I was there at that time. I saw him crying his heart out. Cough cough. Yuan Qiongdu's master interrupted. Since you too found this inheritance, I will give it to you. We will be leaving first. The two seniors left. Only Yuan Qiongdu and the young female senior sister were left in the cave. Junior brother, I cultivate Wood Path. I don't need this. I will give it to you. The senior sister also said goodbye to Yuan Qiongdu. Yuan Qiongdu looked at the inheritance in his hand, his heart rippling slightly as he muttered, Master. He opened his eyes again. Yuan Qiongdu found that he was still inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. Damn it. I was disturbed during the Gu refinement process. I suffered a backlash and fainted. Yuan Qiongdu recalled, his heart thumping wildly. The greatest taboo in Gu refinement was being disturbed. It was not important how heavy his injuries were. The important thing was that fake Gu could not be harmed, he could not be implicated. This was related to the grand plan of the Celestial Court for millions of years. Yuan Qiongdu was almost in despair. As the only Gu immortal refining Gu, he had already fainted. Then as the target of the Gu refinement, could Fate Gu be fine? Although Fate Gu would not be destroyed, it was highly likely that more than half of the restoration results would be lost, and it might even return to its original damaged state. Right now Yuan Qiongdu could only hope that Fate Gu's situation was better. He could not let his and the Celestial Court's countless years of hard work go to waste. But when Yuan Qiongdu raised his eyes and saw Fate Gu, he was stunned. This? A lump of fire replaced him, refining Gu for him. Fate Gu was quietly sitting in the heart of the fire, only half a step away from restoration. After the shock, Yuan Qiongdu's heart instantly warmed up. This was Will Fire. A fire that used will as fuel. He had obtained it from his master's inheritance when he was young. Later, although he cultivated Refinement Path, he did not forget Fire Path. he continued to modify the will fire and developed it, transcending the mortal realm and reaching the level of an immortal move. Will fire has already become my most familiar and most proficient Gu refinement method. The moment I fainted, I might have subconsciously activated will fire. Yuan Xiongdu guessed. This was not the first time this had happened. In fact, in his life, he had used will fire to save the situation many times in countless Gu refinement experiences. Every time he was about to collapse, he would activate will fire to temporarily replace himself and stabilize the situation. After countless times, it had become a subconscious habit of him to use his will fire at critical moments. Yuan Xiongdu let out a breath of turbid air. He quietly looked at the burning will fire, thinking inwardly, rather than saying it is a habit, more accurately speaking, it is a kind of responsibility. He could not help but think of his master, thus he smiled. Responsibility, Master, it seems I did not disappoint you. Yuan Xiongdu knew his situation, his injuries were too severe, he could no longer continue refining Gu. But hope was right in front of him, he would use the last of his life and will to fuel this will fire. Burn, burn. Yuan Xiongdu muttered to himself, he used his life to light up the will fire. The will fire quietly burned, the flame brightened and became very stable. In the heart of the fire, Fate Gu finally took the final half step, it was completely restored. But Yuan Xiongdu had no signs of life. Like his master, like his senior sister, like countless predecessors of Celestial Court, they had invested their light and passion into Celestial Court's great cause, risking their lives to build the foundation of Celestial Court. My enemy is another's hero. The foundation of the Heavenly Court, the huge Zhongzhou state, was indeed worth every inch of land and every inch of blood. The will fire finally dissipated. He. At the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Song Yan's extremely weak laughter could be heard. Yuan Xiongdu has already done it, now it is our turn. But in our current state, it is difficult to even communicate with voice transmissions, not to mention getting up and activating Heaven Overseeing Tower. Che Wei transmitted with a deep tone. Song Yan, however, transmitted back, seemingly very happy. There is another way. The remaining immortal essence in my body can still be used to activate my signature method. Don't you think that's a coincidence? Che Wei and Song Yan were close friends. Che Wei immediately understood Song Yan's words. Don't do that, if you absorb my injuries you will die immediately. What is there to fear about death? In the current situation, everyone is fighting outside, the battlefront is in danger, I'm afraid no one can come in. Brother Che Wei, we have known each other for many years, your talent is much higher than mine. Also, your path has not been completed yet. I am really looking forward to the path you are about to create. It is a pity I cannot witness it myself. Song Yin said plainly, his body started to shine with a pale blue light, the light covered Che Wei's body. The two Gu immortals' bodies were in tatters, they were like two piles of trash made of flesh and bones. But with the effect of the blue light, Che Wei's body started to recover, while Song Yan's condition worsened. My friend. Che Wei's closed eyes slowly opened, two streams of tears silently flowed down. Song Yan was already lifeless, Che Wei's injuries were still very severe, but he used all his strength and could barely crawl towards Fate Gu. Chapter 1966. It felt like a long time had passed, but it also felt like an instant. The grand Heaven Overseeing Tower started to emit a pure white light, before the light gradually brightened and started to shine. After a few breaths of time, the bright light shot into the sky, like a monarch descending upon the world, illuminating the entire battlefield. The chaotic battlefield that was filled with intense fighting immediately froze. Almost all the Gu immortals raised their heads and looked at Heaven Overseeing Tower. The three regions' Gu immortals had pale expressions, they had defeated expressions. Meanwhile, many of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were crying at this moment. Rank 9 Fate Gu has been repaired successfully. Yuan Xiongdu did not let us down. He did it? This is too amazing. Heaven Overseeing Tower has returned to its peak, it is perfect, we won. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals cheered, their morale rose to the peak. Retreat, retreat quickly. Be it Wu Yong, Yao Huang or Shen Songxing, they all shouted at the same time. They had lost their will to fight. Bing Sichuan was still controlling Calamity Luck Altar. He had an unresigned expression as he transmitted to Fang Yuan, quickly do something. Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon form also started to retreat rapidly. Duke Long gave up on Fang Yuan, he used Dragon Gate to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fate Gu, Fate Gu. When he saw the complete Fate Gu, he could no longer restrain the intense excitement in his heart, tears flowed down his face as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Back then, the one who damaged Fake Gu was his disciple Red Lotus. To make up for this mistake, Duke Long took up the heavy responsibility of repairing Fate Gu. Hong Ting, I finally made up for the huge mistake you've made. I will not let down the Celestial Court, I will not let down humanity. Duke Long breathed in deeply, he gradually calmed down, his eyes flickered with a sharp light as he looked outside the tower. Now is the time for all of you to die. Duke Long shouted as he activated Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest offensive method. Immortal Killer Move, Fate Vanquish. Light that filled heaven and earth, it was everywhere, it illuminated the universe and shone into people's hearts. In just an instant, all the rank 7 Immortal Gu houses collapsed, the Gu Immortals inside survived. Even Calamity Luck Altar and Dragon Palace were in a terrible state. Bing Sai Chuan, Wu Shuai, Zhan Budu and the rest immediately did their best to repair them. The remaining historical rank 8 experts of Northern Plains were all hit, their figures slowly dissipated. More than half of the Nian beasts and Fang Yuan swordsmen who wreaked havoc on the Celestial Court were instantly slaughtered, and blood flowed like a river. Mao Liqiu's perfect pair killer move was forcefully broken. Di Zongxing was also suppressed to the ground, he could not get up immediately. Only the primordial sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into was safe and sound. He was a complete otherworldly demon, he could not be targeted by Fate Vanquish, he was naturally immune. You're the only one left, Fang Yuan. Duke Long stared at the primordial sword dragon with intense killing intent and hatred. It was this otherworldly demon in front of him. He destroyed the immortal graveyard and destroyed a large portion of the foundation that the Celestial Court had accumulated over the past 3 million years. This was an unforgivable crime, he must die a horrible death. Boom. Duke Long flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, tearing through the sky as he charged towards Fang Yuan. Stop him, Fang Yuan, don't think you can escape. Duke Long shouted, his voice reverberated in the world. Destiny Song played at the right time, Fang Yuan's retreat speed fell sharply. Immortal Killer Move, Qi Current Scissors. Duke Long got closer and opened his palm, countless sharp Qi currents formed into sharp Qi blades that rained down on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan deactivated Reverse Flow Protection Seal and broke through the encirclement of the Qi blades, leaving behind traces of blood in the air. Myriad Year Flying Warship quickly flew over and met up with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stepped onto the bow of the warship and turned into the immemorial Year Monkey again. He turned around and waved his arm. Immortal Killer Move, Summer Fan. Strong winds blew and destroyed the Qi Current Scissors. Fang Yuan stepped on the ground again, Myriad Year Flying Warship buzzed and let out a dazzling light as he used the Time Path Killer Move, Myriad Year Hunting. Swish swish swish. The phantom of time below Myriad Year Flying Warship continued to surge, countless year beasts were summoned again and entered the battlefield of the Celestial Court, spreading everywhere. At this time, Feng Jioge also arrived in front of Duke Long. Immortal Killer Move, Submission Song. Immortal Killer Move, Song Warrior. The power of Submission Song condensed into a human figure that moved among the countless year beast groups. Wherever it went, year beasts, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, betrayed Fang Yuan and joined Feng Jioge, becoming used by Feng Jioge. Well done. Seeing this, Duke Long was pleasantly surprised. Feng Jioge had been using Destiny Song to maintain the battlefield, he could not use other methods, but now that he had time, he immediately displayed his abundant methods. Duke Long got close to Myriad Year Flying Warship again, he used killer moves like Dragon Claw Strike and World-Shaking Dragon Hammer in turn, breaking Daybreak Swords were scattered and cracks spread on Myriad Year Flying Warship. A large number of Gu worms died instantly. Fang Yuan was forced to retreat again and again. While repairing Myriad Year Flying Warship with all his strength, he was barely able to resist Duke Long and Feng Jioge's joint attack. It is time for us to counterattack. Prince's Impatience was the first to launch a wave of counterattack. With a piercing phoenix cry, his entire person transformed into a fire phoenix. He spread his wings and soared, igniting flames in the air wherever he flew. The raging flames formed a sea of fire that filled the sky. Bai Zhang Shui attacked almost at the same time at the other end of the defensive line. Swish swish swish, pale white waves surged into the sky, splashes and pillars of water shot out continuously. Jun Xinguang moved like a meteor, piercing through the battlefield. Zhou Xiong Xian was accompanied by the Information Path Tiger, Whirling Boy and Yi Chaozi attacked together, while Zhao Shanhe and Yu Zhuzi used the killer move Sitting and Eating Mountain Empty to deal with the enemy Immortal Gu houses. Because of Duke Long's divine might, the 3 regions Gu Immortals had tried to hide inside their Immortal Gu houses. Celestial Court launched a wave of counterattack, Calamity Luck Altar, Dragon Palace, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, and others could not resist the momentum. They retreated while fighting. Celestial Court's side used Heaven Overseeing Tower and Demon Judgment Board as the core to push forward, suppressing the three regions' Gu Immortals' space to dodge. Qin Ding Ling also flew out of Demon Judgment Board, using all kinds of luck path methods to maximize her side's offense. After all, Gu Immortals hid inside their immortal Gu houses and could not attack casually. They could only use the methods inside the immortal Gu houses. The three regions' Gu Immortals retreated continuously. They were hit by Fate Vanquish earlier and were in low spirits. Most of the Gu Immortals had no choice but to repair their immortal Gu houses with all their strength. They could only take a beating passively for now. Left without a choice, Mao Liqiu, Wu Yong, and the rest had to take a risk and fly out of their immortal Gu houses to fight against Celestial Court's main forces, to gain precious time for the immortal Gu houses behind them to repair themselves. Hold on. If we can't hold on now, retreating from Celestial Court is simply an extravagant hope. Be careful of Heaven Overseeing Tower, especially against Fate Vanquish. How is Fang Yuan's situation? He is the only one who can resist Fate Vanquish. Like in the previous life, the Immortals placed their hopes on Fang Yuan again. Even though many Gu Immortals had hatred towards Fang Yuan, the current situation forced them to rely on Fang Yuan. But to the disappointment of the Immortals, Fang Yuan's situation was not good either. He was facing a pincer attack from Feng Jioge and Duke Long. He was barely able to block them with Myriad Year Flying Warship. Fate Vanquish, which used Fate Gu as the core, had no effect on Fang Yuan. But Feng Jioge's Destiny Song, even though it was only rank 8, was of a higher level. Not only did it contain fate, it also contained luck. Luck was naturally effective against Fang Yuan. Before this, Fang Yuan had used luck path methods to help him cultivate many times. Destiny Song was effective against Fang Yuan. It caused his condition to fall greatly. It almost negated the amplification of heroes among people. In contrast, even though Duke Long was not affected by heroes among people, he had Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand and Triple Chi Retraction, as well as Destiny Song. His battle strength rose to an incomparably shocking level. Relying on Duke Long's main offense and Feng Jioge's support, Fang Yuan retreated again and again. He could not resist their attacks. Celestial Court will not lose. Duke Long's punches and kicks whistled. They tore through the air and smashed onto Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a small sampan in a storm. It was thrown down and crashed onto the ground with a loud sound. Fang Yuan, take another move from me. Duke Long charged down like a meteor. He was about to charge at Myriad Year Flying Warship. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky and snorted coldly. Myriad Year Flying Warship flashed with golden light. The 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation separated and turned into a gray stone giant. The giant waved its palms, standing on the ground of Celestial Court. It faced Duke Long head-on. Boom! With a loud explosion, Duke Long and the giant collided fiercely. Killer moves collided and created an intense explosion. The terrifying light and heat expanded like a huge ball before exploding. Hurricane-like air waves swept in all directions. Fang Yuan and Myriad Year Flying Warship that was on the verge of falling apart flew back. Whoosh! With the sound of wind, Duke Long's huge demonic godlike figure suddenly appeared behind Fang Yuan. Immortal Killer Move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He had no time to turn around. He directly activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Swoosh! Reverse Flow Protection Seal finally reached its limit. It completely shattered. Fang Yuan was hit by Duke Long's fierce attack. Even though he had transformed into the immemorial Year Monkey, his entire back was almost pierced. The huge force sent Fang Yuan flying. After crashing on the ground, he created a long trail of blood. He smashed through 3 immortal Gu houses on the ground before stopping. Duke Long grunted. His body was on the verge of collapsing. Reverse Flow Protection Seal reversed the attack. He also absorbed all the force of the punch that landed on Fang Yuan's body. It was even more severe than Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was weakened by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He also had the powerful body of the immemorial Year Monkey. Duke Long breathed heavily. He could not do anything for now. He quickly healed his injuries. At the periphery of the battlefield, the immortal treasury had already been ransacked by Spectral Soul and his servants, but they did not find the Door of Life and Death. Strange, the Door of Life and Death was clearly placed here. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. It seems that Duke Long did many things behind your back. Spectral Soul said coldly. The Door of Life and Death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It contained countless souls. It was very important to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but he could not find it now. Master, Fang Yuan can't hold on any longer, should we help him and stall for time to buy for us? Old man Jing Yuan asked. Spectral Soul looked at the battlefield. When he saw Fang Yuan's current location, he suddenly smiled. No rush, there is still a venerable who has not made a move yet. In front of embroidered tower, Fang Yuan was lying in a pool of blood. 3 pieces of reckless savage demon venerable's bloody skin were sewn in the air. When the wind blew on the battlefield, these 3 pieces of bloody skin loosened, fluttering like flags in the wind. Chapter 1967. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood, he was covered in injuries, he snorted coldly and stood up, looking at embroidered tower in front of him. Embroidered tower was a mortal object. It was a dowry left by primordial origin immortal venerable to his disciple star constellation. It was just that according to the customs of that time, it had more symbolic meaning. But after star constellation became venerable, she turned embroidered tower into an immortal goo house, giving it incredible power. Over 1,000,000 years ago, reckless savage demon venerable invaded celestial court. He charged forward, passing through Immortal Emperor Garden, Void Accumulation Pavilion, Sumeru Swamp, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and finally stopped at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Reckless savage demon venerable suffered a loss in front of Embroidered Tower, so Embroidered Tower used its trump card, Tao Embroidery. 7 embroidery needles danced like spirited sparrows, moving gracefully. Reckless savage demon venerable had to give up 3 layers of blood skin to pass. After that, these 3 layers of blood skin were sewn in the air by countless Tao marks as threads, not moving at all. Embroidered Tower's damage could not be recovered. Next, it was used on Etian Mountain to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The new losses made its situation even worse. The cause and effect caused Embroidered Tower to be damaged, it could not be used now. In the sky above Embroidered Tower, not only Fang Yuan, even many Gu immortals including Duke Long, saw the movement of the 3 blood skins. They were like 3 blood-red flags fluttering in the wind. The flag on the left depicted a bird with 6 legs but no wings. The blood flag in the middle depicted a wild beast, it opened its mouth but had no sharp teeth. The blood skin on the right depicted a fish, it was very lifelike but it clearly had no gills. The blood skin fluttered, it was like an ancient wind had passed through 1,000,000 years, whistling in everyone's ears. It was like an intense battle between 10,000 armies, the sounds of metal clashing and battle cries resounded in the air. The blood flags fluttered more and more, they were like volcanoes that were about to erupt after 10,000 years, or like fierce beasts that had accumulated strength for a long time and were about to attack. Roar. The fierce beasts roared. They violently broke the Tao mark threads that were binding them, and then turned into 3 balls of blood light that fell around Fang Yuan. Amidst 3 strange or high-pitched beast cries, the bloody light completely dissipated, revealing 3 enormous beasts. It was a strange yellow bird with a body like a small mountain. Its 6 legs were thick and sturdy, and its beak was long and hard. It was shining with light but it had no wings. An azure leopard with a big belly was lying on the ground, yawning non-stop. There was not a single sharp tooth in its open mouth. There was also a fish with dark green scales floating in midair. Its head was tall and its mouth was tightly shut. There was no trace of gills on either side of its eyes. The big fish was motionless like a jade statue. The immortals were shaken. Even Duke Long's expression turned solemn as he paused his attack. The 3 pieces of bloody skin left behind by reckless savage demon venerable have undergone a mutation. The auras of these 3 monsters are so shocking. Did Fang Yuan trigger a venerable's technique? Wait a minute, why do these 3 monsters look like the ones recorded in The Legends of Renzu? The Legends of Renzu, as 4th chapter recorded such a story. Renzu wandered alone in the vast land, his hair was disheveled and he was in a daze. Sometimes he cried, sometimes he sat in a daze, sometimes he laughed foolishly. The manipulation of fate Gu caused him to be separated from his children. Losing wealth Gu drove Renzu crazy. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Renzu was at a loss and in a frenzy. One morning, a flock of birds flew past the human ancestor. These birds did not have wings, they took turns running on the ground with their 6 legs, causing dust to fill the air. Renzu saw these birds and jumped in joy. So I am a bird. He also started running, merging into the group of birds. The birds screeched at Renzu, "You are a human, you walk with 2 legs, you are not a bird. Go away, don't disturb us, we are chasing after freedom Gu, we want to take back our freedom." Renzu asked, "Why are you looking for freedom Gu?" The bird said in a heavy tone, "We once possessed freedom Gu but we did not realize it. When we lost it, we found that we no longer have wings, we can no longer fly. When we regain our freedom, we can spread our wings and soar. Renzu realized, I understand humans also need freedom. A man without his freedom is like a bird without its wings. That's right. I remember now. Renzu clapped his hands, laughing, I also want to seek freedom, to break free from the restraints of fate, to go wherever I want, to be with whoever I want, never to be separated. The birds looked at Renzu in astonishment. Oh human, how can you have such thoughts? Look at us, how can we live without wings? Thus, it is our duty to pursue freedom. And you humans are destined to be lonely, all the happy gatherings will only lead to separation. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty, don't let your imagination run wild. Renzu rubbed his head, showing a puzzled expression. Is that so? The birds left a final sentence. Oh human, let us give you a piece of advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it, don't let it go so easily like us. Don't let freedom go fly away, otherwise you will regret it. Renzu separated from the birds, gradually forgetting his identity and pursuits. One afternoon, a group of running blue leopards passed by him. The crazy Renzu saw these blue leopards and was very happy, shouting, So I am a leopard. Renzu charged into the leopard group. But the leopards pushed him out, shouting, You are a human, you are not a leopard. You walk on 2 legs and we walk on 4. Leave, don't disturb us, we are pursuing freedom goo, we need to get our freedom back. Renzu heard this and asked, Why are you looking for freedom goo? The blue leopards had gloomy expressions. Sigh, we once possessed freedom goo but we did not realize it. When we lost it, we found that we no longer have sharp teeth, we can no longer tear and chew our prey. When we regain our freedom, we can happily eat. Renzu realized, I understand humans also need freedom. Without freedom, humans are like beasts without teeth. That's right. Renzu clapped his hands, laughing, I want freedom, I want to get rid of the restraints of fate, I want to have endless delicacies and wine, endless wealth, and all kinds of warm and beautiful clothes. The blue leopards were stunned and burst into laughter. They mocked the human ancestor and said, Human, how can you have such improper thoughts? Look at us, are beasts without claws? Thus, it is our duty to pursue freedom. And you humans are destined to come empty-handed and leave empty-handed. O human, if you want freedom, you need to abide by your duty, you should not let your imagination run wild. Renzu scratched his head, saying with a gloomy expression, Is that so? The leopards left a final sentence. O human, let us give you a piece of advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it, don't let it go so easily like us. Don't let freedom go fly away, otherwise you will regret it. After Renzu separated from the leopards, he gradually forgot his identity and pursuits. One night, a group of fish swam past him. Renzu saw the fish group and was very happy, shouting, So I am a fish. Renzu charged into the group of fish, wanting to swim with them. The fish group went into a commotion, pushing Renzu away as they shouted, You are a human, you are not a fish. You have 2 legs while we do not have any. Leave quickly, don't trouble us, we are chasing freedom goo, we need to get our freedom back. Renzu asked, Why are you looking for freedom goo? The fish group sighed, We once had freedom goo but we did not realize it. When we lost it, we found that we had no gills, we could no longer breathe in the water. When we regain our freedom, we can swim freely in the water. Renzu realized, I understand humans also need freedom. Without freedom, humans are like fish without gills, they cannot breathe. That's right. Renzu clapped, laughing, I want freedom, I want to get rid of the restraints of fate, I want to breathe freely, I want to exist forever, I want eternal life. The fish group sneered, Oh human, how can you have such thoughts? Look at us, gills are necessary for a fish, so it is our duty to pursue freedom. And you humans are destined to have no fate with eternal life, you will grow old and die of sickness. O human, you want freedom but you also need to abide by your duty, you cannot let your thoughts run wild. Renzu frowned, showing an annoyed expression, Is that so? The fish group left a sentence, O human, let us give you a piece of advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it, don't let it go so easily like us. Don't let freedom go fly away, otherwise you will regret it. Renzu separated from the fish group, gradually forgetting the bird group, leopard group, and fish group's advice. I am a human, I want to pursue freedom. I want to get rid of the restraints of fate, to never be separated from the people I love, to live a luxurious life and to live forever. Many living beings heard Renzu's words and shook their heads, moving away from him. Let's go, he is Renzu, he is speaking nonsense again. He has already gone completely crazy. How can he think like that? One day Freedom Gu flew towards Renzu from the other side of the road. Renzu was overjoyed, grabbing it. Freedom, I have finally obtained freedom. Renzu was very happy but also confused, asking Freedom Gu, this is really strange, the flock of wingless birds are chasing you, the toothless beasts are chasing you, the gill-less fish are chasing you, but you are flying towards me, what is going on? Freedom Gu replied, of course I am not flying towards you. O human, you once tried to deceive me with your attitude, use love to bind me and use wealth to bribe me. I hate you and I hate you. The reason why I am flying towards you is because I was attracted by Cognition Gu in your body. Cognition Gu floated out of Renzu's body, smiling as it explained, that is because you are crazy, Renzu. You let your thoughts run wild all day, wishing to never be separated, wishing to live a carefree life, desiring eternal life. If this is not madness, what is? Freedom Gu sighed, freedom of thought is the greatest freedom. It is these random thoughts that allow me to strengthen myself. O Renzu, even though I am captured by you, I will not work for you. Let go of me. Renzu shook his head, gripping even tighter. Freedom Gu, I will not let go. Freedom Gu sneered, then prepare yourself, don't get pressed down. The moment it said that, Responsibility Gu flew over, pressing down on Renzu's shoulder. So heavy, so heavy. Renzu was almost unable to straighten his back. Cognition Gu sighed, freedom and responsibility go hand in hand. Oh Renzu, if you want freedom, you need to bear responsibility. At least, you need to take responsibility for yourself. Renzu gritted his teeth, sweat poured down like rain as he knelt on the ground. He saw the spider silk again. Fate Gu's spider silk coiled around his body. Renzu was already barely able to bear the burden of responsibility. He had no strength to struggle free of the spider silk. Fate Gu's spider silk tightened, causing bloody marks to appear all over Renzu's body. Renzu shouted, what is going on? Cognition Gu explained, oh human, the more freedom you have, the more you will feel that you are restricted. Freedom Gu laughed, let go of me, the longer you hold on to me, the more the spider silk will coil around you, and the tighter it will get, it might even strangle you to death. Renzu shook his head, no, I will not let go. Oh Freedom Gu, I want you. Countless spider silk stabbed into Renzu's flesh. Renzu screamed in pain, rolling on the ground, but he did not let go. Ah! Renzu laughed foolishly again, I can feel a Gu in a distant place. Just this feeling makes me feel happy and satisfied. Cognition Gu said honestly, that is natural. Whoever can obtain freedom Gu will be able to sense the location of bliss Gu. Renzu gritted his teeth, sometimes crying in pain, sometimes laughing in joy. The spider silk tightened and coiled around his bones, causing cracks to appear on his bones, but Renzu did not let go. Eventually he fainted from the pain. After a long time he slowly woke up. Fate Gu's spider silk no longer tightened, Responsibility Gu no longer exerted more pressure, and Cognition Gu had disappeared. Wait, where is Freedom Gu? Renzu could not sense the existence of Freedom Gu. He panicked and quickly opened his hands. Just as a crack appeared, Freedom Gu suddenly flew out, leaving Renzu. When people have freedom they often do not realize it. Only when they lose it would they suddenly realize it. Renzu saw Freedom Gu fly away and was stunned. He thought of the bird group, leopard group and fish group's last words. He was filled with regret. He tore his hair in pain, rolling on the ground. Chapter 1968. In the battlefield of Celestial Court, be it friend or foe, everyone's gazes were focused on one place. Fang Yuan looked around him. He was surrounded by 3 monsters that had suddenly appeared. But the 3 monsters did not do anything to him. Instead, they were protecting him while looking at the surroundings with hostility. Their attitude was clear. Reckless savage demon venerable. Fang Yuan was shocked. Even with reckless savage demon venerable's method helping you, you will lose for sure. Duke Long shouted, his voice echoing over 100 li. He charged down from the sky like a red meteor. Even with reckless savage demon venerable's method, his fighting spirit was unwavering. He wanted to destroy all demonic path cultivators. He wanted to suppress all rebellions. Immortal killer move, Chi Breath Mountain. Duke Long aimed his palms at Fang Yuan from afar and slammed them down. Rumble. With a loud sound, a huge Chi mountain enveloped Fang Yuan and the 3 monsters underground, suppressing them. Duke Long had used triple Chi retraction before. He had many Chi Path Dao marks on his body. Now that he used Chi Breath Mountain, these Chi Path killer moves, their power rose by countless times. This Chi mountain was not only larger than before, it was also very condensed. Be it quality or quantity, it had a breakthrough. Seeing this, be it Wu Yong, Bing Sai Chuan and the rest, they all had solemn expressions. Just this chi exhale mountain alone was already difficult to block. The best way was to dodge. However, there was still Duke Long, this powerful extraordinary character behind the chi breath mountain. He would definitely stop them from escaping. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He was about to attack. But at this time, one of the three monsters formed from blood skin, that blue leopard, suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled deeply. Swoosh. At the next moment, the entire chi breath mountain shrunk. It was directly sucked into Lan Bao's stomach by an indescribable force. The immortal's hearts shook. The pupils of Zhao Shan, he who cultivated food path, shrunk. He could see signs of food path from Lan Bao's body. Even Duke Long was stunned. Such a powerful chi breath mountain was actually broken like this. The blue leopard swallowed a mountain of chi, and its shriveled belly bulged up slightly by 10%. Its eyes were sparkling as it stared at Duke Long. Its gaze was terrifying, as if it was staring at a delicious feast. Duke Long was courageous and fearless. Even though the three monsters were unfathomable, he still charged towards Fang Yuan. Not only did he not slow down, he even increased his speed, directly piercing through the atmosphere and causing a loud sonic boom. Fang Yuan was on standby when one of the three freaks, green fish, suddenly moved. With a slight movement of its tail, it suddenly appeared in front of Duke Long. Its speed was so fast that it seemed like it was teleporting, but it didn't seem abrupt at all. Everything was as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. A moment ago, Duke Long's field of vision was wide, but in the next moment, his vision was filled with the mountainous body of the fish monster. The fish monster jerked its head violently. Bang! The fish monster's head sent Duke Long flying. Duke Long was sent flying at a speed even faster than when he was diving. He had transformation path and chi path Dao marks. He was powerful to an unprecedented degree. After using triple chi retraction several times, he could defend against ordinary rank 8 attacks. He no longer needed the 9 dragon marks to protect himself. But when he crashed into the fish monster's head, he felt like he was using his bare fist to smash a reef. In an instant, Duke Long's bones were all shattered. His organs were almost crushed by the immense force. He was bleeding both internally and externally. Triple chi retraction. Duke Long shouted. His weakened aura surged up again. Duke Long immediately used chi path healing methods. In a few breaths of time, his injuries healed at an astonishing speed. But because he chose to heal himself, he allowed himself to be sent flying. He crashed into the limit of the sky of Celestial Court. Celestial Court was a public grotto heaven. The limit was the aperture wall. Duke Long crashed into the aperture wall. There was still a huge amount of energy left in his body that poured onto the aperture wall in the sky. The immortals heard a loud sound of impact. Next, they saw that in the sky behind Duke Long, several cracks suddenly appeared and rapidly spread in all directions like a spider web. The immortals drew in sharp breaths. The strength of the fish monster's head was simply unimaginable. Even Duke Long could not resist it. The fish monster was merely a method left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. It had existed for over 1,000,000 years, but it still had such power. Then how strong was the Gu Venerable who used this method, reckless savage? It was unimaginable. The immortals could not help but think of reckless savage demon Venerable's evaluation. The world recognized him as the strongest Venerable in terms of strength. Now that they saw it, it was indeed so. This is reckless savage Venerable's method. We have not lost this battle, we can still fight. Lord Duke Long is back, his injuries have healed and his aura is even stronger. What are you afraid of? We have the complete fake Gu, heaven's will is on our side. The three regions Gu immortals were surprised and happy at the unexpected reinforcements. Their morale rose again. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court's immortals were also in high spirits. They had ample confidence in fake Gu and Duke Long. Duke Long dived down again and fought with the three monsters. But this time he had learned his lesson. He mainly used chi path to attack from afar, avoiding close combat. The strength of these three monsters was truly terrifying. Even Duke Long did not want to be sent flying again. The strategy he had chosen was quite wise. The three monsters' strength was shocking, but their methods were nothing to write home about. After a dozen or so rounds, Duke Long understood. The six-legged yellow bird was extremely fast. It could shoot out yellow lightning from its mouth, but it could not fly. Its beak was extremely hard and sharp. Even an immortal Gu house would be pierced. The green fish monster could float in the air. Its effect was comparable to Space Path's flash, but it was very natural and could not be defended against. No matter what kind of attack landed on this fish monster, it would almost instantly recover. Its strongest aspect was its astonishing recovery ability. It was even stronger than Duke Long's chi path healing methods. But it also had a flaw. Although its attacks were fierce, the rhythm was too slow and the frequency was very low. After attacking, it would need to rest for a long time before it could attack again. As for the toothless blue leopard, it could also fly in the air. Its strongest method was to open its mouth and swallow all attacks. Not just that, it could even devour heroes among people from Gu Immortals. Zhao Shan he was dazzled by this. His food path methods were far from being able to amplify devouring. This contained the food path profundity that he did not possess. If he could comprehend it, he would definitely advance further. At the same time, the toothless blue leopard's greatest weakness was its devouring ability. Every time it swallowed, its stomach would swell. After being purposely fed moves by Duke Long and the rest, the toothless blue leopard's stomach became round and its movements became increasingly inconvenient. However, even though Celestial Court's side quickly understood the three monsters' details, they still could not resist and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Although the three monsters had all sorts of flaws and their strengths were very obvious, they charged forward with no one daring to block them. Adding on Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, Bing Sai Chuan, Shin Songxing, Song Qi Yuan and the rest, they countered and dispelled all sorts of methods of Celestial Court, causing Celestial Court's side to be extremely passive. The three monsters targeted Heaven Overseeing Tower. They seemed to have a natural hatred towards Fate Gu. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not dare to resist the three monsters' strength. It could only retreat continuously. To protect Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long withstood the huge pressure and suffered heavy injuries again and again, but he had to turn around and fight again and again. His purple hair danced wildly, his eyes were blood red, his whole body was bathed in blood and his dragon scales were dyed. His battle intent had always been increasing and it had never dropped. Both sides surrounded the three monsters and Heaven Overseeing Tower. Celestial Court and the three regions Gu Immortals fought fiercely. They fought back and forth. It was extremely intense. The battle continued to move. Everywhere they went, killer moves were like raging waves. The aftershocks destroyed everything and created countless ruins. The great Celestial Court that was meticulously managed by the Gu Immortals was almost completely destroyed in this battle. Seeing that the three regions Gu Immortals had the upper hand, Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly stopped. At the next moment, Immortal Killer move Fate Vanquish erupted again. "Be careful," Wu Yong shouted. The three regions Gu Immortals were already prepared and quickly responded. After the white light dissipated, Celestial Court's battlefield erupted with a grand explosion again. The intense battle erupted once again. But this time, Celestial Court had the upper hand. The three regions Gu Immortals had no choice but to resist while repairing their immortal Gu houses and their own injuries. The three regions Gu Immortals gradually stabilized their footing. Compared to the first time they suffered Fate Vanquish, their situation was much better. It was because they had three monsters to rely on. The monsters were still rampaging under their attacks. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were gradually dragged into a deadlock again. They were then suppressed by the three regions Gu Immortals. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower activated Fate Vanquish again. After a series of fierce battles, the Heavenly Court was reduced to ruins. The three monsters' momentum had clearly fallen. The attacks of the two sides Gu Immortals were no longer as ferocious as before. They had to start considering the problem of their immortal essence expenditure. "Oh no, the situation is getting worse." Wu Yong's expression was grim. The three monsters' battle strength was no longer the same as before. They were constantly being ravaged by Fate Vanquish. Back then, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's attack on Celestial Court failed. These three monsters were merely a method he left behind. They naturally cannot resist the power of Fate Vanquish. Bing Sai Chuan's heart gradually turned cold. If the three regions Gu Immortals did not obtain a breakthrough during the three monsters' battle, they would definitely suffer a crushing defeat and slaughter. This was an obvious matter. But Celestial Court's side used the wisest battle tactic. They constantly moved and evaded the enemy's attacks, forcefully expending the enemy's energy. Especially when Fate Vanquish was used time and time again, the three regions Gu Immortals would lose the advantage that they had obtained with great difficulty. They would have to start from scratch again. And because of Demon Judgment Board and Heaven Overseeing Tower, there was a base to reinforce them at any time. Once the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were in danger, they would hide inside, thus they did not suffer any casualties. Of course, this was also because both sides started to cherish their immortal essence. Their attacks slowed down. "Master, the situation is not good. Even Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's methods cannot change the situation. Celestial Court has the complete Fate Gu after all." Far away, Fairy Myrtle analyzed coldly. Spectral Soul had already returned to human form. his body was translucent, his hands were behind his back as he looked at the battlefield, before looking at the distant Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the two venerable silhouettes were still playing chess. The chessboard was filled with chess pieces, but the mystical thing was, whenever the venerable silhouettes placed a chess piece, there would always be a place to place it. But compared to before, the frequency at which the two venerables placed their chess pieces had decreased by a lot. Star Constellation's silhouette held a chess piece in her hand as she looked at the chessboard, before looking at Spectral Soul's direction. Is this good? Spectral Soul has stolen a portion of our chess results. Star Constellation's silhouette said. Limitless Silhouette smiled. Since he could escape and steal our results, it is his ability. These are all helpful to him. I am looking forward to the day when he can reach a level that we have yet to reach. Star Constellation's silhouette was silent for a while before sighing. You are truly a pure Tao seeker. It is a pity that heaven and earth are a cage that prevents me from seeking Tao. Limitless Silhouette replied, that is why I want to pursue freedom. Star Constellation's silhouette immediately retorted, but your freedom is to directly break this cage. You and I both know what it is like outside the cage. Limitless Silhouette shook his head. Our standpoints are different, there is no point in talking. His figure was turning increasingly illusory, only his eyes were shining brightly. Limitless Silhouette held a chess piece in his hand as he looked at the chessboard for a long time without making a move. This game had reached its most crucial moment. On the chessboard, Limitless Silhouette's situation was very bad. He was clearly at a disadvantage. It was like he was surrounded by Star Constellation's chess pieces. Star Constellation's silhouette had a clear advantage. However, even with the accumulation of the Celestial Court, Limitless Silhouette could see the strength of his opponent, Star Constellation. Star Constellations will had to resist Providence on one hand, she also had to make arrangements in the 5 regions on the other hand, she had to consider countless aspects. Her schemes included the present and ancient universe. Not to mention the failed plans of the 3 venerables to attack the Celestial Court. Just look at the current situation. Spectral Soul regained his freedom but did not obtain the door of life and death. This was likely Star Constellation's doing. After all, even Fairy Myrtle was kept from her. Duke Long's scheme was unlikely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being the only Wisdom Path Venerable in history. However, Limitless Silhouette might not lose now. His main chess pieces were gathered together. It was hard for the opponent to take them down. If he tried to take them down forcefully, he would suffer huge losses. It would be like giving the initiative to Limitless Silhouette. But if Limitless Silhouette tried to break out of the encirclement, he would lack some strength. The entire encirclement was formed by Star Constellation's schemes. If Limitless Silhouette attacked blindly, he would fall into Star Constellation's trap. Thus, Limitless Silhouette could only choose to defend and wait for reinforcements. This chess match between 2 venerables that had started since the Olden Antiquity era and lasted for over 1,000,000 years had finally reached its most crucial moment. Indeed, Limitless Silhouette had reinforcements. He had waited for this reinforcements for over 1,000,000 years. Both sides were aware of this. Now, it depends on the quality. Star Constellation's silhouette looked around the battlefield before fixing his gaze on Fang Yuan with a complex expression. Chapter 1969. Fang Yuan had been fighting at the front lines all along. On one hand he had been fighting intensely against Duke Long and the rest, but on the other hand he had been maintaining his ice-cold calm, planning for the overall situation. But ever since Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method was activated, there was a voice in his ears. Look closely, Junior. The 3 monsters in front of you are formed from my 3 immortal moves. These 3 immortal moves were created from the Pursuit of Freedom chapter in The Legends of Renzu. I created them to pursue freedom. The first move, Thunder Rush Yellow Bird Transformation, using Attitude Goo as the core. Have you ever been envious of birds wanting to fly freely in the sky? But us humans are restricted since birth, we don't have wings, how can we talk about flying? An even crueler situation is often like wingless birds. They have already experienced the wonderful feeling of flying, but have lost their wings. No matter who you are, no matter where you are, you will face all sorts of restrictions. If we are unable to change, unable to break free from all of this, like wingless birds, we want to pursue freedom but are unable to do so, what should we do? This is the core concept of this move. Remember, Junior. Remember, Junior, even if we face the strictest restrictions and are unable to pursue freedom. But at least we still have freedom. That is, we can freely choose what kind of attitude we use to face the cruel reality. Remember, your attitude is very important. The second move, Devouring Blue Leopard Transformation, using mutation goo as the core. Freedom is not a bad thing, but it is also not a good thing. It can make you better, but it can also make you worse, just like the effect of mutation goo. If a fierce beast lacks teeth, can't it live? If there is no freedom to bite, what harm is there in swallowing it whole? Who knows, it might even train your digestive ability. The third move, internal breathing greenfish transformation, using adaptation goo as the core. Compared to it, the world is so ugly and dirty, we will be attacked by the cruel reality, we will be tortured by pain and hopelessness. We walk on our own paths, sometimes we will be covered in injuries, we will have nowhere to hide, we will not be able to escape. Humans are changing, the world is also constantly changing, if we cannot keep up with the times, we will be eliminated by the world. So, be adaptable. Without gills we will use our mouth to breathe. If we cannot even use our mouth, we will use internal breathing. No matter how slow you walk, even if your face changes. The voice was thick and powerful as it explained the background and origins of the three monsters in detail. These were the three transformation path killer moves left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Ever since Fang Yuan triggered Reckless Savage Demon Ancestors method, this voice had mysteriously accompanied Fang Yuan, and no one else had noticed it at all. Could this be the voice of Reckless Savage Archdevil? As Fang Yuan was guessing, the voice suddenly changed. His voice, which was originally steady and thick, became lively and frivolous. Hey, you said so much. It's my turn, my turn. Haha kid, no matter who you are, you must be an otherworldly demon. Because only otherworldly demons had hope of destroying Fate Goo. That's why I left behind this legacy, only otherworldly devils can inherit it. But other than that, you need to possess at least one of the three goo worms. Attitude goo, mutation goo, adaptation goo, these three goo worms correspond to three killer moves, they can trigger my killer moves. When you come to the sky above Embroidered Tower, you can activate the killer moves and transform into monsters, becoming your powerful helpers. You can use them however you want, be it killing, plundering, or benefiting the world. Of course, it would be best if you can get rid of the Celestial Court's Fate Goo because I really don't like it. Of course, if you can activate all three moves, then these three moves can be combined into one. This is a super killer move that I meticulously created. Once you grasp this move, you can use your human form and possess all the advantages of the three moves without any other shortcomings. That is to say, you will be like a wingless bird, moving as fast as lightning and breathing out lightning. You will also be like the gill-less fish, possessing extremely powerful recovery and self-healing abilities. You will also be like the toothless beast, swallowing everything and storing it in your stomach. Are you stunned? Isn't it super powerful? Worship me. The frivolous male voice seemed to be chased away as it was replaced by the solemn male voice. The final combination move is called Incomplete Freedom Transformation. It uses attitude, mutation, and adaptability as its three cores. It is extremely complex and detailed. Although you can use the three monsters that I left behind to combine them into one, it is much easier than activating them independently, but please do not try it rashly. Because this move acts on your body, once it fails, you will suffer heavy injuries at best or even death at worst. Remember this, remember this. The solemn male voice spoke with deep sincerity, but soon, the frivolous male voice appeared again. Please, what you said is not the main point. Let me tell you the main point. Once you activate this move, you will be able to suppress all immemorial desolate plants and immemorial desolate beasts, turning the three monsters' methods into your own innate ability. You will become a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, fighting heaven and earth, rampaging through the world. You will immediately possess pseudo-venerable battle strength. Of course, if you meet a venerable like me, you will still have to kneel. But these are not the most important points. The most important point is that you need to remember. When Fang Yuan heard this, he could not help but concentrate. The frivolous and lively male voice continued. The most important point is that once this move is activated, the three monsters will fuse into one and turn into a bloody cloak that will cover your body. This cloak is really super cool. Junior lad, you must try it, it is truly too cool, you will not regret it. Fang Yuan was speechless. Along with the voice, all sorts of information flowed in his mind. He had a clear understanding of the three killer moves. Different from the male voice's description, these three killer moves and the final combination move were not complicated, the steps were also not complicated. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's era was the olden antiquity era. The style of Goo cultivators was either grand or rough, it was far from the complexity of the current era. Mastering these killer moves was not difficult, especially for Fang Yuan who had deep wisdom path attainment. Then I should combine them like this. Fang Yuan was done preparing, he retreated and activated the killer move. In an instant, the three monsters that were fighting at the front turned into three rays of light, one yellow, one green and one yellow. They entered Fang Yuan's body. Such a shocking change caught both sides off guard. The three-colored light enveloped Fang Yuan, emitting a grand aura that spread out in all directions, repelling all people and objects. The three lights quickly fused and turned into a blood-red color. The blood light condensed into one and covered Fang Yuan's back, turning into a huge bright red cloak. The cloak fluttered in the wind like a battle flag, the sound of it flapping resounded in everyone's ears. What change is this? It seems like Fang Yuan inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Both sides were shocked again. Seeing this familiar cloak, Star Constellation's silhouette, who was inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, recalled. Over 1,000,000 years ago, a man barged into Celestial Court. He walked over step by step. Each step seemed ordinary, yet it caused the heavenly court to tremble, heaven and earth to tremble. His body was extremely muscular, he wore beast skin and his muscles bulged. Numerous tattoos surrounded his skin and flesh, depicting countless strange beasts and plants. Some of them were savage, while others were intelligent and refined. He emitted a grand aura that was like a majestic mountain range, like a vast ocean. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court only took a glance at him and felt a suffocating pressure. He wore a cloak on his back. This beast skin cloak was extremely large, it was made from human skin. Only Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had a tall and muscular body. If it were an ordinary person, the cloak would drag on the ground. Every time Reckless Savage Demon Venerable killed a rank 8 enemy, he would peel off the enemy's skin and sew it onto the beast skin cloak. This was originally a custom of the beastmen, but Reckless Savage had learned it and imitated it when he was young, even before he became a venerable. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Halfway through the invasion of Celestial Court, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable stopped in front of Embroidered Tower. In the air, star constellations will appeared. "O Reckless Savage, you cannot destroy Fate Gu. Your strength comes from your fate. It's like you can't lift yourself up without using other means." "Of course I know this." Reckless Savage Demon Venerable chuckled. "Then why are you here?" "I am here to fight." Reckless Savage Demon Venerable raised his head and said in a frivolous tone. "Star constellations will." Reckless Savage Demon Venerable continued to laugh. "When I became a venerable and became invincible in the world, I felt an intense sense of loneliness. No one can fight me now, I have already killed most of those variant human rank 8s, the old and weak who are still alive have all gone into hiding. I have no interest in finding them. Looking at the 5 regions, only Celestial Court is interesting. To preserve Fate Gu you must have left behind many methods. Back then Limitless was blocked by you. Come, use all your methods, let us have a good contest." Star Constellations was silent for a while before entering Embroidered Tower. "This immortal Gu house in front of you is one of the methods left behind by my main body back then." Roar. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's eyes shined. "Then I will go." The battle ended quickly. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable clenched his fists and licked his lips, mumbling in dissatisfaction. "What, just 2 or 3 moves and your Embroidered Tower is about to collapse? It was quite good at the start. But don't worry, I won't tear down your building. We are on the same side. Also, I will leave these 3 layers of blood skin here. This is my inheritance. No matter who it is, even if you are a member of Celestial Court, as long as you can inherit my inheritance, I will leave it to you. Take it as a souvenir of me coming to Celestial Court. Don't destroy it, hee. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder which junior will obtain my inheritance. Will they be awed by my grand strength? Will they be subdued by my wondrous thoughts? Of course it would be best if this junior can destroy Fate Gu. If he can't do this, I am really unhappy." Star Constellations was silent for a long while before speaking. "So destroying Fate Gu is your objective?" Reckless Savage Demon Venerable shrugged his shoulders. "Of course. I will leave the blood skin here. If you have the ability, then destroy it. But I have to remind you out of goodwill. These 3 layers of blood skin are already connected to the Tao marks of Celestial Court. If you carelessly destroy it, it will cause the most direct damage to Celestial Court. Unless a descendant has transformation path attainment like me, they will not be able to safely destroy it." Star Constellations will continued. "If you want to destroy Fate Gu, there is actually a better way. That is, you will become an immortal venerable and become the Lord of Celestial Court, living with Fate Gu day and night. I think with your wisdom you will definitely find a way to destroy Fate Gu." Reckless Savage Demon Venerable shook his head without even thinking. "I don't want to. Star constellations will frown. Why? Because the title of Demon Venerable sounds cooler than an immortal venerable. Star constellations will. It was very strange when Reckless Savage Demon Venerable said this reason. Why did it feel like it was only natural? Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned around and looked at himself, waving his arm. Look. Look at my thighs, how firm they are. My arms, how thick they are. This is beauty, this is handsomeness. And this cloak, it is covered in blood and made of human skin, it is so majestic and domineering. Star constellations was in a mess, only speaking after a long while. So, you did not create this cloak to repay the debt of blood, to take revenge on the variant humans? Of course there is a secondary reason, but the main reason is because it is cool. Star constellations will. Oh, that's right. The 3 layers of blood skin I left behind can form a move. After the move is formed, it is a blood skin cloak. It is very similar to the one I am wearing. If a junior wears it in the future, they will definitely be super cool. Chapter 1970. Because of Fang Yuan's shocking change, the entire Celestial Court's battle slowed down. Duke Long was the first one to react. Immortal killer move, spiraling dragon Fang. Fang Yuan's situation was unclear. The 3 monsters suddenly turned into a blood-colored cloak that draped over his body. Duke Long did not dare to be careless. He had some reservations after being beaten up by the 3 monsters earlier. He immediately used spiraling dragon Fang to probe from afar. Dragon teeth danced in the air, sharp as blades. Fang Yuan did not dodge, he wanted to probe his current defensive strength. Clang clang clang. The dragon teeth landed on his body, creating waves of golden sparks. After wearing the blood battle cloak, Fang Yuan's defensive strength immediately rose to a terrifying level. Duke Long's pupils shrunk at this sight. Fang Yuan's current defensive strength was already more outstanding than his, at least. When the dragon teeth landed on Duke Long's body, white marks would be left on his dragon scales. But Fang Yuan was completely unscathed, there was nothing wrong with him. His defense is already so shocking, his other aspects should not be lacking either. Seeing how Fang Yuan blocked the dragon teeth killer move, the immortals present had the same thought. The Celestial Court's side was even more wary, while the 3 regions Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan with expectant gazes. These Gu immortals did not know that at this moment, there was a voice in Fang Yuan's ears criticizing him. Lad, you are the junior who inherited my true inheritance? Ayaya, you are so ugly. Look at yourself, your face is like a woman's, your arms and legs are too thin. Why is your skin so white and soft? Where is your toughness as a man? Oh heavens! My inheritance was actually wasted in your hands. Fang Yuan, the 3 monsters fused into one. During the process of incomplete freedom transformation, Fang Yuan needed to instill his own will. However, after the blood battle cloak formed, Fang Yuan's will actually transformed into the image of the Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, transforming into Reckless Savage's will. This method was truly unimaginable. It could be seen that even though Reckless Savage was a transformation path Gu immortal, his wisdom path attainment was also extremely shocking. However, Fang Yuan soon discovered that the source of the change in his willpower was the 3 freaks. To him, the so-called Reckless Savage will was not harmful, and even had many benefits. Reckless Savage's will could oversee the blood-colored cloak and help maintain the killer move. It could even speed up Fang Yuan's understanding of the true meaning of incomplete freedom transformation after the 3 moves were combined. Kid, hurry up and make your move. After so many years, there isn't much power left in my main body. Quick, rush up and crush fake Gu. Reckless Savage's will laughed loudly, shouting impatiently. You talk too much nonsense. Can you shut up? Fang Yuan replied indifferently. Reckless Savage's will was stunned. He held his cheeks with both hands and shouted in disbelief, I've been despised. I, the dignified Reckless Savage Fiend Venerable, was actually despised by a junior. And such an ugly guy at that. Next, Reckless Savage's will started to mumble. Who could have thought that the mighty and domineering Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was actually a chatterbox? But even without his reminder, Fang Yuan could feel that this combination move, incomplete freedom transformation, might have astonishing power, but it also expended a huge amount of the 3 freaks foundation. This move had a time limit. In that case, Fang Yuan squinted, staring at Heaven Overseeing Tower with malicious intent. At that instant, the Celestial Court Gu Immortals and Heaven Overseeing Tower felt a chill in their hearts. Be careful of Fang Yuan. He is attacking. Steady. The Celestial Court side suddenly tensed up, everyone's heartstrings were stretched taut to the extreme. Boom. At the next moment, Fang Yuan suddenly moved. His figure drew a straight line of blood light in the sky, brazenly moving towards the place with the most enemies, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Yuan's explosive speed was so shocking that even Duke Long, who was already prepared, was greatly surprised. Fang Yuan, don't even think of leaving. Duke Long reacted and chased with all his strength. Ehehe, it is finally getting interesting. At the edge of the battlefield, Spectral Soul laughed heartily as he saw this, ordering, Old Man Jing Yuan, make your move, activate everybody's vision, I want everyone in the world to see this interesting scene. Yes, Master. Old Man Jing Yuan was a key that held authority. He was specialized in activating the human path methods of the past venerables of Celestial Court. And this everybody's vision killer move was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had displayed its unique power in the previous life. It was based on the human path killer move People's United Hearts. It could allow Central Continent's mortals, Gu Masters and Gu Immortals to share their vision. This way the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals would be able to see all of Central Continent's enemies. They could also incite the hatred of Central Continent's people and gather even more human will. The accumulation of more human will could in turn boost the power of other human path killer moves, like heroes among people. This cycle continued to grow stronger. It was the style of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. Immortal killer move, everybody's vision. At once, Central Continent was in an uproar, the 5 regions were in an uproar. What in the world is going on? My eyes, there is something wrong with my eyes. The mortals were indescribably shocked. It is the battle situation of Celestial Court. What kind of method is this? It allowed us to see the current situation. Which side has the upper hand? Almost all the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions knew the inside story. In the previous life, Central Continent's humans enjoyed the effect of everybody's vision. But in this life, because of Xin Shang's interference, the 5 regions' human wills were gathered together. Everybody's vision allowed all the people of the 5 regions to see the battle situation of Celestial Court at the same time. The first scene that the people of the 5 regions saw was Fang Yuan charging straight towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Who is that person? Even if it was an ordinary mortal, when they saw Fang Yuan, they would feel an intense and suffocating aura of fierceness. Fang Yuan, don't even think of succeeding. At the crucial moment, Guiyue Fangjing and Qin Dingling controlled Demon Judgment Board together, blocking in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower. That is the rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Demon Judgment Board. The Gu Immortals who saw this, no matter which region they were in, shouted in shock. Fang Yuan did not slow down, he directly charged towards Demon Judgment Board. Is he crazy? This is a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. However, at the next moment, the 5 regions Gu Immortals could not help but open their mouths. Their faces were filled with shock. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan directly crashed into Demon Judgment Board. The huge impact forced Demon Judgment Board to fly backwards. Even though Guiyue Fangjing and Qin Dingling were inside the Immortal Gu House, they were already using all their strength to activate it. Get lost! Fang Yuan shouted, raising his fist and punching fiercely. A huge pit was created on Demon Judgment Board's surface. Countless fragments flew everywhere, turning into Gu worm corpses that filled the sky. Guiyue Fangjing coughed out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, unable to conceal his shock. Fang Yuan's attack almost pierced through Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was smashed to the ground by Fang Yuan. Before Fang Yuan stomped on it, a huge force surged towards it. It could not resist it at all. Demon Judgment Board was like a mountain pressing down on it. It rapidly fell to the ground. Fang Yuan jumped up. His speed surged as he charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower again. But at the next moment, Duke Long had already caught up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan! He shouted, his voice reverberating in the sky. Fang Yuan turned around, the bloody cape on his back swung as he waved his fists, creating a storm of fist shadows. Duke Long had already come with a killer move, his palms slammed down with Chi Breath Mountain. Next, his left hand formed into a claw as he used a mortal killer move Dragon Claw Strike, while his right hand clenched into a fist as he used Chaotic Dragon Fist. At the same time, he spat out teeth that turned into countless spiraling dragon fangs that surrounded his body. The 9 dragon tattoos protecting Xiao Chen's body took the initiative to appear. Bam 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 bam, Fang Yuan and Duke Long fought fiercely, attacking fiercely as their fists landed on flesh. On one side was a venerable inheritor, an otherworldly demon, on the other side was a Tao Guardian, the teacher of an immortal venerable. The battle between these two broke the record since the start of the battle. Just the aftershock alone caused intense winds to blow, pushing away all people and objects. The terrifying collision force could directly destroy immortal goo houses. Even rank 8 immortal goo houses like Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Calamity Luck Altar stopped in their tracks. And those rank 7 immortal goo houses hid far away. Are these two monsters? What kind of shocking battle is this? The 5 regions goo immortals saw this through everybody's vision killer move and swallowed their saliva, their hearts pounding. As long as venerables did not appear, this battle between Fang Yuan and Duke Long was definitely at the peak of the current era. The mortals also gradually understood some of the details. This is incredible. We are seeing immortals. There are really immortals in this world. Immortals are fighting. They're killing each other. It's just too terrifying. Look, it seems like even heaven has been destroyed by them. The mortals screamed in shock. This scene had surpassed the limits of their imagination. The storm of attacks did not stop. Both sides were in a deadlock. Even though Duke Long did not receive the support of heroes among people, he had the help of Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand and Destiny Song, as well as Triple Chi Retraction. This method was a foreshadowing left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. Duke Long was only the key. At the edge of the battlefield, Spectral Soul looked at the battle between Fang Yuan and Duke Long as he smiled. Since it has already reached this stage, I might as well give it a hand. Jing Yuan, release all of your human wills. Old man Jing Yuan was slightly dazed. Weren't the human wills all released already? How could there be any left? If there were, why would old man Jing Yuan not use them earlier? However, as Spectral Soul continued to guide, old man Jing Yuan was shocked to find that a portion of human wills was stored in a corner of Celestial Court. Spectral Soul's understanding of Celestial Court was so thorough, he was even clearer than old man Jing Yuan. How many secrets of Celestial Court does he know? Also, why would the previous venerables secretly keep a portion of human wills? Old man Jing Yuan was filled with questions. Stop guessing, just release it. The following facts will tell you the answer. Spectral Soul chuckled. Old man Jing Yuan had already been subdued by Spectral Soul. He nodded and activated his method without hesitation. The human wills were completely released. Chapter 1971. At this moment when human will was completely released, be it the goo immortals of both sides, they seemed to be able to hear the discussions of countless people. You must grow up safely and healthily, my children. It is truly a good thing that lovers can be together. May the world be peaceful for generations to come. I would rather be a dog in peace than a person in chaos. Kill all these lawless bandits and villains. The righteous path will definitely win. I believe that even though justice and fairness may come late, they will never be absent. You must win, Celestial Court. I cannot do anything, I can only pray for you like this. The morale of the Celestial Court's goo immortals rose, but soon confusion appeared on their faces. Their enemies were also strengthened, and it seemed like the 3 regions goo immortals received a greater boost than them. Kill these hypocritical righteous path people. Destroy the Celestial Court. It is high and mighty. Who knows how many generations of Central Continent's people it has exploited. Even though I admire the spirit of the Celestial Court, I will never be able to reach it. I am a Central Continent goo immortal. I admit my selfishness, I am only an ordinary goo cultivator. But Central Continent's resources are all taken by the Celestial Court, they are all occupied by the 10 great ancient sects, they are all plundered by the Celestial Court. Join the Celestial Court? That is too difficult, they even want me to offer my immortal aperture. How can I bear to do that? Destroy the Celestial Court. The more damage we cause to the Celestial Court, the less pressure we will have on the other 4 regions when the 5 regions merge. The Heavenly Court has been the #1 force of the human race for far too long. If it is overthrown, it will be very interesting. Both sides fought again. The Celestial Court's goo immortals were shocked to find that the other party's heroes among people was indeed stronger than theirs. Why was that? Heroes among people was clearly our Celestial Court's method. Why did heroes among people help the enemy more? The Celestial Court's goo immortals were uncertain, they were gradually suppressed. Wu Yong once again led the crowd. He was the first to charge out of Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, valiantly charging at the very front. At this moment he fully displayed the martial style of the southern borders Wu clan. His face was gloomy and his eyes flashed with a cold light. The will to destroy Fate Gu had always been so intense and turbulent. In the past, he stood in front of his mother Wu Duxiu's coffin, mourning in silence. While he was grieving, he also discovered that there was a hint of relief and joy in the depths of his heart. Am I being unfilial? Wu Yong questioned himself and gradually understood his true feelings. It's not like that. I was full of filial piety and respect for my mother. However, she was truly too powerful. In her shadow, I could only choose to submit and cower. Only when she's gone will I have the space to relax. Back to the present. Wu Yong's fighting spirit was as strong as steel. His gaze was ice cold, and he revealed the fervor in his heart. So destroy fake Gu. I will mourn you like how I mourned my mother. Only when you are gone can I, Wu Yong, have the freedom to pursue my ambitions and aspirations. On the other side, Calamity Luck Altar suppressed Demon Judgment Board. Bing Sichuan had never felt so powerful. Hot blood surged in his chest. You still don't understand, Qin Ding Ling. You are Lord Giant Sun's lover in vain. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. Why do you think Lord Giant Sun created Luck Path? Why did he create Luck Path? In a way, this is the hope of all living beings in this world. When all lives were predetermined and all encounters were predetermined, then what was the point of living? What is the difference between this and a puppet or a walking corpse? This isn't just a guess, but something Sir Giant Sun personally told me. And I inherited his will. After 300,000 years, I will still fight to the death. I am an old man who is willing to fight for this will. Immortal killer move, Grand Rumble. Shin Songxing actually took the initiative to attack Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge controlled Destiny Song. Under Shin Songxing's frenzied attacks, he retreated continuously. His main goal was to stabilize his side. Shin Songxing screamed, Feng Jioge. We are both sound path Gu immortals, even if we can't see it, can't we hear it? Listen. This is the voice of most people in the world. They do not want to be restrained, they want freedom. No matter how impractical this freedom is. Sometimes, it is like the daydream of a lunatic or a fool. I will speak the truth. Shin Songxing said this as he shed tears of emotion. I have never felt this before. It is like there are billions of people standing around me, they are cheering for me and encouraging me. Maybe this is how the Celestial Court's Gu immortals feel when they fight for humanity. I was right to come to this battlefield. Bam 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 bam. Close combat, punches landed on flesh. Fang Yuan and Duke Long attacked fiercely. After a while of deadlock, Duke Long started to fall into a disadvantage. Even though Duke Long gritted his teeth and wanted to resist, it was to no avail. At this moment he started to feel what it meant to be powerless. Among everyone present, Fang Yuan's heroes among people killer move had the highest power. What? You are clearly a demon who brings disaster to the world and commits all sorts of evil deeds. Why are you receiving the most human will's help? Duke Long shouted in anger. Do you still not understand? Duke Long. This era is different, people's hearts have already changed. In the olden antiquity era, humans sought survival. Thus, when the three demon venerables invaded the celestial court, they held back. And now, more than 1,000,000 years have passed since the olden antiquity era. Your celestial court can no longer represent the will of the billions of people. Fang Yuan's words were sharp, they were like blades sharper than dragon fangs, directly piercing through Duke Long's heart. Fang Yuan did not only use his fists, every joint on his body was turned into a weapon as he attacked Duke Long. Chi Breath Mountain was destroyed, spiraling dragon fangs were scattered, Duke Long's Dragon Claw Strike and Chaotic Dragon Fist were suppressed by Fang Yuan step by step. Boom 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 boom. Every time he attacked, Fang Yuan's fists would create sonic booms. The Blood Battle Cloak released a bright red halo that enveloped Fang Yuan's entire body, giving him a terrifying boost in all aspects. Duke Long's fingers were broken by Fang Yuan, his fists collided with Fang Yuan's fists, revealing the bones in his hands. The 9 dragon patterns on his body were howling in pain. Most of them had already been scattered by Fang Yuan. Countless years ago there was a pair of lovers. The man was called Tuji, the woman was called Ruali. Tuji was a rockman while Ruali was a human female immortal. I cultivate rule path, of course I believe in the rules of this world. Everything in the world has its own path, that is fate. I have always been following my fate. I believe that I could meet you and fall in love with you because of fate's kindness towards me. Tuji said. Ruali said, then what if I tell you that I am fated to be killed by reckless savage demon venerable? What? Tuji was shocked. Ruali, how many times have you predicted this prophecy? Actually, just once is enough, but I have indeed predicted it many times, and the result is the same every time. Do you know why Wisdom Path Gu Immortal's prophecies are so accurate? That is because the path of fate is fixed. Me dying at reckless savage's hands is my fate. Tuji was silent for a while before saying in a resolute tone, then I don't believe in fate. Why must I die at reckless savage demon venerable's hands? Why can't my lover live a happy life? If this is fate's arrangement then, I will not accept it. Duke Long was forced to retreat continuously by Fang Yuan. First, blood seeped out of his mouth, then his 7 orifices started to bleed. This was caused by Fang Yuan's fists hitting his body, causing his organs to bleed. Awesome. Truly awesome. Reckless savages will shouted from within the cloak, waving his hands and legs excitedly. Kid, although you are ugly, your style is like me. I have to say, my impression of you has changed somewhat. But for some reason I feel like something is missing. Reckless savages will thought for a while before suddenly clapping. I got it. Kid, you should roar in excitement, shout in joy, that is the heroic fighting spirit of a man. However, Fang Yuan's expression was cold as ice, his eyes were pitch black like a deep abyss, there was not a trace of expression on his face. For him, the reason why he used this method was because he was making use of the strength of incomplete freedom transformation. With the 3 monsters' strength, Duke Long was already at a disadvantage fighting him in close combat. But Fang Yuan had the attitude of attacking heaven overseeing tower. Duke Long had no choice but to tangle with Fang Yuan. Duke Long's situation was getting worse, he was clearly defending more and attacking less. He roared and roared, but he was still forced back by Fang Yuan's attacks. In southern border there was a Gu immortal called Tao Zhu. Is Tao Zhu? Is he an idiot? In order to research some secret of the 5 regions, he actually gave up on such a marriage. He is a lunatic. There was a period of time when I saw him crawling into the regional walls, causing his head to bleed. He was in a pathetic state. In order to research the 5 regional walls, he sacrificed almost everything, he put his heart and soul into it, he endured the ridicule of countless people, he resisted the secret suppression of many people. The most fatal thing was that fate played a huge joke on him. In the near future, the 5 regional walls would vanish completely. Even if Tao Zhu's research produced results, it seemed to have lost its meaning. But so what? If this is fate, I, Tao Zhu, am unable to resist or change it. So what? I will continue to research it. Even if I fail in the end, if I cannot research it, my entire life will be a failure. I will not accept my fate. Even if I understand that there is a world wall called fate in front of me, I will still charge straight through it. Even if I crash into the wall and die, I will die with my head held high. Why should I accept my fate? Damn it. I want to do this. Chapter 1972. Quickly reinforced Duke Long. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals quickly moved, they did not dare to watch this anymore. Duke Long and Feng Jioge were the 2 pillars of the Celestial Court. If Duke Long was defeated by Fang Yuan and fell, the entire battle situation would become unpredictable again. Boom. Fang Yuan kicked, kicking Duke Long's arm to the side. Duke Long's back was wide open. Fang Yuan used this chance to get close, grabbing Duke Long's purple hair with his left hand. Next he raised his right fist, fist shadows flew everywhere, punching at Duke Long's face and chest like cannonballs. In a moment of desperation, Duke Long could not escape, he could only shout, "Triple Qi retraction." Qi currents surged again, gathering on Duke Long's body, Duke Long's condition tripled again. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan beat Duke Long violently. He continued the beating. Over 1,000,000 years ago, Genesis Lotus became a venerable. He disguised as a mortal and traveled the world. One day he came to a poor and dilapidated village in Western Desert. Here, because of his identity as a Gu master, he helped the villagers settle some small matters, he was warmly welcomed by the villagers. A child was the most excited, he admired Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable so much that he almost prostrated himself before him. Because he saw a new hope in life. Lord Gu Master, I beg you, I beg you. The child knelt on the ground, grabbing Genesis Lotus's clothes, he looked up at Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, his innocent eyes were filled with tears and pleading. Speak, child, don't kneel, I will definitely help you if I can. Genesis Lotus helped the child up gently. The child showed a joyful expression. It is great that you can help. Please revive my mother, she is the person I love the most, she is also the person who loves me the most in this world. My father abandoned me and my mother a long time ago. I was able to grow up because of my mother's hard work and painstaking efforts. But my mother died a few days ago. She died of exhaustion and illness. Before she died, she even stuffed the remaining half of the cake into my hands with her shivering hands so that I wouldn't have to eat it. I can't lose my mother. I can't live without a mother. I beg you, Lord Gu Master. You were able to dig so deep into the sand and accurately find the water source. It will definitely be able to resurrect my mother. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was silent. The child was naive and did not know that resurrecting a dead person was far more difficult than digging a well for water. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was a venerable of the current generation. He could do what others could not. But he could not. He was an immortal sovereign, the immortal sovereign of the celestial court. Thus, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable rubbed the child's head as he sighed. That is not possible. No matter what living beings are, they will live and die. Your mother's death is her final destination. Isn't it also a kind of liberation? You need to be more open-minded, live on bravely and happily. I believe your mother will definitely want you to live like this. No, I don't want to. The child shook his head furiously. I want my mother to resurrect. Genesis Lotus shook his head as he sighed again. I cannot resurrect your mother. What? You can clearly do that. The child stared at Genesis Lotus with wide-open eyes. Genesis Lotus shook his head again, not saying anything else. The child screamed as he pointed at Genesis Lotus. I hate you, Goo Master. You can clearly help my mother, but you don't want to do it. You are too cold, you are truly cruel. Just because she's not your mother? If she were your mother, would you reject her so coldly? Genesis Lotus fell into deep thought. He placed himself in the child's shoes and got the result, replying with an extremely serious expression. Yes, I will do that. I will accept death peacefully no matter who it is. Because I know this is fate's arrangement. Fuck your fate. The child screamed. I don't care about your fate, I just need my mother, I want my mother. The child was quickly stopped by the villagers who came over after hearing the commotion. The village chief quickly apologized to Genesis Lotus. Genesis Lotus waved his hand, expressing that he was not a hindrance. He looked at the struggling child who was being forcefully helped by the villagers and was suddenly stunned. His entire body and mind shuddered intensely. At this moment he suddenly understood. Why did he feel a vague sense of unease when he traveled the world? The hearts of humans changed, their desires were hard to satisfy. When humans became the overlords of the world, their desires were no longer to resist the domination and suppression of variant humans. Instead, it was more of a crazed fantasy. Genesis Lotus looked at the child in front of him in a daze. He suddenly realized, isn't the current human race the child in front of me? He is struggling crazily under the restraints of fate, for an unrealistic hope? But is this really an unrealistic hope? Resurrecting a dead person, is it impossible? Genesis Lotus was clear that this could be done. But he could not do it. This was not allowed. But if it was not allowed, would no one do it? Genesis Lotus suddenly felt a sense of loss and hesitation, a deep helplessness that seeped into his bones. Even if he was a rank 9 venerable, the number 1 person in the world, he could do all he could to stop the people of the world from doing this, but what about after he died? Even if he did all he could when he was alive and no one did it, could he, Genesis Lotus, stop the people of the world from thinking this way? And the most terrifying thing was precisely this kind of thinking. What right did he have to stop people's fantasies? He could not stop the various desires in people's hearts. Duke Long was ruthlessly beaten by Fang Yuan. He retaliated with all his strength at first, but Fang Yuan forcibly withstood Duke Long's counterattack. His expression was as cold as iron. Duke Long was beaten beyond recognition by Fang Yuan. His chest caved in, dragon scales scattered everywhere, his aura plummeted. Triple chi retraction. Duke Long roared again, his aura rose again, his injuries instantly healed. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan was still beating Duke Long. Duke Long had just recovered his appearance, but he was once again beaten by Fang Yuan. Soon, his bones were fractured everywhere, blood spurting everywhere. Duke Long did not retreat, he defended with all his strength, shouting again, triple chi retraction. His condition recovered again. Reckless savages will cheered from within the cloak. Continue beating him, continue beating him. Beat him to death, beat him until he explodes. I want to see how much foundation the Celestial Court has, to be able to exhaust him like this. Ah. But Fang Yuan was calmly calculating the remaining strength of the 3 monsters after they fused. Their strength was constantly weakening. Back then, when the 3 monsters had just appeared, Green Fish could smash Duke Long's entire body with a single headbutt. But after so many battles and the baptism of fate defeat, the 3 monsters did not have much strength left. Fang Yuan activated incomplete freedom transformation. Even though the 3 monsters combined their strength, their defense, movement, healing and other aspects were greatly consumed. In terms of foundation, they could not compare to the Celestial Court. The sky full of fist shadows suddenly condensed. Fang Yuan raised his fist and punched with all his strength. Boom. With an explosive sound, Fang Yuan's right fist sank into Duke Long's face. Next, a terrifying power erupted. Duke Long lost consciousness. He flew across the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily on the ground. Then he continued to sink, using his tough body to smash against the thick ground of the celestial court, creating an unprecedented crater. For a moment, Duke Long lay at the bottom of the crater, unable to move. But triple chi retraction was activated again. Another round of chi gathered towards him from all directions. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He loosened his hand. A large amount of long purple hair scattered in the wind. It was torn when he beat up Duke Long earlier. Fang Yuan thought about it calmly. Triple chi retraction was not activated by Duke Long. It was a method left behind by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. Even though Duke Long lost consciousness, triple chi retraction was still supporting Duke Long. Incomplete freedom transformation did not have much strength left. Once this killer move stopped midway, it could no longer use reckless savage demon venerable strength. If he wanted to use it next time, Fang Yuan would have to rely on his own strength. Duke Long paused for the moment. Fang Yuan immediately turned around, using every second to chase after Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower had been moving, but because of the three regions Gu Immortals, it did not get too far away from Fang Yuan. Stop him, quickly stop him. Stop Fang Yuan. We must stop him at all costs. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were like moths flying into a flame, charging towards Fang Yuan. Yi Chaozi blocked the way. Fang Yuan's punch pierced the wooden armor, directly shattering it. Zhao Shan he pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's leg flew up and directly stomped his body until it exploded. Whirling Boy screamed, suddenly appearing behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grabbed his tiny head, and with a loud sound, Fang Yuan clenched his fingers into a fist, forcefully crushing Whirling Boy's head into pieces. Haha, just like that. Kill them, destroy them. Then charge forward. Within the blood cape, reckless savages will laughed loudly, waving his hands and cheering for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. Duke Long flew up again, attempting to block Fang Yuan. A palace suddenly appeared in the sky above him. Dragon Palace. The former Dragon Palace Lord, Wu Shuai, his life seemed to be filled with tragedy. The secret of Dragon Man extermination was like a guillotine, hanging above his and the Dragon Man race's heads. The Dream Realm enlightened him again. To solve the problem of Dragon Man extermination, he needed to use Rank 8 Dragon Palace, and also conduct experiments on the Dragon Man body. But to do this, Wu Shuai alone could not do it. Thus, he gathered the Dragon Man Gu Immortals and told them the truth, asking for their help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented gathering. Almost all the Dragon Man Gu Immortals were here. To do experiments, we need a vast number of Dragon Men. Almost all of them will die. Even if they survive, their lives will be worse than death. Thus, I cannot make this decision alone. If anyone objects, please speak up. Wu Shuai said. I object. Someone immediately jumped out. Everyone looked at him. He was of the same generation as Wu Shuai. He was Wu Shuai's seventh brother in terms of bloodline, the seventh young master that ancestor Duke Long doted on the most. The seventh young master pointed at Wu Shuai on the throne, cursing, "Eighth brother, you scoundrel, you are truly crazy. To gain the trust of the Celestial Court, you killed your most loyal brother. To conceal the secret of Dragon Man reigning supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal Gu, you actually used the woman who loved you as a Gu refinement material. Now, to deal with the Dragon Man extermination killer move, you even want to harm countless innocent Dragon Men. You want to use them as experiments. Why are you so vicious? Why are you so cold? You think we will believe you just because you gave us this so-called evidence? Hee hee, you are too laughable. Do you think we are fools? Hee hee, no, you are not laughable. You are pitiful and pathetic. You wanted to give your woman happiness, but what happened in the end? She was sacrificed to refine a Gu. Hee. You wanted to be your father's pride, but what happened in the end? You killed him. You killed him personally. You gave Huang Wei a great cause. You gave him hope. But you killed him because of it, and now what happened to the cause? Hee ha. The seventh young master laughed maniacally. Tears flowed down his cheeks. You tried all ways to lead the Dragon Man race to rise, but what happened in the end? The Dragon Man race is going to be destroyed. It is going to be extinct. It's you, it's you. If not for your wild ambitions, occupying South Flower Island and migrating your people to develop, creating conflict between the Dragon Men and humans, why would so many things happen? If the Dragon-human race had always been peaceful and stable, the old ancestor wouldn't have been tempted to exterminate the Dragon-human race. Wu Shuai, oh Wu Shuai, you are an expert second only to old ancestor in our Dragon Man race. but what you brought to our Dragon Man race was not glory or hope, it was not equality or dignity. It was destruction. You are truly a tragedy. Your entire life is a tragedy." The hall was silent. Wu Shuai sat on his throne with an expressionless face. At this time, a Dragon Man Gu immortal slowly walked out of the crowd, standing in front of Wu Shuai before turning around to face everyone. This Dragon Man Gu immortal said solemnly, "I support Lord Wu Shuai." The seventh young master was shocked. Third uncle you?" The second Dragon Man Gu immortal walked out of the crowd, standing in front of Wu Shuai as he turned around to face the Dragon Man immortals. This Dragon Man Gu immortal shouted loudly, "I agree with Lord Wu Shuai's plan." The seventh young master was shocked. "Fifth uncle?" Next, the third, fourth, fifth, all the Dragon Man Gu immortals stood in front of Wu Shuai. In the blink of an eye, the seventh young master was the only one left. He shouted in disbelief, "Are you all insane? If this is insanity, then we are all lunatics. I am willing to become a lunatic like Ren Zhu." "O Shaoqi, do you still not understand? If we are not free to live or die, if we are controlled by someone, how tragic would that be? Even if that person is our ancestor, we cannot do that." Wu Shuai slowly stood up from his throne, his face was already covered in tears. "Everyone, I, Wu Shuai, swear here." Wu Shuai's voice was very hoarse. "I will live and die with the Dragon Man race. I will dedicate my heart, my blood, my spirit and my battle intent for the liberation of the Dragon Man race. Even if I fail in the end, I will fight until the very last moment of my life. Even if I die in the end, my spirit and will be passed down. Even if my spirit and will no longer exist, even if I only have a title left, I will continue to fight, I will fight relentlessly." Chapter 1973. Boom. Under the amplification of heroes among people, Dragon Palace blocked Duke Long with difficulty. Scram. At the next moment, Duke Long sent Dragon Palace flying with a dragon claw attack. Duke Long's vision cleared up again, but he did not feel any joy, because Fang Yuan was already close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Not just him, Wu Yong, Bing Sichuan, Xin Shang, and the rest also attacked fiercely. This wave of attacks was extremely terrifying. Duke Long could not stop them in time. Seeing this scene, he could not help but be furious. At this moment, even if Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom, it could not avoid the danger. Because Fang Yuan had dream path methods to begin with. Even though Feng Kim Hong could restrain it, she was only a mortal Gu master after all. To resist Fang Yuan in his current state, there was no way he could do so. "Quickly use Fate Vanquish," Duke Long shouted. The Gu immortals in Heaven Overseeing Tower shuddered. Not caring about friend or foe, they activated their killer moves with all their might. The sky turned white. There was light everywhere. White light. It filled the world in all directions, in the universe in all directions. This was Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method, a supreme killer move that used the complete rank 9 Fate Gu as the core. Be it Celestial Court or the 3 regions Gu immortals, both sides were extremely familiar with this killer move. White light filled the entire battlefield, mercilessly covering both friend and foe. In an instant, no matter who it was, no matter which immortal Gu house it was, they were all heavily injured and forced to retreat. Damn it. Wu Yong gritted his teeth, blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, he felt his ambition dissipating like snow in the white light. This again. Every time there is a breakthrough, Fate Vanquish will be used to save Celestial Court's situation. Wu Yong's gaze suddenly focused, and then he revealed a wisp of a complicated expression. On the empty battlefield, there was still a trace of blood red. What was that? It was a cloak, fluttering like a battle flag. Oh! Within the cloak, reckless savages will clenched his fists tightly and continuously pounded his chest like a gorilla in heat. He was extremely excited and shouted, "That's it! That was it! Between heaven and earth, who else but me can do it? At the critical moment, you still have to rely on me. Handsome, so fucking handsome." If it was just the 3 monsters, they would not be able to withstand the might of Fate Vanquish. However, when they combined into one move with Fang Yuan as the main, with Fang Yuan's complete otherworldly demon identity, Fate Vanquish was no longer a hindrance. Amidst the endless white light, Fang Yuan was dressed in a white robe. His black hair and blood-colored cloak fluttered wildly in the wind. He was charging. He advanced. Without the slightest pause. We still have hope. Calamity Luck Altar was retreating, but Bing Sichuan's eyes were wide open as he stared at that red figure in the white flames. Shin Tsongxing vomited blood and fell from the sky. He was also looking at Fang Yuan with all his might. he shouted in his mind, "Fang Yuan, you damn demon. Now it's up to you." Fang Yuan was like an arrow shooting into the sky. He was also like a star of calamity that rose from the ground to defy heaven and create chaos in the world. Charge, charge. A man's pride is on the way to charge, oh yeah. Reckless savages will shout it in Fang Yuan's ears. Be it Duke Long, Feng Jioge, the immortals of the celestial court, or the people of the three regions, as long as they could barely keep their eyes open, their gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. The world was pale white, and in this pale white the path of charging seemed especially long. It seemed to run through the river of history from ancient times to now. 3 million years ago, when variant humans were at their peak, there was an inconspicuous human slave. His name was Wei Yushu. He inquired about the location of the celestial court. He was no longer willing to be a slave. He escaped and was captured. His master asked sternly, "Wei Yushu, when I bought you back then, you were only a youngster, you did not even know what cultivation was. I was the one who nurtured you step by step, raising you to become a Gu immortal. Is it because of my love, my indulgence and my protection that you've become so audacious? Tell me, why did you betray me? When did I, Princess Yi Tong, mistreat you? You lived a life of luxury, you only needed to serve me, and I had never been cruel to you." Wei Yushu smiled bitterly. "However, no matter how good my life was, I was only your slave." The female Inkman immortal was even more furious. "What's so bad about being my slave? There are many Inkmen who want your life, but they do not have such an opportunity." Wei Yushu's gaze was dazed. He said slowly, "I did not think it was bad in the past, but when I heard that there was a celestial court in this world, and that there were people living like that, I finally understood why I was depressed all day. Because I'm lacking something. I had clearly read the legends of Renzu. I was really too stupid. I was even more stupid than those wingless birds, toothless beasts and gill-less fish. At least they knew they had lost their freedom. They desperately ran around trying to find freedom. But what about me? I did not even know I had lost my freedom. So you wanted to escape to the celestial court?" The female Inkman immortal sneered. "You are too naive. You can even believe the bewitching words of such a demonic and heretical path?" Wei Yushu closed his eyes, speaking in a hoarse voice. "It is not that I believe it, but I am willing to believe it. The celestial court has never been the main point. Even without the celestial court, there will still be an earth court, there will also be a human court. There will always be a place, a group of people who are pursuing freedom." "A million years ago." Duke Long snorted coldly. "Tell me, Hong Ting, who in this world can do as they please? Your thinking is too childish. You think becoming an immortal venerable, you think leading the righteous path means that there are no sacrifices? Is there anything in this world that you do not need to pay? Do you think the word righteous path is so shallow? Wrong. Protecting the righteous path of the celestial court requires the most effort, requires the most sacrifice. If you do not even have this bit of sacrifice, then let me tell you, you do not even have the qualifications to join the celestial court." Duke Long's eyebrows rose, his expression was cold as ice. "Who do you want to revive?" "Everyone who sacrificed themselves for my position as an immortal venerable. My parents, Lu Shuxian and many others. Even if it is a terrible tragedy, I will choose to endure it." Master disciple has always had a question: why? Why do we have to accept fate's arrangements? If there is no fate, will this world really become chaotic? Is there no possibility of it becoming better? Hong Ting's tone was anxious as he asked questions. "In the present era. Huang Er, do you believe in fate?" Duke Long looked at Feng Kim Hong, saying solemnly, "Huang Er, you need to understand you will be the future great dream immortal venerable, surpassing all the venerables of the past. You will create dream path and roam the world unhindered, invincible. You will definitely shine for eternity. You will become an immortal monument of our human race. Don't be afraid, don't hesitate, you will succeed time and time again, you will advance courageously until you reach the peak of this world." As Feng Kim Hong listened, the light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. When she smiled, it was a beautiful sight. Duke Long also smiled. Feng Kim Hong said, "If all of this is predetermined by fate, then I don't believe in fate." Boom. Fang Yuan directly broke through the roof of heaven overseeing tower, charging in. The celestial court Gu immortal inside tried to stop him. Fang Yuan's hands pierced into his chest and tore. The celestial court Gu immortal was torn into two. Blood rained down on Fang Yuan's face. His skin was as white as snow and as cold as ice. Blood rained down on Fang Yuan's black hair. It was as black as the night, emitting a deep eerie light. Blood rained down on Fang Yuan's bloody cloak. The cloak fell to the ground. It was like an ambitious and ruthless overlord had walked on a bloody path to conquer the world. Fang Yuan walked in with large strides, arriving at the center of the roof. Fate Gu was right in front of him. It had always been there, as if it was being worshipped for millions of years. Fang Yuan grabbed Fate Gu. At this moment, reckless savages who was inside the cloak was stunned. He shut his mouth and looked at Fang Yuan blankly, because he realized this was a crucial moment for the whole of humanity, no, the whole world. At this moment, Fang Yuan looked at Fate Gu in his hand, his gaze revealing a complex emotion. He had finally caught Fate Gu. This was a situation he had imagined countless times. His goal was achieved at this moment, but he did not think of himself, he thought of the legends of Renzu. Renzu said, he wanted freedom, to get rid of the shackles of fate, to go wherever he wanted, to be with whoever he wanted, never to be separated. The birds rebuked him. You humans are destined to be lonely in life, all joyful gatherings will only lead to separation. O human, you want freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty, don't let your imagination run wild. Renzu said again. He wanted freedom, to get rid of the shackles of fate, to have endless delicacies and wine, endless wealth, as well as all kinds of warm and beautiful clothes. The beasts sneered at him. You humans are destined to come empty-handed and leave empty-handed. O human, you want freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty, don't let your imagination run wild. Renzu said again, he wanted freedom, to get rid of the shackles of fate, to breathe freely, to exist forever, he wants eternal life. The fish group rejected him. You humans are destined to have no fate with eternal life, you will grow old and die. O human, you want freedom, but you also need to abide by your duty, don't let your imagination run wild. Renzu was confused. Renzu was unhappy. Renzu was fed up. Renzu went crazy. How can you think like this? Why can't I think like this? Why can't a person be separated from his lover forever? Why can't a person live without worries, be rich and powerful? Why couldn't a person live forever and never grow old? Is it because fate doesn't allow it? Is it because fate doesn't allow it, I can't do it? Can't I think like this? Why the fuck? Why can't I think like this? Why can't eternal life work? Alright. If I think like this, I'll go crazy. Then let me become a madman. If I pursue like this, I'll become a demon. Then let me become a demon. Fang Yuan looked at Fate Gu in his hand and sneered. He exerted some force in his hand. Crack. A soft sound echoed. Fate Gu was directly crushed into pieces by him. Rank 9 Fate Gu. Chapter 1974. Fate Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan. The entire battlefield returned to its original state. The white light formed by Fate Vanquish vanished into thin air. Crack crack. A series of crisp sounds echoed as countless cracks spread on Heaven Overseeing Tower. But at the next moment, with a loud sound, the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower shattered. The huge celestial court fell into deathly silence. There was no wind on the battlefield, but the immortals felt like a hurricane was howling in their hearts. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned into countless fragments of various sizes, along with the corpses of the Gu immortals, helplessly falling to the ground. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's hidden painting path method turned into a ray of light and tore through the sky, flying far away. Fang Yuan ignored it, quietly hovering in the air as he turned around to look at Duke Long, Feng Jioge and the rest. He was expressionless and did not say a word, he only slowly opened his palm, letting the immortals and the killer move everybody's vision to see. Fate Gu's completely destroyed fragments. Fate Gu is destroyed? We won. The three regions Gu immortals looked at each other, seeing the shock and bewilderment on each other's faces. Unbelievable, we really did it. This battle will definitely be engraved in the minds of future generations. After reacting, the three regions Gu immortals shouted and cheered in joy. In contrast, the remaining Gu immortals on the celestial court side had ashen expressions. They were like wooden puppets. Fate Gu was the banner of the celestial court, it was their spiritual pillar. Its use was not just a rank 9 Gu worm. Since primordial origin Immortal Venerable's time, he had relied on this Gu to show the status of humanity, giving humanity hope of freedom and the courage to resist. After 3 million years of inheritance and development, Fate Gu had become even more significant to the celestial court. It was the foundation of the celestial court, it was a symbol, and it was a banner that would fly forever. But now this banner was forcefully destroyed and torn apart by Fang Yuan. The celestial court's immortals saw this and felt like the pillar in their hearts had been taken away, the sky was collapsing. When the three regions Gu immortals did not attack, they did not have any external stimuli, they were all at a loss and did not know what to do. Even Feng Jioge was silent. The song of destiny that had been resounding throughout the battlefield also stopped at this moment. Far away, Feng Kim Hong was hiding in a secret underground immortal goo house. He was sobbing uncontrollably. Fate goo has been destroyed. Why was this happening? Everyone is obviously working so hard and sacrificing themselves. Qin Dingling's eyes were lifeless and she was also in a daze. She was like a lifeless stone statue. The tattered demon judgment board rose into the sky. Fang Jing looked at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. Fang Yuan, you actually did it. In the celestial court, under the pursuit of venerable methods, Fate goo was destroyed. So the gap between us is still so huge. This gap made Fang Jing feel despair, but the subtle thing was that Fang Jing didn't feel any pain at this moment. Instead he felt a sense of relief. It was time to give up. A person like Fang Yuan should have been different from the start. Wanting to be on par with him had always been an extravagant hope, a delusion from the very beginning. Damn it, we failed. Fate goo was destroyed. Many of the celestial court's goo immortals were crying. They gave their all, they put in all their effort, some crawled out of their graves to fight again, some persevered to the end, but they still failed in the end. We are truly ashamed of our comrades who sacrificed themselves. I have no face to face the seniors of my sect. Shame appeared on the faces of the celestial court's goo immortals. Many of them even had the urge to commit suicide on the spot. Don't panic. Right at this time, Duke Long suddenly spoke. His voice resounded over 1,000 li, causing all the goo immortals' hearts to shake. Duke Long flew to the highest altitude. His expression was solemn. He knew this was a crucial moment. Fate goo was destroyed. Duke Long could not be upset or blame himself. He was the leader of the celestial court. He needed to do his best to resolve this problem. What made him anxious was, even the experienced celestial court's goo immortals were so shaken. Then what would the people in the world think of this? If Fang Yuan's repeated attempts to harm the celestial court was like a ruthless slap to the celestial court's face. But now, Fang Yuan destroyed Fate goo. This was simply shaking the foundation of the celestial court, destroying the status and reputation that the celestial court had accumulated for over 3 million years. Duke Long had to rally the morale of the troops and raise their morale. Fang Yuan, do you really think you destroyed Fate goo? Duke Long suddenly laughed heartily. He did not seem to be shaken or dejected at all. Fang Yuan did not reply. He only looked at him quietly and slightly raised his palm. Immediately the 3 regions goo immortals mocked. Duke Long, are you blind? Don't you see the remains of Fate goo? The eyes of the celestial court's goo immortals flickered with hope. Is the Fate goo that Fang Yuan destroyed fake? But Duke Long shook his head, still smiling. The destroyed Fate goo is of course real. But Fang Yuan, even if Fate goo is destroyed, is it destroyed forever and can't be refined by us again? The immortals were dazed. Immortal goo were unique. It was an irrefutable truth of heaven and earth. If I have an immortal goo, it is impossible for others to have the same immortal goo. But when this immortal goo is destroyed, everyone in the world will have a chance to possess it. Fate goo was destroyed by Fang Yuan. This was an irrefutable fact. But this was not the true end, because Celestial Court could refine it again. Does Celestial Court already have Fate goo's recipe? Shen Songxing asked with a gloomy expression. Fate goo has been controlled by my Celestial Court for over 3 million years. During this period, there have been countless refinement path grade experts and 3 immortal venerables. Take a guess, does our Celestial Court have Fate goo's recipe? Duke Long smiled, his whole body emitting confidence and calmness. Damn it. The 3 regions goo immortals were flustered and exasperated. Duke Long smiled again. However, even if Celestial Court does not have Fate goo's immortal goo recipe, so what? Everyone, I might as well ask you, was the immemorial antiquity era's Fate goo refined by Renzu? Of course not. Qin Dingling answered. She understood Duke Long's meaning. Anger appeared in her eyes again. Fate goo was born from heaven and earth. Duke Long nodded. That's right, immortal goo are born naturally. That is why there are so many wild immortal goo. Even if we do not refine it, heaven and earth will refine Fate goo. The newly born Fate goo might be rank 6, or it might even be rank 9. Who can say for sure? This time, it was the 3 regions goo immortals' turn to look at each other. After being enlightened by Duke Long, they suddenly realized that destroying Fate goo was not a big deal. So be it, if Fate goo was destroyed, it could be refined again in the future. Even if we refine it, we can destroy it again. A goo immortal shouted indignantly, but he himself did not have much confidence. How much effort was expended to destroy Fate goo this time? Could such a success really be replicated again? Not to mention anything else, just the fact that only otherworldly demons could destroy Fate Gu, who knew how many heroes and ambitious people had died. Didn't they see that even the 3 demon venerables did not succeed? Damn it, why didn't I think of this? A Gu immortal was extremely vexed, but thinking about it, he could not blame himself for not thinking it through. After all, attacking the celestial court and destroying Fate Gu, this goal itself was as lofty as the sky. Gu immortals needed to raise their necks and hope for it. To achieve this goal, Gu immortals had already exhausted all their efforts. It was like mortals trying to ascend to heaven. This was a completely impossible goal. Even if they used all their strength and willpower, it would be difficult to achieve. Under such circumstances, who could think of what would happen after ascending to heaven? In fact, Central Continent was holding the Refinement Path Convention. Gu immortals of the 4 regions would attack together, but who could be sure that they could destroy Fate Gu? No one. Even Fang Yuan, even the past venerables did not have this confidence. Everyone was giving it a try. After succeeding, the Gu immortals were wild with joy. But what about after achieving this goal? Duke Long's words were also true. The 3 regions' Gu immortals suddenly realized that all their efforts were all for naught? They were all for naught? The 3 regions' Gu immortals were silent, their expressions gradually turning unsightly. Wu Yong acutely sensed the change in people's hearts. Their morale was low. He immediately retorted coldly, "Lord Duke Long has a good tongue. However, the Celestial Court's failure is still a failure. You put in so much effort and made so many defenses. Even if Fate Gu is hidden in the Celestial Court, we can destroy it. In the future, even if you obtain Fate Gu again, so what? In fact, you need to be careful. Don't wait until heaven and earth naturally produce Fate Gu. You won't be able to refine it. At that time, Fate Gu will become a wild immortal Gu. Everyone will be able to obtain it. It might not necessarily belong to your Celestial Court." The 3 regions' Gu immortals heard this and their eyes shone, their morale rose. Duke Long was still smiling calmly. "Wu Yong, you are right. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Fate Gu becomes a wild immortal Gu and is obtained by one of you, so what? Can you use it? Can you use it?" Facing this question, even Wu Yong was speechless. Duke Long smiled proudly. Fate Gu has never been able to be used by Gu immortals. Before the remote antiquity era, it was in the hands of variant humans. They could not use it. In the last 3 million years, the immortal venerables of my Celestial Court have never been able to directly use this Gu. Countless geniuses thought of Heaven Overseeing Tower, and in the last 3 million years, we have only been able to research a killer move that uses Fate Gu, that is Fate Vanquish. Do you know the killer move Fate Vanquish? Do you know how to construct Heaven Overseeing Tower? The 3 regions' Gu immortals fell into silence. Duke Long continued, "Only Providence can use Fate Gu. Back then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable schemed against humanity. She did not hesitate to sacrifice herself and fused with Providence, interfering and influencing Providence. Thus, humanity rose up 3 million years ago, and 3 million years later humanity is still the overlord of heaven and earth, flourishing continuously. And our Celestial Court established the Immortal Graveyard to support Star Constellation's will. The members of the Celestial Court would try to hibernate in the Immortal Graveyard, to provide endless help to Star Constellation's will. Thus, we can influence Fate Gu and influence the situation of the world. Which one of you can do this?" Duke Long looked around. The 3 regions' Gu immortals were silent, while the Celestial Court's Gu immortals puffed out their chests. Someone said proudly, "No one. In the entire 5 regions, only a force like our Celestial Court can do this." "No, you are wrong, Duke Long." Bing Sichuan's rebuttal came from Calamity Luck Altar. "Even if we cannot use Fate Gu, we can use it as a Gu refinement material to refine Destiny Gu. Fate Gu cannot be controlled by humans, but Destiny Gu can. This is the scheme of our giant sun immortal." Duke Long looked at Calamity Luck Altar, smiling in disdain. "Even if you refine Destiny Gu, will Fate Gu disappear?" Bing Sichuan could not reply. If Fate Gu was used as a Gu material, even if Longevity Heaven refined Destiny Gu, Fate Gu would be destroyed. In the future, a brand new Fate Gu could still appear. Duke Long sighed. "No matter what you do, Fate Gu will still exist. Even if it is destroyed now, it will reappear in the future. As long as it reappears, all of your efforts today will have no meaning to you." The 3 regions' Gu immortals were silent. "Of course there is a meaning." Duke Long answered his own question with a heavy and hateful expression. "The meaning behind this is to give variant humans a chance to rise up and cause unimaginable damage to our human race. If you cannot use Fate Gu, when can you refine Destiny Gu? You don't even have the incomplete Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. And once fake goo reappears, it will fall under the control of providence. Humanity will decline, variant humans will rise up. And the ones who caused all of this are you. Duke Long scolded, suddenly pointing at Fang Yuan. Especially you. You have committed a heinous crime. You destroyed the immortal graveyard. Star constellations cannot interfere with providence like before. If humanity perishes in the future, you will be the culprit. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, do you think you have won by destroying fake goo? At best, this is just a farce. Our celestial court has always been thinking of humanity. We have protected humanity's benefits. We have bled and sacrificed for humanity. But you people, for your own benefits, destroyed the situation that our celestial court has maintained for millions of years. Our celestial court can refine fake goo in the future. We can refine it in secret. If we don't want to repair fake goo and let the 5 regions know about it, will you even hear of it? Can you stop us in time? Even if you stop us for the 2nd or 3rd time. What about in the future? Who can guarantee that you can stop us from refining goo every time? We are only refining a rank 6 fake goo. It is far easier than repairing a rank 9 goo. And every time we fight for fake goo, humanity will suffer severe losses and expend a huge amount of our foundation. This is a good opportunity for other variant humans to rise up. Duke Long sighed deeply as he said this. Who is this old man? To think that the celestial court has done so many things, they have always been thinking of humanity. Why are they attacking the celestial court? What are these goo immortals who are attacking the celestial court thinking? These people are all demons. For their own benefits they disregard the big picture. They are all scoundrels of 1,000 kill. The mortals of the 5 regions resonated with him. Most of the mortals knew little about goo immortals. And those goo immortals scattered in the 5 regions heard Duke Long's words and fell into silence. The celestial court was powerful, the celestial court was domineering, the celestial court controlled almost all of Central Continent's cultivation resources, the celestial court had a very long reach, they actively interfered with the major matters of the other 4 regions. But the celestial court's contribution in protecting humanity could not be erased. This was the truth. Oh my, this is a little troublesome. Although destroying fake goo felt really good, I felt a little empty afterwards. This is a little troublesome. Inside the bloody cape, reckless savages held his forehead and mumbled. Duke Long, are you done? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent, but after crushing fake goo, he spoke for the first time, breaking the silence of the crowd. Duke Long looked at Fang Yuan and frowned, feeling something amiss. Fang Yuan was too calm. With Fang Yuan's intelligence, how could he not see the crux of the matter? Duke Long thought from another perspective. If he were Fang Yuan, he would have attacked with all his strength just now, not giving him a chance to speak. Once he spoke, the current situation would have been created. Yes. Duke Long's words restored the morale of the celestial court's goo immortals. They suppressed the enemy's morale and raised the reputation of the celestial court. It was absolutely a turning point. Duke Long was worthy of being the #1 leader of the celestial court. Not only did he have terrifying battle strength, he could even display his leadership talent at the crucial moment, boosting morale and changing people's hearts. How could Fang Yuan not see this? But he did not stop Duke Long. In fact, from his gaze, Duke Long could vaguely sense a trace of anticipation. What was he, Fang Yuan, looking forward to? At the next moment, Fang Yuan laughed lightly. Oh Duke Long, who told you that destroying fake goo would be the end of this battle? You seem to have forgotten someone. Duke Long heard this and his pupils shrunk. He realized something. He followed Fang Yuan's gaze and saw a river. That was the phantom image of the River of Time. Calamity Luck Altar carried Red Lotus Demon Venerable's method. Unprecedented killer move. From the start of the battle, the power of this killer move had condensed into this phantom image of the River of Time in the air of the Celestial Court. The Northern Plains goo immortal experts that walked out from this phantom image in history were a huge threat to the Celestial Court. But as the battle continued, the phantom image of the River of Time gradually became weaker. Fewer and fewer Northern Plains experts were summoned. Towards the end of the battle, this phantom image of the River of Time had almost no movement, not a single person could be seen. However, after Fang Yuan destroyed fake goo, this phantom image of the River of Time was like a fierce beast that had escaped its cage. It started to surge violently. Swish swish swish, the river water surged, creating huge waves. A confident and calm figure slowly walked out from the huge waves. The immortals in the battlefield heard him sing loudly, "Back then, when I was young, flowery horses trampled and wine splashed. Love and hate came with the waves, the summer cicada's song wakes up the night. Red lotuses were planted in the River of Time, beautiful memories returned, tears dried. At this moment, the vicissitudes of life ascended the dance pavilion, myriad spirits awaited orders without restraint. He had the appearance of a young man, his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, he wore a red robe, his face was like jade, his eyes were like stars and his skin was as white as snow. He walked out of the phantom image of the river of time, entering the battlefield of the celestial court. The entire battlefield was silent as they watched. Looking around, his gaze stopped on Duke Long. Duke Long was shaken. He had a complex expression. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but no words came out. Chapter 1975. Wow, this person is walking out of the river. Why is there a river in the sky? This young man who is walking out is so handsome. I still think that red-cloaked fairy looks good. Because of the killer move everybody's vision, all the mortals in the 5 regions saw this scene. They discussed and made a lot of noise. Mortals and Gu masters might not know the severity of this matter, but most Gu immortals knew the mysterious young man's identity. At once, the 5 regions' Gu immortals shook intensely. It was as if an apocalyptic hurricane was blowing in their minds. This Gu immortal, don't tell me? Is he Red Lotus Demon Venerable? Among the venerables, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the most mysterious one. Back then, the celestial court had nurtured him, but it was all for naught. Not only did Red Lotus not become an immortal venerable, he even became a demon venerable. He betrayed the orthodox path and damaged Fate Gu. There was even a scandal about the Dragon Man race. Thus, the celestial court used information path great experts and extraordinary methods to eliminate the influence of this matter. Moreover, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had reborn. He changed his style of doing things. He took into consideration the reputation of the celestial court and his master. He acted in the dark. Thus, many Gu immortals did not know what Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked like. But they heard the mysterious young Gu immortal called Duke Long Master. He had also come from the River of Time's illusory image. Everyone knew that Duke Long was Red Lotus Master. But how can this be? Isn't Red Lotus Demon Venerable dead? Who knows, he might be Duke Long's new disciple. Most of the Gu immortals scattered in the 5 regions were indecisive, but these people in the battlefield of the Celestial Court were all experts with deep aptitude. They had the support of super forces. They knew a lot of information related to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Thus, be it the Celestial Court or the 3 regions Gu immortals, they looked at the young Gu immortal in a daze. They were like statues. They were numb from shock. They recognized the young Gu immortal's identity. It was the Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The 3 regions Gu immortals were shaken, because Red Lotus Demon Venerable was Duke Long's disciple after all. Looking at his expression when he called Duke Long, he clearly cared and respected Duke Long a lot. Celestial Court's Gu immortals did not dare to act rashly. Because Red Lotus Demon Venerable had once invaded the Celestial Court and damaged Fate Gu. Afterwards, the Celestial Court worked hard for over 1,000,000 years to repair Fate Gu, expending an immeasurable amount of manpower and resources. It had been repaired with great difficulty, but now it was completely destroyed by the successor of the Red Lotus, Fang Yuan. How infuriating! More importantly, the Red Lotus Demon Venerable's cultivation. He was a venerable with rank 9 battle strength. Once he showed himself, who here could stop him? Even the powerful Duke Long, even the mountain-sized Di Zongxing, even the bloody cloaked Fang Yuan were not his rank 9 Red Lotus Demon Venerable's match. No one doubted it. The young Red Lotus guessed the immortal's thoughts. He stepped on the air and slowly walked to the center of the battlefield, smiling calmly. Don't worry, I am already dead. Fate Gu has been destroyed. Call of the Ancients' remnant power is insufficient. I am only a will. Red Lotus will was so condensed and lifelike like a real person. But if one inspected carefully, they would find that there were many minute differences between him and a real Gu immortal. The immortals tried their best to identify him, gradually letting out sighs of relief. Red Lotus did not lie. This was indeed a will and not a real person. His reputation was too great, his appearance was too terrifying. People could not help but think of that terrifying aspect. After being informed by Red Lotus, the immortals realized. The bad feeling in Duke Long's heart intensified. Duke Long snorted coldly, shouting, Red Lotus, even in death, you are not willing to give up on that disgraceful thought of yours? You won after all. Thanks to you, Fate Gu has been destroyed by your chosen pawn. Red Lotus shook his head. Master, this is not a victory. Precisely because of this I am here. What do you want to do? Duke Long frowned. The bad feeling in his heart intensified. Red Lotus answered with his actions. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Yuan in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan looked at Red Lotus Will with a calm expression. His gaze was as deep as the night. He had too deep a connection with this venerable in front of him. Spring-autumn cicada, which he had always relied on to turn the tables, was the core time path immortal goo created by this person. You did well. You should have guessed what I want to do, right? Red Lotus Will nodded at Fang Yuan with a smile. Fang Yuan said, I more or less guessed it. Even though fate is destroyed, in fact, to use it as a goo material to refine destiny goo, an otherworldly demon like you is needed. Thanks to someone's help, you are now a complete otherworldly demon. Red Lotus Will said this as he looked far away. That direction was at the edge of the battlefield. It was where Spectral Soul and his servants were hiding. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan were sweating profusely. Even though this was only Red Lotus Will, it was too terrifying. It could see through their concealment. Inside their hiding spot, Spectral Soul had already returned to human form. He looked at Red Lotus Will with a complex expression. This was not the first time he had seen Red Lotus Will. Deep memories surfaced. Back then he became a soul path venerable and entered the river of time to explore. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cultivated soul path, but with his level he could enter and leave the river of time freely. A mysterious fog appeared. A stone lotus island appeared in front of him. He stepped onto the stone lotus island. Red Lotus Will welcomed him with a smile. I have been waiting for you, Spectral Soul. How about we make a transaction? Spectral Soul agreed to this transaction. At this point he learned about fake goo. He also knew the truth behind the 3 demon venerables attacking the celestial court. Thus, he gave up on the plan to attack the celestial court. He went back to create the sovereign immortal aperture goo. Red Lotus Will looked at Spectral Soul, using his gaze to tell him, it was time to carry out the transaction. Spectral Soul chuckled. He ordered Old Man Jing Yuan, gather all of the human wills and gather them around Fang Yuan. Old Man Jing Yuan immediately took action. At once, countless wills emerged from the depths of the celestial court. These wills were all human wills. They were complex and colorful, filled with filthy desires and beautiful fantasies. They could mesmerize people to death. They were beautiful but also ugly. They made people yearn for them but also hated them. Red Lotus Will looked at the surging wills. It was like a rainbow sea. He turned around and smiled at Fang Yuan before flying into the sea of human wills. The human wills engulfed him. Next, flames appeared in the void. Lumps of fire burned like red lotuses, burning the sea of human wills. Duke Long was furious. This was not something that a mere will could do. Red Lotus, back then when you attacked the celestial court, you still had a backup plan. Before he finished speaking, Duke Long flew over, trying to attack the human wills. Don't even think about it. Wu Shuai was prepared. He controlled Dragon Palace to block him. Both sides fought. Dragon Palace was quickly repelled. How long are you going to stay in a daze? Duke Long shouted at the Celestial Court Goo Immortals. The Celestial Court Goo Immortals seemed to have woken up from a dream. They attacked Fang Yuan and the human wills in the sky. The 3 regions Goo Immortals naturally would not sit back and watch. Battle erupted again. No matter what Red Lotus is doing, he is definitely going against the Celestial Court. This is what I need to see. Wu Yang's eyes shined with bright light. He controlled the surrounding wind blades to shoot out. Di Zongxing roared. He coiled his body and surrounded Fang Yuan and the human wills. Using his body to block all kinds of killer moves, he roared in pain but did not retreat. Bing Sai Chuan controlled Calamity Luck Altar to block Demon Judgment Board. His gaze was a little complex. It seemed that Red Lotus Demon Venerable was also refining Destiny Goo. This was in conflict with Longevity Heaven's plan, but he could not stop it or retreat. He could only fight first. The fire burned the human wills, emitting a thick smell of blood. When Red Lotus Will merged with the human wills, the endless human wills cooperated with Fang Yuan, moving towards the fire. Lumps of fire spread rapidly, forming a sea of fire in the sky. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly. If a rank 6 Goo Immortal did not have any protection, they would be instantly melted by the temperature. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. The bloody cape protected him as he stepped into the center of the sea of fire, but did not make a move. A Celestial Court Goo Immortal saw through this and laughed loudly. Fang Yuan cannot make a move. It seems that he does not have Destiny Goo's recipe. Fang Yuan looked at the person who spoke through the sea of fire. He smiled coldly and said with a trace of pity, I do not have it, but there is one person here who does. Oh. The fighting immortals had this question in their minds. Find him and kill him. The Celestial Court Goo Immortals subconsciously thought this. Find him, protect him. The 3 regions Goo Immortals also made a decision. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge also looked at him. Their gazes pierced through the sea of fire. They looked at each other. At this moment, it was as if the sounds of fighting in the battlefield were far away from them. Feng Jioge breathed in deeply. He slowly closed his eyes. Next, he started to sing. Destiny Song's voice resounded throughout the battlefield again. Feng Jioge has made a move again. Let's kill Fang Yuan together. Exterminate the human will. Exterminate the human will first. Fang Yuan is secondary. The celestial court Gu immortals were energized, but at the next moment they cried out in shock. They did not receive any amplification from Destiny Song. Instead, the three regions Gu immortals received a huge boost. Feng Jioge, what are you doing? Duke Long was shocked and furious. He turned around and shouted at Feng Jioge like an enraged blood dragon. Father. Feng Kim Huang's shocked voice was also transmitted to him. Feng Jioge, why did you do this? You actually betrayed the celestial court. How dare you? How can you? Qin Dingling shouted in a shrill voice. She was extremely furious. In order to nurture Feng Jioge, she had given him Crackle Immortal Gu. But Feng Jioge made such a repayment. Feng Jioge had a calm expression. He continued to sing. Chapter 1976. Destiny Song engulfed the battlefield, but at this moment Feng Jioge attacked Celestial Court. Ignoring the shock and confusion of both sides, Feng Jioge was immersed in his own song. At the same time, memories surfaced in his mind. The second time he attacked Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan set up a formation in the Blessed Land, while Feng Jioge and Qin Yi were isolated by the formation. Feng Jioge fought against Fang Yuan alone. My Gu worms have mysteriously disappeared. How can this be? This method should be a theft path method. But I wonder if this is Fang Yuan's move, or the power of this super formation. Feng Jioge was shocked. Because of Fang Yuan's theft path method, he was at a disadvantage. As time passed, his Gu worms were stolen one by one, including several Sound Path Immortal Gu. Feng Jioge's battle strength fell. He had to use fixed immortal travel to retreat. Suppress space Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan used his prepared method, causing Feng Jioge's wish to retreat to fail. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Next, Fang Yuan finally stole fixed immortal travel. Feng Jioge's heart turned cold. He knew he was in a desperate situation. But at this time he received Fang Yuan's transmission. Oh Feng Jioge, I will not kill you nor will I steal Fate Armor Immortal Gu. You and I are not on the same path, but you and Celestial Court are not on the same path either. Look at your heart. What do you truly want? Let me ask you again, have you started comprehending Destiny Song? Feng Jioge thought this was a trap set up by Fang Yuan to disrupt his determination and battle intent, but soon he was bewildered. Because Fang Yuan had slowed down his attacks, he was no longer forcing him. Feng Jioge could not help but think, what does Fang Yuan mean? He knows I have Fate Armor Immortal Gu? His response to the attack on Langya Blessed Land was so outstanding and well prepared. Could it be that he used the Spring-Autumn Cicada to reincarnate? If he really was reborn, did something happen in his previous life? From his words, it seems that I will part ways with the Celestial Court. At this moment, Fang Yuan transmitted his voice again. Feng Jioge, I know you have doubts. Don't worry, you'll gradually understand what I mean. Next, I will open the formation and give Qin Yi the illusion that he was the one who broke it. I'm sure he'll see you out. Until we meet again, Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan, explain yourself. Feng Jioge transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan. But in the next moment, there was a loud bang, and the two halves of the formation space were connected again. Qin Yi saw that Feng Jioge was in danger. He shouted in shock, hold on, I'm coming. Be careful. The enemy has a method to steal Gu worms. Feng Jioge hesitated for a moment before giving crucial information to Qin Yi. During the battle, Fang Yuan attacked viciously, heavily injuring Feng Jioge and activating Fate Armor Immortal Gu. In order to save Feng Jioge, Qin Yi used Karma Relocation. Feng Jioge was shocked. Fang Yuan is right, Qin Yi really has a method to send me out. Feng Jioge, you escaped this time, but that might not be the case next time. Fang Yuan's expression was normal. In Feng Jioge's ears, these words were filled with deep meaning. In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. After the battle, Feng Jioge had been thinking about Fang Yuan's words. He could have killed me, but he did not take my life. What? Fang Yuan is a demon. He has a ruthless nature. He values benefits the most. There is only one reason why he let me go, that is, I will be of great help to him. But I am a member of Central Continent, a substitute of Celestial Court, the Tao guardian of my daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Don't tell me, there will be conflict between me and Celestial Court? If Fang Yuan is reborn, could it be that in his previous life, I opposed Celestial Court and was his natural ally? Because of these concerns, Feng Jioge did not tell Fairy Myrtle about the situation. What moved him more was the Song of Destiny proposed by Fang Yuan. Song of Destiny. Feng Jioge vaguely felt some inspiration, but this inspiration was too ethereal and agile, he could not grasp it at all. But he understood that it would be a direction. He kept exploring and soon there were many fragmented insights. Finally, one day when he stopped under the embroidered tower, he saw the embroidered tower and the 3 bloody skins of reckless savage demon Venerable. His recent comprehension had undergone a sudden qualitative change. Feng Jioge's soul was deeply touched and he could not help but smile. It seems that my next song will be, Song of Destiny. The Battle of the River of Time. Fang Yuan and Feng Jioge met again. How is the creation of Song of Destiny going? On the surface they were fighting fiercely, but Fang Yuan was secretly transmitting his voice to Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge, Fang Yuan, what do you know? Take a look in the River of Time, you will find that comprehending here will be of great help to you in creating Song of Destiny. But the most helpful thing is the Red Lotus True Inheritance on the Stone Lotus Island. Fang Yuan said. What do you mean? Feng Jioge asked. According to my guess, that should be the true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable left for you, it will be of great help to you. Fang Yuan said. Feng Jioge hesitated for a moment before replying, I won't owe you a favor for nothing. Then let me tell you, in the sky above Embroidered Tower in Celestial Court, there are 3 true inheritances left behind by reckless savage demon Venerable. Each true inheritance has a primer, they are Attitude Gu, Mutation Gu, and Adaptation Gu. Oh. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He did not feel that Feng Jioge was lying, the things were inside Celestial Court, there was no need to deceive him. Back then, in order to repay him for saving his life under the winds of assimilation, Feng Jioge blocked Wu Yang's pursuit for him. Now that he told him the true inheritance, it was something that Feng Jioge could do with his personality. In this battle, Fang Yuan still went easy on him while Feng Jioge survived. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention started, several battlefields were created, Gu immortals fought intensely. At this crucial moment, Feng Jioge entered the River of Time. That is really the Stone Lotus Island? Feng Jioge's body and mind shook. The Stone Lotus Island in the fog appeared in front of him, just like what Fang Yuan had said earlier. He entered the island and saw Red Lotus Will. Red Lotus Will smiled, You are finally here, Feng Jioge, this true inheritance of mine is for you. Feng Jioge frowned, No matter how much you give me, it will not change my stance. Red Lotus Will shook his head, I have never thought of bribing you, your choice is up to you. I just feel that this true inheritance should be given to you. Of course, it is up to you whether you want to accept it or not. Even if you destroy it, I will not resist. Feng Jioge believed in himself. After thinking for a while, he decided to accept this true inheritance. He immersed himself in a certain part of Red Lotus memories. Red Lotus was undergoing tribulation, trying to advance to rank 9 Venerable Realm. The power of the tribulation made Feng Jioge extremely shocked. The tribulation passed, but only half of the Celestial Court Gu immortals who helped Red Lotus survived. What made Red Lotus feel the most pain was Lu Shuxian's death. This was the woman he loved the most. Don't leave me, Shuxian. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian tightly, tears streaming down his face. Lu Shuxian smiled, It is useless, I was struck by the tribulation. It is already a great fortune for me to have left a trace of my soul to see you for the last time. How can I ask for more? I am useless, I am useless. I came to undergo tribulation, but I implicated you. Hong Ting lowered his head, tears rolling down his cheeks. No, Hong Ting. Only someone with a special constitution like mine can withstand such a calamity. Even if you gave up your lives, there would only be failure. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and met you, it was all fate's arrangement. At the moment when you were on the brink of death, I suddenly understood that the greatest meaning of my life was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you and help you ascend to the immortal venerable position. Now, I have done it. No. Xianair, I would rather not be an immortal venerable, I only want you to live, I only want you to live. Hong Ting screamed helplessly, his face was covered in tears as his body trembled. All living beings have their own destinies, they all have their own destinies. Hong Ting, you cannot think like this, you need to live on, your destiny is to become an immortal venerable, to lead the celestial court and shine the light of the righteous path over the 5 regions. Do you know, I have always been looking forward to such a scene, looking forward to standing by your side and accompanying you invincibly in the world, bringing blessings to the world. It is a pity that I cannot see it anymore. Lu Shuxian's aura dissipated, she died completely. Hong Ting's head was lowered, his back was arched like an old man, a heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment he seemed to have lost all signs of life. He was in unbearable pain, there was no sorrow greater than a dead heart. Regret Gu was produced in Red Lotus Immortal Aperture. He decided to change this reality. For this, he did not hesitate to break off relations with Duke Long and the Celestial Court. Going in the opposite direction. Red Lotus used Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive over 100 times. The tribulation dissipated, this time even though Lu Shuxian was heavily injured, she still had one breath left. Xianair, you are still alive, this is great. Red Lotus was overjoyed. Lu Shuxian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, she took her last breath. Xianair. Red Lotus was stunned, he looked at Lu Shuxian's corpse in a daze, his eyes turning red. I can still do it, I can see hope. As long as I continue to work hard, I will definitely become strong enough to protect Xianair's life. Red Lotus's gaze was fierce, he muttered like he was possessed. Revive again and again. Using the advantage of rebirth, he became stronger, he could handle all kinds of matters with ease. He had rich experience, he used every resource to raise his strength to the maximum. However, it was like one cycle after another, he had to face the venerable ascension tribulation every time. The type and power of the calamities and tribulations changed according to Red Lotus. This caused the outcome of the calamities and tribulations to never change. Those damned Gu immortals would all die. Among them was Lu Shuxian. Red Lotus continued to try, he was not discouraged. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He analyzed, calculated, and carefully planned every cultivation resource he had. At the same time, he tried his best to ask for help from the heavenly courts. Xianair. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian took one last look at him. It's great that you are fine. Saying so, she stopped breathing. Xianair. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian again. Lu Shuxian did not have the strength to speak, she mustered all her remaining strength to touch Red Lotus's face, but she did not succeed. Halfway through, her hand fell down powerlessly. Xianair. Red Lotus shouted angrily, his eyes were wide open as he watched Lu Shuxian turn into powder in the lightning. Shuxian. Red Lotus looked at the poison Lu Shuxian, his footsteps slowed down. Lu Shuxian's entire body was blackish purple, poisonous blood oozed out of her 7 orifices. She smiled bitterly. Hong Ting, don't be sad for me. All of these sacrifices were worth it. You have to become a venerable, you have to lead the celestial court, you have to lead humanity. These were her final words. Red Lotus stomped his feet, looking at Lu Shuxian's corpse turn into a pool of poisonous water. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. She died again. I need to continue working hard. Shuxian. After the tribulation, Red Lotus flew towards Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian shook her head, her expression was pale. I am going to die, it seems that I cannot accompany you anymore, my true love. Whether you die or not depends on the situation. I will check first. Red Lotus was unresigned. I know my situation, listen to me at the last moment of my life, I want to tell you. Lu Shuxian's aura was weakening rapidly, her words were intermittent. Red Lotus ignored her, he focused on checking. The result of the check made him lose all hope of treatment. When he reacted, Lu Shuxian, who was in his arms, had already stopped breathing. There must be a way I can continue to improve. Red Lotus reminded himself. He tried again and again, he failed again and again. Hong Ting felt like he was trapped in a dead end, no matter what method he used, even if he did not undergo tribulation, Lu Shuxian could not escape death. Feng Jioge watched as Red Lotus failed again and again, he tried again and again, an intense feeling of sorrow accumulated in his chest. He watched as Red Lotus roared, he watched as Red Lotus gritted his teeth in indignation. He watched as Red Lotus left with hatred and rebirth again and again. Every time, Red Lotus would be filled with hope and disappointment. The calamities and tribulations of venerable ascension could not be avoided, they could not be given up, they could not be controlled by others. Lu Shuxian's death was like a wall that could not be crossed. Every time Red Lotus was reborn, he had to accept such a cruel outcome. Every time he tried, he would see his most beloved woman die a horrible death. He was injured time and time again, the pain in his heart was greater than the pain in his body, but Red Lotus would rebirth of his own accord every time, it was like he was holding his heart and slamming it against a sharp blade. Even though Feng Jioge was filled with sympathy and respect towards Red Lotus, He warned himself not to be overly sympathetic. This might be the method of a venerable. As a spectator, Feng Jioge maintained his calm. He gradually realized. At the initial stage of rebirth, Red Lotus would curse the heavens at such an outcome. He would wish he was dead. But at the next stage, Red Lotus was indignant. He analyzed calmly with a dark expression. At the final stage, Red Lotus became more and more efficient. Whenever he realized that Lu Shuxian could not be saved, he would choose to rebirth without hesitation. Finally, there was one time. Lu Shuxian fell to the ground. Her entire body was fractured. She was lying in a pool of blood. She was on her last breath. Red Lotus quickly landed on the ground and rushed over. Red Lotus? I'm going, you have to. Lu Shuxian smiled as she watched Red Lotus walk towards her. Red Lotus had a cold expression as he looked at her plainly. There is no saving her. This time it failed again. But it is fine, I will not give up, I will try again. Lu Shuxian was shocked. Hong Ting, what are you saying? Red Lotus turned around and left. Lu Shuxian's final call could be heard. Hong Ting. Red Lotus was initially moving quickly, but when he heard Lu Shuxian's desperate call, his footsteps became slower and slower before he stopped. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. In the dead silence, Red Lotus stared with wide eyes. His body started to tremble. Chapter 1977. Why? Why did I end up in such a terrifying state? In the past, Hong Ting was filled with grief and regret towards Lu Shuxian's death. He would hug Lu Shuxian's corpse tightly, kneeling on the ground while crying in his heart. But now, facing Lu Shuxian's death, facing Lu Shuxian's final wish to spend her final moments with her lover, Red Lotus actually turned around and left. Was this Lu Shuxian not the real Lu Shuxian? Of course she was. Red Lotus was very clear about this. She was still her, she was still that Lu Shuxian. No matter how many times Red Lotus rebirthed, her decisions and actions would not change. That was to protect her lover. She would rather sacrifice herself, using her life to resist the venerable ascension tribulation. However, Lu Shuxian was still Lu Shuxian, but Hong Ting was no longer Hong Ting. When did it start? When did this change begin? Red Lotus asked herself. This was not a difficult question. He soon found the answer. That was countless rebirths, countless attempts, countless times Lu Shuxian died, countless times he was disappointed in his gains. His heart was injured time and time again, bleeding time and time again. Before it could form a scab, Hong Ting would tear it apart. He was injured too many times, he felt pain too many times, he felt regret too many times. Too many times he gradually got used to it, he gradually became numb to it. Thus he started to scheme. Thus he started to analyze calmly. He used every resource at hand to strengthen and equip himself as best he could. He tried different methods, finding the most probable and powerful method to protect Lu Shuxian's life during the tribulation. When he started to calm down when facing Lu Shuxian's death, even if it was just forcing himself to calm down, he had already changed. Then gradually, step by step, he finally turned into a stranger. This appearance made him realize something. It was horrifying. Then he was powerless. This scene left a deep impression on Feng Jioge. Red Lotus stood on the spot. He lowered his head. His young back was bent like an old man with one foot in the grave. He was silent. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Silent crying. Behind Red Lotus was the dying Lu Shuxian. She was still calling out to him, hoping that he would turn around so that she could see her lover in the final moments of her life. But Red Lotus did not turn around to look at her. Red Lotus no longer loved her. If a person was the person he loved, would he coldly turn around and leave when his lover was dying? Of course not. Even if his goal was to rebirth and try to save Lu Shuxian, that was just an intense habit. His starting point was no longer love. It was truly laughable. She clearly wanted to save him out of love, but as she walked, Red Lotus lost her love. No matter how many times Lu Shuxian died, she did not betray him, she chose to sacrifice herself for him. But Red Lotus himself betrayed Lu Shuxian as he wanted to be reborn to change the reality, but he didn't expect that the reality of his rebirth would change him. Then what's he do now? Since he did not love Lu Shuxian anymore, why did he need to rebirth and keep trying? Of course he's with his die with him. But would he dare to try the Red Lotus? He already knew the result. After witnessing the death of his parents time and time again, he would get used to it and become numb to it. Then he would calmly accept the result of this fate. Red Lotus didn't dare. Then should they accept this result? After his rebirth, he had to pretend that he didn't know anything and follow the path of fate to become a venerable. Then he would become the venerable celestial of the celestial court that everyone looked forward to. He didn't want Red Lotus either. There was still love in his heart. love for his parents and love for his master. Because there was love, there were regrets. He still had hatred in his heart, hatred towards fate because he no longer loved Lu Shuxian, and hatred towards himself. There were many emotions in his heart that even Red Lotus himself could not figure out. Red Lotus questioned himself deeply, examining his heart. He still wanted to destroy Fate Gu. However, his starting point was already different. He began to study it, discovering more and more of the profundities hidden in the legends of Rinzuk. When he realized the crucial point of Love Gu, he used Love Gu to save Lu Shuxian's life. Of course, the price was that although Red Lotus succeeded in transcending the tribulation, she did not become a venerable one. As a spectator, Feng Jioge knew clearly, this was definitely a huge breakthrough. Venerable calamities and tribulations could not be controlled by humans. No matter how Red Lotus delayed it, he had to undergo the tribulation. Using Love Gu, he finally changed the past reality. That was Lu Shuxian's death. Now Lu Shuxian finally survived. Of course, the consequence was that Red Lotus did not become a venerable. This was also the truth. Both facts had changed. Shuxian, you are still alive. You finally survived. Red Lotus, who succeeded, was very excited as he hugged Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian, however, was very gloomy. What is going on? Hong Ting, you actually did not become a venerable? Red Lotus laughed loudly. That is because I used Love Gu. Do you know how many times I rebirthed to save you? You should have died in the tribulation. But through my continuous experiments and research on the human path methods created in the legends of Rinzuk, Red Lotus was extremely excited. He continued to talk about the hardships he had gone through and the effort he had put in. Every guess and verification was filled with setbacks and difficulties. But I finally succeeded. Red Lotus raised his arms and cheered. Even though it is only a small change, this is the correct direction. One day I will succeed completely. Slap. With a crisp sound, Lu Shuxian slapped Red Lotus. Red Lotus immediately froze, his cheering stopped as he stared at Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian's eyes were filled with tears. Hong Ting, are you really you? You actually had such a rebellious thought? You wanted to change the past through rebirth. You went against fate. No wonder you did not become a venerable after the tribulation. And you did all of this just to let me live? What about those celestial court Gu immortals who helped you undergo the tribulation and sacrificed themselves for you? You said you did all of this for me. Have you considered my feelings? I, Lu Shuxian, was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and met you. It was all fate's arrangement. When I resisted the tribulation for you, I suddenly realized that my greatest purpose in life was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you, to help you become an immortal venerable. But you did all of this. You gave up your most precious chance to become a venerable for me. If you cannot become a venerable, what will happen to the celestial court? What will happen to the world? What will happen to humanity? You forgot your master's teachings, you let down the expectations of your dead parents. I am truly heartbroken, extremely heartbroken. I would rather sacrifice myself. Our love is just a small love. But greater love is for the entire human race, for all living beings in this world. Hong Ting, you disappoint me too much. Lu Shuxian cried bitterly. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shuxian in a daze. After a long while, he let out a breath of air. So that's the case. Red Lotus had a calm expression. His gaze also became deep and eerie. Lu Shuxian grabbed his arms. Quickly think of a way. You must have a way, right? Let everything return to the path of fate, even if I have to sacrifice myself. How can our love compare to the great love of heaven and earth, or the grand cause of the celestial court? Lu Shuxian's body suddenly froze. She lowered her head and looked at her heart. Red Lotus' hand had pierced into her heart. This was a fatal blow. Lu Shuxian looked at her lover in disbelief. Maybe killing you can return everything to the right path. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shuxian's eyes and said plainly. Lu Shuxian immediately showed a happy smile. Hong Ting, I was not wrong about you. Please, become a venerable. At the next moment she died again. It was no different from the countless deaths that Red Lotus had experienced. Lu Shuxian died again. However, compared to the countless deaths that Red Lotus had experienced, there was one point that was completely different. Lu Shuxian really died. She had completely died in Red Lotus' heart. From then on she did not come back to life. Red Lotus looked at her corpse that had fallen. His heart was completely calm, there was not even a ripple. The woman that he had once loved deeply, the woman that he was willing to give up everything for, the woman that had been reborn time and time again, the woman that had never given up hope. Now he had killed her. With his own hands. Red Lotus did not feel any regret, instead, he had a trace of realization. The source of this tragedy was the Celestial Court, it was Fate Gu. At this moment, his determination to destroy Fate Gu was unprecedentedly firm. The scene in front of Feng Jioge changed. Celestial Court. The battle had already ended, the surroundings were in ruins. At the top of the damaged heaven overseeing tower, Duke Long and Red Lotus were facing each other. Duke Long had clearly gone through a huge battle, his body was covered in blood and injuries. He looked at Red Lotus and sighed deeply. "Oh Hong Ting, one wrong step leads to many wrong steps, to think that you have already made such a mistake. You want to destroy Fate Gu? Then please do it." Saying so, Duke Long actually took the initiative to give way. Red Lotus was slightly stunned, he walked towards Fate Gu. Most Gu worms were very weak, but no matter how he used strength, Fate Gu was like the toughest thing in the world, Red Lotus could not break it. No matter what method you use, you cannot destroy Fate Gu. Hong Ting, not just you, even Limitless Demon Venerable and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable came here back then and used all sorts of methods, but they were unable to do anything to Fate Gu. In this world, only a complete otherworldly demon can truly destroy Fate Gu. But once an otherworldly demon comes to our world, they are not complete. Thus in this world no one can destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long said this and showed an extremely tired expression. "Hong Ting, come back, it is not too late to turn over a new leaf. Although you have committed so many sins and mistakes, I am willing, and the Celestial Court is willing to atone for your sins and give you a chance to start anew." At this point, Duke Long was still trying his best to persuade Red Lotus, he was not willing to give up. Red Lotus was silent for a long time, he turned towards Duke Long and smiled. "Master, since the two demon venerables could not destroy Fate Gu, why didn't you directly put Fate Gu in front of me from the start? Let me try and make me give up?" Duke Long was speechless. Red Lotus smiled again. "So, you are also afraid, right? You are afraid that I will find a new method to destroy Fate Gu." Duke Long smiled bitterly. "Of course. Times are constantly changing, Gu cultivation paths are emerging endlessly. Many of the conclusions of the past are no longer appropriate in the current era. Even I cannot guarantee that there will not be a new method to destroy Fate Gu. But at this point, since I cannot stop you, I can only take a risk and try. You saw the result, didn't you?" Red Lotus pondered. "Fate Gu arranged the path of life for all living beings in the world, you and I are all part of it, even a rock or a wave is included in it. But Master, have you thought about this? Man is not a rock, nor is he a wave. Man has his own thoughts. If a person is not satisfied with the life that Fate Gu arranged for them, what should they do?" Duke Long stared at Red Lotus. "You have also read U003C U003C The Legends of Renzi 003 U003E. Renzu encountered Fate Gu and wanted to break free from its restraints, chasing after freedom Gu. What happened to him? He did not grasp his freedom, he lost it, he went crazy, his thoughts were all over the place. This is the outcome, it is a warning. A person needs to accept their life, they need to bear it, they need to shoulder the responsibility that fate gave them, they need to do what they should do." Red Lotus laughed loudly. "I understand, thank you for your guidance, Master." Duke Long saw his abnormal expression and felt something amiss. At the next moment, extreme fear appeared on Duke Long's face. He was shocked to find that when Red Lotus exerted strength in his 5 fingers, Fate Gu was letting out a soft cracking sound, cracks appeared on the surface of its body. Red Lotus. Duke Long was furious, he attacked fiercely. He was going all out. Red Lotus did not dodge, he was hit by Duke Long's attack. This was a fatal injury. Duke Long was shocked, he suddenly realized that Red Lotus was purposely provoking him to kill him. At the final moment of his life, Red Lotus still smiled at Duke Long. "Master, I have always respected and loved you, even after rebirth countless times, my respect for you has never decreased. But I need you to understand something. Look at me. Fate gives such preferential treatment to a person like me, it arranged such a noble status and achievements for me. But I do not feel happy, I want to resist. Then let me ask you, those people in a worse situation than me, what do they think of fate? Humans are not rocks, they are not waves, humans have their own thoughts. Often, letting one's thoughts run wild is the most terrifying, it is the most powerful." Saying so, Red Lotus passed Fate Gu to Duke Long. "I can only do this much. Using Love Gu I can destroy fate." Master, are you very surprised? Unfortunately, I am not an otherworldly demon. But I did my best to arrange it, I did everything I could. I left hope for the future. Other than this, there is nothing worth looking forward to in the rest of my life, I might as well just die like this. But I believe that one day in the future, fake Gu will be destroyed. Even if it is not me, it will be someone else. I believe that in the future, it will not be me alone, there will be a group of people trying to destroy fate. Chapter 1978. On the Stone Lotus Island, Feng Jioge browsed through the memories left behind by Red Lotus. He returned to the real world. Red Lotus was like a real person, it was vivid and lifelike. Other than these memories, I have two things for you. One is the rank 8 killer move Future Self, the other is the Immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. Next, Red Lotus will explain in detail. The rank 8 Future Self killer move can instantly give you pseudo-venerable strength. After all, you are the Tao Guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As long as the Tao Guardians of the past grow up, almost all of them would have such cultivation level. And Future Self is the projection of your strongest form in the future, it can be used by you now. As for Destiny Gu's Immortal Gu recipe, even though it is an incomplete Gu recipe, it was created according to the Destiny song that you created in the future. It has the same origin as your Destiny song. 1,000 years in the future, you created the complete Destiny song. But I cannot give it to you directly because Fate Gu has not been completely destroyed, it does not allow this. Thus, I changed to another method, I condensed it into this incomplete rank 9 Destiny Gu recipe, it will be of great help to you, you will be able to comprehend the initial stage of Destiny song. Feng Jioge was moved. The true inheritance that Red Lotus will gave him was completely to his liking. He could not reject it. But he did not lose his cool, he acutely sensed the meaning behind Red Lotus Will's words. The initial stage of Destiny song? Feng Jioge asked. Red Lotus Will nodded, that's right. In the next 1,000 years, you modified Destiny song many times. Eventually, this killer move became extremely exquisite, the final modification actually allowed this killer move to have the ability to grow on its own. The more Gu Immortals it hits, the more it can absorb the power of Destiny from the Gu Immortals and strengthen itself. This is a very good killer move. However, I need to remind you of something. As long as Fake Gu exists, your Destiny Song killer move will be suppressed and sealed for one day. Feng Jioge shook his head. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, thank you for your true inheritance. I know what you mean. In fact, Fang Yuan has reminded me many times before this. However, I will not destroy Destiny and fight against the Celestial Court for this true legacy of yours. Red Lotus Will chuckled. I'm not asking you for anything. I'm only sharing my experiences with you. I'm placing the key to breaking free from fate in your hands. How you choose is up to you. Everything is in your hands, isn't it? Feng Jioge left the Stone Lotus Island with a heavy heart. Fate had already given preferential treatment to the Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Although it had taken away his parents and lover, it had given him extraordinary talent, power, and status that stood above all others. However, Red Lotus was unwilling to accept this. People are not puppets. They have their own thoughts. If Hong Lian, a sovereign, is like this, then what about me, a path protector? Feng Jioge could not help but reflect on himself. Seeing Feng Kim Hong grow up, his parents would indeed feel joy and joy. Not to mention the identity of a path protector. Even without this identity, how could Feng Jioge not protect his daughter? But, is this identity of a path protector something that I really like, something that I want? Feng Jioge asked himself. In fact, no one had asked him this before. Duke Long did not ask, Qin Dingling did not ask, the other supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House did not ask either. It was as if this identity was an honor, it was something that was only natural. Feng Jioge could not wait to accept it, there was no need to ask such a question. But was that really the case? Feng Jioge thought of a deeper question. Why do people live? The scope of this question was too big, it was too profound, the answer differed from person to person. 1,000 people would have 1,000 answers, the previous answer might even change at the next moment. Feng Jioge could not answer this question. He could only settle for the next best thing, he asked himself sincerely, why do I live? Feng Jioge could not help but think back to his life. He loved music since young, he did not hesitate to cultivate sound path. At the beginning of his cultivation, he made a grand wish to compose 9 songs, to sing about himself, all living beings and heaven and earth. Later, he obtained a fortuitous encounter in a valley. He accidentally found the inheritance left behind by the sound path great expert, spatial echo immortal father. Thus, he cultivated in seclusion in the valley, he was alone, but he did not feel lonely. He immersed himself in the beauty of music, he continued to cultivate, every day was very fulfilling. In this valley, he easily passed the crucial tribulations and reached rank 6 Gu Immortal Realm without anyone noticing. After reaching Gu immortal cultivation level, Feng Jioge did not feel proud. Everything was natural and ordinary. He continued to cultivate in the valley, developing his immortal aperture. His cultivation level rose from rank 6 to rank 7. One day, 2 Gu immortals came to the valley unintentionally. They sang with Feng Jioge. Back then it was night time, the moon was high in the sky, a cool breeze was blowing, the lake in the valley was sparkling. As the 3 Gu immortals sang, time passed rapidly. They sang until dawn. The 3 immortals finished singing and laughed loudly. But they did not meet, they left after their spirits were exhausted. Later, the 2 immortals were slandered and were wanted by the righteous path. Feng Jioge learned of this by chance. He did not hesitate, he stepped forward without hesitation. Because of this, he shocked the world. He challenged the 10 great ancient sects. He became a legend that no one could stop. The 10 great ancient sects lost all their faith. They accused Feng Jioge of being a demonic path member. Everyone started to work together to resist him. Feng Jioge was not afraid. He fought for 150,000 li. He suddenly turned around and attacked the root of the problem. The 10 great ancient sects were in a mess. They could not do anything about it. During this process, Feng Jioge met Fairy Bai Qing of Spirit Affinity House. They fell in love with each other. Feng Jioge joined Spirit Affinity House and became a member of the righteous path. From then on, Spirit Affinity House's reputation soared. They relied on Feng Jioge's force and territory to expand, firmly suppressing the other 9 great ancient sections. After that, 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Feng Jioge led a group of people to investigate. Thus, a series of events happened. He was unexpectedly saved by Fang Yuan. In southern border, he repaid Fang Yuan's kindness by blocking Wu Yong. After repaying the favor, Feng Jioge started to pursue Fang Yuan. Until now, Fang Yuan spared Feng Jioge's life. He even gave him many pointers, guiding him to the Stone Lotus Island and obtaining Red Lotus true inheritance. If my previous life was arranged by Fate Gu, did I do it willingly? Feng Jioge shook his head. He preferred to think of it this way. This was all my choice. Back then, I stood up for the 2 immortals. I gave up my peaceful secluded cultivation life. It was because of the anger in my heart. I wanted to seek justice. I had a daughter with Fairy Bai Qing because I loved her. I taught my daughter, Feng Kim Hong. I raised her because I loved her. It was not a rule set by fate. If fate wanted me to lose Bai Qing and Feng Kim Hong, would I learn from Red Lotus? If there's a very good opportunity right now and I only need to make a slight move to destroy destiny, would I do it? Destroying fate seemed to go against his own benefits. After all, Feng Kim Hong was Fate Gu's great dream immortal venerable. But does Feng Kim Hong really want to become great dream immortal venerable? Feng Jioge suddenly realized, just like how no one asked him if he liked his Dao Guardian status, no one asked Feng Kim Hong if he liked becoming great dream immortal venerable. Even he himself was one of them. It was as if this was a matter of course. There was no room for doubt. Feng Jioge asked himself an even sharper question. If Huang Heir really wants to become great dream immortal venerable, but Fate Gu is right in front of me, I can easily destroy it. Would I do that? This question made Feng Jioge hesitate. He was at a loss, he was perplexed and confused. But reality did not give him the time or space to think about it. The battle to repair Fate Gu was already in full swing. Feng Jioge had no choice but to join the battle. On Hairy Foot Mountain he saved Feng Kim Hong and sang Destiny Song. Rank 8 future self made him one of the strongest Gu immortals in the world. Destiny Song's power even caused Di Zongxing to suffer setbacks. On the battlefield, Feng Jioge finally met with Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan transmitted secretly, "Oh Feng Jioge, you finally created Destiny Song. What do you think of this killer move?" Feng Jioge was silent. He had to admit, this was a song that belonged to him. It was a song that he should have created based on his personality. This song contained his inner thoughts. Yes, he did not want to admit the existence of fate, but he sighed at the mercilessness and mysteriousness of fate. He saw the trajectory of countless lives, sometimes in dire straits, sometimes in glory. He saw those people's hopes, struggles, laughter, happiness, pain, and despair in their lives. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. Then I desire for life and all living things to change. This change should come from one's own choices. Feng Jioge understood his true feelings. I did not create a destiny song, it is Destiny Song. That's what I really think. He realized at once. He understood Fang Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. They knew his personality, so they did not persuade him. They only returned Destiny Song to Feng Jioge and let Feng Jioge persuade him. Yes. Feng Jioge sang this Destiny Song loudly. He sang for the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. He wanted to strengthen them. He sang for his enemies, he wanted them to weaken. But the truth was, he sang for himself, he wanted to understand his own heart. Thereupon he understood. He loved Fairy Bai Qing, he also loved his daughter Feng Kim Hong. But he, Feng Jioge, did not live for them. His wife and daughter were only the results of his choices, they were a part of his life but not everything. What am I living for? This question brought him back to the beginning. He wanted to sing 9 songs, he wanted to sing about life in heaven and earth. Right now he had already created 9 songs. But he did not finish singing about life in heaven and earth, he wanted to continue singing. But if he continued singing he would be bound by fate, it was like a pair of invisible hands were grabbing his neck. How could he sing freely? Seeing that Feng Jioge did not reply, Fang Yuan, who was in an intense battle, transmitted his voice. "Oh Feng Jioge, your singing is your aspiration. How can the person who created Destiny Song walk the same path as the celestial court?" Feng Jioge replied calmly in secret, "You know me well. But even so, I will not easily board your pirate ship. Unless you create a situation where you can easily destroy Fate Gu, I will not help you casually. Central Continent and the Celestial Court have treated me well. So, you have to rely on yourself." Fang Yuan chuckled, then watched carefully. Next, he purposely allowed Duke Long to knock him down, arriving in front of Embroidered Tower and activating the method left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Out of Feng Jioge's expectations, Fang Yuan used Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's strength to break through heaven and destroy Fate Gu. But Duke Long's words made Feng Jioge realize that this battle was far from over. When Red Lotus will appeared again, Feng Jioge gradually understood Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan. So, when Fang Yuan asked for Destiny Gu's recipe, Feng Jioge finally made a move. By helping Fang Yuan, he was also choosing to be himself. Once, when he helped the 2 immortals challenge Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, he laughed and sang, "Demonic or not demonic, righteous or not righteous, heaven and earth have their own Feng Jioge. Leave or stay, life or death is in my heart. Should I leave or stay now?" This question no longer troubled him. He, Feng Jioge, had come to the righteous path from the demonic path, it was time to return. Chapter 1979. Feng Jioge. Duke Long shouted as he charged at Feng Jioge. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Dragon Fangs. Claw marks appeared over 100 feet in length, tearing apart the air, they were unstoppable. Dragon fangs flew like sharp blades, dancing in the air with intense killing intent. Feng Jioge slowly retreated as he continued to sing Destiny Song. Several clones appeared around him, they all looked like him, but each had their own abilities. It was Immortal Killer Move, Song Warrior. Green Jade Song Warrior could turn everything into jade, Heaven and Earth Song Warrior had suppression power, Submission Song Warrior could enslave living beings, Separation Song Warrior could disassemble killer moves and counter Immortal Gu houses, Acquisition Song Warrior could refine wild Immortal Gu, Heaven-facing Song Warrior could easily cross 2 heavens, Immortal Demonic Song Warrior could seize all kinds of killer moves and Immortal Gu's power for their own use. Only Assimilation Wind Song could not be turned into a Song Warrior. The Song Warriors fought for Feng Jioge, not only blocking the Dragon Claws and Dragon Fangs, they also fought with Duke Long, they were extremely agile. After several rounds, Duke Long finally destroyed the Song Warrior. But soon, a brand new Song Warrior rushed to the battlefield and fought with Duke Long. Duke Long immediately understood that killing these clones was pointless. The wisest battle tactic was to directly attack Feng Jioge's main body. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Gate. Duke Long crossed a huge distance approaching Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge did not break through, he activated Yang Pass Tune and pulled apart some distance. Duke Long could not fight Feng Jioge in close combat, he could only use Chi Path killer moves to attack from afar. Feng Jioge was fearless, Destiny Song continued to weaken Duke Long. At the same time his hands changed, he used Bell Palm, Drum Fist and Whistle Finger to form 3 extreme sounds. Feng Jioge fought Duke Long, both sides were evenly matched, there was no clear victor. Rank 8 Future Self gave Feng Jioge a qualitative change in his battle strength. The 3 regions Gu Immortals were hesitating on whether to help Feng Jioge, but they were shocked to find that Feng Jioge did not need help. In an instant, the battle prowess that he displayed stunned everyone. Duke Long could not deal with Feng Jioge, he was shocked and furious. He realized that even though Feng Jioge had been fighting and attacking, he had been concealing his strength, he did not use his full strength. Right now, Duke Long wanted to foil Red Lotus's plan. But Fang Yuan was a tough nut to crack. Duke Long knew Fang Yuan's strength and had Reckless Savage's defensive methods. But this was not because Duke Long was afraid of Fang Yuan, he was considering how to destroy the enemy's plan. As long as Feng Jioge was disrupted, Destiny Song would not work, Fang Yuan would not have the immortal Gu recipe, he would not be able to continue his plan. But Feng Jioge's strength far surpassed Duke Long's imagination. Duke Long hesitated for a moment before deciding to attack fiercely. He wanted to deal with Feng Jioge as soon as possible. But Feng Jioge's strength far surpassed Duke Long's imagination. Duke Long hesitated for a moment before deciding to attack fiercely, hoping to deal with Feng Jioge as soon as possible. Duke Long was stalled by Feng Jioge. Wuxia controlled Dragon Palace to guard Fang Yuan's main body, while Calamity Luck Altar resisted Demon Judgment Board. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals launched a frenzy of attacks, but they were blocked by the other three regions' Gu Immortals and Di Zongxing. The battle was clearly leaning towards the three regions' Gu Immortals, but Fang Yuan had some problems now. The human wills were like the sea, surging violently. Using these human wills as the main Gu material to refine Destiny Gu was simply wishful thinking. But this method worked. Under the effect of Destiny Song, these human wills and flames converged and refined into a mystical Gu material that was formless and formless. But Fang Yuan was in charge of this Gu refinement. He had to endure the terrifying impact of the human wills. He had to pacify the human wills, like subduing a raging flood, allowing them to flow according to the channels. Fang Yuan's expression soon turned sinister, veins popped on his forehead, thoughts were produced rapidly in his mind, but they could not keep up with this terrifying expenditure. His thoughts were dwindling rapidly, they were about to dry up. At the periphery of the battlefield, Spectral Soul and his servants had been paying attention. Fairy Myrtle saw Fang Yuan's expression and analyzed, "Oh no, Fang Yuan's situation is not good. I know his wisdom path foundation. His strongest wisdom path method is to prevent others from deducing and conceal his true location. The Gu refinement now is testing his thoughts and thinking ability. The scale of these human wills is too terrifying, even I might not be able to last long." But Spectral Soul chuckled lightly, he had a calm expression. "Don't worry, a venerable has already made preparations for this. Fang Yuan should know what to do." Spectral Soul could not help but recall his past life. Back then, his main body was still alive. He entered 88-point Jinyang Tower to explore. There, he found Wisdom Gu. He also saw the Giant Sun Special Will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. He immediately wanted to make a move and take Wisdom Gu for his own use. "Spectral Soul, please don't take Wisdom Gu." Giant Sun Special Will had no choice but to appear and stop him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable smiled coldly, "You cannot stop me." Giant Sun Special Will nodded, "Of course, you are the current generation Demon Venerable, you are invincible in the world, I cannot stop you. But you also made a deal with Red Lotus Demon Venerable, right?" Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression changed slightly. Before this, he had indeed obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance. He had made a certain agreement with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. "You mean?" Spectral Soul Demon Venerable hesitated. "That's right, this Wisdom Gu has been tampered with by my main body. When the crucial person appears, he will destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower, Wisdom Gu will follow him. Giant Sun Special will speak frankly. So that's it." Spectral Soul Demon Venerable took a deep look at Wisdom Gu. He did not make a move. Right now. He went all out. "It seems that I still need to use Wisdom Gu." Fang Yuan sighed. At this point he had already guessed the methods of many venerables. Wisdom Gu was Giant Sun Immortal's method, but it was different from Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods. It had been activated long ago. It was just that Fang Yuan did not notice it back then. Fang Yuan had just opened a door in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture when Wisdom Gu flew out by itself, hovering above Fang Yuan's head, shining with golden divine light. Fang Yuan felt like a heavy burden was lifted from his shoulders, his expression returned to normal, he felt relaxed. So that's it. He sensed carefully and made another discovery. Wisdom Gu is also a Gu material, no wonder it is so effective. But with the addition of Wisdom Gu, my thought expenditure has decreased sharply, but my immortal essence expenditure has increased sharply. This amount of devouring isn't something I can handle at all. Even though the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was extremely fast and immortal essence was accumulated rapidly, Fang Yuan had gone through many battles and expended a lot. If he could not keep up with the expenditure now, the Gu refinement would stop and Fang Yuan would suffer a terrifying backlash. But Fang Yuan was not flustered, he was calm and composed. Because he knew that at this point, the venerables would not sit by and watch. As long as he still had a trace of value and could not be replaced, the venerables would not let him die at this crucial juncture. Next it should be your turn, giant sun? Fang Yuan thought to himself. Somewhere in the distant black sky, there was a dark golden palace floating in the air. In the palace, immortal zombie giant sun slowly opened his eyes. He looked towards the south, his eyes reflecting the scenes of the battle in Celestial Court. It has finally come to this. Immortal zombie giant sun smiled and sighed softly. Red Lotus, it is because of your excellent planning and greater arrangements that you won against me. The scenes of his life appeared in front of him. On the stone Lotus Island, Gu immortal giant sun who had yet to become a venerable obtained Red Lotus gift. At the same time he made a transaction with Red Lotus. This is the incomplete immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu? Giant Sun received this incomplete recipe and was immediately attracted to it. He had been successful in creating Luck Path, but from this incomplete recipe he saw a whole new world. Red Lotus, it was you who damaged fake Gu that gave me the space to create Luck Path. Now that you have given me this incomplete recipe of Destiny Gu, I owe you a huge favor. Gu immortal giant sun said solemnly. I will set up the situation according to the agreement. Leave wisdom Gu behind. I will also create responsive luck immortal Gu to help that heaven's chosen who created Destiny Song. Moreover, I will leave behind a final attack as long as the situation reaches that stage. I will definitely make a move and help you complete your million-year plan. Red Lotus will smiled, thank you. But if my plan fails, please follow our agreement and work hard to refine Destiny Gu. Of course. Gu immortal giant sun had a resolute expression. Inside Cloud Suppression Heavenly Palace, immortal zombie giant sun slowly raised his right hand. Boom. A huge pillar of light stretched across the sky and shot towards Celestial Court at an extremely fast speed. This pillar of light was so huge, it was like a giant river that dominated heaven and earth. Everywhere it went it pushed away all the air. As the pillar of light moved forward, it emitted a grand and deafening sound. Such a vast and majestic killer move made everyone dazed. Even people like Duke Long, Feng Jioge, and Fang Yuan felt their own insignificance when facing this move. The pillar of light was unstoppable and unstoppable. It started from black heaven above northern plains and pierced through the regional walls, directly crashing into Celestial Court. Celestial Court shook intensely, the earth quaked and mountains shook, countless immortal Gu houses cracked and broke. Within Imperfection Regret Pavilion, star constellation immortal Venerable's silhouette gritted her teeth. She stared at Giant Sun's incoming attack, but she was entangled by limitless silhouette and could not deal with it at all. Giant Sun's attack surged and instilled into the sea of human wills and fire. The three converged and instantly formed a mountain-like golden ball of light. Flames danced in the ball of light, countless human wills were colorful and dazzling. Fang Yuan did not move, he was at the center and presided over the situation. Pale white threads of light gradually appeared in his clenched hands and spread out. These threads of light were so familiar, Fang Yuan had a deep impression of them. His heart shook. These are Heaven Path Dao marks. Dozens, hundreds of Heaven Path Dao marks stretched out from the gaps between his fingers. Fang Yuan opened his palms completely, with a loud sound, countless Heaven Path Dao marks flew in the air, coiling around each other. Dao marks coiled around Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan grunted, intense pain assaulted him, shaking his body and soul. Heaven Path Dao marks have appeared in my body? Wait, not just me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He acutely sensed that many Heaven Path Dao marks were disappearing for no reason, tracing back to the source of human wills. As expected. At this moment, Fang Yuan finally confirmed Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan. Red Lotus Demon Venerable wanted to refine Destiny Gu, but he did not truly want to refine it. Fang Yuan grabbed hold of this chance and started to collect these Heaven Path Dao marks. Every Heaven Path Dao mark coiled around his body, causing his sovereign immortal aperture's accumulation to increase by a level. This was an extremely rare and huge fortuitous encounter. Every complete Heaven Path Dao mark could cause a qualitative change in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture world. After experiencing Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan knew the immense value of this fortuitous encounter. Furthermore, the more Heaven Path Dao marks he had, the more he could guard against Spectral Soul's possible tricks on sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It was just that the fusion of Heaven Path Dao marks was extremely painful. Even someone with a firm will like Fang Yuan would feel dizzy after fusing 10 complete Heaven Path Dao marks. The pain was excruciating. But he was in charge of the Gu refinement now, he could not use other methods. Otherwise, if the Gu refinement was disrupted and he failed, it would be even worse. Fang Yuan could only rely on his willpower to endure it. He was not the only Gu immortal enduring the pain, he was one of billions. At the same time, in the vast 5 regions, countless mortals started to scream in pain. The heaven path Tao marks traced back to their source, they were imprinted on their bodies. Every mortal could not endure even 1/10,000th of a heaven path Tao mark. Many of them fainted from the pain. And those who were clear-headed were blessed, they could bear more of the heavenly Tao marks. Bang! The intense pain of being torn apart was unbearable. Fang Yuan quickly bit his lips, his eyes subconsciously widening until the corner of his eyes broke and blood flowed out. He was sweating profusely, his body was trembling, but he still tried his best to fuse the complete heaven path Tao marks. Soon, the Gu immortals in the 5 regions also started to endure it. The battle in Celestial Court stopped. The Gu immortals' expressions changed, they gritted their teeth as their faces turned red. The heaven path Tao marks were added to their bodies, they were caught off guard and could not endure it. Wu Yong's body shook intensely, his battle strength fell to rock bottom, he could only barely fight. Shen Songxing continued to groan, Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth, he could only maintain Calamity Luck Altar. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fangjing and Qin Dingling were already lying on the ground, their bodies were twitching, they were rolling on the ground in pain. No! Heaven path Tao marks were added to his body, Duke Long cried out in pain. At this moment he finally understood Red Lotus' scheme. Duke Long was extremely anxious, seeing that he could not defeat Feng Jioge, he could only turn around and try to attack Fang Yuan with a sliver of hope. But the intense pain also affected him. Feng Jioge was still using Destiny Song, seeing that Duke Long was moving, he immediately attacked and stalled him. Heaven path Tao marks were added to their bodies, they were still fighting. As they fought, there was a loud sound, golden water splashed, the mountain-like human wills scattered. Mission accomplished. O people of the world, I have handed fate to you. Every one of you holds a part of life in your hands, mixed with a portion of luck. From now on, Fate Gu will still exist, but there will no longer be fate in the world. Red Lotus True Meaning's words were transmitted to everyone in the 5 regions through the human wills. The 5 regions' humans cried out in pain, they were in so much pain that they wanted to die. Because of the unbearable pain, many committed suicide on the spot. Red Lotus. Duke Long shouted, he finally got rid of Feng Jioge and charged towards Fang Yuan. But it was too late. The final trace of Red Lotus will barely condensed and blocked in front of Fang Yuan, facing the approaching Duke Long master. The young Red Lotus smiled, I really succeeded. Fate Gu has already been split into countless parts and distributed to everyone in the world. It still exists, it has not been destroyed. Moreover, it has fused with luck, it cannot be used by providence anymore. Duke Long was enraged, his eyes were bloodshot and his hair was standing on end. Traitorous disciple. He shouted as he charged even more fiercely. With a loud bang, he completely destroyed Red Lotus' will and charged towards Fang Yuan. At this moment, Duke Long's aura broke through the limit again, reaching an unprecedented peak. It was so strong that Di Zongxing and Feng Jioge felt suffocated. Fang Yuan did not move, he did not take a defensive stance. Duke Long's aura was extremely fierce, but when he was one step away from Fang Yuan, his expression suddenly changed. His aura froze and his charge came to an abrupt stop. His lifespan was over. It was even earlier than in the previous life. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He caught hold of the aura that had dissipated earlier and discovered the truth. In fact, back in Eastern Sea when he impersonated Qi Si ancestor and used Steel Life on Duke Long, it was effective. But the effect was weak and not obvious, and Duke Long's disguise was quite outstanding. After that, to avoid fighting with Qi Si ancestor, Duke Long even took out Primordial Origin's true inheritance to deceive everyone. Because Duke Long did not know that the number of times Fang Yuan could use Steel Life was extremely limited. This also caused Duke Long's performance to surpass the previous life at the same time. A great talent of a generation, the pillar of Celestial Court, Red Lotus Master, the creator of the Dragon Man race, Duke Long. Finally, at this moment his life stopped. At the moment of his death he was still charging forward. Regardless of whether he was respectable or despicable, for the sake of Celestial Court, for the great cause, he truly sacrificed himself until his death. The intense fighting and killing had made him forget the limit of his lifespan. Thus, at the moment of his death, other than anger and killing intent, there was also a trace of shock on his face. Lord Duke Long, you must be very indignant. Damn it, Lord Duke Long, you cannot die. Celestial Court still needs you. Senior Duke Long. Celestial Court's Gu immortals screamed, their morale rose sharply. This was the will of a mourning army. Intense fighting and killing unfolded again. The three regions Gu immortals were actually suppressed by Celestial Court's side, which had fewer people. Fang Yuan, however, did not participate in the battle. He was still enduring the intense pain. His gaze seemed to pierce through Celestial Court, looking at the five regions. The earth shook, emitting waves of deep rumbling sounds. At this moment, the regional walls that surrounded the five regions vanished, the earth veins connected. The five regions that were originally isolated were now one. Without the obstruction of the regional walls, the five regions could move freely. At the same time, the difference in heaven and earth chi would gradually disappear. There would be no more obstacles to the unification of the five regions. The bloody cloak on Fang Yuan's back started to dissipate. He raised his head and breathed in deeply. Ah, the air of freedom. From now on, he finally had the possibility of pursuing eternal life. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. Chapter 1980. Hello readers and friends. This was a rare single chapter. It was about a few things. Regarding the fifth volume, Demon King Domination, it ended here. This volume was indeed very long, and it would also be the longest volume in the entire book. But there was no helping it. Fang Yuan's strength had increased the most in this volume. He had truly grown from a chess piece to a chess player. I believe everyone will understand after reading this. Honestly speaking, the pressure of writing the fifth volume was very high. Compared to the previous volumes and even the upcoming final volume, it was the heaviest. There were too many things that needed to be written. This battle involved the entire five regions and some grotto heaven worlds. It could be said to have covered the entire map of the novel. There were at least 60 forces involved. The characters involved were Wu Yong, Qi Chuyu, Song Qi Yuan, Shen Songxing, Shen Shang, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Five Elements Grandmaster, Bing Sai Chuan, Mao Li Qiu, Fang Di Chang, Duke Long, Qin Ding Ling, Fairy Myrtle, Yuan Qiong Du, Fang Yuan, Bai Ning Bing, Ing Wuxia Di Zongxing, Spectral Soul, Star Constellation, Red Lotus, Genesis Lotus, Reckless Savage, Yi Fan, Hong Yi, Feng Kim Hong, Feng Joga, and so on. There were too many characters. These characters all had their own cultivation level. Some were mortal Gu masters like Feng Kim Hong. Some had outstanding strength like Fang Yuan, Feng Joga, and Duke Long. They all had their own killer moves. For example, Duke Long's 2 combat systems and more than 10 killer moves were designed according to his image. Wu Yong's killer moves were Unlimited Wind and Farewell Friend Wind. They complemented each other perfectly. Fang Yuan had even more killer moves, Red Lotus methods, Song Qi Yuan's killer moves, and Xin Shang's killer moves. Both of them needed to be described in detail. These people all had their own plans. For example, Bing Sai Chuan, who wholeheartedly wanted to complete Giant Sun's last wish, Wu Yong, who was filled with ambition, Duke Long, who was willing to give up everything for the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan, who wanted eternal life, Red Lotus, who wanted to overthrow fate, etc. Not only were there people from the present, but there were also people from the past. For example, the past venerables and Wu Yong's mother, Wu Du Xiu. These people had to be made of flesh and blood as much as possible. For example, the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign, Duke Long, and Fang Yuan. These three were all important descriptions, and he believed that they would leave a deep impression on the readers. What I want to achieve is that some small people also have their own symbol. For example, Yuan Qiongdu, the crucial person in charge of repairing Fate Gu, he chose to sacrifice himself at the crucial moment. I believe this will leave a deep impression on the readers. The memories of this character's past life and the 2 great wars of this life could be combined to form his own story. It was a concept of responsibility. This also resonated with the heavy responsibility that Freedom Gu brought in The Legends of Rinzhu. Other small characters like Yi Fan and Hong Yi also had their own fortuitous encounters. As for Qin Song, this person was a member of the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. He did not have many scenes in the previous life, but in this life he displayed his strength. The Celestial Court's teleportation formation also needed him to complete. These people all had huge changes in their lives. For example, Feng Joga changed from the righteous path to the demonic path. He openly betrayed the Celestial Court. Regarding this change, there was actually a lot of foreshadowing. For example, he was a secluded cultivator. He had opposed the 10 great ancient sections. For example, Duke Long had once asked Feng Kim Hong if he believed in fate. Feng Kim Hong said he did not. Duke Long had reflected on the reason. He felt that part of the problem was due to Feng Joga. This was a problem with his upbringing. These foreshadowing could be seen clearly after reading it again. For example, Feng Kim Hong was Great Dream Immortal Venerable Seed, but Fate Gu was destroyed, Heaven's Will was gone, her father betrayed her. Where would she go? Or for example, Fang Yuan's clone, Fang Di Chang, what would happen to him when he was trapped in Divine Emperor Palace? So many people were starting an unprecedented chaotic battle around the issue of fate gu, they had to consider their arrangements very carefully. I believe this is not only the most unprecedented battle in the history of this book, it is also a rarely seen super large-scale battle in the entire web literature world. Because it involves so many characters and the map is so wide, it is already very rare. What is even more difficult is that this battle needs to be fought twice. Fang Yuan failed once before rebirth, and Fang Yuan succeeded once after rebirth. These two battles need to be compared before and after, they need to progress step by step, there cannot be too many bugs, they also need foreshadowing. In the 3 sections of 943 to 945, everyone should be able to see the foreshadowing that I had meticulously laid out earlier. These foreshadowing were laid out over half a year ago, but they were only used now. On the surface, these foreshadowing are just some unrelated stories, they need to be well disguised. But when they appear together, the author's true intentions can be seen. The good thing is that no reader has seen through this yet. In order to complete my writing goal, I need to refine the characters. Other than the arrangements I started half a year ago, I also need the clash of ideals. In the previous life's battle, I mainly wrote about the celestial court's ideals, many people were moved by this. In this life's battle, I mainly wrote about the ideals of Fang Yuan and Red Lotus, many people were filled with passion because of this. This is the goal I want to achieve. Only by clashing and winning on the level of ideals can we display their greatness, it will help us understand the motivations and actions of these characters. And I wrote about the clash of ideals to deepen the discussion of the righteous and demonic paths in this book. What is the righteous path's light? What is the demonic path's darkness? Mature people know that this world is not black and white. The boundary between righteous path and demonic path, darkness and light is actually very blurry. The first half of this book focuses on the difference between righteous and demonic paths. The second half describes the similarities between righteous and demonic paths. Sometimes, righteous path is demonic path, from another perspective, demonic path is righteous path. This was not the most superficial concept of, the winner takes all. For example, the celestial court's greatness, the righteousness of sacrifice, it is indeed grand. But Lu Shuxian was willing to sacrifice herself to help Red Lotus become venerable, this strong desire actually goes against human nature. Isn't this a kind of demonic nature? Red Lotus was reborn because he loved her, but in the end he killed Lu Shuxian with his own hands, it was more of a choice made by human nature. Another example, the great demon Fang Yuan became the greatest contributor to the destruction of Fate Gu. We all know that his demonic nature is deep, his motive was to pursue eternal life, he was extremely selfish. But just from his actions and results he liberated the entire human race, freeing them from the shackles of fate, they obtained freedom. Isn't this a kind of justice? After writing this huge volume I let out a sigh of relief. My goals were 1. Character creation, 2. Arrangements foreshadowing, 3. Clash of ideals, for deepening the ideals of righteous and demonic. I was more or less done. To achieve this goal, I changed the outline over a dozen times. When I was thinking of foreshadowing, I discarded most of the obvious foreshadowing. Often, when I was thinking of ideas, I would sit in front of my desk for the entire day, writing draft after draft and tossing out draft after draft. There were too many characters involved, I agreed to write out the descriptions of these characters, their moves and so on, there were over 100 pieces of paper. When I was writing they filled up my study desk. I am telling you these facts not to praise myself but to say, I wrote this book with all my heart. I admit that I wrote slowly but there was no helping it, I was not skilled enough to write fast, I would make mistakes easily. I know I have been writing this book for 5 to 6 years, it is a long time. But I need to be patient, the more I write towards the end, the more patient I have to be, and the more I have to keep my composure. Thus, I want to appeal to all my dear readers. I am writing patiently, I implore all of you to read it patiently. This book is different from most web novels. The difference in writing method, layout, theme and plot construction requires all of you to be more tolerant, understanding and expectant when you read it. I am very confident to say, as long as you read to the end, this book will definitely satisfy most of the readers. First, I implore all of you to read it patiently. Second, I hope all of you can support it. Please support the original reading. A small section is about 3,000 words, only a few cents. But it will take about 2 hours for me to write it. My novel chapters are also different from most web novels, I need to think more before writing and spend more effort to lay out. The amount of energy and effort others spend to write 3,000 words is different from the amount of energy and effort I spend to write 3,000 words. But our pricing is the same and we get the same amount of money. But I am willing to spend more effort to present a living world of voodoo, a different reading experience. In fact, because of the dark text label of this book, the strange writing method, I have always been criticized and misunderstood. This caused this work to be more niche. Right now, this book is about to reach the last big volume. Everyone's fate will come to an end. Like Fang Yuan, like Fang Jing, like Shang Xinci, like Bai Ning Bing. The defeat of the Celestial Court will bring about a different 5 regions chaotic war. The shadows of Red Lotus, Spectral Soul, and the other venerables will become thicker. They will become obstacles in Fang Yuan's path. The Blue Dragon Whale, Crazed Demon Cave, Mysterious Black Fire, and other secrets will also be solved. The Legends of Renzook will also be completed. The concept of this book will also be raised to the level that I want to write. The main theme of this book will also be revealed. Please support the original reading, please read it patiently. Chapter 1981. Wake up. Hey, wake up, kid. Peng De struggled to open his eyes. In his blurry vision, he saw a human face. It was a middle-aged man with a full beard, a pair of triangular eyes revealing shrewdness. His head was wrapped in a white bandana. Peng De was shocked. He clearly remembered that he was sleeping in his own bedroom. Why would a stranger barge into his room? He immediately used his strength to sit up. In the next moment he was stunned again. Where am I? He was shocked to find that he was in a desert. The sky was clear and the clouds were thin. The sun was high in the sky, the heat was rising. Haha, this kid is confused. He's lucky he was attacked by a pack of sand wolves in the desert, but he's still alive. The middle-aged bearded man was not the only one around him. There were a few others all surrounding him. Not far away there was a camel team lying on the ground to rest. Kid, this is a wolf desert. When we found you, your companions were all dead. The sand wolves were eating your corpses. We chased them away, only you were still breathing. I'm Mo Li, the leader of this caravan. I was the one who saved you and healed your wounds. You're lucky to have met us. Do you remember anything now? The middle-aged bearded man introduced. Peng De sat on the desert in a daze. The hot sand and the scorching sun made him gradually come to his senses. This was not a dream. I transmigrated. Damn, there really is such a thing as transmigration in this world, and it happened to me. But how did I transmigrate? Last night I was clearly modifying the program code, but the next day I ended up here. Looking at their clothes and language, they're obviously from another world. Also, why do I know this world's language? It's like speaking another world's language has become an instinct. Peng De couldn't help but feel parched, his heart beating wildly. This sudden change caught him off guard. He couldn't help but fall into panic, secretly groaning. But beside him there were a few strong men staring at him. Peng De could only force himself to calm down, holding his head with both hands, shaking his head. I only remember that my name is Peng De. As for the rest, damn, why can't I remember? No way. Did you lose your memory? How disappointing. He is not a Gu master, he is just a mortal. Is it so important whether he remembers or not? The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly. The middle-aged bearded Mo Li took a deep look at Peng De, a glint flashing in his eyes. Since you can't remember clearly, then forget it. I hope you can remember one day. What do you plan to do next? Are you going to travel with my caravan? Peng De hurriedly nodded. He did not dare to stay in the desert alone. Uncle Mo Li, I will definitely repay you for saving my life. No matter where you go now, please take me with you. Because I don't know where I should go. His face was blank, but it came from his heart. When he first arrived in this world, he really didn't know what to do. Then follow us. Mo Li nodded and turned to instruct the people beside him. Arrange a camel for Peng De. Yes. Someone immediately accepted the order. Kid, come with me. Peng De was led to the camel. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. This is a camel? The Gu master who led him here was baffled. Kid, are you from Western Desert? You don't even recognize the Fire Kong camel? The Fire Kong camel did not have a hump. Its back was instead sunken, forming an oval pit. The person riding the camel was lying in the round pit. It had soft fur and a suitable body temperature. It was very comfortable. The Gu master quickly put away the goods in the round pit and set up a tent on it. A portion of the goods was tied to the side of the camel below the tent. Peng De could only continue to pretend to be in pain, saying, I don't remember, damn it, I can't remember. That Gu master glanced at him. I don't care what you forgot, but you have to remember your life was saved by our leader. Since you joined the caravan, you are eating our food, drinking our water, and living in our place. You have to work, remember? Peng De quickly nodded. Of course, please instruct me. I will do my best. The Gu master lightly nodded, showing a barely satisfied expression. But at this time, the bearded Mo Li's voice came from afar. Don't make things difficult for him, let this young man rest and recover. Being able to meet in this huge desert, it is a kind of fate. It is not easy to make a living in this desert. The Gu master leading Peng aside saying, "Leader, you are still so kind." Peng De heard this and had an even better impression of Emoli. He could not help but reply loudly, "Uncle, thank you so much, I will definitely repay you well." Emoli laughed heartily, "All right kid, you should rest on the camel for a while." Next he shouted to everyone, "We have rested enough, let's continue our journey." Thereupon the camel bell rang and this caravan started moving again, trekking on the vast desert. Peng De laid on the Fire Kong camel's back, feeling very comfortable. Being alone, he was shocked to find that his body was no longer the original one. He was clearly a native of another world. His skin was tan brown, his limbs were rough and his joints were bulky. So my soul only transmigrated and borrowed the body of a native of another world to revive. No wonder I can speak in the language of another world. It is a pity I did not fuse with this native's memories. But this is also good. My original body lacked training, my limbs were weak, but this body has a strong physique and is also very young. Peng De could not sleep. After inspecting himself, he started to look around and observe this other world. There was nothing to see in the desert, but the people traveling with him broadened his horizons. The Fire Kong camel's food was actually some burning red charcoal. The caravan could actually create water out of thin air. They did not need to look for oases or water sources. Walking in the desert was a great guarantee of safety. At dusk, when they were about to set off, a Gu master in the caravan directly planted a seed on the surface of the desert. After a dozen or so breaths of time, trees grew and fruits grew. Peng De did not know what this fruit was called, but its flesh was very white and tender, it tasted sweet and fragrant, it was very appetizing. Peng De was amazed by every little detail in his life. During dinner, he could not help but ask the caravan leader Emoli, "Lad, it seems you really lost your memories." "We are Gu masters. These are all Gu master methods." Emoli looked at Peng De with a strange expression. "Gu master?" Peng De was hearing this for the first time. Emoli's expression became even more strange. He pointed at Peng De. "Lad, you are also a Gu master and a rank 2 Gu master." Peng De was surprised. After some understanding, Peng De came to a realization and became even more excited. So in this world there is a type of people called Gu masters. They can use Gu worms to cultivate. Gu master cultivation is divided into rank 1 to 9, most of the people in the caravan are rank 2, the highest is Uncle Emoli, he is rank 3. I am also a rank 2 Gu master, more accurately speaking, the original owner of this body was a rank 2 Gu master. When a Gu master cultivates to rank 6, they can be called Gu immortals, they can move mountains and seas, they can pluck the stars and moon. At rank 9, they are invincible in the world, they can reign supreme in the world. Oh heavens, what a beautiful world this is. Since heaven sent me here, it definitely wants me to accomplish something. I will definitely be one of a kind, I will definitely be able to stand above others. Right. After cultivating to rank 9, the feeling of being invincible in the world will definitely be wonderful. In his original world, Peng De was an ordinary person. He was an orphan, he had no parents and no lover, he could be said to have no attachments. He was extremely excited, until late at night he could not resist the exhaustion and fell asleep. What he did not know was that the Gu masters in the caravan were also secretly discussing him. This lad actually lost his memories. I really don't know what to say. Should I say that his life is good or bad? Did he really lose his memories or is he pretending to be dumb? There is no need to pretend, right? I think he was very surprised by the Fire Kong camel and our Gu master methods. It does not seem like he is pretending. Regardless of whether he lost his memories or not, he is still a rank 2 Gu master, I can use him. It is not a loss to save him. Emoli said. No one refuted this. Gu masters were far more valuable than mortals. If Peng De was a mortal, even if these Gu masters knew that he was still alive, they would not bother to save him. But since he was a Gu master, he had value in saving him, he could even get a camel as a form of transportation as well as food and water. While discussing, Emoli suddenly frowned, his expression was dark. Listen, there seems to be some sound? Everyone's expression changed because at the next moment, this sound became very loud, it rumbled and shook heaven and earth. Damn it. It seems to be a hurricane, a super large-scale hurricane. But this is Wolf Desert, how can there be a hurricane? Quickly move, protect the caravan, quickly move. The Gu masters hurriedly left the tent, they were stunned the moment they got outside. They saw an endless chi tide surging from ahead, it was like a tsunami, connecting heaven and earth. The chi tide was like a mountain or a sea, Everywhere it went, sand and dust were swept up. It was extremely terrifying. Extreme fear filled all the Gu Masters' faces. This was a calamity even more terrifying than a hurricane. At once, the Gu Masters felt the intense aura of death. The caravan was definitely finished, they only wanted to save their lives now. Escape. Emoli gritted his teeth before he finished speaking. He had already retreated with all his strength. The other Gu Masters reacted like they were electrocuted, they followed suit and escaped in panic. In the abandoned caravan, the mortals screamed in fear. The camel group was also in a commotion. They were powerless, only death seemed to be waiting for them. In this chaos, Pringdo was still sleeping. He did not know that a fatal crisis had already enveloped him. P.S. Thank you, New Alliance leaders, thank you for your rewards, you are too awesome. I am also very surprised that Gu Battle Team is in the top 10, I feel that we are very strong. What moved me was that there were also many comments. Many people read books in high school, they have already graduated and are looking for jobs. Some started reading Gu Venerable in elementary school, they are about to graduate from university. So we have been accompanying each other for so long. Thank you, everyone, for your support and understanding. Yesterday made me very moved, it also made me even more determined to write, quality first, quantity second, strive to improve continuously. In the final volume of Gu Venerable, I will work hard to depict a magnificent era. Chapter 1982. The sky was pitch black, there were only 2 or 3 weak starlights. This was black heaven. The surroundings were quiet, 3 Gu immortals were moving stealthily in black heaven. The old Gu immortal on the left was thin like firewood, he had a hunched back and many age spots on his face, he was already at the end of his lifespan. The female immortal on the right wore an embroidered purple robe, her skin was white as snow, her hair reached her waist, she had a graceful figure. Her eyes were like deep pools, her brows were shrouded in sorrow. At the center was a black-robed Gu immortal. He had a pale face and black hair that reached his chest. An intense cold killing intent was lingering around his body. They were Old Man Jing Yuan, Fairy Myrtle, and Spectral Soul. The 3 of them were moving stealthily in black heaven. At this moment, Spectral Soul paused for a moment before saying plainly, "It's here again." Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan's expressions did not change. They immediately surrounded Spectral Soul and started to set up defensive methods. Soon the 3 immortals heard a loud sound. Then a huge berserk wave of chi swept over, covering the sky and covering the earth. Everywhere the chi tide went, living beings perished, it was a tragic sight. The chi tide ruthlessly crushed the 3 immortals, and lasted for the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn before it swept away. Spectral Soul and his servants let out sighs of relief. They stopped their defensive methods and showed themselves again. Old Man Jing Yuan looked at the chi tide dispersing. He had a compassionate expression as he sighed heavily. After the 5 regions merged, to think that there would be such a change. Every once in a while, chi tides would appear, filling heaven and earth, sweeping away all living beings. Not just the 5 regions, even the 2 heavens are not spared. Everywhere it goes, living beings perish, who knows how many living beings will die. Even though Old Man Jing Yuan was subdued by Spectral Soul, he was only loyal to him, his nature did not change much. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with uncertainty, she was deducing something but she soon gave up. Fairy Myrtle analyzed, there are differences in heaven and earth chi between the 5 regions. Thus, when Gu immortals come to another region and absorb heaven and earth chi, their immortal apertures will shake. Thus, Gu immortals have to return to their homeland to undergo tribulations. The difference between the 2 energies of heaven and earth was also the reason for the formation of the boundary wall. Now that the 5 regional walls have completely disappeared, the vast heaven and earth energies in the 5 regions have started to converge. This is the reason for the chi tides. It's just that it's impossible to predict how long this energy tide will last, and whether its power will increase or decrease. We can't even calculate its trend. To deduce the answer to this problem, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable would have to do it. He had a deep understanding of chi path. Or perhaps Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived, that was the only way to obtain such a large number of clues. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, his voice was hoarse and cold. This chi tide is my obstruction. Most soul beasts find it hard to resist. Even if they manage to survive, their soul cores will be severely damaged. Spectral Soul really wanted to recover his strength. Devouring souls was the fastest shortcut. Originally he wanted to take back the Gate of Life and Death, but unfortunately the Gate of Life and Death had been secretly moved away. The battle in the Celestial Court was over. With Spectral Soul's current condition, he could not act recklessly. Thus, he brought his 2 subordinates out of the Celestial Court. they came to Black Heaven and prepared to hunt soul beasts. There were many soul beasts living in Black Heaven. They formed into armies. They often used nether ants to open the path and roamed in Black Heaven. Their scale was often huge. There were hundreds of thousands or even millions of them. Master, the Chi tide is causing trouble now. Please let us stay behind and assist Master. Old man Jing Yuan suggested loyally. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. What use is there in staying behind me? I alone am enough. Furthermore, I have something important to tell you. Old man Jing Yuan and Fairy Myrtle looked at each other. They said together, Master, please tell us. Spectral Soul squinted as he said eerily, Back then, I expended all my resources to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo and gave it to Fang Yuan to create a complete otherworldly demon. Now that fate goo is destroyed, our plan succeeded, it is time to retrieve sovereign immortal fetus goo. I want you to find Fang Yuan and capture him alive to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo again. Spectral Soul's strength had fallen to rock bottom. If not for this, he would have interfered in the battle of the Celestial Court long ago. He wanted to rise up quickly and recover his strength. There were three crucial points: the door of life and death, the dream realm, and the sovereign immortal aperture. Now that the door of life and death was gone, Spectral Soul was secretly disappointed. But this point could be replaced by Soul Beast. One of the crucial dream realms was taken away by Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan used a portion of them in the battle of the Celestial Court, most of them were still in Fang Yuan's hands. Spectral Soul had to retrieve the dream realms. Only by retrieving the dream realms could he regain his great Grandmaster attainment level in all paths. Other than that, the sovereign immortal aperture was also necessary. It could ensure that Spectral Soul could return to his peak state as much as possible. Spectral Soul had reason to believe that the sovereign immortal aperture was well managed by Fang Yuan. If he could snatch it back, it would be the same as Fang Yuan's painstaking efforts earlier. With these three crucial points gathered, Spectral Soul would be able to regain his peak state and dominate the world. There were no clues about the door of life and death, but the dream realms and sovereign immortal aperture were focused on Fang Yuan. It was not hard to understand why Spectral Soul made Fang Yuan his main target. Old man Jing Yuan frowned as he recalled, Master wants to deal with Fang Yuan? After this demon destroyed Fate Goo, he immediately left the Celestial Court. He did not participate in the following battle. He was in a hurry and acted strangely. I have no idea where he went. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. That is because of the heaven path Dao marks. Fang Yuan could not even protect himself. He had to make this choice. Since he knew about Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements on Wisdom Goo and did not hesitate to expend Wisdom Goo, he could naturally deduce that I had done something to Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Thus, when he refined Goo, he used Red Lotus method to restrict me. Fang Yuan is a sly fellow. He used the other party's strength to make my plan fail. But Red Lotus was happy to see this. Scoundrel, let's deal with that old scoundrel Red Lotus. Spectral Soul and Red Lotus worked together to eliminate Fate Goo once and for all. Now that their plan had succeeded, Spectral Soul and Red Lotus were enemies. A mountain could not contain two tigers, not to mention two venerables. But how do we find Fang Yuan's traces now? Fairy Myrtle felt a headache. Why did she have to face the same problem even after betraying the Celestial Court? When she was in the Celestial Court, she had thought of ways to deal with Fang Yuan. As a Wisdom Path great expert, she had already sensed the threat of Fang Yuan. But what was the use? Fang Yuan was too good at hiding. He was too good at concealing himself. His Wisdom Path attainment was best at preventing deductions from others. Furthermore, he was too vigilant. He did not leave any traces behind. Even if the Celestial Court wanted to deal with him, they could not do anything about it. It was like back then when the human race had immortal venerables and demon venerables. The variant humans could not resist them and hid. Primordial origin immortal venerable was also helpless. Fairy Myrtle lacked crucial clues. She could not deduce Fang Yuan's location. It was like this when she was in the Celestial Court. It was still the same now. Thus, she could only ask Spectral Soul for help, hoping that this demon venerable would have a good idea. But facing this problem, even Spectral Soul was silent for a moment. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo was personally refined by him. He naturally tampered with it and could sense the Sovereign Immortal body. But after the Heaven Path Dao marks were added to Fang Yuan's body, he could not do anything. This connection was completely severed. Eventually, Spectral Soul ordered, "We cannot find Fang Yuan for now. We will force him out." How do we do that? This demon Fang Yuan came and went without anyone. He was a loner with no one to worry about. Even if he has any friends or family, with his ruthless nature, even if we threaten him, he will not show himself. Old man Jing Yuan felt this was a difficult situation. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. During the Battle of the Celestial Court, the scene of Fang Yuan destroying Fate Gu was already known to the world through everybody's vision killer move. The two of you will spread the Sovereign Immortal Aperture secret. Tell the world that Fang Yuan was able to advance to rank 8 rapidly and destroy Fate because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture can devour apertures to avoid calamities and raise his cultivation level rapidly. Every once in a while, Fang Yuan has to devour Gu Immortal's immortal apertures to continue his life. Whoever kills Fang Yuan will not only obtain many venerable inheritances, they will also have the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It can help the Gu Immortal ascend to the venerable realm and become invincible in the world. After pausing for a while, Spectral Soul continued, "This way Fang Yuan will become the world's enemy. Tell the world about his current weakness. He has the Heaven Path Dao marks on him, he has no battle strength at all. If not for this, he would not have escaped in a hurry after the Gu refinement. With everyone fighting for us, where can Fang Yuan hide? Even if he can hide for now, he cannot hide forever. The two of you will go and open the secret treasuries that I have left behind. Those are the cultivation resources that I cannot use to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. They are very valuable. Use these resources to rebuild Shadow Sect and recruit more people for me. Aren't Fang Yuan's subordinates like Bai Ning Bing and He Lulan still outside? If we find them, we might be able to find clues about Fang Yuan." Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan quickly agreed. Spectral Soul looked down, his gaze seemed to pierce through the veil of night as he looked at the 5 regions. The 5 regions have fused into one. Heaven and Earth Chi have fused into Chi tides that spread to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. If Heaven and Earth Chi do not fuse completely, there will be no peace. The regional walls of the 5 regions will dilute and envelop the 5 regions. The immortal apertures of the 5 regions Gu Immortals will also be affected. The 2 Chi will be shaken, they can only rest and recuperate. The stronger the immortal aperture's foundation, the more time they have to recuperate. Fang Yuan will be forced to recuperate for a very long time. But the two of you were once members of the Celestial Court, you have phantom apertures, you will not be affected. You need to make use of this opportunity and work hard. We will follow Master's orders." Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan replied respectfully. Spectral Soul waved his sleeves. "Then what are you waiting for? Please take care of yourself, Master. We will take our leave." Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan quickly took their leave. Chapter 1983. Roar. In Black Heaven, an ancient soul beast was fleeing in panic. This soul beast was shaped like a horse, but it had a human face. But right now, its face was filled with fear and shock. The ancient soul beast was panicking. It ran for its life, but soon, its movements slowed down, the cries of pain in its mouth also weakened rapidly. A few breaths of time later, it completely stopped in the air, floating quietly in the dense night sky. Without a sound, its mountain-like body slowly dissipated, revealing a Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal had a pale face, his black hair reached his chest. It was Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul held a soul core in his hand. It was the condensation of the ancient soul beast's soul path essence. Spectral Soul was not satisfied. He placed this soul core in his mouth, chewing it like a bean before swallowing it. Without the help of a soul path killer move, I will need some time to digest it. Spectral Soul snorted in displeasure. Ever since he parted with Old Man Jing Yuan and Fairy Myrtle, he had been hunting soul beasts in Black Heaven. But who knew if his luck was bad, or if the Chi tides killed too many living beings? He encountered very few soul beasts. Up until now, the soul beasts he met were all alone. At most they were in groups of 3 to 5. This made him wonder if this was still Black Heaven. This efficiency is too low. Spectral Soul continued on his journey. If I still had my attainment level, I could use my intuition to determine the location of the soul beast army. Even Fang Yuan could not escape my senses. It is a pity that I have to start all over again now. However, Fate Gu was destroyed in the end. Providence can no longer stop me from becoming a venerable. After I finish cultivating, I want to see who dares to show up. Even if they are venerables, I will kill them. Huh? Spectral Soul moved stealthily for a while before joy flashed on his face. He finally found a soul beast army. He quietly got closer, seeing that there were over 3 million soul beasts in this soul beast army. The quantity was not small, and what made Spectral Soul happy was that they were of high quality. He only took a glance and saw 5 to 6 immemorial soul beasts, and over 30 ancient soul beasts. Kill. Spectral Soul had a strong desire to kill. He was about to charge over when he suddenly discovered something. This discovery shocked him. Why are there soul path Gu Immortals? There were 3 Gu immortals controlling the Soul Beast army. 3 Gu immortals, 2 males and 1 female. The female was in the formation, she was the leader, she had an ordinary appearance, she had gray eyes and rank 8 aura. Of the 2 male immortals, one was tall and sturdy, he was dressed in armor, his muscular arms were exposed, there were Soul Beast marks on his arms. The other was tall and thin, he held a bamboo cane. The 3 immortals were dressed in black robes, they had similar designs, they were from the same force. These are the Gu immortals of Black Heaven. Spectral Soul quickly recognized the auras of the 3 immortals, he smiled coldly and changed his plan of attacking. He sneaked into the Soul Beast army. The 3 immortals were they, and they was. The rank 8 female immortal had been resting earlier, she spoke. Stop, let me control the army. Hearing this, the 2 male immortals heaved a sigh of relief. The tall and skinny one flattered. Aunt, only you can control a Soul Beast army of such a scale. Even if the 2 of us cultivate diligently for 8 lifetimes, we won't be able to reach half of your abilities. The rank 8 female immortal glanced at the male immortal, she said unhappily, if you can't catch up to me after cultivating for 8 lifetimes, you might as well kill yourself. The tall and thin man knew that his flattery had gone awry, he had an awkward expression. The female immortal sighed, the 2 of you are the Gu immortals with the highest chance of advancing after me. Now that fake Gu is destroyed, we are responsible for our own fate. The great era is coming, the peaceful and stable life of the past is gone forever. You need to have the heart to improve, if you do not have such a resolution, our soul-pacifying grotto heaven will be submerged by the tides of the new era. You are right. The tall and thin man nodded. As for the tall and sturdy male immortal, he remained silent. The female immortal sighed again, continuing, the 5 regions are united, heaven and earth chi have fused, chi tides are sweeping the world, even the black and white heavens are not immune. Wherever the chi tides go, heaven and earth will shake, grotto heavens will no longer be able to hide, their locations will be exposed. This time, our Black Heaven Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals are meeting to discuss how to deal with this situation. At that time, you will be representing yourselves as well as the face of our soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, remember this. Yes, Aunt Lady, don't worry, we will remember this. The 2 immortals replied respectfully. The 3 immortals did not know that while they were talking, Spectral Soul had already sneaked to their side and heard every word of their conversation. So that's it. Spectral Soul had a thought. Heaven and earth chi have fused, the grotto heavens hidden in the black and white heavens are also affected. The reason is the same as the 5 regions Gu immortals having to rest and recuperate. But the 5 regions Gu immortals are more deeply affected. This is the black and white heavens after all, the Gu immortals can still move around with difficulty. There had always been many grotto heavens hidden in the black and white heavens. Even Spectral Soul could not estimate the number of these grotto heavens. This time, the change in heaven and earth was unprecedented. These grotto heavens could not be hidden anymore, they were like fish that were blown out of the water. Spectral Soul felt that this was a great opportunity, he continued to conceal himself as he followed the 3 immortals. After spending half a day, the 3 immortals finally arrived at their destination with their Soul Beast army. This was also a grotto heaven. The grotto heaven's entrance was opened, there were already many people around, they had quite a large commotion. The million Soul Beast army that the 3 immortals brought over painstakingly was not outstanding here, they were at most slightly superior. So friends from soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven are here. Seeing the 3 immortals, a Gu immortal flew out of a Night Heavenly Wolf group. This Gu immortal had rank 8 cultivation level, he had a fierce and ruthless aura, he had the air of a formidable character. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is early. The rank 8 female immortal of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven smiled and replied. We were too slow, Lady Cold Ash. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord smiled bitterly, pointing at the open Grotto Heaven entrance. Those variant human Gu immortals have already entered. I waited for you to enter together, otherwise as a human rank 8, I would be ostracized. Lady Cold Ash nodded, showing a solemn expression. In this meeting, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was the one who communicated with us. He is a snowman Gu immortal to begin with, he also opened his Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, it will naturally become the territory of variant human Gu immortals. Let's go in and take a look. Lady Cold Ash quickly arranged for 2 rank 7s to stay behind and look after the Soul Beast army. She only ordered several immemorial Soul Beasts to enter the Grotto Heaven's entrance with her. Spectral Soul had already possessed one of the immemorial Soul Beasts without anyone noticing. He also followed them in. Once they entered the grotto heaven, the temperature fell sharply. It was a world of ice and snow. Looking down at the ground, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. The tall mountains were made of frost crystals. It was very rare. At the peak of the frost crystals, there was an ice and snow palace. Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord came to the palace. After placing the immemorial soul beasts and immemorial Knight Heavenly Wolves on the square of the palace, they entered the palace together. Spectral Soul waited for a while. He successfully saw through the details of the ice and snow palace. He immediately found a loophole and entered the palace. At the main seat of the palace sat a snowman Gu Immortal. He had a Fangjing face and a majestic aura. He was likely Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Other than them, there were 3 variant human rank 8s. They were Rockmen, Hairy Men, and Eggmen. To think that in this Black Heaven, variant human forces actually have the upper hand. They have 4 rank 8s while the humans only have 2. Spectral Soul thought about it and understood. After humans became the rulers, variant humans could not survive in the 5 regions. They were chased to the edges of the world, struggling at death's door. Black Heaven and White Heaven were naturally the first choice for variant humans to roam. This place was extremely vast. Grotto heavens were hidden. Even venerables could not find them, unless they had a definite clue. Thus, variant humans were the first to establish their foundation in Black Heaven and White Heaven. They continued to develop. Even though human Gu Immortals entered Black Heaven and White Heaven, they mostly explored and gathered resources. Only a small portion of rank 8 Gu Immortals placed their grotto heavens in Black Heaven and White Heaven. Human grotto heavens were different from variant human grotto heavens. The latter were taken care of by Providence. Their calamities and tribulations were weak, but the former were different. As time passed, human grotto heavens continued to be established and eliminated. Only a small portion managed to survive. But variant human grotto heavens had a long history. Their forces continued to grow. The 6 rank 8 Gu Immortals discussed. If the 5 regions are united, Chi tides will invade the world. Our grotto heavens will be exposed. I propose to unite and resist the 5 regions. How can we resist the 5 regions? Even though our grotto heavens are plentiful, how can we compare to the 5 regions in terms of resources? Even if we unite, we will not be the match of the 5 regions humans. Furthermore, even if we unite, we might not trust each other. After all, there is a difference in our identities. Don't worry, even though we are humans, Ancestor Pacifying Soul was forced to escape to Black Heaven. He has already severed ties with the 5 regions. More directly, my Night Wolf Grotto Heaven does not want to expose our identities. After all, we have a deep grudge with Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Fellow Immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. Do you only want to work together? Have you not thought of taking a step forward? Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, the situation of humanity's dominance has been completely broken. The 5 regions Gu Immortals need to rest and recuperate. This is the best chance for us to act first. We are born in Black Heaven. We are the least affected. We can barely move. If we do not make use of this chance, we will regret it in the future. Immortal Monarch, what is your plan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed, saying with a heavy expression, the 5 regions are huge and rich in resources. Even if we combine our grotto heavens, we cannot compare to them. The world will descend into chaos. If we do not move forward, when the 5 regions settle down, we will be exterminated by the 5 regions Gu Immortals. Only by taking the initiative can we have hope of survival. P.S. Last night I received an encouraging message from Fang Yuan, congratulating him for becoming the first alliance leader of this book. In fact, these last 2 days I have been very moved. The response and enthusiastic support from all my readers made me feel that writing this book was the right thing to do. Today I want to respond to everyone's strong support and sincere encouragement. Thank you. The Gu Immortal team has a high ranking. I welcome more friends to join. Join method, Chidian app, click on Discover, enter Activity Center, find the fan team activity, drop down, join Gu Immortal team. Chapter 1984. Lady Cold Ash was the first to fly out of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven's entrance. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven's 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals guarding outside immediately went to welcome them. The tall and thin Gu Immortal asked in concern, how did the discussion go? Lady Cold Ash shook her head. At this time, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also flew out of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The 2 talked for a while before separating. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord led the wolf group while Lady Cold Ash led the Soul Beast army, returning to their respective grotto heavens. Along the way the 3 immortals conversed. They did not know that Spectral Soul had been lurking around them. Spectral Soul had wanted to hunt the Soul Beast army, but after this matter, he changed his mind. Just from the name Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, it was clear that it was a Soul Path sect. Lady Cold Ash and the other two were Soul Path Gu Immortals. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven definitely had abundant Soul Path cultivation resources. Ignoring everything else, just the Soul Beast army that they had was a huge feast for Spectral Soul. The Chi tides will sweep through the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The Grotto Heaven forces of Black and White Heaven will not be able to hold themselves back. I can make use of their strength to attack the other venerable forces in advance. I will rise up even faster. Spectral Soul not only wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, he also wanted to deal with the other venerable forces, like Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and others. Now that Fate Gu was destroyed, Spectral Soul could revive and become a venerable again. The other venerables were the same. Right now, Fang Yuan's whereabouts were unknown. Spectral Soul had to look at the big picture. Even though killing was second nature to him, he had many ways to kill. Borrowing someone else's strength to kill was also a brilliant method of killing. It was suitable for him now. Lady Cold Ash and the other 2 immortals did not know that they and Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven were already under the shadow of Spectral Soul. Elsewhere, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Many Gu immortals in Night Heavenly Wolf Grotto Heaven paid their respects. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord said, "Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest want to form an alliance with us to resist the 5 regions. I am in a difficult position." Gu Immortal Yiji nodded, "It is. In the current situation, fate is destroyed, the 5 regions have merged, heaven and earth chi have fused completely, no Grotto Heaven can hide under the chi tides. We are weak. If the 5 regions attack us in the future, we will not be able to resist them. But we do not need to fight against them. The 5 regions are strong while the 2 heavens are weak, this is a fact. The 5 regions are strong while the 2 heavens are weak. Why don't we join the 5 regions?" Night Heavenly Wolf Lord laughed. "Yiji knows me well, I have the same thoughts." Wolf Lord laughed. Demon, I am us. Even if the 5 regions don't have the intention to attack me, once they unite, they will." Yiji frowned. "But it's not appropriate to rely on the 5 regions. Heavens first, Heaven's King, Northern Valley of Plains of. He first Chi Dragon, 2 of all. Wolf God. Demon Soul. Moon Dragon Emperor King, Soul Sect Immortal King. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord sighed. "Indeed, I have already discussed with Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven's Lady Cold Ash. We will work together. We will also ally with human Grotto Heavens. As for which of the 5 regions to join, in my opinion, Central Continent's Celestial Court is the best choice. We can contact them secretly." Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was a formidable person. Not only did he have rank 8 cultivation level, his political skills were also very shrewd. No one in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven dared to defy him. Since he made such a decision, the Gu Immortals in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven did not dare to object. Celestial Court. Central Great Hall was finally repaired. Qin Dingling was in charge of it now. Fate Gu's restoration failed. Celestial Court was in ruins after the intense battle. It was still mostly in ruins. This is a disgrace. Qin Dingling put down the letter Gu in her hand, resting for the moment. Her expression was calm, but her gaze flickered. Memories surfaced in her mind, her anger was building up. After Red Lotus scheme succeeded, Duke Long died on the way and Fang Yuan retreated. But the 3 regions Gu immortals wanted to destroy Celestial Court, no one retreated. At the moment of life and death, primordial origin immortal venerables methods started to take effect. All sorts of anger, bad luck, dejection, and so on descended on the 3 regions Gu immortals, causing their conditions to fall sharply. This method was used to deal with Fang Yuan, but it was intercepted by Limitless Demon Venerable's silhouette. After Red Lotus plan succeeded, the match between the 2 venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion was also resolved. Limitless laughed heartily, the 2 venerables' silhouettes dissipated at the same time. Without Limitless suppression, Primordial Origins methods started to take effect again. Fortunately, even though Feng Jioge betrayed them at the last moment, he only helped Fang Yuan refine Gu. He did not make things difficult for Celestial Court. Celestial Court was able to take a breather. They counterattacked and reversed the situation with great difficulty. The 3 regions Gu immortals had no choice but to use Dragon Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building to suppress the situation. They had no choice but to retreat. Outside Celestial Court, there were still people who wanted to plunder Central Continent, but at this time the first Chi tide occurred. The 3 regions Gu immortals' immortal apertures became unstable. They had no choice but to retreat. Celestial Court's Gu immortals did not give chase. After personally witnessing Fang Yuan refining fate goo, their fighting spirit were no longer strong. The battle ended, the battered celestial court licked its wounds and cleaned up the mess. Duke Long died, Fairy Myrtle also betrayed them and sided with Spectral Soul. After the celestial court's goo immortals discussed for a while, they elected Qin Dingling to take over as the temporary leader. During this period of time after the battle, Qin Dingling was in charge of the overall situation, dealing with all sorts of matters. Qin Dingling looked calm on the surface, but there was a fire burning in her heart. The great celestial court actually lost, it was a complete and utter defeat. She was eager to wash away this humiliation, but reason told her not to be rash. Because everything had changed, celestial court was no longer the celestial court of the past, the enemies were no longer the enemies of the past, even the world was changing. After resting for a while, Qin Dingling continued to deal with matters. She held an information path mortal goo in her hand, showing a slightly surprised expression. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord did not want to be on the same boat as variant humans, he wanted to side with the stronger 5 regions. Among the 5 regions, even though Celestial Court lost, it was still the #1 force of humanity for millions of years. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven and Longevity Heaven were enemies. In the current 5 regions, only Celestial Court had the confidence to deal with the brute and vile members of Longevity Heaven. In this information path goo worm, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had described the devious intentions of the variant humans in detail. As expected of those who are not of our race. Fate goo has just been destroyed, but these variant humans already want to jump out. Qin Dingling snorted coldly, intense killing intent surged in her heart. After calming down, Qin Dingling started to think about this problem. Qin Dingling knew very little about Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Thus, with just an information path goo worm, she could not tell if Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was sincere in joining them, or if he was just pretending to surrender. If this Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is sincere in joining us, how will we face the Grotto Heaven variant humans and Longevity Heaven? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's letter clearly told her ancestors' origins, he did not conceal their hatred towards Longevity Heaven. Qin Dingling felt troubled. The current celestial court was in an unprecedented state of decline. Qi tides swept the world, heaven and earth qi converged. The celestial court goo immortals with phantom apertures could move more freely than the black and white Grotto Heaven goo immortals. But the celestial court could not do that. Firstly, most of the celestial court members had limited lifespans. Secondly, they had to support star constellations' will. Thus, a portion of the celestial court members would continue to hibernate in the immortal graveyard, to help star constellations' will and prevent her from being assimilated by Providence. This way the celestial court's battle strength would fall by another level. At this moment, Qin Dingling could not make up her mind. If only Fairy Myrtle was still here. Qin Dingling sighed. This was another thing that she was worried about. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan were enslaved by Spectral Soul, their whereabouts were unknown. The former two knew the secrets of the celestial court, while the latter had the soul of a demon venerable, who dared to underestimate them. Qin Dingling thought about it, she felt that this was an important matter, she summoned Zhou Xiong Xian and the rest to discuss it. Zhou Xiong Xian suggested, this is important but the current situation is not clear. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and these 6 goo immortals are only rank 8s in the Black Heaven above Central Continent, what about the Black Heaven of the other 4 regions? We do not know how many Grotto Heavens there are, or how many rank 8 goo immortals are in these Grotto Heavens. I am willing to personally go to Black Heaven and White Heaven to investigate secretly. Zhou Xiong Xian cultivated information path, he knew the importance of information. He had a phantom aperture, he did not care about the fusion of heaven and earth qi. Qin Dingling accepted his suggestion, she decided to maintain contact with Night Wolf Grotto Heaven for the time being, while she investigated the details. Jun Xinguang handed over an information path mortal goo saying, I have organized this list, they are all goo immortal seeds with great talent, and most importantly, they are loyal to the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sections. However, there's one person that I can't make the decision on my own. I'll need everyone to discuss it together before making a decision. Jun Xinguang organized this list, there were many mortal goo masters, they were all people with extraordinary aptitude. The Celestial Court lost the battle, the immortal graveyard was completely destroyed by Fang Yuan, almost everything was being rebuilt, there were many things waiting to be done. Adding on the threat of the 5 regions' chaotic war, the Celestial Court had already decided to nurture more goo immortals regardless of the cost. Qin Dingling took the goo worm and probed it with her divine sense. There were many names on the list. Crane Gate's recommendation Sun Yuan Hua, Spirit Butterfly Valley's recommendation Xiao Qi Xing, Ancient Soul Sect's Gu Ting Heaven's Envy Manor's Wei Wushang, but when it came to Spirit Affinity House, the list was empty. Qin Ding Ling sighed, her expression becoming complex. She naturally knew the specific list for Spirit Affinity House, it was definitely Feng Kim Hong. But after the Fate War, Feng Jioge changed sides and betrayed the Celestial Court, his whereabouts were unknown. As his daughter, Feng Kim Huang's situation was quite awkward. She was originally taken in as a disciple by Duke Long, she was the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. But now that Duke Long was dead and Fate was destroyed, Great Dream Immortal Venerable no longer had to rely on her. Zhou Xiong Xian's concern was, if the Celestial Court continued to nurture Feng Kim Hong, what would Celestial Court do if she betrayed them like her father? Although Feng Kim Hong was taken in as a disciple by Duke Long, the first disciple taught by Duke Long had schemed for millions of years, destroying Fate Gu of the Celestial Court. Would Feng Kim Hong, the second disciple, inherit this fine tradition in the future? Let's hold off on this list for now, we can discuss it later. P.S. Oh my god. Are all of you so ferocious? These days many new alliance leaders emerged. Thank you to Noon Night Moore, Fang Yuan, Little Shu Dong, Little Prince CC, Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self, Moon Sangya Buddha Scripture Lecture, Taoist Profound Gate, Purple Lightning Berserk God and others for their tens of thousands of gifts. Thank you to Demon Venerable Guyue for your astonishing gifts, you are truly ferocious. Congratulations on becoming this book's #1 alliance leader and #1 fan. Thank you to all the readers who supported this book, gifted and voted for it. The Gu Immortal Battle Team is supported by all of you, you are truly amazing. Chapter 1985. Central Continent, Lake Heart Mountain. The headquarters of Spirit Affinity House's public Blessed Land was located here. In the Blessed Land there was a place called Quiet Rain Valley. When Feng Kim Hong walked into the valley, it happened to be raining. Drizzle. The rain fell quietly without a sound. Bathed in the rain, even Feng Kim Hong unknowingly slowed down his footsteps. The air was filled with the fragrance of fresh grass, there was a thin layer of green. This rain was not cold, it was like jade, it had a reserved warmth. Feng Kim Hong knew, this was quiet rain. When this rain fell, any sound would be absorbed, the world was silent, it was so quiet that people could hear their own breathing and heartbeats. Quiet Rain was a rank 6 immortal material, this valley was the resource point of Quiet Rain, thus it was named Quiet Rain Valley. After Feng Jioge betrayed the Celestial Court and went missing, his wife, who was also Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, applied to be transferred to Quiet Rain Valley to collect Quiet Rain, she did not leave the valley at all. Every time the quiet rain fell, the sound of a zither and flute would be heard in the valley, it was like Fairy Bai Qing's mournful cries. Feng Kim Hong heard this rumor and could not help but worry, he came to the valley to visit his mother. Now that the quiet rain was falling, the sound of a zither and flute could be heard from the valley. The zither sound was ethereal, it was like the clouds in the sky, it was ancient and pleasing to the ears. But the flute sound was high and resounding, it rose and fell abruptly, it was like an eagle flying in the sky, it tore through the wind and tore through the mist. At first, the zither sound resounded, the flute sound echoed, it was like both sides were talking, one after the other. Next, the zither and flute sounds started to interact, they played together bit by bit, gradually merging. White clouds were ethereal, eagles were flying in the clouds. The two abrupt sounds continued to merge, there was an indescribable sense of beauty. Eventually, the zither and flute sounds became one, they formed a mixed sound, it had the melodious sound of the zither and the sharp sound of the flute. One of a kind, too beautiful to behold. Feng Kim Hong is captivated by the beautiful music and can't help but reveal an intoxicated look. She went deep into the valley and successfully met her mother. Fairy Bai Qing sat in a bamboo pavilion, two gu worms that resembled white jade pearls were flying around her. They were two sound path mortal gu, zither gu and flute gu. When Feng Kim Hong walked into the pavilion, the music gradually stopped. Fairy Bai Qing already knew of Feng Kim Huang's arrival, she slowly turned around. This immortal and demonic union song was created when your father and I were in love, it was our song of love. I still remember back then, when your father performed for me for the first time, he said, immortal and demonic are of the same family, primordial origin immortal venerable was originally called primordial demon venerable by many variant humans. The meaning of this song is extraordinary, your father had always kept it in his collection and never used it, but during the Fate War he used it. Saying so, Fairy Bai Qing's tone changed as she looked at Feng Kim Hong. This time, the name list has already been approved. Feng Kim Hong nodded. I know. Last time the sect recommended me, but there was no news from the Celestial Court. This time the sect replaced Sun Yao, and the Celestial Court quickly approved it. Fairy Bai Qing said plainly, originally the sect still wanted to recommend you, but Li Juning and Su Hao obstructed it, so it was changed to Sun Yao. How do you feel about such an outcome? My daughter. Feng Kim Hong smiled. Her smile was as bright as a flower. Instantly, the bamboo pavilion was bathed in bright sunlight. Mother, why are you testing me like this? Ever since father betrayed me and left the Celestial Court, I was mentally prepared. Right now, the Dream Path Immortal Gu have not been taken away. The situation is already very good. Feng Kim Hong said. Fairy Bai Qing heard this and revealed a slight smile. It is not that the righteous path does not have robberies, it is just that it is often covered with a layer of righteousness and morality. It is already very good that you can comprehend this. But you don't have to worry too much. After your father left the Celestial Court, he created Destiny Song. His outstanding battle strength is seen by everyone. The Celestial Court and Spirit Affinity House will not dare to easily deal with you. Feng Kim Hong showed an unhappy expression. Mother, you don't need to speak for father. Even though I can understand father, I will not forgive him. He suddenly left the Celestial Court without informing us. This is abandoning his wife and daughter. One day I will settle the score with him. Hee. Fairy Bai Qing smiled as she shook her head. She walked towards Feng Kim Hong and held her hand. You misunderstood your father. That immortal and demonic duel song is a song of love that he has always treasured. Other than singing it in front of me, he has never used it for anything else. He only used it during the Fate War to tell me that immortal and demonic are together. His feelings for me have never changed. Even if he leaves the righteous path and returns to the demonic path, it will not affect our relationship as a family of three. Do you believe it? As long as I show any signs of leaving Spirit Affinity House, he will definitely take the initiative to receive me. It is just that he understands me. He knows that I do not want to become a member of the demonic path. Thus he gave us a chance to choose freely. He does not want his ideals to become a burden to us. Feng Kim Hong snorted coldly. Father would rather help the great demon Fang Yuan than help Master. Master is indeed stubborn. He always talks about fate, but he has good intentions towards us. He is truly thinking for me. Father's actions are too cold and emotionless. Mother, since you have nothing else, I will leave first. Oh you. Fairy Bai Qing sighed but did not urge her daughter to stay. Feng Kim Hong left Quiet Rain Valley and saw two female Gu masters. One was beautiful, the other cute. They were all Feng Kim Hong's subordinates. They were standing outside the valley anxiously. Seeing Feng Kim Hong, they immediately showed joyful expressions and welcomed him. Senior sister, we heard you came here, so we rushed over. The beautiful one was Yuan. Senior sister, sorry, I did not want to take your spot. Sun Yao's cute and round face was filled with unease. Yuan and Sun Yao were on good terms with Feng Kim Hong. They had always been Feng Kim Hong's followers. But in recent years, Feng Kim Hong had been cultivating Dream Path with Duke Long. He did not have much time to interact with these two anymore. Feng Kim Hong laughed heartily. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Sun Yao's forehead. Oh you did well this time. Why are you apologizing? The recommendation spot is only a small matter. Can't I become an immortal without any help? To me, becoming an immortal is not an obstacle. It is just that I need to consider what kind of Gu immortal I become. But to you this is a rare opportunity, make good use of it. After saying that to Sun Yao, Feng Kim Hong looked at Yuan. You have always had your own ideas, you can persevere. This time, with the Dao marks on your body, why did you faint? If it wasn't for that, the recommendation spot would have been yours. Yuan did not dare to retort. Senior sister is right, I was too lazy in my cultivation. It is not like that, senior sister. It was senior sister Yuan who was injured back then. She could not endure the pain and fainted. Sun Yao quickly clarified. So that's it. Feng Kim Hong nodded, saying regretfully, this is a huge loss indeed. Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu and refined it into countless Heaven Path Dao marks, scattering them to everyone in the world. The more Heaven Path Dao marks you receive, the more benefits you will have in the future. Be it cultivation or immortal aperture management, there are no benefits. But it is fine even if you don't, this is just a fortuitous encounter. What determines your life's achievements will depend on your own talent and hard work. Yes, Yuan will listen to senior sister's teachings. Yuan bowed. Feng Kim Hong laughed again. Let's go, I will give you some pointers. Yuan and Sun Yao immediately showed joyful expressions. The latter even jumped up and down, cheering. This is great, we have not gathered for a long time. The three walked together, gradually leaving Quiet Rain Valley. Inside the valley, Fairy Baiqing slowly retracted her investigative method. "Daughter, you have grown up." Fairy Baiqing showed a gratified expression. Feng Kim Hong had a deep understanding of her own situation, the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. She also had her own thoughts on Feng Jioge's actions. Her foundation was also very solid. "Maybe it was because you betrayed the Celestial Court that promoted your daughter's maturity. Let her walk her own path. As a mother, all I can do is give her my blessings." Of course, if some people in the sect do not know what is good for them and still want a yard after being given an inch, I, Baiqing, will not give in. Fairy Baiqing had a cold expression. At the same time, at another place on Affection Peak, Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder Su Hao and Li Juning took the initiative to visit Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun had already become a Gu Immortal. She had been sent by Spirit Affinity House to become the Lord of Affection Peak. She could reach her current accomplishments not only because of her own hard work, but also because of Su Hao and Li Junying's support. In terms of Gu Immortal cultivation and Immortal aperture management, Zhao Lianyun had also received guidance from the two Immortals. She did not take many detours. Zhao Lianyun engraved these kindness in her heart. This time, when Su Hao and Li Junying came to visit, she immediately came out of closed cultivation and interrupted her cultivation to personally receive them. But after hearing the two Immortals' intentions, Zhao Lianyun felt troubled. "Seniors, do you want me to use the influence of the current generation fairy to deal with Feng Kim Hong and Fairy Baiqing? That's right, this is the best opportunity. Feng Jioge betrayed us at the last moment, causing our celestial court to suffer a great defeat and fate to be destroyed. If we continue to attack now, we will definitely be able to defeat our opponents." Su Hao had a ruthless expression. The hatred between him and Feng Jioge could be said to have existed for a long time. In the past, he wanted nothing more than for Feng Jioge to die. He suppressed the crucial information and did not report it. Feng Jioge's methods were also very forceful. He pushed them to the edge of Spirit Affinity House's authority. Most of the time, the two Immortals were at a disadvantage against Feng Jioge. They could only rely on each other. To them, Feng Jioge's betrayal at the last moment was a pleasant surprise. This. Zhao Lianyun hesitated. "Feng Jioge has already betrayed Celestial Court. Seniors, you have enmity with him, but why do you have to implicate his wife and daughter? Lianyun, we cannot be soft-hearted. Think about it, the scene when you fought with Feng Kim Hong for the position of Spirit Affinity Fairy." Li Juning urged, "If you do not grasp this chance, it will be too late to regret it in the future. You do not need to worry too much. Let me tell you another piece of news. The sect's recommendation list was originally Feng Kim Hong, but it is no longer her now. Seniors, you should forgive and forget." Zhao Lianyun urged. She was still not too willing. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Furthermore, when she and Feng Kim Hong competed for the position of Spirit Affinity Fairy, they were all positive moves. Feng Kim Hong had a deep background and never used any despicable methods. Even though Zhao Lianyun and Feng Kim Hong were opponents, Zhao Lianyun secretly admired Feng Kim Hong's character. She did not have any ill will towards her. Su Hao did not listen to her advice. "Back then, did that demon Feng Jioge spare us?" "You are too kind, Lianyun." "Lianyun." Li Juning frowned. Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly. She changed her path and continued to persuade. "Seniors, this matter still needs to be analyzed. Even though the sect recommended someone else, the Celestial Court did not directly strip Feng Kim Hong of the spot. From this, it seems that the attitude of the Celestial Court's higher-ups towards her is still wavering. It is precisely because the Celestial Court is wavering that we have to give it a push and settle this matter. The struggle for power will never end, only when the victor is determined will it stop." Li Juning said with deep meaning. Zhao Lianyun sighed again. She had no choice but to agree. She had no choice. She owed Su Hao and Li Juning too many favors. Even though she was unwilling in the pugilistic world, she had no choice. These two had helped her so much. If she rejected them, what would others think of her? Zhao Lianyun was half an otherworldly demon. Even though she became the current generation's fairy, she was still ostracized by Spirit Affinity House. If she lost her relationship with Su Hao and Li Juning, she would become completely alone. The two Immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun agreed. They were overjoyed and promised that they would reward her handsomely. Zhao Lianyun was not interested in the reward. After sending the two Immortals away, she continued to cultivate in seclusion. Fate's destruction was a huge benefit to Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun's rebirth would greatly reduce the obstacles. But Ma Hongyun's soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Thus, Zhao Lianyun cultivated wholeheartedly to increase her strength, to make the best preparations to save her lover in the future. In the secret room, Zhao Lianyun calmed down and inspected her immortal aperture. Lianyun Blessed Land had a total area of 8,600,000 square kilometers. The flow of time was 1 to 13 times that of the outside world. The terrain mainly consisted of grassland and plains. But after adding the Heaven Path Dao marks, Lianyun Blessed Land was rapidly evolving in all aspects. First, the earth cracked and formed a huge ravine, followed by heavy rain that formed a huge river that connected the east and the west. The river overflowed and formed a flood that drowned the surroundings. 3 days and 3 nights later, the flood subsided, leaving behind large patches of fertile land. Small ravines and rivers connected to the main river, forming an intricate network of rivers. Zhao Lianyun witnessed the entire transformation of the immortal aperture. She was dazzled and shocked. With the Heaven Path Dao marks, the immortal aperture can evolve on its own. It will become extremely natural and balanced. Even though there are losses temporarily, the potential and prospects have increased by countless times. Zhao Lianyun had Thieving Heaven's divine concealment inheritance. She did not need to be affected by calamities and tribulations. There were pros and cons to this. Managing the immortal aperture had always been her weakness. But now, with the evolution of the Heaven Path Dao marks, this weakness of hers became much stronger. If only I had more Heavenly Law Dao marks. Sigh, it is a pity I only have 6.5 Heaven Path Dao marks in total. And these Dao marks are all in segments. There is not a single complete Heaven Path Dao mark. How many Heaven Path Dao marks can Fang Yuan have? He was in charge of the Gu refinement. He was the person closest to these Heaven Path Dao marks. Zhao Lianyun sighed. She could not imagine it or find an answer, but she knew that the gap between her and Fang Yuan had widened by countless times. P.S. The crowdfunding campaign has temporarily come to an end. Currently, the funds for the Silver Alliance leader have already been raised. Thank you for everyone's support. I am extremely grateful. As for the name list, because of the large number of participants, it will take some time before it can be announced. This crowdfunding campaign was held in a hurry. But everyone was too amazing. They reached it in just a day or two. The Gu Immortal team's ranking is actually at 2nd place. Even we are afraid of the strength we possess when we display it. Many readers were asking about the funds for the physical books. The funds raised from this campaign would be used for the following crowdfunding campaign for the physical books. If this campaign had been held, everyone would have been informed in time. It would have been more on track and would not have been so rushed. Thank you to Alliance Leader Great Dream Immortal Venerables Dao Guardian for your rewards. Thank you to Alliance Leader Winter Triple Sheep for your rewards. Thank you to Alliance Leader No Need to Fly for your rewards. Thank you to Alliance Leader Wind and Moon for your rewards. Chapter 1986. Wake up, lad. Peng De groaned and struggled to open his eyes. He saw an uncle with a full beard slapping his face with a rough palm. Peng De was dazed for a moment before recognizing the identity of the person in front of him. Uncle Emoli, he called out, didn't I sleep on the hunchback? Peng De looked around and couldn't help but be stunned again. The surroundings were covered in sand, the caravan was nowhere to be seen, only he and Emoli were left. They were in a sorry state. It hurts. Peng De groaned. He found his body was covered in injuries. Uncle Emoli looked at Peng De and sighed, lad, I really don't know what to say about you. You are really lucky. Many Gu masters tried to escape but died. You're still alive in your sleep. However, if I had not discovered your weak aura in time and dug you out, you would have been buried alive. Uncle Emoli, you saved me again. Uncle Emoli, you saved me again. Peng De grabbed Emoli's hands in gratitude. But what exactly is going on? This is a natural disaster. I have never seen it before. Uncle Emoli heaved a heavy sigh. Then, what about our caravan? Sigh, only the 2 of us are left now. What? Peng De's eyes opened wide as he cursed in his heart. Why is this world so dangerous? Natural disasters happen at the drop of a hat. I only slept for a while and I almost died again. My heavens, what kind of world did I come to? They simply do not treat humans as humans. The living environment is too vile. At least we are still alive. Emoli knocked on Peng De's head. Look at you, you are still not satisfied? To be able to survive such a natural disaster is already the greatest fortune. Look at me. Emoli pointed at his chest. I struggled for most of my life to have this caravan. Now it is all gone. Let's not worry too much. This damned life can only be like this. Sigh, if only I could become an immortal. Immortal? Are there still immortals in this world? Emoli glanced at Peng De. You really forgot everything? You even forgot about immortals? So I'll explain to you later. Let's leave this place first. Pengda then followed Emoli to the nearest oasis. Pengda followed behind Emoli and carefully asked, "Are there a lot of these calamities?" "Of course," Emo said in a weathered tone. "It's not easy for us to make a living in the desert. The sandstorm was an assassin who often visited. Sometimes there would be flying knife hurricanes. Every gust of wind could condense into a huge wind blade, cutting everything in its path. Other than natural disasters, there were also evil beasts. For example, this is the wolf desert. Sand wolves are the most common." "How?" As Molly was speaking, a group of desert wolves suddenly drilled out of the desert. "Wolves, wolves?" Pengda jumped up in fright. "Oh my God, they came out from under the sand. There are so many of them, what should we do, uncle?" Emoli's expression was grave as he cursed, "Damn it! Why haven't these sand wolves been wiped out by the natural disaster?" But thinking about it, it was not strange. The Chi tide was a phenomenon formed by the fusion of the Chi of heaven and earth, and it originated from the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao would never kill everyone. Everything would leave a slim chance of survival. Since Emoli and Pengda could survive, there was naturally a chance for other life forms to survive as well. The sand wolves appeared from all directions. But strangely, although they noticed Pengda and Emoli, they did not attack. Instead, they quickly gathered and howled while staring at the desert. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A series of horrifying rustling sounds could be heard as golden scorpions drilled out of the ground. Each of these golden scorpions was the size of a millstone. Pengda felt a chill down his spine. The golden scorpions and the sand wolves started a fierce battle. Whenever a sand wolf was stung by a golden scorpion stinger, it would immediately foam at the mouth and fall to the ground, eventually dying. The golden scorpions also could not resist the claws of the sand wolves and were often torn to shreds. The two groups of wild beasts fought with low intelligence, ignoring Emoli and Pengda who were close to them. Pengda's face turned pale as he watched in fear. This world was too dangerous. No matter which side won, they would definitely target him in the end. "We have to break out." Emoli gritted his teeth with a determined expression. "But, uncle, we are surrounded by golden scorpions and sand wolves." Pengda wanted to cry but had no tears. "Do you want to wait to be eaten?" Emoli said and was about to move. "Lad, can you fight?" I can't, I lost my memory." "These sand wolves and golden scorpions don't care if you lost your memory or not. Follow me and do your best to protect yourself. There is still hope to break out." Emoli said this and laughed. "If we fail, you will have to fill the stomachs of wild beasts. But don't worry, you are not going to die alone, there is still me." Pengda could not help but roll his eyes. Rather than dying like this, he would rather be buried alive. Emoli started to break out. Pengda shouted, "Uncle, wait for me." He could only follow behind Emoli with all his might. It was fine if they did not move, but once they moved, they alerted the scorpion group and the wolf group. Almost at the same time, several golden scorpions and sand wolves charged towards them from the left and right. Emoli shouted and activated Mortal Goo, but he only managed to repel two wild beasts before the two were surrounded by the beast group. "We failed to break out." Emoli sighed and gave up on resisting. Pengda clutched his head and fell into despair, his legs were trembling. Am I going to die?" Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. At this moment, be it mini 5 regions or mini 9 heavens, they were in chaos. Many southern borders mountains collapsed and the terrain was unstable. Many central continents rivers changed directions and flooded. Many western desert sandstorms engulfed oases and cities, Kokitahara. A fierce snowstorm blew. Pure white flames swayed in the wind and snow. Wherever the flames touched, they would burn that place. This was an exceptional fire immortal material, frost ice flame. Places with dense ice and snow Tao marks had a certain chance of producing such a mystical flame. This flame was mostly filled with ice and snow Tao marks, but the core of the flame was filled with dense fire path Tao marks. "We cannot let these frost ice flames spread." Snowman Gu Immortal Shui Air was controlling the situation and doing her best to provide disaster relief. She was appointed by Fang Yuan to manage 3 Sacred Mountain. She was in charge of the snow crystal formation and focused on the snowman race's growth. The frost ice flames spread in 3 Sacred Mountain. Once the flames touched them, be they snowmen or snow monsters, they would scream in pain as they were burned to ashes. The snowmen were in chaos, running for their lives, trampling each other to death. Among the chaotic crowd, only a few Snowman Gu masters were trying to maintain order. But unfortunately, with their cultivation level, they could not do anything to these immortal materials, frost ice flames. Oh no, the frost ice flames are attached to the ice path crystal essence. Shui Er's expression was pale, she was extremely anxious. In order to save more snowmen earlier, she lost sight of the situation and allowed the frost ice flames to appear in the snow crystal formation. The ice path crystal essence was the core of the snow crystal formation. Fang Yuan used the formation to spread the frost energy emitted by the ice path crystal essence to every inch of the surroundings, changing the surroundings into a suitable environment for the snowmen and snow monsters to live in. Shui Er was filled with regret and hatred. She could do nothing as she watched the frost ice flames burn the ice path crystal essence. Shui Er held back her tears as she blamed herself. The snow crystal formation was given to her by Fang Yuan. It was the foundation of the snowman race, but because of her mistake, it was destroyed. She felt that she had let down the snowman, she had let down Fang Yuan's expectations. But right at this time a figure appeared. Fang Yuan. Shui Er was stunned before she showed joy on her face. Fang Yuan grabbed at the air, grabbing several times he took all of the frost ice flames in the formation. Fang Yuan suddenly gave a muffled groan, his body shook and pale white lines appeared all over his body. From these pale white lines, Shui Er felt a majestic might that could fill heaven and earth. These are Heaven Path Dao marks. Oh heavens, so many Heaven Path Dao marks, there are at least 1,000? Shui Er covered her mouth in shock. I will leave the rest to you. Fang Yuan smiled at Shui Er as he vanished from Shui Er's sight along with the frost ice flames. Shui Er's heart felt empty as she felt deep worry. Fang Yuan actually has so many Heaven Path Dao marks on him, no wonder he went into hiding after the Fate War and rarely took action. Sigh, I am so useless I could not share his burden at all. Even this snow crystal formation was not protected well. Fang Yuan appeared to help Shui Er. He resolved the crisis of the snowman base in Kokidahara. He returned to his secret room and continued to cultivate. When refining Fate Gu, Fang Yuan's position was extremely advantageous. Together with his full effort in collecting Heaven Path Dao marks, he had more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks on him. All of them were complete. It could be said that he was the biggest beneficiary of Red Lotus Plan. But this benefit was too huge, Fang Yuan could not digest it in a short period of time. The sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict with each other. With the addition of Heaven Path Dao marks, it meant that Sovereign Grotto Heaven had gained more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. These Heaven Path Dao marks had a huge influence on the entire Sovereign Grotto Heaven. The influence range was huge, it involved many aspects. From the rise and fall of mountains, to the change of a small mountain stream. The Tao of Heaven is to reduce surpluses and replenish deficiencies. All living beings are balanced and restrict each other. Even in an extreme environment like the snow crystal formation, the Tao of Heaven can change and create fire path Tao marks from the ice and snow Tao marks. Once the frost ice flames wreak havoc, Kokidahara's environment will change beyond recognition. Of course, if I ignore it, my Sovereign Grotto Heaven will benefit from it, it will become a perfect ecosystem with great prospects. But this method expends too much foundation, it is also what Red Lotus Demon Venerable wants to see. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Fate Gu was destroyed, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan succeeded. Fang Yuan had no value to him anymore. Thus, Red Lotus schemed to use the Heaven Path Tao marks to restrict Fang Yuan and restrict his growth speed. And even though Fang Yuan had already predicted this, he had no choice but to jump into this trap. Because Fang Yuan found that Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu might have been tampered with by Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan needed to use these Heaven Path Tao marks to restrict Spectral Soul's methods. Red Lotus had been making use of Fang Yuan, this could be seen from the rank 7 future self-killer move. But Fang Yuan was also making use of Red Lotus. Only by using this Demon Venerable's plan could Fang Yuan successfully resolve the huge problem of Fate Gu. At the same time, he could use this million-year plan to help himself escape from Spectral Soul's control. Zhao Lianyun allowed the Heaven Path Tao marks to transform the immortal aperture, while Fang Yuan took the initiative to interfere. The Heaven Path Tao marks were transforming the sovereign immortal aperture. He also actively participated, resisting and cooperating with them to preserve his foundation. It was this cooperation and resistance that made Fang Yuan gain many insights. The grand and merciless Heaven Tao, the active resistance of human path, these two resonated with each other in Fang Yuan's mind. It is about time. After a long while, Fang Yuan moved again. This time he stored the sovereign immortal aperture. His main body came to the outside world of the 5 regions. He was in Western Desert, there was a short tree in front of him. This short tree was less than 8 feet tall, its branches were thin and crooked like monstrous claws, it was extremely ugly. But the amazing thing was, it gave off a huge light shadow. This light shadow was extremely huge, it was 500 to 600 feet tall, it was like a tree with lush flowers. The branches were white like snow, the flowers were pink like cherry blossoms. There were many small fruits among the flowers, they were not ripe, they were of different colors. It was that 1,000-wish tree. Around the 1,000-wish tree, there was an immortal formation set up by Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan stored the immortal formation. He uprooted the 1,000-wish tree and sent it into the sovereign immortal aperture. This action immediately caused the wind and clouds to surge. A surge of chi waves spread in all directions. Fang Yuan did not care about this, he turned into a rainbow light and flew into the sky. The chi waves swept the surrounding desert, producing rumbling sounds. Peng Da and Mo Li failed to break out, they were surrounded by the desert wolves, they were about to attack when the chi waves spread. The desert wolves were in chaos, they fled in all directions. Peng Da was shocked, another natural disaster. Mo Li opened his eyes wide, he took a look and laughed, "Haha, we are saved. This is not a natural disaster, it is at most a hurricane. Let's go." P.S. Thank you Alliance Leader for the cultivation broccoli reward. Thank you Alliance Leader Yenshin Tianyu Yen for the amazing reward. Chapter 1987. After the Chi tide, the sky was clear and the clouds were sparse, it was a refreshing scene. A yellow cloud was flying in the sky, leaving behind countless specks of light sand along the way. A female immortal was sitting on the yellow cloud. She had a plump body and a round waist, she was a member of Western Desert's Superforce, MO clan. In Western Desert's Gu Immortal world, she had a title, Plump Lady. Plump Lady did not dislike this title at all. She considered being fat to be beautiful, after knowing this title she liked it very much, from then on she called herself that in public. As time passed, even her original name was covered by this title. While flying on the yellow cloud, Plump Lady's expression suddenly changed, she sensed something amiss. Thus, the yellow cloud turned and flew diagonally, after changing its route slightly, it stopped in the air. Plump Lady stood up from the yellow cloud, looking at the huge pit below her. This huge pit was already partially covered by the sand that was blown by the wind, but Plump Lady was a native of Western Desert, she was very familiar with the terrain of sand pits. This is not a naturally formed sand pit, something was taken away from it, leaving behind an empty space. This aura, it is the aura of an ancient desolate plant. Plump Lady's eyes shined with bright light, she immediately understood. A Gu Immortal had secretly taken away an ancient desolate plant here. Plump Lady snorted coldly, feeling anger in her heart. Although she did not know what this ancient desolate plant was, this was Wolf Desert, it was her Mo clan's territory. Stealing this ancient desolate plant was the same as stealing Mo clan's wealth. This ancient desolate plant can conceal itself from my clan's investigation, it must be quite extraordinary. It was probably discovered by someone long ago, but they did not take it away. Now that the Chi tide is going to cause trouble, the person who stole the ancient desolate plant must have been worried that the Chi tide would harm this ancient desolate plant, that's why they took action. Plump Lady analyzed inwardly, carefully inspecting the scene. The intruder's movements were very clean, he did not leave behind any obvious clues. She was disappointed, she could only use an information path Gu Worm to inform Mo clan, hoping that the clan could send experts to track and capture this damn thief. Plump Lady used an information path Gu Worm to record some of the situation, before setting off again. She naturally had an important matter to attend to this trip, she could not waste any more time here. As she flew she saw an oasis. The oasis was vast and there was a stone city in the center. Although the city walls were short they were huge. A large number of mortals lived in the city. This was Sandwolf City. Sandwolf City was one of the main cities of the Mo clan. The Plump Lady didn't hide her tracks and directly descended to the city lord's manor. There were already people in the city master's mansion who were prepared to receive the Plump Lady. When they saw the Plump Lady, they all knelt on the ground and shouted, "We greet the immortal. Get up all of you." The Plump Lady withdrew the yellow cloud, stepped on the ground and walked in front of the crowd. "Exalted immortal, your welcome banquet is ready. It has the best wine and delicacies in Sandwolf City, as well as fresh fruits that were just picked today," the city lord said flatteringly. However, the Plump Lady waved her hand. She was not interested and only said, "Prepare a secret room for me to train in seclusion. Also, I asked you to gather talented and loyal Gu masters, how is it going?" "It's about time. Most of the Gu masters in the city have already been selected," the city lord quickly replied. "Very good. In 3 days I will take them away. Now go and do your work." Yes, I will do my best to complete this task to the best of my ability, the city lord hurriedly promised. The secret room's door slowly closed. Plump Lady activated the goo formation inside. She had an exhausted expression as her divine sense entered her immortal aperture. Seeing the scene inside, she let out a deep sigh. Her immortal aperture was originally a vast expanse of yellow sand. It was a flat area. At the center of the desert, Plump Lady had arranged over 6,000 acres of sand fields. These sand fields mainly produced two types of immortal materials. They were light sand of various colors as well as cold and warm quicksand. This was a trade that Plump Lady had been doing for a long time. But during the Fate War, Plump Lady absorbed 5 Heaven Path Dao marks. Her immortal aperture started to transform. The terrain became undulating, sand dunes were increasing in number. There was even an earth trench that resembled a blade that slashed down horizontally. It cut across the entire desert center. A huge area of sand fields had suffered great losses. I don't have wisdom path methods. I cannot deduce and restrain this natural transformation. Unless I ask a wisdom path goo immortal for help, but my foundation is too low, I can't afford it. I might as well save this expense in case of future mishaps. Plump Lady sighed internally. Mo clan also had wisdom path goo immortals, but they were not close to Plump Lady. In fact, even if they were close, wisdom path deductions would expend immortal essence. They could not sacrifice it for Plump Lady. Therefore there had to be some sort of reward. Furthermore, I have been absorbing heaven and earth chi recently. My immortal aperture is becoming unstable. At this moment, the 5 regional walls were gone. The 5 regions heaven and earth chi were no longer obstructed. They were actively fusing. Western Desert's heaven and earth chi was also changing. This caused the foundation of Western Desert's goo immortals' immortal apertures to be different from the outside world's heaven and earth chi. When goo immortals absorbed these different heaven and earth chi, their immortal aperture would become unstable and cause turbulence. But the best way for goo immortals to deal with it was to cooperate and absorb the heaven and earth chi frequently. If they went into closed cultivation, when the outside world's heaven and earth chi changed greatly, they would open their immortal aperture's entrance to connect to the outside world. The turbulence would be even greater, the damage to the immortal aperture would be even more severe. If I had chi path attainment, I would be able to make up for the loss of heaven and earth chi. Wisdom path was a high and mighty path. While chi path had been declining for a long time, there were very few chi path goo immortals. Plump Lady's thoughts were just fantasies. They were unrealistic. She could only console herself. Even though she did not have the help of wisdom path or chi path, the other goo immortals did not either. Thus, she would not be eliminated and left behind immediately. Plump Lady had a deep sense of danger. This was a common feeling among the goo immortals of the 5 regions. The 5 regions were united. Everyone knew that the future would not be peaceful. Thus, be they goo immortals who cultivated alone or the various forces, they were all preparing for the upcoming battle. This time, Plump Lady came to Sandwolf City on orders to gather more goo immortal seeds for Mo clan to nurture. In fact, not just Mo clan, not just Western Desert, the whole of the 5 regions and even the Grotto Heaven forces of Black and White Heavens were preparing for war. In the past, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had been relatively peaceful. When super forces nurtured goo immortals, they would first consider resources and reserves. But now all forces were preparing for war. They were even going all out. Almost all forces placed their resources after goo immortals. There was a common view. If they did not nurture enough goo immortals when the enemy exterminated them in the future, the cultivation resources that they could not use would belong to others. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Plump Lady looked at the sand fields in her immortal aperture, her heart bleeding. She could not give up on these 6,000 acres of sand fields. This was her only source of income. It was her main source of income for her cultivation. Plump Lady could only try to protect it. The future was unpredictable. She did not know how long the chi tides would last, but she had to try her best to protect them. In the current world, only Fang Yuan knows how long the chi tides will last. He has spring-autumn cicada after all. He was reborn from the future. Plump Lady was very envious of this. Plump Lady rebuilt the sand fields in her immortal aperture, repairing the goo formation inside. The earth trench could not be repaired. Therefore, the originally neat and tidy 6,000 acres of sand field was split into 2 halves. If only I had an immortal formation. Plump Lady felt some regret. Mo clan also had a formation path goo immortal. Back then, when setting up the sand fields, Mo clan's formation path goo immortal had asked Plump Lady if she needed his help. But Plump Lady rejected him. On one hand, she did not want her immortal aperture to be exposed, on the other hand, she wanted to take advantage of the situation. After all, she needed an immortal goo in her possession to construct the immortal formation. Plump Lady only had 2 rank 6 immortal goo. Secondly, the compensation for Mo Clan's formation path goo immortal was not cheap. If I had set up the immortal formation back then, my losses would have been much lower. Sigh, who could have thought that my own immortal aperture would not be safe? Plump Lady thought of this and could not help but feel envious of that formation path goo immortal in her clan. In this current period, this Mo Clan's formation path goo immortal was quite popular. Many people sought his help to set up protective immortal formations for the resource points in their immortal apertures. Plump Lady hated her own Earth Path cultivation. Earth Path was good at changing terrain, but there were the most Earth Path goo immortals in Western Desert. Plump Lady's Earth Path inheritance was also quite ordinary. As for dual cultivation, Plump Lady did not dare to have such an arrogant thought. She only cultivated Earth Path now, but she did not have enough time and money. Cultivating 2 paths was simply courting death. Moreover, only those rare and outstanding inheritances had methods to cultivate both. For example, if Thunder Ghost True Monarch or Duke Long had left their inheritances. After Plump Lady repaired the sand fields in her immortal aperture, she needed to buy some sand. Sand fields use sand to store sand. Without enough immortal material sand and rocks, the production would be greatly affected. Plump Lady took out a goo worm and communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. All sorts of information appeared in Jewel Yellow Skies, a large number of wills were talking and countless divine senses were communicating. With the changes in the world, goo immortals could not move around freely. On one hand, they had to breathe in heaven and earth chi frequently to keep up with the world, on the other hand, they had to take care of their immortal apertures and repair them like Plump Lady. It was rare for Zhao Lianyun to ignore them. Thus, goo immortals needed immortal materials, they needed help from goo immortals of other paths. Thus, the communication in Jewel Yellow Skies became very lively. There's another wave of chi over here. Everyone is in a terrible situation. When is this chi tide going to end? Damn it, my fishery in the sea is completely destroyed. The most annoying thing is not being able to move freely. The stronger the foundation of the immortal aperture, the longer it takes to adjust the heaven and earth chi, to keep up with the changes in the 5 regions. The goo immortals sighed as they discussed all the information about the chi tides. Other than that, there was a warrant for Fang Yuan's arrest. A mysterious force described Fang Yuan's predicament and offered a huge sum of money to buy the latest information on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict with each other. More terrifyingly, he could devour other people's immortal apertures and skip calamities and tribulations, raising his cultivation level. But now, Fang Yuan had obtained too many heaven path Dao marks, his strength had fallen to rock bottom. Whoever discovers his exact location will be rewarded handsomely. The secret of sovereign immortal fetus goo was completely exposed. This was not the doing of the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle and old man Zheng Yuan were ordered by Spectral Soul to issue an arrest warrant. Too strong. This sovereign immortal body is truly terrifying, he can actually cultivate all paths. I finally understand why Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose so quickly. No wonder he became a rank 8 great expert in the blink of an eye. Who could have such a fortuitous encounter? Why does heaven favor an otherworldly demon? If I could receive such treatment, I might also have his achievements. The goo immortals were filled with envy and jealousy. We cannot let him grow, he devours other people's immortal apertures. He is the bane and enemy of us goo immortals. Let those tall people have a headache. I'm just a minor character, how could I encounter Fang Yuan? There are so many immortal materials as a reward, I wonder which lucky person will obtain them. Lucky person? Exposing the location of the great demon Fang Yuan and offending him, how lucky can he be? We have all seen Fang Yuan's battle strength, even if it has fallen, how low can it be? No matter how weak a person is, it is easy to crush an ant. Even if I accidentally find him, I will not dare to expose his information. Plump Lady listened to the discussions of the goo immortals, her emotions fluctuating. This news had appeared in Jewel Yellow Skies many days ago. It had been in a huge commotion and was still being discussed now. It was extremely popular and showed no signs of weakening. The fate battle was witnessed by everyone in the world. Fang Yuan's performance was truly shocking and terrifying. His pseudo-venerable battle strength was known by the world. The title of the number 1 demon in the world had already been given to him. No one did not respect him. It is best if I do not meet such a great person in my life. No matter how fat I am still a small person. If I get involved in this battle between great experts, not even a speck of dust will be left. Plump Lady knew her limits, she only wanted to watch the show. However, she did not know that she had once fought with Fang Yuan. In fact, the thief who stole the ancient desolate plant that she had just discovered was Fang Yuan. Just as the plump lady was cultivating in seclusion, two figures in a sorry state supported each other as they slowly made their way to the entrance of the Sand Wolf City. The city guards did not chase them away, because they had already recognized that these two were Gu masters. The guard only walked towards them and stretched out his hand. City entrance fee 1 yuan stone per person. There is an entrance fee? One of the Gu masters who was in trouble stared with wide eyes. It was Peng Da. The middle-aged Gu master he was supporting was naturally Mo Li. The two were saved by the chi wave caused by Fang Yuan moving the Thousand Wish Tree away. They went through a lot of trouble and finally returned to Sand Wolf City. I have it here. Mo Li was prepared. He took out 2 yuan stones and placed them in the guard's hand. Peng Da stared at these 2 yuan stones. Along the way he had received Mo Li's guidance. He could already look into his aperture and found the 3 Gu worms on him. He also understood the value of yuan stone. It was not just a currency, it could also replenish a Gu master's precious primeval essence. 2 yuan stone to enter the city. Peng Da sighed, Uncle Mo Li, I will pay you back. Mo Li patted his shoulder, lad, let's go. No matter how poor I am, I do not need to worry about this bit of money. During this period of time, you can stay at my place. You are unfamiliar with this place and have no money on you, how can you survive alone? Mo Li guided Peng Da along the way. He found that he knew nothing about Gu master cultivation. He completely believed his words of amnesia. Uncle, I am really grateful to you. You saved my life and took such good care of me. What are you talking about? Mo Li interrupted Peng Da's words and led him into the city. Mo Li's house was in the central area of Sand Wolf City. It was a huge house with many flowers and trees planted in the courtyard. Wife, I am back. Mo Li knocked on the door. It was his wife who opened it. Husband, you are finally back. Mo Li's wife was a rank 2 Gu master. She was overjoyed upon seeing her husband. I heard about the Chi tide. I thought you. I was lucky and did not die, but the caravan was destroyed. Only this little brother and I survived. Sigh. Mo Li heaved a deep sigh. Isn't being alive enough for you to rejoice? Mo Li's wife rolled her eyes. Auntie. Peng Da greeted at an appropriate time. Mo Li's wife chuckled. Little brother, my old Mo has to thank you for guiding us along the way. Peng Da's face immediately turned red as he said, I am ashamed. It was all thanks to Uncle taking care of me this time. Without Uncle's help, I would have died in the desert. When we are outside we should take care of each other. Quickly come in. Mo Li's wife was very enthusiastic. Mo Li and Peng Da were finally safe after going through hardships. In Mo Li's house, after taking a quick bath, the two lay on their respective beds and slept soundly. They slept from noon to night, when Peng Da was woken up by Mo Li and had a feast. After eating and drinking, Mo Li said to his wife, we still have a lot of money left. Although the caravan was destroyed this time, as long as I am here, I can rebuild the caravan. However, his wife looked hesitant. Husband, I haven't had time to tell you about this yet. I was hesitating, but fortunately you came back alive. What is it? Mo Li asked curiously. Not long after you left, the city lord issued an order to select Gu masters with a great aptitude who are loyal to Mo clan. It is said that this is an order from the higher-ups to nurture these Gu masters into Gu immortals. Oh, there is such a thing? Mo Li hesitated. The city lord personally issued an announcement? I was in a hurry when I passed by the city gates and did not see it. Mo Li's wife continued, our son heard this news and wanted to join. Mo Li laughed. It is rare for this kid to want to improve himself. Unfortunately, he only has great aptitude. Mo Li's wife smiled. Aptitude is not important. What is important is his loyalty to Mo clan. As long as he shows loyalty, our son will have a chance to be recommended. Mo Li immediately realized and asked, how much? Mo Li's wife said a number, causing Peng Da to open his mouth in shock. Mo Li's wife frowned. Even if we use all of our remaining money, it is still not enough. Master, you make the decision. Mo Li was silent for a moment before saying resolutely, I will borrow. It is rare that our son is no longer a glutton and wants to improve himself. This is a good thing. Even if I throw away my face, I will definitely be able to borrow enough yuan stone. Husband. Mo Li's wife was extremely moved but also worried. But our caravan is completely destroyed, I am afraid. Chapter 1988. The sky was light purple. There were large patches of gray-white clouds in the sky. They were like thick fog that accumulated in the air, causing soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's vision to be limited. But the layout of this place was very good. Even Spectral Soul could not help but praise it inwardly. He disguised himself as a soul beast and successfully infiltrated this Grotto Heaven. It had already been many days. He gradually discovered many details about soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. This was a soul path Grotto Heaven. There were large amounts of soul path cultivation resources. There were at least 10 super resource points. In history there had been a grand occasion where 2 rank 8 soul path experts appeared at the same time, but this was a rare occasion. The greatest characteristic of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was that its soul-pacifying immortal killer move could affect all living beings in the Grotto Heaven. This killer move could pacify soul beasts and calm the Gu immortal soul. It was an excellent support for soul cultivators. Soul path cultivation had 3 main aspects: strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul. The most effective method to pacify the soul was the water of Bewitching Lake. It was called soul-pacifying soup. It was a supreme wine in the world. This was recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's killer move, soul-pacifying, was created by imitating soul-pacifying soup. Even Spectral Soul felt that the killer move's effect was quite good. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven had the most number of soul beasts. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven originally raised soul beasts. Now that fate was destroyed and the 5 regions were unified, in order to prepare for war, soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals actively went out to gather more soul beasts. But the higher-ups led by Lady Cold Ash felt that it was not enough. They frequently sent Gu immortals out to search for more soul beasts. Thanks to the killer move soul-pacifying, even immemorial soul beasts that entered soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven were very peaceful. They were not rash at all. After Sun returned to the Grotto Heaven and rested for several days, he received another order to go out and hunt soul beasts. This time, I will let you lead 3,000 soul beasts and 1 immemorial soul beast guard. Perform well. Before leaving, Lady Cold Ash personally summoned him. Sun was the tall and thin Gu immortal from before, Lady Cold Ash's nephew. He was the rank 7 Gu immortal with the highest chance of advancing to the next step in soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Nephew, thanks Aunt for your care. Sun said awkwardly, but nephew really doesn't have the ability to control such a huge spirit beast. Lady Cold Ash slapped with her hand. With this killer move of mine, you will be able to control this soul beast army for 20 days, you will be able to command it with ease. Sun couldn't help but be overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. He understood that this was his aunt personally giving him special treatment to take care of him. Even though soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven did not lack resources and had a deep foundation, when nurturing Gu immortals, there was a first-come first-serve rule. Lady Cold Ash secretly helped Sun because she wanted him to stand out in the competition against Chong and become the first rank 7 Gu immortal to receive support. She was his aunt after all. Sun led his army of soul beasts and left the soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Over the past few days he had gained very little, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Logically speaking, after the Qi tide, when the living beings are plunged into misery and suffering, and a large number of living beings die, their souls should be left behind to form more soul beasts. Sun really couldn't understand. Along the way he did not encounter many soul beasts, but he collected many Qi path immortal materials. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was a soul path Grotto Heaven. These Qi path immortal materials could not be used, they could only be sold for transactions. Spectral Soul understood what Sun could not understand. It seems that after the Qi tide, Qi path Dao marks will appear, causing all other paths to be suppressed. Soul path is no exception. New soul beasts will not be able to form. In contrast, Qi path immortal materials are everywhere at the start, but in the end, there will be more and more of them. Spectral Soul saw this trend and had a strange feeling. To think that Qi path has a chance to regain its former glory. Qi path had been declining for a long time, but in this situation, Qi path immortal materials were being produced on a large scale in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This caused Qi path cultivation resources to be plentiful. The cost of cultivation was even lower. This would definitely create a trend of Qi path cultivators. Spectral Soul turned into an ancient soul beast and secretly followed Sun out of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. He naturally had other intentions. He had basically explored soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul could not make a move inside, but outside it was different. But Spectral Soul did not attack directly, he patiently waited for a chance. As expected, more than 10 days later, Sun encountered a group of 1,000 wild soul beasts. We finally met them. And Sun was overjoyed. He quickly commanded the Soul Beast army to attack. A huge battle started. At first, Sun had the upper hand, but soon he found that an immemorial Soul Beast had appeared among the enemy Soul Beasts. Sun quickly let out his guard. It was also an immemorial Soul Beast. The two immemorial Soul Beasts fought fiercely, creating a small empty battlefield in the middle of the battlefield. The enemy immemorial Soul Beast was stronger than Sun had expected. His immemorial Soul Beast fell into a disadvantage. It was about to be defeated. Sun was startled, and he hurriedly helped the immemorial Soul Beasts on his side in battle. Eventually, Sun paid the price of being heavily injured to kill the enemy immemorial Soul Beast. Sun felt very regretful that he could not capture the wild immemorial Soul Beast alive, but he had tried many methods to subdue it but to no avail. He had no choice but to kill this wild immemorial Soul Beast in the end. After the battle, Sun forced his injured body to check his gains. After deducting his losses, he gained over 800 Soul Beasts. There were many ancient Soul Beasts among them. I should be able to complete my mission now. Sun let out a sigh of relief. This result was worthy of Lady Cold Ash's care. He did not let her down. However, right when Sun's mind relaxed, Spectral Soul moved at lightning speed, charging into Sun's body. Sun's expression twisted. He shuddered for a while before calming down. Spectral Soul came out of his body, and Sun immediately knelt down. "Greetings, Master." Spectral Soul nodded. He had an exhausted expression. His innate ability could enter a living being's soul and forcefully modify it, making all living beings become loyal to Spectral Soul. However, there were also many restrictions and he couldn't use it as he pleased. Back then, when Spectral Soul subdued Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan in Celestial Court, he had taken advantage of their weakness. Back then, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan were in poor states. Fairy Myrtle had been influenced for a long time. Thus, when Spectral Soul wanted to deal with Sun, he had to wait until he was weak before using this method. The reason why he did not attack directly and instead directed this battle was to deceive Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. Sun was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He could barely move in Black Heaven. He had investigative methods on him. Once anything happened, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven would react quickly. After subduing Sun, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven will have a breakthrough here. Will Lady Cold Ash be far away? Spectral Soul snickered. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven had the most suitable cultivation resources for Spectral Soul. He could also control it to influence the world and realize his schemes. I have already made a breakthrough here. It is much better than hunting wild Soul Beasts earlier. I wonder if Fairy Myrtle has made any breakthroughs. At the same time, in a certain valley in Central Continent. "Fang Yuan, you can't escape." Fairy Myrtle shouted as she shot out a purple meteor. The purple meteor landed on Fang Yuan's body, piercing through his chest and creating a huge hole. Fang Yuan stared at Fairy Myrtle as he fell to the ground, turning into a lump of smoke. Another clone. Even though Fairy Myrtle was mentally prepared, she still felt a trace of fatigue. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan had already killed over 100 of these Fang Yuan clones. She immediately made a move, restraining the smoke that the myriad self-clone had turned into. Next, she pulled out a sealed Fang Yuan clone from her aperture. She threw all the smoke that the myriad self-clone had turned into the sealed Fang Yuan clone. Soon, this lump of white smoke was absorbed by Fang Yuan's clone, causing his cultivation level to rise by a large amount. These were Fang Yuan's myriad self-clones that were activated by Fang Yuan during the battle in the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle then used the teleportation formation to teleport them all over Central Continent. Fairy Myrtle received Spectral Soul's order to find Fang Yuan, but after putting up a huge bounty, she received a large amount of information regarding these Fang Yuan clones. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to pay a huge sum of money to thank the Gu immortals who provided the information. On the other hand, she had no choice but to travel around and deal with Fang Yuan's myriad self-clones in Central Continent. If these myriad self-clones were left alone, they would be the best cover for Fang Yuan's main body. Moreover, Fairy Myrtle had an extravagant thought. What if Fang Yuan's main body was hiding among these clones? That wasn't impossible. Thankfully, these myriad self-clones can sense each other. If I capture one, I can follow the connection and find the other clones nearby. But, Fairy Myrtle looked at the cultivation level of the sealed Fang Yuan clone, feeling worried. Fang Yuan's human path attainment level is actually so high. These myriad self-clones can actually devour each other and they are so lifelike. There are two reasons why Fang Yuan's strength is low now. One is the fusion of heaven and earth qi. forming chi tides that destabilize the immortal aperture. The other is the heaven path Tao marks that are acting like a seal. Among the many paths, human path is the path that can best deal with heaven path. I wonder how many heaven path Tao marks Fang Yuan has, and how long these heaven path Tao marks can suppress him. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the 1,000-wish tree was planted in mini central continent. With the 1,000-wish tree as the core, an immortal array had already been set up and was slowly being activated. Due to the influence of the heaven path Tao marks, sovereign grotto heaven was in chaos and calamities. But even in such a situation, Fang Yuan still expended a lot of effort to construct and maintain this formation. After observing for a while and confirming that the immortal formation was operating normally, Fang Yuan smiled. This was a human path formation, and the 1,000-wish tree was an ancient desolate plant of human path. Using his high attainment level in human path and formation path, Fang Yuan was able to achieve this result. The formation in mini central continent was only the main formation. There would be 4 human path subformations set up in the other 4 mini regions in the future. Let me see the effect of using human path to suppress heaven path. Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation. Chapter 1989. Immemorial Black Heaven. They're here. And Sun cried out in excitement. Under his watchful eyes, a group of more than 1,000 soul beasts slowly made their way towards the ambush. Once they entered the ambush, and Sun immediately mobilized the soul beasts that were lying in ambush to attack the wild soul beasts. And Sun commanded the soul beast army while activating immortal goo and unleashing all sorts of immortal killer moves. As his killer moves spread out, the soul beast's battle strength, speed, defense and other aspects all rose sharply. This battle lasted for half an incense stick's worth of time, and Sun successfully killed more than 400 wild soul beasts, while the rest were captured by him. Master. And Sun took out a pile of soul cores and offered them to Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul opened his mouth and swallowed all of these soul cores into his body. He started to digest them. Ever since the last time when he followed Sun out and subdued him, Spectral Soul's situation was opened up. He secretly imparted all sorts of soul path profundities to Sun. He even created soul path killer moves for him based on the soul path immortal goo that Sun had. Sun's strength continued to rise. He took on missions to capture soul beasts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created 2 methods for this. One could detect the location of wild soul beasts. The other was a simple immortal formation that could attract wild soul beasts after being set up. With these 2 methods, Sun's efficiency in capturing wild soul beasts rose greatly. He completed all of his missions well. Lady Cold Ash saw that her nephew did not let her down. He even improved and displayed brilliance. She was very pleased. In soul pacifying grotto heaven, Lady Cold Ash was the only rank 8, she was the leader. Below her were Sun and Chong. Last time, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch opened his grotto heaven and invited Lady Cold Ash brought the 2 of them along. On one hand, it was to increase their knowledge, on the other hand, it was to give them a chance to show themselves and get to know goo immortals of the same level. While Lady Cold Ash was discussing in the grotto heaven, Sun and Chong were outside the grotto heaven's entrance, they became familiar with the rank 7 elites of other grotto heaven forces. Lady Cold Ash did not know that Sun had already become Spectral Soul's servant. In fact, the whole of soul pacifying grotto heaven, including her, was shrouded in the shadow of Spectral Soul. The future was dangerous. More and more missions were completed, and the results were getting better and better. In the competition between Sun and Chong, Sun clearly had the upper hand. Lady Cold Ash saw this. The other grotto heaven goo immortals also saw this. On this day, Lady Cold Ash summoned Chong and instructed, "Ever since Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch summoned us to discuss, he has been pushing for it. He wants to quickly form an alliance among the grotto heaven's local forces. But in Central Continent's Black Heaven, there are many variant humans, but we only have 2 rank 8s. Thankfully, I have already contacted Granny Skeleton. She is a rank 8 goo immortal from Eastern Sea's Black Heaven. Your trip to the East Sea is to represent the soul-pacifying grotto heaven to contact Granny Skeleton and express our sincerity in working together." Yes. And Chong accepted the order, but his heart was filled with bitterness. He knew Lady Cold Ash's intention. Sending him on this mission was to completely help Sun secure victory, so that he could become a person that the soul-pacifying grotto heaven would focus on nurturing. If Sun's performance was about the same as his, Chong would naturally feel indignant and angry. But Sun's performance was extremely good, far surpassing him. Even Chong knew that he had no hope of winning. He accepted this important mission and also took a lot of immortal materials from soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven's treasury as a gift. After leaving soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, he directly passed through the heavenly wind chi wall and went to the 5 regions. He concealed his tracks and went to Eastern Sea from Central Continent. Next, he flew into the sky from Eastern Sea, passing through the heavenly wind chi wall and going to Granny Skeleton. When the regional walls existed, it was not easy for Gu immortals to cross regions. Many strong Gu immortals chose to travel through Black Heaven and White Heaven. But now that the regional walls were gone, even a Black Heaven Gu immortal like Enchong chose to travel through the 5 regions. Black Heaven's environment was dangerous. It would be troublesome if he met an immemorial desolate beast. Even though Enchong had an immemorial soul beast in his immortal aperture, he only had rank 7 cultivation level. Especially now that the chi tides were rampaging, the 5 regions Gu immortals were all recuperating, they rarely went out. Thus, it was very convenient for Enchong to travel. Along the way, Enchong found that the 5 regions were also facing a huge calamity, the chi tides were wreaking havoc. He did not encounter any accidents, he smoothly arrived at Eastern Sea and went to immemorial Black Heaven. According to the communication method given to him by Lady Cold Ash, he successfully arrived at Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and met with Granny Skeleton. Fate has been destroyed, the chi tides are surging. With this huge change in the world, if we do not work together, the future will be unpredictable. Especially as human forces, we need to work together and stay united. Granny Skeleton did not make things difficult for Enchong, she quickly agreed. Granny Skeleton continued, however, in my Eastern Sea Black Heaven, variant human forces are also superior. Lady Cold Ash wants to work together with us. How can that ice crystal immortal monarch just sit back and watch? He is definitely contacting the variant human forces in the other Grotto Heavens of Black Heaven. Enchong knew that Granny Skeleton would not speak nonsense, he quickly asked, Senior, what do you think? Granny Skeleton said, since we are going to work together with the human forces in immemorial Black Heaven, why don't we include White Heaven as well? I will not hide it from you, I have already contacted many people, the response is very positive. Among them, there is an important person that we need your help to recruit. Granny Skeleton paused before continuing, this person is also a rank 8 Gu immortal. He is called Old Immortal Huayu, he is in charge of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. He has a great reputation in Eastern Sea's White Heaven. If we can recruit this person, we will be able to bring out a group of White Heaven Gu immortals, it will save us a lot of effort. Enchong heard this and thought, going to see Old Immortal Huayu was not part of his mission, but if he could complete it, he would have a chance to compete with Ensun again. Thinking of this, Enchong made up his mind, he said to Granny Skeleton, since Senior has such good intentions, Junior will go to Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Granny Skeleton praised, good, as expected of someone from soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Old Immortal Huayu does not like fighting and killing, so he has not been interested in my suggestion of an alliance. If you can succeed this time, I will reward you greatly. Enchong left Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and went to immemorial White Heaven to meet Old Immortal Huayu. Even though Old Immortal Huayu had little interest in the alliance, Enchong was representing Lady Cold Ash. The other party was also a rank 8 Gu immortal. Old Immortal Huayu did not hesitate, he opened the door and welcomed Enchong in. After seeing Old Immortal Huayu, Enchong used the excuse that he had thought about 1,000 times along the way, but Old Immortal Huayu was unmoved. My Huayu Grotto Heaven does not participate in worldly affairs, we are independent and maintain neutrality. Even though we are not participating in the alliance, we can still exchange resources. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was rich in soul path resources, many of them were suitable for Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Enchong saw that he could not convince Old Immortal Huayu, it was good to have such a transaction. This was the first time they were interacting with each other, in the future, wouldn't there be a friendship after many transactions? With a deeper relationship, if he proposed an alliance, there would be new hope. After bidding farewell to Old Immortal Huayu, Enchong was asked to stay by the other Gu immortals. The one who received him was Gu Immortal Huasong. Huasong said to Enchong, Envoy, you have traveled a long distance to come here, you must stay for a few days. Coincidentally, the Mortal Imperial Court is holding a world poetry competition, there will be many beautiful essays that will be created, I am really looking forward to it. Enchong had already learned from Granny Skeleton that Profound Literature Grotto Heaven focused on poetry and songs. Gu immortals were all well-read, they loved essays far more than wine and beauties. Enchong wanted to build a good relationship with Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Even though he was not interested in essays and poems, He could not reject Hua Song's good intentions. He immediately agreed. The World Poetry Competition was held. This was an unprecedented grand event. It had never happened in the history of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Thus, once it was held, it immediately attracted many scholars from all over profound literature Grotto Heaven. Other than the scholars who wanted to show off in the World Poetry Competition, there were also many people who came to watch the show. Thus, the capital city, which was the venue of the poetry competition, was already filled with people since a month ago. On the crowded streets, Li Xiaobai and teacher Jiang walked side by side. The World Poetry Competition has 18 venues. Xiaobai, if you want to change your current predicament, this is the best time. I know your talent, it is enough for you to pass the first 10 venues. But for the next 8 it will depend on your luck. Sai, I cannot help you this time, I might even become your opponent. Teacher Jiang sighed. Teacher Jiang also wanted to participate in such a grand event. He wanted to exchange pointers and compete with the scholars from all over the world. Li Xiaobai heard this and had the urge to roll his eyes. He sighed inwardly. I am almost certain that teacher will become my opponent. Li Xiaobai was Fang Yuan's clone. He was sent to profound literature Grotto Heaven as a chess piece to conquer it. At the start, Li Xiaobai's journey was smooth sailing. He even obtained the favor of Su Chi Han, the eldest daughter of Su tribe. Li Xiaobai thus became one of the 10 great scholars of the world. He even had the possibility of becoming Su tribe's son-in-law. However, just as Li Xiaobai was on his way to the capital city, the world shook and a mountain torrent poured down. Li Xiaobai's group was either injured or dead. After being trapped in the valley for several months, Li Xiaobai finally escaped. He narrowly escaped death. Because of this, he missed the timing and did not meet the current emperor. Without the emperor's approval, the honor of being one of the 10 great scholars was replaced by someone else. Li Xiaobai wanted to contact Su Chi Han, but he found out that Su Chi Han immediately went to save him after learning of his predicament, but she went missing and had not returned yet. Li Xiaobai came to the capital city and encountered many setbacks. He was assassinated and unintentionally offended the nobles. He was not happy at all. If not for his teacher Jiang's help, he might have wandered the streets and become a beggar. His mind, however, was completely clear. Even though my main body destroyed Fate Gu, my powerful luck was almost completely expended in this battle. It even caused my clone to become extremely unlucky. This World Poetry Competition is a selection activity for profound literature Grotto Heaven to actively prepare Gu immortal seeds. Even though teacher is not clear about this, since he is participating, he will definitely become an obstacle for me. Chapter 1990. Lord Gu Masters, please come in, please come in. The waiter bowed as he welcomed Hua Song and Enchong into the shop. This is a famous tea house in the capital. It is very lively. I have been here many times. Hua Song transmitted to Enchong secretly. The 2 Gu immortals disguised themselves as Gu Masters and came to profound literature Grotto Heaven's capital. Enchong would rather sit on a cloud and look at the capital. But since Hua Song had such interests, he could only go along with the host. I want a private room on the 5th floor. Hua Song was very familiar with the place. The 2 came to the 5th floor and entered the room. Opening the window, they saw a huge crowd on the street. The first venue was at the end of the street. The bronze door was filled with people. These are the current generation scholars of profound literature Grotto Heaven. They are also the future hope of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Please take a look. Hua Song sighed as he gave Enchong a rank 5 investigative Gu worm. It could observe the target's talent chi. Enchong looked at it and used it. His vision changed immediately. He saw that there were talent chi above the heads of countless scholars. These talent chi were colorful, they were of different shapes and sizes. It was an eye-opener for him. Since there is such a Gu worm that can detect talent chi, why is there a need to hold such a selection? Enchong asked. Hua Song chuckled. You do not know. Talent chi is like cultivation level. Even if you have a lot, it is useless if you cannot use them. Furthermore, in this selection you have to compose poems on the spot. They cannot be faked. It also tests the attainment of the scholars. Many scholars with high talent chi might not have the inspiration to compose poems of the highest standard. Enchong nodded. I see that the formation here is not only connected, it can also nurture the scholar's creativity? Hua Song nodded. That's right, venerable wisdom. In this immortal formation, scholars can often perform exceptionally well. They can display their talent and aptitude. While they were talking, the door was knocked. The waiter obtained Hua Song's permission and brought in a basin of delicious wine and food. 8 treasure wild duck, golden thread crispy sparrow, panda crab meat. These are our tea house's signature dishes, please enjoy. The waiter said. Huasong casually rewarded him with an Yuan stone and sent the waiter away. Huasong introduced to Enchong, envoy, although the tea here is mortal tea, it was created by old man Huayu when he was young. Back then he was a rank 4 gu master and became the top scorer, thus he named this tea as the top scorer tea. Enchong's interest was piqued. This was the work of a young rank 8 gu immortal. Then I'll have to taste it properly. Enchong drank a mouthful, closed his eyes and savored it carefully. In a trance, a slight feeling of excitement rose up in his heart, as if he had finally succeeded after smiling bitterly for more than 10 years, and the complacency of life was close at hand. Good tea, good tea. Enchong praised sincerely. Although this tea is mortal tea, it actually has a trace of human charm. During the Fate War, Central Continent's Celestial Court used several human path killer moves consecutively. Each move had unparalleled power and shook the world. The might of the human Tao could be said to be known to all. While the two immortals were sipping their tea, the bronze door of the first venue slowly opened. The crowd in front of the door immediately roared. It's open, it's open. Don't squeeze. Quickly let me in. The crowd surged into the door one after another. Li Xiaobai was also in the crowd, but he was at the back. He followed the crowd while trying to figure out the rules of this selection. The World Poetry Competition has a total of 18 venues. Each venue has a question, everyone has to answer it at the same time. No matter how many people there are, it will depend on the quality of their work, only half of them can advance. After advancing to the later venues, half of them will still be chosen. Only by advancing and clearing all 18 venues can they meet the requirements of the selection. If they fail midway, they will have to return to the previous venue. If they fail consecutively and leave the first venue, they will have completely failed. However, the World Poetry Competition lasts for 7 days. Everyone has 3 chances to fail completely. This way, it is enough for Profound Literature Grotto Heaven to select excellent gu immortal seeds. Even if they make a mistake, they can try again. But if any scholar fails to perform properly for 7 days, it means that they are not qualified enough to become a gu immortal with the Grotto Heaven's nurturing. Li Xiaobai collected his thoughts. He had already arrived at the first venue. The venue was spacious, it was filled with scholars. There were men and women, old and young, there were so many of them that even if there were not 10,000 of them, there were at least several thousand. This was only the first day. Li Xiaobai waited in the venue for another incense's time before all the scholars in the first venue were accepted. There was a sea of people, it was very noisy. Thankfully, the first venue was an immortal formation space, it could expand at will, it could accommodate more scholars. Dong dong dong. With a series of drum sounds, the same voice entered the scholars' ears. World Poetry Competition's first question. Spring time limit is 5 minutes. After saying this, the voice vanished. The first question is spring? Many scholars frowned, but there were also many scholars who were overjoyed. Li Xiaobai thought to himself, there are too many poems in Wing Chun, this question seems very easy. After all, scholars have more or less created poems related to this topic before. Even though the World Poetry Competition requires us to create new poems on the spot, as long as we modify the original work, it can still be considered a new poem. But in reality, this question is quite difficult. Li Xiaobai had a solemn expression. He knew that in order to create a poem, he had to compare himself with the people around him. Only by being stronger than half of the scholars would he be able to advance. Quite a few scholars had realized this. Many people began to think hard. Some people directly sat cross-legged on the ground, some people walked around with their hands behind their back, and some people lowered their heads and murmured softly. Li Xiaobai was thinking, which one should I copy? He had many Wing Chun poems in his memory, there were many classics that had been passed down for generations. But it was not good to take out a classic for the first time. This would make it difficult for Li Xiaobai to perform in the future. The scale of his talent did not belong to the first-rate level. If he were to take out a famous piece of work that had been passed down for generations, it would definitely arouse suspicion. If he was lucky, Li Xiaobai might be slightly more aggressive. But now that his luck was low, Li Xiaobai decided to play it safe. While Li Xiaobai was thinking, many scholars had already created new poems. All kinds of lights shone, the lights were colorful, strong or weak. Every time the halos dissipated from the bodies of the scholars, they would reap some benefits. Some obtained gu worms, some gained a breakthrough in cultivation level, some recovered primeval essence, some recovered their fatigue. This was the killer move aid literary talents. The creator of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, the original owner, had set up this killer move before he died. Because of this killer move aid literary talents, More and more scholars were encouraged to study hard, eventually forming profound literature Grotto Heaven, which had a flourishing literary style. Li Xiaobai finally decided on his poem. He coughed lightly and started to recite. Moonlight. Deeper in the night, the moonlight is half a house, the north dipper is hanging down, the south dipper is slanting. Tonight is the warm spring air, the sound of insects can be heard through the green veil. Li Xiaobai had just finished reciting when he heard a soft sound. His body started to shine with a green light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The scholars around Li Xiaobai all felt a formless pressure. The green light forced them to scatter, leaving behind a large empty space. Only Li Xiaobai was left standing in the center. Such a powerful light. A classic has appeared. To think that a classic would appear so quickly. I wonder who created it? Many scholars' thoughts were interrupted. They looked at Li Xiaobai with envious and probing gazes. Li Xiaobai had a calm expression, but he was internally conflicted. Sigh, I copied too much, the effect is too good, I attracted a lot of attention. He glanced around, hoping that some people would stand up and not let him be the only one in the limelight. The green light continued to enter his aperture, causing his cultivation level to rise. A classic has appeared. Let me read it. Inside the tea house, Hua Song had some thoughts. After reading Li Xiaobai's work, Hua Song nodded in satisfaction. Amazing, amazing. This Li Xiaobai is so young, but he is an experienced poet. Normally, Wing Chun poems are mostly about green and peach blossoms. But this poem goes in the opposite direction, using the night sky to hide the spring scenery. It is truly ingenious. The last line of the poem must have been dug up by Li Xiaobai from his own life. It exudes a refreshing, joyous, and lively feeling. Reading a poem is like reading a person. This Li Xiaobai's state of mind is excellent. Hua Song praised as if he had tasted the best delicacy in the world. He looked at Enchong and smiled. I wonder what esteemed envoy thinks of this poem? Enchong felt a headache coming on as he complained. If you did not mention it, I would not have known that this poem had so many benefits. Sigh, now that you want me to comment, what should I do? Chapter 1991. Li Xiaobai's expectations did not go to waste. After he recited the famous poem, 3 people stood out. A muscular man wearing a golden mask, his body was covered in a dazzling golden light. An old man wearing a bamboo hat and holding a walking stick, green chi coiled around his body. There was also a woman with a graceful figure. She wore a pink dress and a veil. After she recited the poem, countless light butterflies flew around her. It was a beautiful sight. These 3 had created famous poems. They were on the same level as Li Xiaobai's moonlit night. Li Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief inwardly. This world has goo worms that can assist in creation. Moreover, goo masters can extend their lifespan. They can gain more experience and accumulation in life. Thus, compared to Earth, famous poems are more likely to appear. On Earth, Moonlit Night was a rare masterpiece. But in profound literature Grotto Heaven, it could not be compared to others. Including Li Xiaobai, the 4 of them looked at each other in different directions. The muscular man, the old man, and the woman all placed their gazes on Li Xiaobai. They had guessed and understood each other's identities, but Li Xiaobai suddenly appeared. Who is this young man? Even though he has talent, he is not very deep. He actually created a famous poem? He an interesting young man. Li Xiaobai's teacher, Teacher Jiang, also saw his student's performance. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Li Xiaobai, it seems that you performed exceptionally well this time. Continue to work hard. There were no abnormalities. Li Xiaobai successfully advanced and was transported out. When he calmed himself down, he found himself in another venue. This is the 5th venue, scholars, please wait patiently. A voice entered Li Xiaobai's ears. Li Xiaobai immediately understood. So there are differences in advancement. The poems I came up with were enough for me to skip 3 venues and jump all the way to the 5th venue. This rule is quite reasonable. But this way, all the goo masters who could reach here would have created famous poems. Among these people, half of them advanced. The pressure has increased by several times. Li Xiaobai frowned as he looked around. He saw 2 familiar faces. They were the muscular man and woman from before. Noticing Li Xiaobai's gaze, the woman nodded at him. Her face behind the veil seemed to be smiling. But that muscular man was very arrogant. After taking a glance at Li Xiaobai, he closed his eyes to rest. There were only 3 of them in the entire 5th venue. I wonder which venue that old man has been promoted to. I'd better pretend to be resting. When scholars compose poems, all of them try their best to come up with a good idea. Only he, on the other hand, was only looking for a suitable poem. This was too easy and he needed to conceal it a little. Li Xiaobai waited in the fifth arena for a few minutes before the second round of the competition began. He had more than 20 competitors in total. This made Li Xiaobai feel a lot of pressure. The topic of the second round was out. 2 words, travel. The time limit was still 5 minutes. Travel? This topic is the same as spring. It's broad and easy to write, but it's difficult to create a masterpiece. The burly man sighed in his heart. The woman was thinking, I'm not good at this topic. What should I do? Li Xiaobai was also thinking, which one should I copy? He thought for a while. He felt that he could not find something that was too classic or the effect would be explosive, but he could not find something that was too inferior either. He was so close to failing and falling out of the fifth venue. This made Li Xiaobai feel troubled. It was not easy to grasp the degree of difficulty. He understood himself, but he was not familiar with the others. He did not know what kind of poem he should use to win without being in the limelight. In the first venue, my method was a little inappropriate. I will not fight for first place this time. Li Xiaobai warned himself. He waited patiently. About 5 minutes later, a scholar composed a poem. Then a few people started to recite their own poems, each of them shining brightly. Li Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief, thinking, it seems that famous poems cannot be casually composed. These people performed exceptionally well in the first round. This round should be considered normal. Li Xiaobai gradually had an idea, but he was not in a hurry to act. He was still waiting. When the time limit was almost up, the famous poem that he had been waiting for finally appeared. It was that muscular man. He recited the poem, Iron Horse Golden Spear. It was filled with battle intent. Golden light surged around his body. It was as if there were cavalry blades and spears colliding with each other. The second famous poem was that woman. Her poem was graceful and gentle. It described a noble lady looking out the window, listening to the stories of travelers as she fantasized about her journey. It was an exquisite thought. All right, it is finally my turn. Li Xiaobai coughed, saying slowly, date blossoms fall from the cloth, the sound of horse carriages resounds from the south and north of the village, the old willow sells cucumbers. Drowned in wine, the road is long and sleepy, the sun is high and the man is thirsty for tea. Knock on the door and ask a mortal. This time he was copying Su Shi's River Sand. After he finished reciting, be it the muscular man or the woman, they had a thought, they analyzed it inwardly. Good poem. The first part of this poem is a description of the scenery, the second part is a description of the emotions. It is very interesting. Even though it is a description of the scenery, it uses sounds, it is different from normal scenery, it is very vivid. The second part is a description of the emotions, it is full of interest. Even though this young man is a Gu master, he is humble and courteous, he does not barge into a mortal's house, he is indeed a gentleman, gentle and courteous. Reading his poem, we can see his character. This young scholar is really not bad. The surrounding scholars looked at Li Xiaobai with different gazes. Li Xiaobai let out a breath of turbid air. He pretended to be extremely tired. I should be able to advance in this competition. Not only that, I performed perfectly. I did not stand out too much, nor did I humble myself too much. Li Xiaobai was satisfied inwardly. After a while the time limit was up. He was somewhat dumbfounded. Most scholars did not manage to create a poem. In this world poetry competition I will definitely give my best. If it is just an excuse, even if others don't say anything, I will feel ashamed of my own inferiority. I tried my best, but I did not manage to create a satisfactory poem. Even if I fail, I will not regret it. Being able to hear the famous poems of the three of you, this trip was not in vain. Haha, at worst I will just drop to the first round and start again. Goodbye. Those scholars who did not manage to create a poem left in a carefree manner, while some scholars who managed to create a new poem had ashamed expressions. Li Xiaobai looked calm on the surface, but he felt conflicted inwardly. How can you all be so noble? Even though he advanced, he was in the limelight again. He was quite satisfied earlier, but to think that these scholars were so useless. I overestimated them. Li Xiaobai criticized inwardly. Needless to say, he successfully advanced and arrived at the 9th round. After waiting patiently for a while, everyone finally arrived. This time there were even fewer people, less than 10. Many of them were famous scholars. They were familiar with each other and greeted each other. They looked calm on the surface but were secretly nervous. At this point, the pressure of the competition had increased by several times. I need to be steady this time, I cannot be in the limelight too much. Li Xiaobai clenched his fists as he warned himself. But this time his opponents performed very well. more than half of the Gu masters created famous poems. Finally, only Li Xiaobai was left. Li Xiaobai looked nervous on the surface, but he was calm on the inside. He recited the poem that he had prepared. With a flash of light, his cultivation level rose to rank 4, he even gained a new Gu worm. This time he had planned meticulously, the quality of the poem he chose was just right, he successfully advanced, but he was at the bottom of the winners. Just as Li Xiaobai was feeling pleased with himself, someone suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Clang. Someone fainted on the ground. The strong man's body shook as he sat down on the ground with difficulty. Meanwhile, that woman coughed for a long while, her face was pale as paper. Only Li Xiaobai was standing on the spot unscathed. Everyone's gazes gathered on him again. This young man is very strong. So far he has created 3 masterpieces in a row. He is actually not injured, it is clear that he did not use his full strength when he created the poem earlier. Amazing. After the competition I will definitely befriend him. Li Xiaobai. He was speechless. Oh heavens, are you all working so hard? Isn't it just creating poems? Why do you need to work so hard? He really wanted to act like he was vomiting blood, but this happened too suddenly. Even if he wanted to act now, it was already too late. Chapter 1992. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fang Yuan stood under the thousand-wish tree, looking up at the sky. He saw that the sky was filled with hot specks of light. They were faintly discernible, extremely dazzling. Looking at the surroundings, sand and dust were rumbling, wind was howling. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. The number of Heaven Path Dao marks was increasing. Originally, he had obtained over 3,000 Dao marks from Gu refinement, now it was close to 3,500. As the number of Heaven Path Dao marks increased, the number of Dao marks in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was decreasing. This scene made Fang Yuan recall his experience in Crazed Demon Cave. In the second-to-last layer of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan saw the changes of the world. Countless worlds were destroyed and condensed into Heaven Path Dao marks. The Heaven Path Dao marks connected or spread on their own, turning into new worlds. At this moment, the sovereign immortal aperture was not destroyed and turned into Heaven Path Dao marks. But the Heaven Path Dao marks were constantly changing the other Dao marks in the immortal aperture. Of course, the Heaven Path Dao marks were not increasing blindly. Sometimes they would weaken, a Heaven Path Dao mark would turn into other Dao marks and spread throughout the world. Through the changes of these Dao marks, the heavenly Dao could easily change the environment of the entire sovereign immortal aperture. Like what was happening in front of Fang Yuan. Specks of light appeared in the sky, it meant that the light path Dao marks were increasing rapidly. Wind was howling on the ground, sand and dust were rumbling, it meant that the wind path Dao marks and earth path Dao marks were increasing. If this continues, the surroundings of the thousand-wish tree will turn into a desert. The trend was so obvious, Fang Yuan could not help but sneer. He had previously thought that the thousand-wish tree was planted in a desert, but now, even though this understanding was not wrong, it was biased. The thousand-wish tree was an ancient desolate plant of human path, it absorbed human will and condensed fruits. It was most suited to grow in bustling areas or large cities, the more human will there was, the better. However, the heavenly Dao was not willing for the thousand-wish tree to grow, thus the Heaven Path Dao marks evolved to create an environment where the sun was high in the sky, sand and dust were everywhere, it was isolated from the world. In order to survive, the thousand-wish tree had no choice but to change its habits and strive to adapt to such a harsh environment. But now that it was moved into the sovereign immortal aperture by Fang Yuan, the immortal formation had its own desert environment, it would not die from not being able to adapt to the environment. However, outside the immortal array, there were lush water plants, fertile land and gentle sunlight. The immortal array was not closed, and the heavenly Dao could sense the thousand-wish tree's human path aura. These heavenly Dao marks had yet to be controlled by Fang Yuan, and they lacked intelligence. They didn't know about the gold inside the immortal array, so they spontaneously changed the environment outside the immortal array in an attempt to curb the development of the thousand-wish tree. This allowed Fang Yuan to see some clues. The thousand-wish tree takes 300 years to fully mature, 600 years to bloom, and 900 years to bear fruit. There are exactly 1,000 fruits, no more, no less. This is publicly acknowledged by the world. But now it seems that's not the case. The thousand-wish tree is suppressed by the heavenly Dao. Its true potential is very great. From now on, I will constantly use human will to water it and gradually improve its living environment. It will definitely be able to greatly increase its production. Of course, this was his future plan. Fang Yuan came to the thousand-wish tree for another matter. With a thought, cooking luck pot appeared above his head. The 7 revolutions cooking luck pot was as big as a basin. It was golden in color and was enveloped in a pure white halo. It was indescribably noble. The sides of the pot were thick and it was as thick as a thumb. There were 8 dragons carved on the outside of the pot. The dragon tails gathered at the bottom of the pot and intertwined with each other before extending downwards, forming an 8-clawed frame. The pot's mouth was wide open, and inside was Fang Yuan's providence. However, it was gray in color. Cooking luck pot was only at the 7 revolutions, and its level was a little low, so it couldn't contain all of Fang Yuan's providence. But one could see a big picture through a tube. Fang Yuan's majestic providence was almost completely consumed in the Fate Grand Array. After the battle, his providence was very low. This was the 3rd biggest worry apart from the heavenly Tao and Qi tides. Fate was fixed and providence was a variable. If his providence was bad, it meant that something bad was going to happen to him. But the current Fang Yuan was very strong. He had pseudo-venerable battle strength. No matter how bad the change was, he had the ability to resist it. This was not a big problem for the main body. What he was worried about was the providence of his clones. Outside cooking luck pot was the providence of his clones. The time path clone's providence was still the river of time, but the river was no longer flowing. The water flow was chaotic and the front of the river was suddenly cut off. It was a worrying sight. Jean Budu's providence was previously an eagle that spread its wings and soared. Now that the eagle fell into the water, it was surrounded by a water-like providence that was making things difficult for him. Li Xiaobai's providence was like a blooming flower. The petals were bright red, burning with a layer of scarlet fire. Within the scarlet fire, the petals were blooming beautifully. It looked good, but there was a huge worry. If he was not careful, he would be playing with fire and die. Wu Shuai's providence was that of a coiling dragon. There were 3 dragon claws that each held a dragon pearl. One of the dragon pearls had the miniature image of Dragon Palace, another contained countless ants, and the 3rd dragon pearl had Di Zongxing's figure. Wu Shuai's dragon providence was the strongest, but there was saber qi surrounding him that pressed towards him from all directions. Fang Yuan's main providence was not good. The providence of his clones was not good either. Fang Yuan had already noticed the situation of his clones. It was not that he did not try before, but he always failed. The Heaven Path Tao marks restricted him. Every time he used a killer move, they would interfere and cause Fang Yuan's killer move to fail. Even if he succeeded occasionally, the power would be greatly reduced. But this time it should not happen. A bright light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Fang Yuan was multitasking. He activated the formation around the 1,000-wish tree while activating cooking luck pot. The 1,000-wish tree continued to sway its branches. The formation shot out resplendent rainbow lights that entered cooking luck pot. Cooking luck pot started to change the providence of his clones. Suddenly, intense winds blew in the surroundings, thunder rumbled in the sky. One after another, Heaven Path Tao marks appeared. Some covered the surroundings, some appeared on Fang Yuan's body. The way of heaven, take away surpluses and replenish deficiencies. The way of man, take away surpluses and replenish surpluses. With the help of the human path immortal formation, Fang Yuan forcibly improved the providence of his clones to a certain extent. The time path clone's providence river became stable. It was no longer chaotic. Jean Budu's providence eagle started to shed its feathers in the water, as if it was turning into a fish. It was adapting. Li Xiaobai's providence flower's petals showed a glazed color under the burning flames. It was no longer in danger of being burned by playing with fire. Meanwhile, Wu Shuai's providence dragon was still coiled up. There were no changes to his providence body. The surrounding saber qi, however, was greatly reduced. It was as if the thick fog had turned into a thin mist. This meant that he would still have to fight, but the scale of the battle this time was much smaller than before. The problem of the clones has been resolved. The true problem is still the Heaven Path Tao marks. Fang Yuan increasingly felt the depth of Red Lotus intention. P.S. There is an urgent notice. I am also speechless. I only found out about this when I was writing. Thank you, friends, for your timely notice. Someone is scamming in the Gu World group. Please take note. I hereby solemnly declare, the crowdfunding campaign for the physical book has not started yet. Anyone who uses this as a reason to try to get book friends to send money is a scam. The crowdfunding campaign for the physical book will start in the future. There will be a special notice at that time, just like this notice. Using the price of the simplified version of the physical book to buy the hardcover edition, with Venerable Gu's signature, please take note. Chapter 1993. Eastern Sea Merman Imperial Court. Music was playing, delicious food and wine were being served. In a grand banquet, the 3 female immortals in charge of the Merman imperial court were at the main seats, entertaining an unexpected guest. Good wine, good songs, and even better dancing. The esteemed guest downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. Then he slammed the cup down with a puff sound and laughed. He had a square face and a muscular body, his skin was snow white, his eyes and hair were ice blue in color. Rank 8 aura surrounded his body. He was a snowman goo immortal. He came from Black Heaven's Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, the current generation Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ever since the meeting of Black Heaven's forces, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had contacted Central Continent's Celestial Court, while Lady Cold Ash had contacted Granny Skeleton and the other human great experts. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not sit back and watch. He was not targeting just Black Heaven and White Heaven, he was targeting the 5 regions. This time he came to Eastern Sea personally to find the Merman force. There were 3 people in charge of Eastern Sea's Merman force. They were all mermaid immortals, Lian Kuxn Uz and Xianing Si. Even though this was the first time the 3 female immortals had seen Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, seeing that he was a rank 8 goo immortal and a variant human, they held this banquet to entertain him. Hearing Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's praise, Lian Kuxn smiled and replied, "Thank you for your praise, Immortal Monarch. These dancing goo masters are the future hope of our merman race. They are goo immortal seeds. It is their honor to be noticed by you." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed again. "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but if these mermen are the hope of your race, then your race might be destroyed in the future." These words instantly caused the expressions of many of the merfolk here to change. The dancing merman's movements became slightly disorderly. Lian Kuxn was still smiling. "Immortal Monarch, we already know of your intentions. However, we won't take this provocation. For countless years, our merman race has lived in Eastern Sea peacefully and beautifully. We have always been neutral, we do not participate in any battles." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shook his head. "Nonsense. Who does not want a peaceful and beautiful life? But throughout history, only war could win such a peaceful life. The merman race had received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's favor back then, that was why they had such a phenomenon today. In the entire 5 regions, only your alien race is a super force. However, you and I both remember the fated war vividly. Fate had been destroyed and the 5 regions had merged into one. The world's upheaval was imminent. There will definitely be natural and man-made disasters, continuous wars and chaos. Your merfolk royal court wants to stay out of trouble? Ehe, how long has it been since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died? How much influence does he have left to protect your clan?" Lian Kuxin's face was as gloomy as still water. She could not refute for a moment. Uz, who was beside her, snorted coldly, "Our tribe has over 10 goo immortals and the immortal goo house flowing fragrance boat. How could we achieve this just because of Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded. "I have heard of your flowing fragrance boat for a long time. But what could he do? It was only a rank 7 immortal goo house. Even though your clan had many goo immortals, how many rank 8 goo immortals did they have? Not even one. Ignoring everything else, as long as I make a move now, who can stop me?" The 3 mermaids had cold expressions. Xianing Si said solemnly, "Immortal Monarch, if you want to fight, you can do it now. We will show you the magnanimity of our merfolk race." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand, I have never thought of becoming enemies with you. We are both variant humans. In the current situation, humans are dominating the world. I hope that we can ally with each other. Variant humans are friends, not enemies. I am here to seek an alliance. Why would I make enemies? I understand that you do not want to ally with each other. But think about it, as long as I spread a rumor that you have treated me with great hospitality and want to ally with Black Heaven's variant human forces to attack the 5 regions' human forces. Think about it, what kind of situation would happen?" The 3 mermaids looked at each other. They could see the seriousness on each other's faces. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words were soft but firm. He clearly wanted to force an alliance. If the 3 mermaids rejected him, he would spread a rumor that the merfolk had the intention to ally with each other. After all, everyone in the world knew about the Fate War. Duke Long's final rebuke of Fang Yuan made everyone in the world aware of the great secret of the rise of variant humans. Once the news of the Merman Imperial Court and the variant human forces working together spreads, it would challenge the sensitive nerves of the humans. They would become the target of everyone. By then, according to the nature of the humans, they would form an alliance and destroy the Merman Imperial Court first. The human forces had been eyeing the Merman Imperial Court for a long time. It was only because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence. If the Mermen wanted to harm the humans, regardless of whether the humans believed this lie or not, they would use it to deal with the Merman Imperial Court. If the Merman Imperial Court was forced to resist, they could only ally with forces like Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to have a chance of survival. This way, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's goal would be easily achieved. The three mermaids felt troubled. They knew about the situation of the world. They were actively selecting goo immortal seeds and nurturing them. They were mermen. They had the identity of variant humans. This identity was already very awkward in the past times of peace. In the future, during the 5 regions chaotic war, it would be even more awkward and sensitive. Thus, the entire merman race felt a deep sense of danger. The 3 mermaids did not have much ambition. They only wanted to preserve their race in the changing times. Thus, they did not want to offend Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but they also did not want to stand on the side of such an ambitious person and fight against the 5 regions humans. Seeing that the 3 mermaids were silent, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled. "How about this, everyone? We are both variant humans. I do not want to force you. How about we make a bet?" The 3 mermaids looked at each other as Yuzi asked, "What bet?" "We will compete in 3 rounds no matter what methods your race uses. As long as I lose in any of the rounds, I will forget about inviting you to ally with me. I will not leak the secret after I leave. I will not harass you. If I win 3 rounds by luck, the merman race will not even be able to defeat a rank 8 goo immortal like me. They will be in a dangerous situation. It would be better to ally with me. This will ensure the safety of the entire race." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch said confidently. The 3 mermaids were helpless. They could only nod and agree to this bet. In the first round, the 3 mermaids decided to go all out. They gathered all the merman goo immortals and set up the Merman Wave Sacred Spirit formation. Good formation, good formation. It actually has the effect of trapping enemies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a look and praised. "Immortal Monarch, do you dare to enter the formation?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed heartily as he entered the formation. After a few moves, the waves turned into ice and shattered. He broke out of the formation. The Merman Goo Immortals suffered from backlash. They were either lightly or heavily injured. Their expressions were ashen. "It is a pity that there is no rank 8 formation owner," Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch commented plainly. In the second round, the Merman Imperial Court used Immortal Goo House Floating Fragrance Boat. After 100 rounds, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch won again. The 3 mermaids discussed anxiously. "There is only the 3rd round left. What do we do? If we lose again, we will have to cooperate with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. What do we do? Why don't we use that thing?" Xianing Si suddenly suggested. Lian Kuexen and Yuzi were stunned. They shook their heads. "No. If we use that, the impact will be too great. Even without Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spreading the news, our Imperial Court will become the target of everyone. We will be exterminated. If we don't use it, what do we do? Do we get Eastern Sea's human forces to help? No. Right now, we are all affected by the chi tides. Why would those human forces come all the way here to help us? Even if they do, they will ask for a high price." "I thought of someone. Let's ask Goo Tribe's leader for help," Xianing Si suddenly said. Lian Kuexen sighed, rejecting the suggestion. He is Goo Tribe's leader. Even though he has rank 8 cultivation level because of his beastman identity, he lives in seclusion. We have a close relationship with him, but asking him to help us is making things difficult for him. He might not be able to defeat this Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Yuzi's eyes suddenly shined. "I remember, someone might be able to help us. He can definitely defeat Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch." "Oh, that's right. At this crucial moment, who else could it be?" Yuzi blinked her beautiful eyes. "Did you forget that right now, a great expert is a guest in Goo Tribe's headquarters?" "It's him." Lian Kuexen realized at once. Chapter 1994. Eastern Sea Goo Tribe Blessed Land. A majestic palace stood majestically in one corner. Its whole body was emitting a faint orange-gold light. It was richly decorated. The pavilions were grand and magnificent. It was the rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Dragon Palace. Inside Dragon Palace, dream realms were lingering. If it were any other Immortal Goo House, they would not dare to do this. But even though Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal Goo House, it had dream path Immortal Goo. It was not afraid of the dream realm spreading. In front of the dream realm, Fang Yuan's clone, Wu Shuai, was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His body was here, but his soul was deep inside the dream realm, exploring it. In the dream realm, Wu Shuai was an apprentice of the medical hall, trying to learn from them. A handsome young man with broad shoulders and a thin waist walked into the medical hall. The young man was rich and noble. The owner of the medical hall, the old doctor, personally examined him. "Doctor, ever since I fought in the arena, even though I won, my body has been feeling strange," the young man said. The old doctor chuckled. "Come, let me take your pulse." "Pulse?" The young man frowned, showing a puzzled expression. The old doctor said slowly, "This is a unique investigative method from my hometown. It can detect illnesses. A person's heart beats continuously, their blood flows continuously, forming a pulse. Using a unique healing goo worm that I created, I can detect your illness through this pulse." The young man immediately felt deep veneration, as expected of a senior doctor. "I have heard that heaven has heaven veins, earth has earth veins, and humans have human veins. Could this pulse-taking technique be used to grasp human veins and find the right medicine?" "Aha, that's right. Please extend your wrist." The old doctor smiled. The young man extended his wrist. The old doctor placed his finger on his wrist and closed his eyes, inspecting carefully. A moment later, the old doctor opened his eyes. "There is indeed an illness, but it is not obvious. It is very sinister. You were hit by a phantom path method." The young man nodded. "Senior is right, my opponent in the arena is a phantom path goo master. I was hit by his move. I did not suffer any injuries, but I felt something was wrong. At night, I could have slept with more than 10 concubines, but now I can only sleep with 1 concubine a night. I feel extremely tired. Also, I often feel that my waist is sore and hot, and I sweat a lot when I sleep at night. Sometimes I feel dizzy and have tinnitus." The old doctor nodded. "This phantom path method is very vicious. It targets your kidneys. In short, you have kidney deficiency. Void path is indeed troublesome. What should I do?" the young man asked hurriedly. The old doctor said, "I'll prescribe some medicine for you. Take it for a month. During this month, you must not have sexual intercourse." The young man was troubled. "Senior, can't you use a healing goo worm to heal me directly? I can't have sex for a whole month. I'm so stifled." The old physician shook his head. "Phantom path methods are between real and fake. Fake and real, you have to put in a lot of effort. The medicines I prescribed, although they are not healing goo worms, they are not far from a complete goo recipe. They can definitely cure your illness. If you don't use my method, other methods won't work. Unless you meet a better doctor than me, perhaps he can solve your problem." The young man sighed. "Senior, you're the best healer I've ever seen in my life. I'll treat him according to your method." The dream realm dissipated. It was a success. Human network. Wu Shuai's soul returned to his body. He was still savoring the true meaning of the dream realm. This dream realm mainly provided him with the true meaning of 2 paths. One was phantom path, the other was human path. Fang Yuan's human path attainment level was Grandmaster, but his phantom path attainment level was extremely ordinary. Fang Yuan's main body was still holding the corpse of the celestial court goo immortal, which contained the phantom aperture. But his phantom path attainment level was too low. Even with wisdom goo, he could not deduce the profundity of the phantom aperture. After the Fate War, all of the dream realms were left to Wu Shuai. These dream realms were obtained by Fang Yuan from Yitian Mountain. Even though a portion was lost in the Fate War, most of them were still left. After Wu Shuai left the Celestial Court, he returned to Eastern Sea and stayed in Gu Tribe's blessed land. Other than opening his immortal aperture and connecting to heaven and earth chi, he was in closed cultivation, exploring the dream realms and absorbing the true meaning within, helping his main body to raise his attainment levels of all paths. My main body needs human path attainment level now. In this dream realm exploration, even though my human path attainment level did not increase by much, it is still Grandmaster. But it should be able to provide new help to my main body. Wu Shuai started to rest for a short while, preparing for the next dream realm exploration. He saw that in the hall, there was an information path mortal Gu from Gu Tribe's leader. Gu Tribe's leader will not disturb me for small matters. Something important must have happened. Wu Shuai took out the information path mortal Gu and probed it with his divine sense. Oh, a rank 8 snowman Gu immortal called Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is here to find trouble with the Merman Imperial Court? In the letter, the 3 mermaids said that as long as Wu Shuai taught this unruly guest a lesson and made him retreat, they would reward him handsomely. Gu Tribe's leader also used a tactful tone, hoping that Wu Shuai could help them. Of course I have to help. Wu Shuai smiled. Fang Yuan had 500 years of memories, a portion of them were sent over. Thus, Wu Shuai learned that in the 500 years of his main body's life, the regional walls vanished and the 5 regions were united. There were chi tides as well. The 5 regions Gu immortals were forced to rest and recuperate. During this period, the 2 heavens Grotto Heaven forces moved out and acted arrogantly for a period of time. To think that I would have such a chance to interact with these Grotto Heaven forces. This is a good opportunity. For the main body's plan, I need to do my best. Boom. The door of Dragon Palace opened. Wu Shuai walked out of his closed cultivation with his head held high. At the banquet, fragrant wine permeated the air, but the atmosphere was heavy. The 3 mermaids had cold expressions, while Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled lightly. The singing and dancing had stopped long ago. There was silence in the hall. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a sip of wine. I wonder if the 3 of you have thought of a strategy for the next round? The 3 mermaids' expressions sank further, but at this time, they received the information and showed expressions of joy. Xianing Si said, "Since you are anxious, let's go to the 3rd round." "All right." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch put down the wine cup in his hand. "How are we going to compete in the 3rd round? Tell us." "My tribe has already invited a helper. Let him fight the Immortal King." Lian Kuexian said. "This lord is here, Immortal Monarch, prepare yourselves." Yuzi smiled coldly. Sure enough, after a few breaths of time, the mermaid immortals led Wu Shuai into the hall. "Who wants to fight me?" Wu Shuai asked. His voice reverberated in the hall. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw Wu Shuai and his expression changed. He was no longer relaxed. He cried out, "It's you!" During the Fate War, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had obtained a lot of information. Wu Shuai was naturally one of the most important figures. Everyone in the world knew about him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately understood why the 3 mermaids were acting like this. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart sank. He knew how strong Wu Shuai was. There was not much hope of defeating him. But the situation was like this. He had to speak up. To think that Wu Shuai is in the Merman Imperial Court. I wonder if Fang Yuan is here? Wu Shuai snorted coldly. I used Fang Yuan's strength to revive. I was only working with him to resist the Celestial Court earlier. You are my opponent? Wu Shuai's disdainful attitude made Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch feel annoyed. His expression turned cold. Wu Shuai, you only have rank 7 cultivation level, but you are quite arrogant. Wu Shuai scoffed. Who is arrogant? In terms of seniority, I am someone from Red Lotus Demon Venerable's era. When I died of old age, your grandfather was not even born yet. You. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes. What about me? You are here to find trouble with the merman. Be more direct. Wu Shuai stared back. Still not attacking? Then I am going to attack. Saying so, he waved his hand as an Immortal Gu House flew out. Dragon Palace. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's pupils shrunk. He saw that the Immortal Gu House was getting bigger as it crashed towards him. He was not a transformation path great expert. He did not dare to face this famous Immortal Gu House head-on. He quickly retreated. The 3 mermaids did not expect Wu Shuai to act so decisively. He attacked immediately. Xianing Si quickly persuaded, Senior Wu Shuai, this is the Merman Hall. You 2 need to fight. You need to move outside. Boom. Dragon Palace grew bigger again. The entire Merman Hall was blown apart. Dust clouds rumbled as the 3 mermaids and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch escaped pathetically. Dragon Palace slowly rose into the sky. Wu Shuai stood at the entrance of Dragon Palace as he looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch plainly. Come, don't run, little fellow. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was beaten up so fiercely that his heart was pounding, his mouth was dry. Wu Shuai, you are a senior after all. If you have the guts, don't show off the might of an Immortal Gu House. Oh, is that so? Wu Shuai smiled coldly. The 3 mermaids sensed something amiss. Yuzi quickly shouted, Senior Wu Shuai. This is the Merman headquarters. If you want to fight, please go outside. Before she finished speaking with a loud sound, Di Zongxing was led out of Dragon Palace by Wu Shuai. Roar. The evil dragon roared, creating a huge sound wave. Its huge body was like a mountain range. It was crammed into the Merman-blessed land. With a wave of its tail, several mountain ranges and valleys were flattened. Countless mermen escaped in all directions. They screamed in fear. It was a scene of chaos. The 3 mermaids were dumbfounded. They did not know what to do. Come, make your move. Wu Shuai crossed his arms as he said to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch in a plain tone. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the Grand Dragon Palace before looking at the huge and ferocious evil dragon. He felt that he had become extremely tiny. As a snowman, he was extremely resistant to cold, but now he felt a bone-chilling chill spreading all over his body. After a long while of silence, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists. Senior is mighty, Junior admits defeat. Senior has won this bet. The three mermaids were silent. Right now Wu Shuai only had rank 7 cultivation level, but Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch admitted defeat to him. Nobody found it strange. Not to mention Dragon Palace, just the evil dragon alone had killed 2 Transformation Path members of the Celestial Court. It was an existence that a group of Gu immortals could not defeat. In the Fate formation, the evil dragon had only lost to Feng Jioge and Duke Long. Humph, little guy, you are quite smart. Wu Shuai chuckled as he put away Di Zongxing and Dragon Palace. Next, let's talk about the alliance. Wu Shuai landed and said, Senior Wu Shuai. The three mermaids were shocked. What? Do you want to stay out of this? Wu Shuai raised his eyebrows, showing an unhappy expression. The three immortals did not dare to retort. Ice Crystal Immortal Wang De was overjoyed to think that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. He stuttered, Say, Senior, you mean? Chapter 1995. Because of Wu Shuai, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had no choice but to admit defeat. He thought that his plan to ally with the merman had failed, but to think that Wu Shuai had the same idea as him. In the bet between Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the Merman Imperial Court, the loser won while the winner lost. After the battle, Wu Shuai used the Merman Imperial Court's hall to converse with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. The conversation became more heated, while the three Merman Immortals' expressions turned grim. Wu Shuai heard that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already gathered the Grotto Heaven forces for a meeting. He immediately requested to join. He urged Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to gather the forces for the second meeting. In Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's plan, the second meeting would be delayed slightly, but Wu Shuai urged him urgently. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch thought to himself, with Wu Shuai's reputation, it will be very beneficial to me. I might as well bring forward the date of the meeting. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch knew that even if the Black and White Heaven Grotto Heaven forces allied, they would face a huge internal threat. Among these forces, a small portion of them were human forces. He wanted variant humans to be the leader, thus he had been actively seeking for an alliance recently. He had already contacted all the variant human forces that he knew of. He did not even spare Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court. If he knew that Gu tribe existed in the depths of the sea, he would have gone there long ago. But now, with Wu Shuai, this Dragon Man expert that everyone knows, even if the humans recruit more people, they will not be able to resist Wu Shuai's influence, right? Wu Shuai attacked Celestial Court as a Dragon Man. He was the victor. This battle achievement gave him a huge reputation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch held a second meeting in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. This time the group was even larger. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch has arrived. Swift Cloud Immortal has arrived. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother has arrived. Green Forest Great Sage has arrived. Many variant human rank 8 great experts came. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was a hairy man. His thick fur was shining with golden light. Swift Cloud Immortal was a feather man. He had the appearance of a handsome young man. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was an old woman. She was an inkman. Green Forest Great Sage was a mini-man. He was covered in a green light. These 4 variant human Gu immortals were participating in the meeting for the first time. As for the human rank 8 Gu immortals, other than Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Cold Ash, there were also Light Path Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Wood Path Black Locust, and Earth Path Female Immortal Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine. There were only 5 human rank 8s, while variant human rank 8s were close to 10. Even though Lady Cold Ash tried her best to recruit more people, she could not compare to the variant humans, and the gap was still widening. After discussing for a while, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took charge. This time I invited all of you here, other than to discuss the situation of the world, there is another important matter. Please allow me to introduce you to an almighty senior. The immortals looked towards Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's direction. Wu Shuai slowly walked out from behind the screen, and under the gaze of all the immortals, he sat on the main seat. You are? The immortals were shocked. So it is Wu Shuai. A variant human rank 8 who was close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch greeted. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was displeased. You need to call me Senior Wu Shuai. The variant human rank 8 showed an awkward expression. Under Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's gaze, he could only change his words. This junior greets senior. With this, the immortals had no choice but to address Wu Shuai as senior. Good. Wu Shuai nodded in satisfaction. Seniority cannot be messed up. But I would rather everyone call me Alliance Leader. Alliance Leader? The immortals looked at each other. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. Precisely. Now that the Grotto Heaven has been exposed, the 5 regions Gu Immortals will definitely attack it. The reason why the 5 regions Gu Immortals are not moving is because they are restricted by the Chi tides. They cannot move freely. We need to protect ourselves and strengthen ourselves. Only by forming an alliance can we have the capital and hope to contend against the 5 regions. Since ancient times, the position of alliance leader belongs to the strongest. I see that none of you here can match me. If anyone is unconvinced by my words, you can come and fight me. Wu Shuai had just finished speaking. Before the immortals could say anything, they heard a dragon roar. Evil dragon Di Zongxing's huge body covered the sky as it approached. Next, an immortal Gu house flew out of Wu Shuai's immortal aperture. It was small and exquisite. It floated in Wu Shuai's palm, shining brightly. It was the shrunken dragon palace. Wu Shuai looked at Dragon Palace in his palm. Before looking at the immortals, his threat was clear in his words. The immortals had unsightly expressions. They were silent. They wanted to vent their anger but did not dare to. Even though Wu Shuai only had rank 7 cultivation level, everyone knew about the divine might of Dragon Palace and the evil dragon. If the immortals worked together, they might have some hope of resisting it. But the Grotto Heaven forces had little contact with each other. They were not like the 5 regions. The 5 regions super forces were connected to each other. There were conflicts and interactions. Black and White Heaven were vast. The outside world was dangerous. Forces rarely clashed with each other, not to mention close interactions. Ah! Seeing that no one objected to him, Duke Long laughed loudly. Suddenly, his laughter stopped. Are you not going to greet the alliance leader? The immortals were still silent. The atmosphere was heavy. After a long while, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch suddenly stood up and cupped his fists at Wu Shuai. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch greets alliance leader. Ah, good. Wu Shuai pointed at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. You will be the vice alliance leader. Next, he looked at the other Gu immortals with a fierce gaze. Outside the battlefield, the evil dragon moved its body at the right time, causing a huge commotion. In this situation, with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch taking the lead, the immortals had no choice but to acknowledge Wu Shuai as the alliance leader in a cold tone. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat, looking at the Gu immortals. I know you all have your own thoughts. You are only acknowledging me as the alliance leader now because of the situation. I am not forcing you. The current situation is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it's our only chance to resist the 5 regions. If we do not grasp it, when we are hunted down by the 5 regions and the Grotto Heavens get surrounded, there will be no point in regretting it. However, if we let you continue discussing like this, when will we act? By the time we act, the Chi tides will have already passed. You need a strong leader like me to temporarily unite most of the forces and act quickly. Even though Wu Shuai's tone was firm, his words were reasonable. The Gu immortals' expressions eased up a little. Alright, let's not waste time, let's discuss our target now. Wu Shuai continued. This time, even Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was surprised. Lord Alliance Leader, isn't it too early to talk about attacking now? Black and White Heaven are too huge. There are still many Grotto Heaven forces that we have not contacted yet. We can't wait for them. As long as we succeed and create a commotion, these people will take the initiative to join us. This is the so-called human heart. Wu Shuai waved his hand, saying directly. The immortals were silent. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch continued to ask. Then according to Lord Alliance Leader, which place is the most suitable for us to attack? Of course it is Celestial Court. Wu Shuai answered without hesitation. Celestial Court? The Gu immortals' expressions changed. Celestial Court is extremely weak. We did not want to retreat earlier. As long as we take down Celestial Court, the 5 regions will be shaken. Who would dare to provoke us? Wu Shuai laughed loudly. That is not appropriate. Celestial Court has extremely deep foundation. It is not a place we can touch. Lord Alliance Leader, please reconsider. The immortals shook their heads. No one agreed. Cowards. Wu Shuai sneered in displeasure. Then let's go with Divine Emperor City. This immortal Gu house is the #1 immortal Gu house. It is made from Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. It has a huge significance for Celestial Court. It is the gathering point of their connections. Above ground, Celestial Court. If we take it, not only will we deal a huge blow to Central Continent, we can also obtain a rank 8 immortal Gu house and even Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's true inheritance. Lady Cold Ash thought about it. Since Divine Emperor City is so important, if we attack it, Celestial Court and even the whole of Central Continent will resist and surround it. We will also be enemies with these people. What is the difference between that and attacking Celestial Court? Of course there is a difference. If these people are lured to Divine Emperor City by us, we can use another group of people to attack Celestial Court. Wu Shuai raised his eyebrows. The immortals heard this and broke out in cold sweat. In the end, we still need to attack Celestial Court. This way, won't the people who are pretending to attack Divine Emperor City become cannon fodder? Senior Wu Shuai is too bold, he wants to fight Celestial Court to the death. Wu Shuai showed an unhappy expression. What? You don't dare to attack Divine Emperor City? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a troubled expression. He looked like he was suffering from constipation. Please reconsider, Lord Alliance Leader, Wu Shuai waved his hand, saying impatiently, All right, I don't want to hear any excuses. Let's settle with this, we will deal with Eastern Sea Xia clan first. Wu Shuai finally revealed his true target. Southern border had Xia clan, Eastern Sea also had Xia clan. The Xia clan was not the same Xia clan, but they were both super forces. Wu Shuai had a huge appetite, his first target was a super force. If he had mentioned it the first time, the immortals would have objected. But the first two times he mentioned Celestial Court and Divine Emperor City, the immortals found that compared to the first two targets, Eastern Sea Xia clan was much more acceptable. Wu Shuai continued to analyze. Among all the super forces, Eastern Sea Xia clan has the shallowest foundation. It is the weakest righteous path force in Eastern Sea. Not just that, Xia clan is at the easternmost part of Eastern Sea, it is very secluded, it is the most suitable place for us to establish our foothold. Even better is that Xia clan shares a border with the Merman Imperial Court. And the Merman Imperial Court is already our ally, they will provide us with a lot of help. Saying this, Wu Shuai did not give the immortals a chance to discuss. I have decided. Our target will be the Xia family. The immortals were very disgusted by such a domineering alliance leader. But against the evil dragon and Dragon Palace, they could not do anything. Most importantly, they were caught in the middle of the situation. They knew that if they did not grasp this chance and did not have the upper hand, the 5 regions would not let them off in the future. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, the alliance leader position should have been yours. Are you really going to give it up just like that? Afterwards, some Gu immortals were unhappy, they secretly transmitted to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch snickered internally, replying, The tallest tree attracts the most wind, the tallest tree rots first. So what if we let this Lord Wu Shuai charge and shout for us? What's the big deal about giving up the position of Alliance Master? We have the help of the evil dragon and Dragon Palace. Chapter 1996. Eastern Sea. Reflecting Shadow Sea Area. The sea surface was like a mirror, there were no ripples. Even though winds were blowing, the sea was still like ice. Xia clan's Gu immortal Xia Zhengqing was guarding this place. Reflecting Shadow Sea Area was a super resource point, it produced a lot of dark path and rule path cultivation resources. Even though Xia clan cultivated water path, these resources were used for trading, they were very profitable. Xia Zhengqing was in closed cultivation now, when the formation around him suddenly gave a warning. Did some ancient desolate fish violate the boundary again? Xia Zhengqing initially thought that some underwater beast was attacking the immortal formation. But at the next moment, his body and mind shook. A strong enemy is attacking. 3 rank 7 Gu immortals charged over. Xia Zhengqing quickly activated the defensive formation. At this time, with a loud sound, the formation shattered. A hairy man Gu immortal held a huge hammer. His body was covered in golden light as he charged into the formation. Xia Zhengqing spat out a mouthful of blood, he was shocked. He immediately understood that the 3 immortals were just a distraction, this one was the enemy's main force. A rank 8 hairy man Gu immortal? Xia Zhengqing knew that he was not their match, he immediately sent a message to the clan while trying to activate the immortal formation to teleport himself out. At the next moment, he was teleported to a place 1,000 li away from the formation. Haha, he arrived after all. Great wisdom is truly amazing. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch praised. Great wisdom Immortal Mother smiled and shook her head. If not for Lord Alliance Leader's detailed information, how could I deduce so easily? Xia Zhengqing looked and felt like he had fallen into an icy cave. There were 2 variant human Gu immortals here, they were both rank 8. Since when did rank 8 Gu immortals become so common? And there are 3 variant human rank 8s. Xia Zhengqing felt this was unbelievable, he gritted his teeth. Who are you? Why are you opposing my Eastern Sea Xia clan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not be bothered to speak to him. He waved his hand and activated a killer move that he had prepared. Xia Zhengqing only had rank 7 cultivation level, how could he block a rank 8 killer move? He was instantly frozen. Eastern Sea Xia Clan Headquarters, Hot Spring Blessed Land. Oh no. A strong enemy is attacking. Reflecting Shadow Sea has fallen. Even though Xia Jingqing escaped using the immortal formation, we have lost contact. Xia Jingqing's warning had reached the Xia family in time. Xia Clan's Gu immortals were mostly gathered in their headquarters. They did not expect such bad news to descend from the sky. It's true that disaster comes from the sky when one is sitting at home. Before Xia Jingqing left, he sent news that the enemies included human Gu immortals and variant human Gu immortals. There is even a rank 8 hairy man. Where did these people come from? It's probably a faction from the black and white heavens. Under the Qi tide, the grotto heaven was revealed. I didn't expect there to be so many of these mutants left, and they even came to us first. That might be understandable. If they did not seize this opportunity, the 5 regions would definitely go to the black and white grotto heaven to investigate after the Qi tide subsided. If we find any variant human force with rank 8 Gu immortals, we will definitely exterminate them. Back then, even Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not find the variant human hiding in the grotto heaven. But now that the world has changed, these strange races have no choice but to reveal themselves. Xia Clan's Gu immortals were not flustered. Even though they knew about the existence of a rank 8 variant human Gu immortal, they had immortal Gu houses to resist it. But soon more bad news arrived. Light Wave Sea and Shooting Fish Sea were also destroyed by these variant human Gu immortals. The Xia Clan Gu immortals guarding these 2 resource points were even worse off. They could not even send any news before they could contact them. Xia Clan's Gu immortals were furious. We must teach these variant human Gu immortals a lesson. A mere outsider dares to bully us, a human superpower? If heaven wants to destroy people, it will first make them go crazy. These variant humans have gone crazy. First Supreme Elder, let us send our 2 immortal Gu houses out and kill them all. That's right, 3 of our Gu immortals are in their hands. We need to save our clansmen, we need to avenge this humiliation. The Gu immortals were filled with battle intent, they requested to fight. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder was Xia Ruiji. He had a grim expression as he heard the Gu immortals' words. He shook his head. It is not wise to attack rashly. We lost 3 resource points in a row. These are all important areas. We have set up immortal formations to defend against them. The speed of loss is too fast, it is not normal. Our clan does not have a rank 8 Gu immortal guarding it. If we rashly move our 2 immortal Gu houses, our headquarters will definitely be weakened. Right now, we are at the final moment of replenishing human sea. We cannot be careless. In my opinion, we should defend ourselves to the death and wait until human sea is replenished. Our Xia clan's foundation will rise sharply. We will become one of the top forces in Eastern Sea. By then, we can deal with the variant human Gu immortals more easily. Even though Xia Ruiji only had rank 7 cultivation level, he had high prestige. Xia clan's Gu immortals heard his words and felt that they were reasonable. The requests for battle became much fewer. But at the next moment, with a thunderous sound, an immortal Gu house broke through the regional wall and charged into Xia Clan's public blessed land. Eastern Sea Xia Clan, today is the day of your destruction. The immortal Gu house's door opened. Wu Shuai and the other grotto heaven Gu immortals were standing inside. Xia Clan's Gu immortals saw this group of enemies and were extremely shocked. Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai. There are still so many variant human rank 8s, oh heavens. Xia Clan's Gu immortals had pale expressions, they were panicking. But Wu Shuai did not give them time to accept the cruel truth. He waved his hand, attack. Thus, at the next moment, the rank 8s around him and behind him charged down, attacking together. Seeing this terrifying scene, Xia Clan's Gu immortals felt their vision turn dark. Some almost fainted on the spot. Such a formation completely suppressed Xia Clan's Gu immortals. Xia Clan did not even have a single rank 8, but Wu Shuai had more than 10 rank 8s, how could they fight? My Xia Clan blessed land is not Celestial Court, why are there so many rank 8 Gu immortals attacking? Xia Ruiji's lips trembled, he felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss after being treated so solemnly. The enemy is too strong, let's retreat. At this time the female immortal Xia Ying shouted, she was pleasantly surprised. Xia Ruiji's body shook, he gritted his teeth. Go, quickly go. We will board the immortal Gu house together. Xia Clan had 2 immortal Gu houses, they were both rank 7. One was whale fishing boat, the other was Gold Star Tower. You want to leave? Not so easy. All of you stay here. The variant human Gu immortals attacked one after another, creating dazzling lights and explosions that shook the sky. At the crucial moment, Xia Ying dodged the pursuit and was the first to enter Gold Star Tower. But she did not escape, she moved Gold Star Tower forward. "All of you leave, I will block them." Gold Star Tower charged forward. Using killer moves continuously, golden stars shot out in all directions. The variant human Gu immortals quickly retreated. The remaining Xia clan Gu immortals saw this chance, they boarded whale fishing boat and quickly left the base. Chapter 1997. These variant human Gu immortals have rank 8 cultivation level, but their battle strength is not high. Only Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch can accept it. And even though Eastern Sea Xia clan does not have a rank 8 Gu house, they can rely on a rank 7 Immortal Gu house to fight. Wu Shuai stood at the entrance of the Dragon Palace, overlooking the battlefield. He watched the battle quietly and did not make a move. Previously, when he attacked the 3 resource points, he couldn't tell because of the difference in cultivation. But now that they were in a stalemate, they could immediately see many details. Wu Shuai analyzed in his heart and quickly figured out the reason behind it. The only reason why the mutated tribes were able to survive until now and develop so well was because of Providence's generous support. Providence was disrupted by Star Constellation's will. It could not allow Fate Gu to unleash the power of variant humans. However, Providence could affect calamities and tribulations. Undergoing tribulation was the greatest obstacle to a Gu immortal's cultivation level. The more prosperous the human race was, the more Providence would take care of the alien grotto heavens. The tribulation of these variant humans was many times easier than ordinary human Gu immortals. Even the human Gu immortals of Black and White Heaven, because of their enmity with the 5 regions' human forces, were more or less taken care of. This was probably Providence's plan to divide them. It was clearly recorded in history. Back then, the outsiders were the overlords of the world. Providence manipulated Fate Gu and gave the instruction that humanity would reign supreme. On one hand, the heavenly Tao favored the primordial beginning and helped him become an immortal venerable. It took care of the human clan in all aspects and helped the human clan develop and grow. On the other hand, Providence also affected the other races, dividing them and causing them to fall into fierce internal strife. With the addition of the black and white skies, the area is vast. Every day covered the 5 regions, that was why there were so many rank 8 Gu immortals in Black and White Heavens. Apart from the part around me, there is still a small part left in the black and white skies. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai started to move. The Dragon Palace began to move. Xia Ying, who was in the Golden Star Tower, felt his heart rise to his throat. Right now, it was very difficult for her to deal with these rank 8s, she seemed to have the upper hand, but she could not last for long. It wouldn't be strange even if the tables were turned in the next breath. Alright, Lord Wu Shuai is about to make his move. I'm looking forward to it. It is a pity that our grotto heavens do not have immortal Gu houses. As expected of a superpower's foundation, only after clashing with it did I realize that it truly is worthy of its name. The rank 8 Gu immortals showed expressions of joy and anticipation. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, the Dragon Palace slowly flew away from the battlefield. The rank 8 Gu immortals were stunned. What was going on? At the next moment, Wu Shuai's cold voice could be heard. More than a dozen of you rank 8s, if you cannot even take down a rank 7 female immortal and a rank 7 immortal Gu house together, what face do you have left to live? The rank 8 Gu immortals were tongue-tied, they were speechless. In the end, they could only watch as the Dragon Palace flew away. Oh no, he's flying towards the sea of people. Xia Ying's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Xia Ying was extremely bewildered. How did Marshal Wu know that there was a sea of people hiding in the Xia family's headquarters? No, the human sea had hidden itself very deeply. Perhaps he just wants to plunder resources. Wu Shuai flew away from the battlefield and arrived above a lake. He hovered the Dragon Palace slowly. The sea of people is here. Wu Shuai's eyes shined with bright light, he immediately activated his method. A mystical light shot out from his palm, piercing hundreds of feet of lake water, directly reaching the bottom of the lake. Next, the mystical light spread out, covering the entire lake. The lake water quickly evaporated, smoke spread out, countless voices could be heard from within the white fog. The voices became louder and louder, the white fog turned into countless human figures flying in the air. At once, Dragon Palace was covered in white fog, countless figures were like white specters. Surrounding Dragon Palace, there were tens of thousands of them. Collect. With a thought from Wu Shuai, the white mist immediately gathered into a white lake and poured into the Dragon Palace. The momentum of this scene was so great that both sides on the battlefield in the distance could see it clearly. Wu Shuai is actually taking advantage of the fact that we are fighting to plunder the loot. That white fog is very mystical, it emits dense human path aura. Wu Shuai is taking it personally, it is definitely a top-grade treasure. Don't be afraid. As the alliance leader, how can Wu Shuai not lead by example? Otherwise, how can he convince the others? After taking this white fog, he will definitely share a portion with us. The rank 8 Gu immortals conversed. Xia Ying's heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai actually knows about human C. Furthermore, he has a method to collect human C. How is this possible? The plan to create human C is only known by my Xia clan's Gu immortals. We have kept it a secret. Even if Xia Jingqing and the rest were captured and soul-searched by Wu Shuai, only First Supreme Elder knows the method to collect them. How can he think of a replacement method so quickly? To think that human C is still in its embryonic form, it is not complete. Wu Shuai sized up the white fog in Dragon Palace. There were all sorts of appearances and figures in the white fog. It was strange but also grand. Two completely different styles, but they were naturally fused together. Wu Shuai smiled lightly, not minding it. In order to replenish the human C, he only needed to kill enough humans. Because of the main body's information, Wu Shuai knew that human C was a human path secluded domain that Xia clan had been working hard for many years to create. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, human C shone brilliantly. It helped Eastern Sea Xia clan rise up rapidly. But it was still far from a complete secluded domain. Coincidentally, Southern Borders Chai clan obtained a crucial insight from human C. They started to create a similar artificial secluded domain, Human Mountain. Back then, a wisdom path Gu immortal deduced that by fusing Human Mountain and human C, they would form into a complete secluded domain of heaven and earth. Human C is too far away, but just human C is enough to help my main body greatly. Wu Shuai felt gratified. The most important thing was still Fang Yuan's main body. And Fang Yuan's main body's biggest problem was the restriction of the heavenly Tao. This was Red Lotus scheme. Fang Yuan was trying to find a way to break it. He found the recipe of human path, but even though the Thousand Wish Tree was a human path ancient desolate plant, its grade could not compare to many heaven path Tao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan placed his attention on Eastern Sea Xia clan's human C. Because of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Fang Yuan did not need to use his main body. He used Wu Shuai to easily take human C. Not long after Wu Shuai took human C, the battle over there also came to an end. Xia Ying could not escape defeat, but many of his rank 8 Grotto Heaven experts were injured. The one who truly defeated Golden Star Tower was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Lord Alliance Leader, you took the chance to take away the human path treasure. That is not good, right? The immortals gathered at the entrance of Dragon Palace. An impatient rank 8 Gu immortal questioned. Wu Shuai glanced at him lightly. Dragon Palace immediately activated its killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. That rank 8 Gu immortal was caught off guard. He was engulfed by the light smoke. Before he could even make a sound, he was swept into Dragon Palace. The immortals were shocked and fearful. Who else has a problem with me? Wu Shuai crossed his arms, looking at the immortals. He only had rank 7 cultivation level. He was surrounded by many rank 8s. Chapter 1998. Facing Wu Shuai's domineering attitude, the 2 Heavens Gu immortals lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this and cheered internally. Wu Shuai's actions were going to disappoint them. On the other hand, he was envious. When would he have such great battle strength to be able to make everyone submit to him? After a while of silence, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stood up and said respectfully, Lord Alliance Leader, allies, the most important thing now is to chase after Xia clan's survivors. Most of Xia clan's Gu immortals have already escaped on the whale fishing boat. If we do not chase after them now, we will not be able to catch up. That's right, that's right. The immortals nodded. They started to discuss this topic. Many people looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with gratitude. His words gave these rank 8s a way out of this embarrassing situation. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Chase? Why should we chase after them? Wu Shuai continued, we were able to take down Eastern Sea Xia clan headquarters because we acted quickly. We caught them off guard. If we want to expand our territory now, it will be hard to invade other super forces. From now on, Eastern Sea and even the 5 regions' righteous path forces will be extremely vigilant. But if we let these Xia clan Gu immortals escape, they will invite other Eastern Sea righteous path forces to help them reclaim their lost territory. That way, Eastern Sea's righteous path forces will leave their territories and come to us to die. Isn't that a good thing? The immortals were stunned before nodding. they had to admit that Wu Shuai's analysis was reasonable. Lord Alliance Leader has a broad vision, we cannot compare to you after all. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sucked up to him. Wu Shuai's expression sank. I do not care about these Eastern Sea super forces. But there is one person that I am wary of. That person is Qi Si Ancestor. This old man went against Duke Long. He once held the Qi Si Banquet and the Fate War. He did not help Fang Yuan or the Celestial Court. His attitude is very important. Next, he will be persuaded by the Righteous Path forces to deal with us. That is very likely. Of course, it is not strange if he continues to cultivate in seclusion and does not fight us. I release Xia Clan's people to probe Qi Si Ancestor as well. The two Heavens Gu immortals listened to Wu Shuai's analysis and nodded, their expressions turning grim. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch glanced at Wu Shuai secretly, thinking, Wu Shuai is Wu Shuai after all, he cannot be underestimated. He has both foresight and skill, it's just that he disdains to use it on us. But then he thought, Qi Si Ancestor's attitude is indeed ambiguous. On one hand, he had once worked with Fang Yuan to make things difficult for Duke Long, but later he reconciled with Duke Long. On the other hand, he held the Qi Si Banquet and entertained the Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Jun Xinguang. He also allowed demonic Gu Immortals to openly sell Blood Path Immortal Gu. Done. Wu Shuai waved his hand, interrupting the immortal's thoughts. We've chased the Xia clan away. It's time to split the spoils of this battle. As a result, the atmosphere quickly changed and it became in full swing. The Eastern Sea was the most prosperous region in the 5 regions. As a superpower in the Eastern Sea, the Xia family naturally controlled many resources and had a rich treasury. Xia family's assets were distributed by Fang Yuan one by one. Each Gu immortal had a considerable amount of wealth. The two Heavens Gu immortals were overjoyed, they sighed with emotion. The 5 regions are so rich. This is just the foundation of an Eastern Sea superforce, but it is already so deep. Xia clan is useless. If such resources were placed in my grotto heaven, it would be much better than before. What made the two Heavens Gu immortals even more surprised was that Wu Shuai's share was much smaller than what they had expected. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's thoughts changed as he said to the surrounding Gu immortals, everyone listen to me. Our gains from this battle are all thanks to our Lord Alliance Leader. He was the one who led us to victory. Without his information and plans, how could we have taken down Xia clan so easily? However, the Alliance Master has received the least amount of the spoils of war. This isn't very fair. The Gu immortals were stunned, they looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a sincere expression. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch deeply. I am a loner, I do not need many cultivation resources. These resources are not suitable for me, but if I need them in the future, I will definitely take them. Since I have already distributed these gains, I do not intend to take them back. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words reminded me. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Wu Shuai spoke. Subordinate is here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists, his attitude was extremely respectful. Wu Shuai smiled, you are very good. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly bowed. It is my great fortune to be recognized by Alliance Leader. Wu Shuai nodded. Of course, following me is the greatest fortune of your lives. But you, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, as the Vice Alliance Leader, your gains are only about the same as the other allies. That is not appropriate. Then I will give you the final share of Shooting Fish Sea. Lord Alliance Leader? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly raised his head, showing a stunned expression. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. I told you to keep it, just keep it. Don't be afraid. I'll back you up. If anyone dares to say anything, if anyone dares to look down on you, tell me, I will deal with them. Wu Shuai said as his dragon eyes looked around with an imposing aura. The Gu immortals of the two heavens did not dare to look at each other, they quickly looked away and lowered their heads. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch obtained a super resource point, but he did not show any joy. He looked at Wu Shuai, seeing the faint smile in his eyes, he shuddered. As expected of the former Dragon Man commander, I underestimated him. This old monster must have seen through my motive. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch realized this, his back was soaked in cold sweat. He wanted to incite Wu Shuai and make him lose the trust of the people. But to think that Wu Shuai would do the opposite, by doing this, the other Gu immortals would think that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not satisfied with the gains, he was using the Alliance Leader's name to achieve his goal. After all, if the Alliance Leader wanted more benefits, wouldn't it be reasonable for the Vice Alliance Leader to get more than others? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, are you not going to thank me? Wu Shuai stared at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a deep smile on his face. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart shuddered. He gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "This subordinate thanks you." Wu Shuai saw that he lowered his head, but he did not feel joy, he felt some disappointment instead. These two Heaven's Gu Immortals had been in seclusion for too long. In order to hide themselves, they did not dare to move around, not to mention competing against each other. Without competition there would not be enough tempering. No matter how biased Providence was, it could not nurture true Gu Immortal elites. Wu Shuai looked at the two Heaven's Gu Immortals. Only Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had decent battle strength and mental fortitude. The others were simply a disgrace to their rank 8 cultivation level. No wonder in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, these two Heaven's Grotto Heavens did not cause any commotion. Chapter 1999. While Wu Shuai and the rest were dividing up Xia Clan's wealth, the atmosphere in the whale fishing boat was grim and gloomy. "First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? The enemies are too fierce, there are more than 10 rank 8s, we cannot defend our headquarters. Especially when the enemy's leader is Wu Shuai. The chances of us counterattacking are too slim. Sai, it is a pity that Xia Ying and the rest sacrificed themselves." Xia Clan's Gu Immortals were furious and helpless, they felt that their future was bleak. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder Xia Ruiji snorted coldly, "I don't care who it is, be it Wu Shuai or the rank 8 Gu Immortals of the two heavens, they cannot invade my Xia Clan's territory. They will not be able to rampage for long. We will ask for reinforcements from Eastern Sea's righteous path. So be it if they are only human Gu Immortals. But they are led by Wu Shuai and have the majority of variant human Gu Immortals. The battle scene we have is the best proof. Eastern Sea's righteous path and even the 5 regions' righteous path will not let these variant human forces grow stronger." Xia Clan's Gu Immortals heard this and their morale rose slightly. Asking for help was the only way out, but who should they ask for help from? That was a matter worth considering. Xia Clan was at the easternmost part of Eastern Sea, with Xia Clan as the center. The Merman Imperial Court was at the west. Tang Clan was at the southeast, Xia Clan was at the northeast. These 3 clans were not the best targets to ask for help from. They were all super forces that bordered Xia Clan. Xia Clan had the best relationship with the Merman Imperial Court, but the Merman Imperial Court was a variant human force. Even though no Merman Gu Immortals appeared in the battle earlier, Xia Clan did not dare to take the risk. As for Tang Clan and Xia Clan, these two clans had conflicts with Xia Clan. Asking for help now was not something Xia Clan's Gu Immortals wanted to experience. After some discussion, Xia Clan's Gu Immortals controlled the whale fishing boat and carefully went around the Merman Imperial Court, asking for help from Shin Clan who was further west. This way the journey was much longer. While Xia Clan was asking for help, news of them being invaded by the two Heaven's Gu Immortals had already spread in jewel-yellow skies, shocking the world. There are so many variant human rank 8 Gu Immortals. Is this news true? It's not strange at all. Whether it's day or night, it's as vast as the 5 regions. These damned alien races have hidden themselves too well. They're too bold. They actually dare to declare war on the human race. They're asking for it. What makes me even angrier is that there are human Gu Immortals among them. What were they thinking? How dare you betray your own race? At once, all the Gu Immortals in the world were discussing this matter. The Shin family was no exception. The letter from the Xia family asking for help had already been delivered to the Shin family. This was an important matter. Shin Clan's first Supreme Elder Shin Tsongxing gathered the Gu Immortals for a discussion. The reason why the Xia family came to our Shin family for help is obvious. There's no need to say more. But should we, the Shin family, help them? Feel free to speak your mind, Shin Tsongxing said. The enemy is powerful, why should we challenge Great Liang alone? After all, Wu Shuai has Dragon Palace and Di Zongxing, he even has Dream Path methods, his battle strength is too terrifying. That's right, and the worrisome thing is that Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan have a relationship. We have no way of knowing what their relationship is. But they are indeed close. If we deal with Wu Shuai, we might draw out the demon Fang Yuan. Shin Tsongxing nodded, that makes sense. He did not change his expression. Because of the blue dragon whale, he had a relationship with Fang Yuan. But their cooperation was very secretive. Even Shin Clan's Gu Immortals did not know about it. This was because Shin Tsongxing was thinking about his own reputation and Shin Clan's reputation. I think it is not right to not help Xia Clan. Xia Clan and our tribe are both members of the righteous path. They came all the way here to ask for help. If we do not agree, how will Xia Clan look at us? How will Eastern Sea look at us? How will the 5 regions look at us? I agree with that. This is not a simple internal conflict between humans, this is a war between humans and variant humans. If our Shin clan does not take a clear stance, we will be criticized by the world. Shin Songxing nodded, that makes sense. But the enemy force is too strong, they have more than 10 rank 8s and Wu Shuai as their leader. Even if we summon Ancestor Shin Shang back, we will not be able to resist such an enemy. During the Fate War, after Shin Shang went crazy, he disappeared without a trace. Even though Shin clan tried their best to find Ancestor Shin Shang, they did not succeed. The whole world was watching. The source of the news about Jewel Yellow Skies was most likely Xia clan. Xia clan used this method to force Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces to help them. Under the attention of the world, Shin clan had no choice but to help Xia clan. But Wu Shuai's side was too strong, too terrifying. Even though Shin clan was a super force facing the Two Heavens Alliance, they had to be wary. Elders, don't worry, I have a plan to resolve our current situation, Ren Xiaoping said. After returning from the Blue Dragon Whale, Ren Xiaoping had become Shin clan's external supreme elder. Normally he abided by the rules and kept a low profile, but now was the crucial moment. Shin clan had fallen, chaos had descended, Ren Xiaoping would not have a good time either. Ren Xiaoping continued, Wu Shuai's battle strength is extremely strong, but Eastern Sea still has an ancestor who can resist the evil dragon. Which ancestor of Qi Si are you talking about? Someone's eyes brightened. That's right, Qi Si ancestor. Ren Xiaoping nodded. Good plan, let's do that. Shin Songxing clapped as he smiled, making up his mind. Several days later, Xia clan came to Shin clan, wanting to borrow their forces to reclaim their lost territory. Shin Songxing personally showed up and gave Xia clan a warm welcome. But to resist Wu Shuai's group, Shin Songxing said that he did not have enough strength. He suggested gathering more Righteous Path forces. Qi tides were rampaging everywhere, the 5 regions Gu immortals were all resting and recuperating, they could not act rashly. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path could only mobilize a few people. But Shin Songxing suggested informing Qi Si ancestor of Xia clan's situation, asking him to uphold justice for them. Shin Songxing copied Xia clan before asking Qi Si ancestor for help. He already spread the news to Jewel Yellow Skies. Thus, the entire world's attention was focused on the Qi Si. Almost all Gu immortals were waiting for Qi Si ancestor's reaction. The human Gu immortals hoped that old ancestor number 7 could step forward. As a rank 8 senior who could resist Duke Long, he should be able to take responsibility. But many people had pessimistic thoughts. Because Qi Si ancestor was a secluded cultivator, he had an ambiguous relationship with the Righteous Path and Demonic Path, he had even cooperated with Fang Yuan in the past. From this aspect, it was quite possible that Qi Si ancestor did not care about the outside world. Qi Si ancestor reacted very quickly. He immediately expressed his opinion in Jewel Yellow Skies. Those who are not of our race have different intentions, we have primordial origin in Qi Si now, we cannot let these variant humans with ulterior motives grow stronger. Once he said that, the entire world cheered. Chapter 2000. Celestial Court. The damage caused by the Fate War here was already gradually recovering. The losses had also been tallied up, and it could be said to be disastrous. Conference Hall. Qin Dingling looked at the surrounding Gu immortals and wills. Most of the members of the Celestial Court returned to their slumber in the Immortal Tomb. Fang Yuan had destroyed more than half of the Immortal Graveyard, but there were not many members of the Celestial Court. These members of the Celestial Court did not have much lifespan left. Rather than dying of old age, it was better for them to enter the graveyard and hibernate to maximize their value. However, what worried Qin Dingling was that even though these Gu immortals went back to sleep, she did not obtain any sign of the will of the stars. It seemed that the Fate War had caused great damage to the constellation's will. This had become Qin Dingling's sore point. The will of the constellation could interfere with the operation of Providence, but Providence could also assimilate the will of the constellation. If the constellation's will lacked reinforcements and was assimilated by Providence, it would be a huge nightmare for the human race and the Celestial Court. But this time, the reason Qin Dingling came here to gather the immortals was not because of star constellation's will. Qi tides are rampaging and the two heavens are acting strangely. Wu Shuai led the allied Gu immortals of the two heavens and attacked Eastern Sea's Xia clan. Now that Xia clan sought help from Qi Si ancestor, the two sides were now enemies. What do you think the Celestial Court should do at such a juncture? Qin Dingling asked. She was a luck path Gu immortal, not a wisdom path Gu immortal like Fairy Myrtle. Thus, Qin Dingling could not make a decision on such an important matter. she had to gather the Gu immortals to discuss it. Without a doubt, the allied forces of the past 2 days are mostly foreign races. They are the enemies of our celestial court and must be eliminated. In this aspect, Qi Ancestor is quite responsible. Right now, the confrontation between Wu Shuai and Qi Ancestor is also a confrontation between variant humans and variant humans. But in fact, the key isn't the outcome of the battle, but rather the outsider, Fang Yuan. That's right. Be it Wu Shuai or Qi Ancestor, they were related to Fang Yuan. Wu Shuai claimed that he was only cooperating with Fang Yuan, that he was the reincarnated Wu Shuai of the past, and that he was determined to strengthen the Dragon Man race. As for Qi Ancestor, he had an agreement with Fang Yuan to fight against our celestial court, but his attitude changed after Lord Duke Long used half a Qi path true inheritance. During the Fate War, Qi Ancestor did not appear. This shows that Lord Duke Long's decision is wise and correct. But I have a different opinion. Qi Ancestor might be Fang Yuan in disguise. Previously, we did not think of this possibility because we thought that Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level. Now that we know the secret of the sovereign immortal body, Fang Yuan likely had rank 8 cultivation level back then and disguised as Qi Ancestor. Don't forget, during the Fate War, Fang Yuan used Qi Path methods to destroy the Qi Wall. His Qi Path method was Unlimited Qi. It was the signature killer move of Southern Borders Heaven Surveying 5 Xiangs, Qi Xiang. But the Qi Path method that Qi Ancestor used when fighting against Duke Long was very different from Unlimited Qi. If they are the same person, the possibility is not high. But we cannot eliminate this possibility. Speaking of which, Wu Shuai is far more suspicious than Qi Ancestor. He might not be Fang Yuan in disguise, but he might be Fang Yuan's clone. After all, Fang Yuan became the leader of Shadow Sect. He definitely inherited a portion of Spectral Soul's foundation. One of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's specialty is to split his soul into clones. His Shadow Sect was created like this. The Immortals discussed. Qin Dingling had a hesitant expression. She felt a headache. The Gu Immortals had their own opinions. Nobody could convince anyone else. In the end, they could only let Qin Dingling make the decision. After thinking for a while, Qin Dingling sighed and said, "Everyone, please listen to me. Fang Yuan has familiar face. He can disguise himself as all sorts of people. Even though we need to be vigilant, we cannot disregard other possibilities because of our suspicions. Wu Shuai might be Fang Yuan's clone. Qi Ancestor might be Fang Yuan's disguise. This is indeed possible. But at the same time, there is also the possibility that they are not closely related to Fang Yuan. We cannot be overly cautious because of Fang Yuan. Forget about Wu Shuai, just Qi Ancestor alone. Are we going to give up on the possibility of roping in Qi Ancestor and making him our celestial court's ally just because of this?" Fang Jing heard this and hesitated before asking, "Senior Qin wants to recruit Qi Ancestor?" Qin Dingling nodded. "Lord Duke Long is dead. Feng Jioga has become a traitor. Our celestial court indeed lacks a pseudo-venerable to stabilize the situation. Earlier, Senior Duke Long had tried to recruit Qi Ancestor using Primordial Origin's true inheritance as a bargaining chip. Even though Qi Ancestor did not agree, he did not appear during the Fate War. The Immortals were silent. Qin Dingling's plan was Duke Long's. Earlier, because Fate Gu needed to be repaired, Duke Long wanted to temporarily stabilize Qi Ancestor. But now, Celestial Court needed a pseudo-venerable battle strength that could stabilize the situation, even though it had calmed down now. But the truth was, because of the rampaging Qi tides and the Heaven Path Dao marks, the Gu Immortals had to rest and recuperate. They could not attack. But when the Qi tides calmed down and Fang Yuan digest those Heaven Path Dao marks, what would happen? By then, Celestial Court's strongest person would only be Qin Dingling. Could she stop the 4 regions Gu Immortals with ulterior motives? Could she stop evil dragon Di Zongxing? Could she stop Fang Yuan? Celestial Court knew about this. In the past, there had been cases of recruiting Gu Immortals of the 4 regions. Wan Zihong was one of them. This female immortal was a demon of Western Desert back then, but Celestial Court still tried to recruit her. As long as she was a human, Celestial Court was very tolerant. I am not against recruiting Qi Ancestor. But before that, we need to know his true relationship with Fang Yuan. Even so, Qi Ancestor might not care about the current Celestial Court. Haha, I think Primordial Origin's true inheritance is more attractive to him than anything else. Fang Jing volunteered. Right now, Qi Ancestor is in a standoff with Wu Shuai. This is a good opportunity for Celestial Court. We can find out some truths from this. Of course, no matter what, the variant human Gu Immortals of the 2 heavens cannot be left alive. Since Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is our spy, I am willing to send troops to Eastern Sea and exterminate these variant human goo immortals. Fang controlled Demon Sealing Board. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level now with this board, he could deal with most rank 8 goo immortals. The 5 regions goo immortals could not do anything under the influence of the chi tides. But Celestial Court's goo immortals were different. Celestial Court's members were mostly phantom apertures. They were not restricted by the current situation. Fang had just finished speaking when another goo immortal asked to join them and go to Eastern Sea to exterminate these variant human goo immortals. Even though Celestial Court lost, they still followed the Celestial Court's principles and thought for the entire human race. Qin Dingling smiled. I got it. Why do we need to go to Eastern Sea? Wu Shuai is guarding there. We need to use him to investigate Qi Si ancestors' background. We will go to the 2 heavens and exterminate those Grotto Heaven forces. We will take drastic measures against them. Chapter 2001. Celestial Court is Celestial Court after all? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord looked at the information path goo worm in his hand as he sighed. Sure enough, as he expected, the Heavenly Court really made a move to deal with the allied forces of the 2 heavens. He had already predicted that such a situation would occur. Humans had no choice in the world. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven had to join the 2 heavens alliance army. If it did not, it would be besieged until it was destroyed. But joining this force would only delay its destruction by a little. By then, the 5 regions would retaliate and the 2 heavens alliance army would fall apart. They would suffer huge losses. When the nest is overturned, there would be no intact eggs. By then, Night Wolf Grotto Heaven would also be dealt with. Thus, from the start, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord decided to join the 5 regions. This was for himself and also to find a way for Night Wolf Grotto Heaven to survive. Thus, he took a huge risk and contacted Celestial Court in secret. At this point, Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai were in a standoff. Celestial Court had already secretly dispatched troops to attack the headquarters of the variant humans in the 2 heavens. Since Night Heavenly Wolf Lord took the initiative to join, Celestial Court Qin Dingling sent him a secret letter, asking him to cooperate with Celestial Court in this operation. Celestial Court did not disappoint me after all. Even if they suffered huge losses in the Fate War, no matter what, they will uphold humanity's righteousness. They will disregard sacrifices and benefits. They will think of humanity as a whole. Such integrity moved Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. Because he was a human goo immortal. Compared to Celestial Court's magnanimity, be it Qi Si Ancestor or Wu Yong, they were stingy. Even Northern Plains Longevity Heaven was the same. What was the policy left behind by Giant Sun Immortal? The world. Even if Night Heavenly Wolf Grotto Heaven had no enmity with Longevity Heaven, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord would not join Longevity Heaven. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord did not hesitate. He immediately replied and agreed to cooperate with Celestial Court. According to their agreement, when Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor fought, the Celestial Court would take the initiative to attack. If these 2 did not make a move, the Celestial Court would make a move in about a month's time. It will depend on Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor now. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was filled with anticipation. Other than Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, countless forces and goo immortals were also paying attention to the Eastern Sea battle. Wu Yong of Southern Border was one of them. If Qi Si Ancestor is defeated, the variant human forces will expand rapidly. They will develop like a rolling snowball. They might become a huge threat to the 5 regions. If Duke Long loses, then the alien races will shrink back and defend themselves. This is a good thing for the 5 regions humans. But for me, I don't want to see it. Wu Yong was an ambitious man. He couldn't wait for the world to be more chaotic. The more chaotic it was, the more opportunities he would have to maneuver and reap benefits from it. He would constantly strengthen himself and finally conquer the world. Thus he hated Chi Tides the most. Precisely because of the Chi Tides, the 5 regions goo immortals had no choice but to recuperate. He lost the chance to defeat the Celestial Court. It was truly a pity. Lord Empress Wu Ji and the rest have revived. What should we do next? At this time Wu Bachong came to report. He was the 2nd Supreme Elder of Wu Clan. He was quite old and had a steady personality. After Fate Goo was destroyed, the most obvious change was that revival became much easier. Originally, Empress Wu Ji's batch of goo immortal seeds died on Etian Mountain. But now they were revived by Wu Clan's goo immortals. Wu Yong nodded. These people are our future hope. They have experienced sufficient setbacks and trials in the goo master stage. If they become goo immortals in the future, they will definitely be elites. Impart the immortal ascension method to them, make detailed preparations and provide them with resources. I want Wu clan to gain more than 10 Gu immortals in the next few years. Yes, Lord. Wu Bachong did not have any doubts. The 5 regions' chaotic war in the future would definitely be a long and drawn-out war. It was not something that could be resolved in a day. In that situation, all the forces would have to consider their foundation and long-term plans. There is one more thing, it is related to Chi Path. Wu Bachong said as he handed an information path Mortal Gu to Wu Yong. Wu Yong probed with his mind and quickly browsed through it. This information path Mortal Gu recorded all sorts of immortal materials. They were all Chi Path, they were all new changes brought about by the Chi tides. It seems that Chi Path is going to prosper again. Are the Chi harvest fruits inside really so effective? Wu Yong sighed as he asked. Wu Bachong said, currently many Gu immortals have used them, they are indeed so. These fruits are the crystallization of Chi Path, they are in harmony with the 5 Chi, they are extraordinary. When placed into the immortal aperture, they can turn into turbulent Chi currents and cause the heaven and earth Chi to transform much earlier. Whoever can obtain more Chi harvest fruits will be able to get out of this recuperating situation earlier. Then gather more of these immortal materials. Also, gather the treasuries of the clan and organize a Chi Path inheritance. We will try to use it to nurture Chi Path Gu immortals. Wu Yong instructed. Yes. Wu Bachong immediately accepted the order. Wu clan was proficient in Wind Path, they had little knowledge in Chi Path. But such a huge clan naturally had some foundation in Chi Path. With all sorts of inheritance fragments, they might be able to nurture 1 or 2 Chi Path Gu immortals. Of course, even if these Gu masters became Chi Path Gu immortals, their future achievements would not be great. But since Wu clan needed to make up for this weakness, these Gu masters could only sacrifice their potential to become Chi Path Gu immortals. Southern border Luo clan. 3 Gu immortals went deep into Chiju Grotto heaven. I broke through. Luo Ran was extremely excited. His face was pale, he had a cold expression, he was a general of Luo clan, famous in southern border, he had peak rank 7 battle strength. While the whole world was recuperating, Luo Ran secretly led 2 other Gu immortals from Luo clan to explore Chiju Grotto heaven. He did not care about the development of his immortal aperture. This effort was not in vain, they finally broke through their bottleneck, there was a vast expanse of land ahead of them. If they went deeper they would reach the true central area of Chiju Grotto heaven. To think that the Chi tides actually caused a change in Chiju Grotto heaven, we can move forward now. Luo Muzi sighed. Let's hurry up. The Chi tides swept the world, Chiju Grotto heaven can only conceal itself for a while. We need to inherit Chiju's true inheritance before the whole world discovers us. With this true inheritance, our Luo clan will be able to adapt to this great era and seize the initiative. Luo Haozei's eyes shined with bright light. Several days later. Eastern Sea. Chi Si ancestor suddenly moved, he was surrounded by countless Chi waves as he charged towards Eastern Sea's Xia clan headquarters. Good timing. Wu Shuai sensed it from 10,000 li away, he laughed loudly as he flew into Dragon Palace, controlling evil dragon Di Zongxing to fight. A huge battle that attracted the attention of the world erupted. Chapter 2002. Rumble. With a loud sound heaven and earth shook like thunder. Endless air currents surged, Dragon Palace shined with a bright light as it retreated. Chi Si ancestor did not chase it, the air currents around him piled up again like a mountain or a sea. Both sides had fought for a day and a night, they exchanged blows but could not do anything to the other party for now. Around the battlefield, countless pairs of eyes were watching. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivator Gu immortals came to watch the battle, not to mention the Gu immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance. Senior Chi Si ancestor is truly amazing, his methods are grand and imposing, Wu Shuai's attacks are all in vain. Hua clan's first supreme elder Hua Kai Yun sighed. Qing Yuan, who was beside her, said, but Wu Shuai cannot be underestimated, don't forget that he only has rank 7 cultivation level, but he can actually resist Chi Si ancestor. Hua Kai Yun sighed, Wu Shuai has been reborn, he is also an old monster. His immortal Gu House Dragon Palace is truly powerful, if not for it he would not be Chi Si ancestor's match. While the two were talking, a dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. A huge demonic dragon that resembled a mountain range appeared on the battlefield, it could be seen from 10,000 li away. Oh heavens, such a terrifying dragon, this can be considered the #1 immemorial desolate beast in the world, right? This is the evil dragon Di Zongxing. Just by watching the battle, I am already shaken, my fighting spirit is gone. I can't imagine how the Gu immortals who are fighting it feel. Wu Shuai finally released the evil dragon. This proves that Qi ancestor has already pushed him to his limits. The following battle is the crucial point. The Gu immortals who were watching the battle were all shocked. Many of them did not participate in the Fate War personally, they only saw it through everybody's vision, they did not experience it personally. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they had a different feeling. The evil dragon roared as it charged towards Qi ancestor. Qi ancestor snorted coldly, his voice echoed throughout the surroundings. He clapped with both palms as an immortal killer move flew over, creating a tsunami of Qi currents. Di Zongxing rushed forward, but when he was hit by the tsunami, his momentum came to a halt. Di Zongxing shook his dragon body and wanted to move forward, but the tsunami of air currents was endless and unstoppable, and he was actually crushed to the ground. Seeing this, the spectating Gu immortals were all shocked. Qing Yuan, Huakai Yun, Shen Zongxing, and the others cheered loudly, and their faces were flushed with joy. Zhou Xiong Xian and Jun Xinguang, who were specially dispatched by the Celestial Court, were also shocked and quickly looked at each other. Thinking back to the Fate War, the two transformation path great experts of my Celestial Court could not stop the evil dragon's charge and were directly crushed by it. To think that Qi ancestor actually blocked it? Jun Xinguang had a shocked expression. Zhou Xiong Xian squinted as he sized up Qi ancestor from afar. He had already used his information path methods to gather all the information and clues in the battlefield. Zhou Xiong Xian analyzed solemnly, Qi ancestor is a peerless expert who fought to a draw with Lord Duke Long. It is not strange that he could resist the evil dragon Di Zongxing. But this new killer move of his seems to have traces of the primordial Qi wall. Lord Duke Long had once given half of primordial origin's true inheritance to Qi ancestor. To think that after the Fate War he had already innovated and created an improved Qi wall killer move. Jun Xinguang blinked. If that is the case, did Qi ancestor really go into closed cultivation during the Fate War to comprehend this killer move? Zhou Xiong Xian did not deny it. There is no conclusion yet. But at least for now, Qi ancestor's methods are very different from the Qi path methods that Fang Yuan has. Saying so, Zhou Xiong Xian sighed. Qi ancestor's origin is too mysterious, he is hidden too deeply. Even now we have not investigated his identity. If it were in the past, we might be able to use the river of time to trace his origin and figure out his identity. But now that Fate Gu is destroyed, the river of time has become extremely dangerous, there are huge waves, even if a time path great expert enters it, their lives will be in danger. This road will be cut off. Other than time path there was also wisdom path. But regretfully, Fang Yuan destroyed most of the immortal graveyards, Fairy Myrtle defected to Spectral Soul's side. This caused the Celestial Court to have an unprecedented lack of wisdom path experts. Boom. A huge wave crashed down, shaking heaven and earth. The evil dragon roared, its mountain-like body moved, but it was still suppressed by Qi ancestor. Qi ancestor had a grand aura, every move of his had the power to topple heaven and overturn the sea. The grand evil dragon was not his match. The human Gu immortals cheered. At this moment, Qi ancestor's reputation rose rapidly in the 5 regions. At the crucial moment when the 5 regions Gu immortals could not make a move and human path forces were weak, Qi ancestor stood up and attacked the variant human forces. This made the human Gu immortals feel joy. This is how a true man should act. Even though Shi Clan's first supreme elder did not come personally, he sent Shi Clan Gu immortals to witness the battle. Wu Yong was also in southern border. Seeing this, his heart sank as he thought, in the future when we attack Eastern Sea, this Qi ancestor will be a huge obstacle. Inside the Celestial Court, Qin Dingling sat in the central Great Hall with complex emotions. In the past, Celestial Court would stand up and fight at the front lines, but this time, Qi ancestor took over Celestial Court's position, bearing the expectations and responsibility of humanity. Even though the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were still suspicious of Qi ancestor's identity and his unclear relationship with Fang Yuan, this battle had indeed raised their impression of Qi ancestor greatly. While the human Gu immortals were feeling happy, the Two Heavens Alliance army was solemn, the Gu immortals were filled with fear. How can this be? Even after sending Di Zongxing, they still could not turn the situation around? Humans are truly strong. This is the foundation of the 5 regions. We were too hasty to start a war. Even if we don't attack, they will definitely attack us in the future. For millions of years, they have treated us variant humans like this. That's right, we need to act first to have a chance of survival. We cannot interfere in this battle, Sai, we can only pray for Lord Wu Shui to win. The variant human Gu immortals conversed. Many had grim expressions as their gazes flickered with uncertainty. Among them were many rank 8 Gu immortals with high cultivation level. They were ancestor-level characters in their respective grotto heavens. But after witnessing this terrifying battle, they did not dare to participate. Qixi ancestor, you have been arrogant for too long. Right at this time Dragon Palace rose up. Wu Shuai's voice could be heard from within. The immortals saw that Dragon Palace was like an orange-gold meteor, crashing towards Qixi ancestor. Qixi ancestor's body surged with qi currents. He tried to block it but the effect was not good. Dragon Palace broke through the wind and waves with great momentum. Once a Dream Path Killer move was activated, a trace of smoke swept towards Qixi ancestor with unstoppable momentum. Be careful. Seeing this, many human Gu immortals shouted, their hearts were in their throats. Even though they knew that their warnings could not reach the battlefield. Right now Dream Path was unparalleled in the world. Qixi ancestor could only retreat and avoid the attack. This time Wu Shuai had the upper hand. The variant human Gu immortals showed expressions of joy, while the human Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. Qixi ancestor was not hit by the Dream Path Killer move. That was great. Qixi ancestor and Wu Shuai's battle affected the hearts of all the Gu immortals in the world. Every change was soul-stirring. It affected the direction of the entire world. Both sides fought intensely for a long time. The immortals heard a loud sound coming from the west. The sound was like a torrent. It had a grand momentum that covered heaven and earth. The Gu immortals heard this sound and quickly shifted their gazes. They saw that qi tides were surging in the sky, connecting to the sky and the sea. They were crashing towards the battlefield. The crucial battle is actually being disrupted by the qi tides. Let's retreat. The qi tides will shake our immortal apertures. We will suffer huge losses. Then what about this battle? The Gu immortals were dumbfounded. This was an unexpected change. Jun Xinguang's expression was grim. Oh no. Qixi ancestor is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. He is restricted by Qixi. His situation is severe. In contrast, Wu Shuai is a new dragon man. He has undergone refinement path modification. He is not restricted much. This information came from Duke Long. During the Fate War, Duke Long had secretly used Dragon Man extermination, but he could not kill Wu Shuai. Back then he left behind this information. Humans alike dragons was a Gu refinement method created by Duke Long. It could transform humans into dragon men. Back then, the first generation of dragon men were born because of this method. The Celestial Court had information about Duke Long, and with the humans alike dragons method, they deduced a portion of Wu Shuai's details. Thus, when they found out that Wu Shuai led the Two Heavens Alliance to invade Eastern Sea, they were not surprised that Wu Shuai was able to take action. Zhou Xiong Xn gritted his teeth. The Qi tides are Qi path disasters. Qixi ancestor is a Qi path great expert. He definitely has an advantage in dealing with the Qi tides compared to us. Now let's see how they deal with this influence. This might also be the turning point of this battle. Qixi ancestor, heaven is not on your side. Let's see how long you can last against the Qi tides. Wu Shuai shouted excitedly. He activated Dragon Palace to cooperate with the evil dragon, attacking fiercely. This scene made the human Gu immortals retreat while gritting their teeth. Many prayed in their hearts, Senior Qixi ancestor, you must persevere. But at the next moment, Qixi ancestor laughed loudly. Wu Shuai, you fell for my trap. I was waiting for you to take the bait. The moment he said that, the Qi waves surged back like a blooming flower turning into a bud. They quickly enveloped Qixi ancestor and Dragon Palace before shrinking into a dot and vanishing. In the battlefield, only evil dragon Di Zongxing was left roaring. What battlefield killer move is this? At the crucial moment, Senior Qixi ancestor actually trapped Wu Shuai in a battlefield killer move. This is too amazing. So Qixi ancestor had been planning this all along. Wu Shuai fell into the Qi path battlefield and was separated from the evil dragon. He is at a disadvantage now. That might not be the case. Right now, Qixi ancestor's Qi path battlefield is facing the impact of the Qi tides. Once the battlefield is destroyed, Qixi ancestor will suffer backlash instead. He might fall into a disadvantage. Now, let's see if Qixi ancestor can take down Dragon Palace first. If not, once his Qi path battlefield is destroyed, Wu Shuai and the evil dragon will meet up again. Qixi ancestor will be in trouble. Regardless of which side, the Gu immortals were all worried. They couldn't witness such a crucial battle with their own eyes. Not just that, they had to retreat quickly. They could not be affected by the Qi tides, otherwise, their immortal apertures would suffer huge losses. Right when the immortals were guessing what kind of intense battle would occur in the Qi path battlefield, Wu Shuai and Qi Si ancestor were leisurely tasting wine in Dragon Palace. Other than wine there were also delicacies. Fang Yuan's main body and clone had a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. Wu Shuai's clone handed the incomplete human seed to Fang Yuan's main body. After Fang Yuan's main body received it, he started to discuss the future plans with Wu Shuai's clone. Chapter 2003. To think that at the crucial moment, a Qi tide would appear. Prince's Impatience was wearing a golden cloak as he sighed. Beside him was a female immortal. It was Celestial Court's female immortal by Zhang Shui. She said meaningfully, "This is a good thing, isn't it?" Other than the two there was also Guiyue Fangjing. These three Gu immortals were currently inside the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. They were no longer in Central Continent, they had entered immemorial Black Heaven. Guiyue Fangjing's expression changed. He knew what Bai Zhang Shui was implying. He could not help but recall Qin Dingling's instructions and arrangements for him before leaving Celestial Court. You and Guiyue and Fang Yuan are mutually exclusive. This is the arrangement of the Heavenly Tao. Even if Fang Yuan transforms, this relationship will not change. Precisely so, you will be the leader of this mission. You will lead Prince's Impatience and Bai Zhang Shui to attack the Grotto Heaven headquarters of the variant human Gu immortals in the two heavens. Qin Dingling cultivated luck path. She had always placed importance on Guiyue Fangjing. She knew that Guiyue Fangjing's luck was closely related to Fang Yuan's. It was also faintly restraining him. And the facts proved this point. Qin Dingling's awakening and the discovery of the Dragon Man blessed land were all to suppress Fang Yuan's changes. But now, Celestial Court lost in the Fate War, Duke Long died, Feng Jioge betrayed them, the immortal graveyard was destroyed, but star constellations did not respond. The huge Celestial Court fell into its weakest moment in a million years. Qin Dingling was the temporary leader of Celestial Court. She naturally had to make use of all the resources she could to protect herself and resist the enemies. Thus, the stronger Fang Yuan was, the more Qin Dingling valued Fangjing. To nurture Fangjing, Qin Dingling not only spared no immortal materials, she even let him be the leader this time to train his leadership skills. Fangjing was no longer a teenager. He knew that this was an immortal opportunity that was hard to come by even in 1,000 years. Although the Celestial Court had been defeated, their background was still unfathomable. With such an organization supporting him, of course he had to seize this opportunity. Fangjing still had rank 7 cultivation level. He had not reached the standard to join the Celestial Court, thus his rank 7 blessed land was not contributed. In fact, Qin Dingling also needed his cultivation to continue to grow. Thus, even if Fangjing became a rank 8 Gu immortal in the future, as long as he had room for improvement, Qin Dingling would not let him contribute his immortal aperture. After all, after transforming into a phantom aperture, the Gu immortal would have little growth left. Senior White is right. Right now, Qi Si ancestor and Wu Shuai are fighting. It is the best time for us to attack. Let's do it now. As Guiyue Fangjing spoke, he acted decisively. The rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was activated. It turned into a blood-colored meteor. With a loud sound, it pierced the Grotto Heaven's wall and entered Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. The three immortals looked down from Demon Judgment Board. They saw that inside Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, there was a beautiful scene of mountains and rivers. The Ink Men lived in peace and contentment here. They had a huge population and were extremely prosperous. Grand blood-red light spread out from Demon Judgment Board, spreading to the world. Immortal Gu houses were immortal killer moves in essence. They were formed from all kinds of Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu. Thus, according to the different Gu worms, they had different structures, and Immortal Gu houses had their own emphasis. Demon Judgment Board itself had incredible power. It had a stable and reliable performance in the Fate War. To be able to participate in the Fate War and survive, it showed that Demon Judgment Board was one of the top rank 8 Immortal Gu houses in the world. Right now, Demon Judgment Board was displaying information path power that it had not shown in the Fate War. Everywhere the blood-red light went, all kinds of information flowed into Candle Demon Board like a waterfall, before flowing into the three immortals' minds in detail. Prince's Impatience frowned, showing a look of hatred. Humph, the Ink Men here are actually capturing humans and using them as slaves. They deserve to die. These variant humans deserve to die. Let's kill a batch first and search their souls. Bai Zhang Shui shook her head. These are just mortals. Even if we soul search them, they won't know much about the higher-ups' secrets. It is better to give them a taste of their own medicine. We will capture them and sell them as slaves to Jewel Yellow Skies. Not only will we obtain benefits and replenish Celestial Court's treasury, we can also display the prestige of our Celestial Court. Fangjing frowned internally. He had once been arranged by Fang Yuan to live with the hairy men in Langya Blessed Land for many years. He experienced the culture of variant humans. Even though these ink men treated humans as slaves, he could not bear to kill innocent people. But Fang Jing did not refute the two immortals' opinion. He said, "These ordinary ink men are not important. The urgent matter now is to get rid of the Inkman Gu immortals here. Let us take a look at Demon Judgment Board." A brand new Demon Judgment Board was formed. It listed the names of the Inkman Gu immortals in Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. "Let's go!" Fang Jing shouted, activating Demon Judgment Board and following his senses. He quickly found the nearest Inkman Gu immortal. This Inkman Gu immortal had already sensed something amiss. He was about to sneak away and meet up with the other Inkman Gu immortals. Seeing Demon Judgment Board approaching, he desperately flew away, but how could his speed compare to a rank 8 immortal Gu house? Ah! With a miserable cry, this Inkman Gu immortal was directly killed by the immortal Gu house. The blood-red light captured his soul and brought it to the three immortals. The three immortals quickly soul-searched and found a large amount of precious information. This Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven had a huge population of ink men. There were many cities. Among them, the largest city was the center of the Grotto Heaven. It had the most Inkman Gu immortals. Of course, at this moment, there were still several Inkman Gu immortals scattered outside. "Demon Judgment Board Lord, what should we do now?" Bai Tsang Shui asked Fang Jing. Fang Jing did not hesitate, directly attacked that immortal city. Demon Judgment Board tore through the sky at an extremely fast speed. It arrived in front of the immortal city in a moment. During this period of time, the Inkman Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven had basically gathered. "Celestial Court. I have not offended you in any way, but you sneakily attacked me. Are you still of the righteous path?" An Inkman Gu immortal scolded from the immortal city. Princess Impatience laughed heartily. "My celestial court is in charge of the righteous path of humanity. Your entire Inkman tribe is an unorthodox demon. Everyone has the right to punish you. Why are you wasting words with these people?" Fang Jing was more direct than Princess Impatience. He directly activated Demon Judgment Board and smashed it down. The Inkman Gu immortals gritted their teeth and scolded, "Then I will let you taste the power of my Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven's main formation." In an instant, thick fog rose and dyed the sky pitch black. Demon Judgment Board fell into the fog. It could not distinguish north, south, east, west, or the universe. Not only that, the pitch-black fog continued to seep into the immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. Fang Jing was not flustered in the face of danger. He first tried to use a killer move to probe it. Lumps of blood flames floated everywhere. Wherever they went, the black fog would dissipate. But soon, the black fog seemed to have adapted to it, surging over and devouring the blood flames. Fang Jing tried to probe it several times, but they all failed. Demon Judgment Board flew around but could not see the light of day. It was unable to get out of the black fog. After thinking for a while, Fang Jing resolutely activated Demon Judgment Board's strongest power and bombarded everywhere. After a few minutes and expending a large amount of immortal essence, Fang Jing finally saw the black fog dissipate, revealing the world again. But the immortal city in front of him had already been destroyed. The surrounding thousands of li were in ruins. Who knew how many living beings had died under Demon Judgment Board? Most of the Inkman Gu immortals guarding this place had already perished. Only one was left with a single breath of life. He stared at Demon Judgment Board with extreme hatred, gritting his teeth. Laughable, the Great Celestial Court is actually using blood path methods. Slaughtering these innocent lives was even more merciless. You are the true demonic path members. Princess Impatience snorted coldly, replying in a disdainful tone. Blood path is just a method. Using it on you is the true path of humanity. I, the Lord of Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, will not let you off. The Inkman Gu immortal died with hatred. It ended just like that? Fang Jing, who had single-handedly created this result and secured the victory, stared with wide eyes, finding it hard to believe. Bai Tsang Shui knew some of his feelings. She smiled and explained, "Oh Board Lord, do you think this is a fate war, a battle that will last for months?" Fang Jing got this hint and came to a realization, sighing, "So that's it. The previous Fate War was already at the peak of the world." After Fang Jing personally participated, his impression of battles between Gu immortals rose immensely. Now that he was fighting against these rank 7 and rank 6 Inkman Gu immortals, relying on the power of the rank 8 immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board, he suddenly realized it was so simple. It was so easy. "What should we do next, Board Lord?" Princess Impatience asked. Fang Jing pondered for a while before replying, "Right now, these variant human Grotto Heaven Lords are with Wu Shui in Eastern Sea. Since this place has already been settled, we still have time to attack other grotto heavens. We need to make good use of this opportunity to attack. Senior Baizang Shui, please guard this place and clean up the battlefield. For the sake of ordinary ink men, Fang did not leave Prince's impatience, who was more extreme and hated variant humans. Here he chose Baizang Shui instead. Baizang Shui and Prince's impatience looked at each other, seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. Fang Jing's actions as a leader this time had been remarkable all along. Be it his choices or his personality, they made people feel that he was reliable. He had the disposition of a great general. Then I will stay here, please be careful. Baizang Shui instructed. Fang Jing nodded with a solemn expression. Senior, don't worry, I will not underestimate the enemy. And the most crucial point is that I have never forgotten. That is Wu Shuai's actions. Baizang Shui was completely at ease. She separated from the two. Eastern Sea. As soon as the air tide dissipated, the dilapidated dragon palace crashed into the blessed land of the Xia clan's headquarters. Ah, Lord Wu Shuai is back. What was the result of the battle? Lord Alliance Leader, you are injured. The variant human Gu immortals rushed into Dragon Palace, seeing Wu Shuai who was pale and covered in blood. Qixi ancestor is truly amazing. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Wu Shuai coughed, coughing out mouthfuls of blood. The variant human Gu immortals were pale with fright and panic. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Don't worry, I expended most of human C and used human path methods. That Qixi ancestor was also heavily injured. The variant human Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. It turned out that this battle was a draw. Chapter 2004. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's exclamation shocked all the variant human Gu immortals present. Soon they reacted. We need to save them. This is our base camp. Great Wisdom, do you know who invaded your grotto heaven? It is Celestial Court. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's expression was grim. She gritted her teeth and said hatefully, the invading Gu immortals are using Demon Judgment Board. This is Celestial Court's rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It cannot be faked. So it is Celestial Court. Celestial Court is too shameless and despicable. They actually started an undeclared war. Celestial Court is an organization created by demons. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was once the greatest demon in the world. He was even greater than Fang Yuan. This is recorded clearly in the history of our tribe. When the immortals were criticizing Celestial Court, suddenly Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wu Shuai, shouting, Lord Alliance Leader, please uphold justice for us. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knew clearly, she did not have the ability to save them, just that rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board alone was beyond her ability. Moreover, who knew how many Celestial Court rank 8 Gu immortals were hiding in Demon Judgment Board? Wu Shuai nodded. Great Wisdom, you don't have to do this, stand up first. His expression was dark on the surface, but he was not surprised inwardly. Celestial Court's actions were within his expectations. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Celestial Court had made a similar large-scale attack. Wu Shuai had a solemn expression as he said resolutely, Great Wisdom is one of us. Now that Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is being attacked by Celestial Court, we need to save it. Not only that, Celestial Court's losses to Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven will be repaid 1,000 times over. We will not let this matter rest. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader. Hearing this, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's heart calmed down. She shakily crawled up. She originally had the appearance of an old woman. Now she looked very pitiful. She urged, I wonder when we will set off? Wu Shuai pondered and said, This is a serious matter. We need to plan carefully and not lose our footing in the midst of panic. The Daji Grotto needed to be saved, but the Eastern Sea Xia clan's territories also needed to be guarded. Even though I fought to a draw with Qixi ancestor this time. However, the Eastern Sea righteous faction will definitely not let this go. They will definitely retaliate. We've worked so hard to build this foundation and we have to protect the fruits of victory. Fortunately, we did not use any mere people. In the upcoming battle, the Merfolk Royal Court can act as spies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stepped out at this moment, reporting to Lord Alliance Leader, I am willing to defend Xia clan's headquarters. If the Eastern Sea's righteous Tao attacks, I will do my utmost and fight to the death. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words were filled with righteousness, they were beautiful. In reality, he was unwilling to directly confront the Celestial Court. There were many variant human Gu immortals who had the same thoughts. They sighed at this moment. They were too slow. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was ahead of them. Among them, several variant human goo immortals who were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were very happy. If Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch defended this place, they would definitely stay as well. After all, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch alone could not defend this place. Very good. Wu Shuai nodded. He looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a look of praise. Ice Crystal, you are very strong and have a steady nature. You are a general of our alliance. With you defending this place, I can be assured. After I recover from my injuries, you will defend Xia clan's territory in my stead. The more Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard, the more anxious she got. They had discussed so much. Why did they not say when to leave? She urged again, Lord Alliance Leader, allies, time waits for no one. My Daji Grotto is in danger. We need to save it. Wu Shuai sighed. After the battle with Qi Si Ancestor, my injuries are not only severe, they are also very troublesome to heal. I need a lot of immortal materials to repair my body. Let me tell you, my Dragon Man body is different from Duke Long's. I modified it and created something new. Back then, I used a lot of immortal materials to refine this body. The price was huge. This healing is also the same. Regretfully, I lack many immortal materials. I need to buy them from Jewel Yellow Skies. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had heard of the humans alike dragon's method. She did not doubt it. She asked, May I ask Lord Alliance Leader, how many immortal materials do you need to heal your injuries? We can provide them. Wu Shuai gave her a list. The variant human goo immortals sucked in a breath of cold air. This price was too high. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was tongue-tied. She was shocked. To think that Alliance Leader's body was so precious. Wu Shuai smiled. He did not speak. He only used his gaze to gesture at Goo Tribe's leader. Goo Tribe's leader immediately said, I can testify to this. Many of my tribe's disciples have also turned into dragon men. Thus, the amount of immortal materials needed is far more than this. This was a lie, of course, but Goo Tribe's leader was closest to Wu Shuai. He was also an Eastern Sea rank 8. His words carried great weight. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother naturally suspected that Wu Shuai was using this chance to ask for a high price, but she did not dare to question him. She was also forced by the situation. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth. She said with difficulty, Lord Alliance Leader, I am willing to provide immortal materials to help you recover as soon as possible. The variant human goo immortals quickly gathered the immortal materials. Wu Shuai accepted the immortal materials but shook his head. Even if we gather all the immortal materials, it will take at least 3 days and 2 nights. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard this and almost fainted on the spot. She was extremely anxious. She was about to speak, but Wu Shuai waved his hand. She could only keep quiet. At the next moment, Wu Shuai spoke. As the Alliance Leader, no matter which one of you is attacked, I will save them. The Celestial Court is our common enemy. But the situation now is too special. How about this? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, you are the Vice Alliance Leader. You will lead a group to reinforce Black Heaven. You must preserve Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven's foundation. What? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes, showing a troubled expression. To think that this matter still landed on him, he quickly thought about it and found that he could not refuse. He gritted his teeth and said, I am willing to go. But I am alone and do not have enough strength. I am afraid of delaying the reinforcement. I would like to borrow Lord Alliance Leader's Dragon Palace. With it, I will definitely complete the Alliance Leader's mission. But Wu Shuai shook his head. I cannot lend Dragon Palace. I need it to recover from my injuries. Is that so? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to say something. But Wu Shuai's expression changed as he said, Everyone, the situation is urgent now. There is no time for discussion. Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is only the first to be invaded. Do you think your Grotto Heaven headquarters will remain unscathed? You need to save yourselves. If I am not the Alliance Leader, are you going to surrender in this situation? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, I order you to reinforce them. You can choose any 5 people from the hall to go with you. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt a strong pressure pressing down on him. He could only lower his head and accept the order bitterly. He carefully chose 5 goo immortals. They all had rank 8 cultivation level. These people were the leaders of forces that were close to him. There was no helping it. Resisting the Celestial Court to reinforce Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven was too dangerous. He did not want to fall into a desperate situation due to internal conflict. However, just as they were about to set off, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother suddenly went into a daze. She said dejectedly, It's too late. My Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven has already been invaded by the Celestial Court. The goo immortals were in an uproar. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knelt down in front of Wu Shuai again, tears flowing down her face. Lord Alliance Leader, please take revenge for me. My tribe has been trying to collect Qiankuan crystal wall. We have already collected 50%. If we collect another 10%, we will be able to activate our Inkman racial inheritance. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother directly spoke about her racial inheritance. Her meaning was clear, she was trying to lure Wu Shuai with benefits. This concerned the racial inheritance. The other Gu Immortals heard this and their eyes shined brightly. Right at this time, another Gu Immortal called out anxiously, "Oh no, my grotto heaven is also being attacked by the celestial court. Quick, quick, quick. We need to go back and save them." Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. "This is an urgent matter, why aren't you going back?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He led several Gu Immortals back to immemorial Black Heaven. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and another Gu Immortal went back to save them. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest also went back. The number of Gu Immortals in front of Dragon Palace decreased by half. The remaining Gu Immortals had unsightly expressions. They were filled with fear like startled birds. Who knew one of them might be the next one to be in trouble? Wu Shuai ignored them. He ordered them to guard Xia clan's territory. He closed the door of Dragon Palace and urgently healed. These variant human Gu Immortals are truly useless, hee. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was among the Gu Immortals. He was the only one who was calm. We Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals do not interact with each other normally. We are even wary of each other. We feel like we are not hiding ourselves well enough. With such vigilance, how can we improve in such a short period of time? Even if we gather together, we will still be a disorderly bunch. My decision to side with the Celestial Court was indeed correct. After this matter, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was even more determined to side with the Celestial Court. After parting with the Immortals, he secretly reported this matter to the Celestial Court. Wu Shuai created the Two Heavens Alliance. It was naturally restricted by the alliance agreement. But Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's information path Dao marks were already unraveled by Zhou Xiong Xan and the rest. Thus, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord did not have to worry about any backlash from the alliance agreement. In the central Great Hall of the Celestial Court, Qin Ding Ling soon obtained this information. She thought about it. She did not inform Eastern Sea's righteous path. Instead, she informed Fang. Fang was about to take down the second Grotto Heaven now. The remaining Gu Immortals in the Grotto Heaven were hidden very well. Fang could not find them in a short period of time. Fang thought about it. He immediately asked Princess Impatience to stay here and clean up the mess. On the other hand, he controlled the Demon Judgment Board alone and attacked the third heavenly abode. At the same time, Eastern Sea Qi Si ancestor had a pale expression. He sat at the main seat looking at Xia Ruiji and the rest. The representatives of Eastern Sea's righteous path forces were all gathered here. Chapter 2005. Xia clan's first supreme elder Xia Ruiji heard Qi Si ancestor's words and was shocked. After being dazed for a while, he replied cautiously, reporting to ancestor, my Xia clan is indeed secretly creating a human path secluded domain. It is called Human Sea. But this human path secluded domain does not have any offensive power. The reason why we created this secluded domain is to let our Gu Immortals have a way to revive in the future when we face war. Xia Ruiji's words were vague, but they were not lies. Xia clan's true purpose in creating Human Sea was to revive their Gu Immortals. In Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories, when Xia clan's Gu Immortals died in battle, they were not completely dead. They could be revived from Human Sea. Even though the immortal Gu and immortal apertures accumulations would vanish, the Gu Immortals could retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea Xia clan displayed their prowess and even attacked Southern Border for a period of time. Southern Border's Gu Immortals fought against Xia clan. As time passed, they learned and comprehended from Xia clan. This caused Chai clan to imitate Human Sea secluded domain and create Human Mountain secluded domain. Qi Si ancestor stroked his beard. It seems that Wu Shuai led the Two Heavens Gu Immortals to invade your Xia clan. One of their goals was this Human Sea secluded domain. He clearly has a different way of using it. The human path killer moves that he uses are hard for me to block. The Xia clan Gu Immortals looked at each other. Xia Ruiji frowned, muttering softly, did the news of our Xia clan being invaded get leaked? A strong enemy lured here by Human Sea secluded domain? But this Human Sea secluded domain has not been fully constructed yet. Qi Si ancestor's expression sank. If Wu Shuai does not have a complete Human Sea secluded domain, doesn't that mean that after he repairs it and obtains a complete Human Sea secluded domain, wouldn't his human path killer moves be even more powerful? Xia Ruiji smiled. Ancestor, don't worry, the Human Sea secluded domain's construction method originated from an ancestor of our clan. It was perfected by generations after generations. Wu Shuai does not know the profundity behind it. If he constructs it rashly, human sea will only become fewer and fewer. Qi Si ancestor shook his head. Wu Shuai is an old monster of the past. He used Fang Yuan's strength to revive. He is a crafty person who plans before taking action. Every time he made a move, it would be like a thunderbolt or a gust of wind, and he would definitely gain something. Since he knows that the Xia family is building the human sea secret realm, perhaps he knows the method of building the human sea secret realm. Xia Ruiji's smile became strained. This possibility isn't too great. The method of setting up the human sea mystic realm is only known to the 3 grand elders in our clan. Now everyone who knows is here. Could it be that there's a traitor among us? Qi Si ancestor sighed. There might not be a traitor. Don't forget, Dragon Palace that Wu Shuai controls has a dream path killer move. Maybe he attacked you in your dreams. The smile on Xia Ruiji's face completely stiffened. If it was any other sect, Xia Ruiji would at least have some confidence. But he was not clear about dream path methods. Lord Xia Ruiji, friends from Xia clan. At this time, Tang clan's Gu immortal spoke. Is it really good to continue hiding it? There's no harm in publicizing the construction method of human sea to the public so that everyone can study it and find the flaw in Marshal Wu's human path method. Xia clan's Gu immortals stared with wide eyes. The construction method of human sea was one of the greatest trump cards of Eastern Sea's Xia clan. How could they casually publicize it? Tang clan's Gu immortals were saying this because they wanted human sea secret realm. Xia clan's Gu immortals scoffed. Pardon my bluntness, but friends of Xia clan, what are you still holding on for? You've already lost your territory. Do you still want to build a brand new human ocean secret realm out of thin air? Do you know what the key point is now? Ancestor fought with Wu Shuai because of his human path killer move. Wu Shuai managed to retreat. As long as this human path killer move is broken, what can Wu Shuai and the Two Heavens Alliance do? By then, won't you be able to take back your homeland? Xia clan's Gu immortals gritted their teeth. Tang clan and Xia clan were the 2 super forces of Eastern Sea. They were neighbors with Xia clan. They naturally had many conflicts. Thus, Tang clan and Xia clan's Gu immortals made things difficult for them. However, even though the 2 clans' Gu immortals were making things difficult for them, their words were reasonable. Even Xia clan's Gu immortals had to admit this. Xia Ruiji thought about it before making up his mind. The construction method of human sea is our Xia clan's secret. We will not publicize it. I am only willing to offer this human path essence to Ancestor. Qi Si ancestor fought with Wu Shuai and was injured as a result. Moreover, Xia clan's future hopes were basically on Qi Si ancestor. Because the 2 heavens had Wu Shuai, Eastern Sea only had Qi Si ancestor who could suppress the evil dragon and resist Dragon Palace. Xia Ruiji's actions were to curry favor with Qi Si ancestor and also for his own clan. But Qi Si ancestor shook his head. I am only asking this to confirm something. Your Xia clan can keep this human sea construction method. I have no foundation in human path. Even if I obtain this method, I will not be able to break Wu Shuai's method. Xia Ruiji was anxious. He was about to speak when Qi Si ancestor waved his hand. Xia clan, don't worry. Wu Shuai is a dragon man. The 2 Heavens Alliance is mainly made up of variant human Gu immortals. They are the common enemies of the 5 regions. If they invaded the other 4 regions, so be it. But they chose to attack Eastern Sea. As a member of the human race, I have a duty to resist the variant humans. Ancestor is righteous. The Gu immortals present praised. Qi Si ancestor continued, but I am injured now. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. As for Wu Shuai, his injuries are even more severe. He will not move for the time being. You can all rest assured. Qi Si ancestor paused before saying, when I recover, I will ask all of you to join forces and attack the 2 Heavens Alliance. We will follow Ancestor's instructions. With Ancestor as the leader, Eastern Sea has no worries. Without Ancestor, Eastern Sea would have perished long ago. With Ancestor guarding Eastern Sea, it is Eastern Sea's fortune. It is the fortune of all living beings. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals started to flatter him. Xia Ruiji, however, had a gloomy expression. He and the other Xia clan Gu immortals were homeless now. They could not take back Xia clan's territory in a short period of time. What should they do now? Qi Si ancestor smiled. Before the army attacks, friends from Xia clan, why don't you stay in Qi Si as guests? Xia clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed. Xia Ruiji cupped his fists and thanked Ancestor's kindness. Xia clan is deeply grateful. We will definitely repay you in the future. The other clan's Gu immortals looked at Xia clan's Gu immortals with different gazes. Other than disdain and sympathy, there was also some envy and jealousy. Maybe Xia clan obtained a blessing in disguise? They were able to interact with Qi Si ancestors so closely as time passed, they would form a relationship, they would be able to gain Qi Si ancestors' support in the future. If they knew the truth, who knew what expression they would have? After the discussion, Qi Si ancestor went into closed cultivation. The other Eastern Sigu immortals also returned to their headquarters, making preparations for the army attack. Mermaid Lian Kuxen broke out in cold sweat. The Merman Imperial Court had already sided with the Two Heavens Alliance, but Wu Shuai did not expose their identities, they were sent as spies to report information. At this moment, cold winds blew from the clouds. Lian Kuxen gradually relaxed. She frowned as she thought to herself, "It seems that Eastern Sea will be peaceful for a short period of time, there will be no more battles. But this is only the temporary calm before the storm. Sigh, in the future battle, where will my Merman Imperial Court go?" Lian Kuxen was one of the 3 immortals in charge of the Merman Imperial Court. She had a high status and authority, but now she felt powerless and hesitant. The 5 regional walls vanished. Everyone knew that the 5 regions would be in chaos. And this chaos had just started. Lian Kuxen felt like she was in a turbulent situation. Her future was dark, she could not see any light or hope. If she was careless, not just her, the entire Merman Imperial Court would be destroyed. After receiving the report, Shen Songxing learned of Qi Si ancestor's decision. It seems that Eastern Sea is truly led by Qi Si ancestor now. Shen Songxing sighed, if ancestor Shen Shang returns, things will be different. To let a secluded cultivator lead the entire righteous path. Shen Songxing shook his head. He naturally had ambitions. He wanted Shen clan to become the overlord of Eastern Sea, the #1 superforce. Different from the other righteous path clans, Shen clan returned with Shen Shang. They had a strong character that could compete with Qi Si ancestor. But Shen Shang's whereabouts were still unknown. Shen clan had already searched for him, but there were no results. Shen Songxing felt a headache. "Oh ancestor, where are you?" At the same time, Divine Emperor Palace, Painting Path World. Hong Yi and Yi Fan walked side by side on a bustling street. At the corner of an alley, a group of muscular men surrounded the person in the middle, punching and kicking the person in the middle. "Stop." Hong Yi could not stand it anymore. He shouted to stop them. After Yi Fan saw the situation, he was furious. "Are you not embarrassed to attack? So many people bullying a beggar?" The group of muscular men turned around. "Rascal, don't be a busybody. This lunatic is courting death. He dared to startle my esteemed guest's horse and almost caused her to fall. We will not rest until we kill him." Hong Yi sighed, "You are really going overboard." Bam bam bam. Hong Yi and Yi Fan acted righteously and chased the group of muscular men away. The beggar was curled up on the ground, his body was covered in bruises, he was also trembling as he mumbled incoherent gibberish. "He is truly a lunatic." Hong Yi sighed. "Sigh, even if he is a lunatic, he is still human. It wasn't his intention to collide with the horses, was it?" Yi Fan also sighed. "Come, let's help him settle down, we cannot leave him here." The two of them placed the crazy beggar in a secluded alley, bought some buns for him and threw them beside him. After doing this they left. What they did not know was that not long after they left, this lunatic beggar suddenly regained his rationality. "Where am I? Damn it, the black fire is causing me to go crazy again."